People will be young not to be trapped in its life, but also will eventually because of a moment is seen to solve a lifetime of confusion. This is the case for Zhang Chang, who was reborn with the divine hero system. Chapter 1: The godly hero system that becomes bigger and stronger. In 2017, in Tianfu Rongcheng, Zhang Chang was reborn. Inside the large bed suite of Yiheng Hotel, Zhang Chang looked at his cell phone page while looking at the strange woman lying beside him. The cell phone page's prestige message was exactly what his current girlfriend Zhao Jia had sent over. Why don't you say anything? You've grown a lot of patience now, right? You're not afraid of me losing my temper? After reading the chat records between them, the memories in his mind started to pour out. Zhang Chang pulled out a sarcastic smile and replied, "Let's break up." Zhao Jia was her high school classmate and her first girlfriend. Although she was petite and cute, she had a very obvious characteristic, which was gold worship. As long as there is a little holiday, must ask Zhang Chang to buy her gifts or send red packets. What New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day, even the Army Day she did not spare. As long as Zhang Chang did not send her red packets she will play temper, and even in the name of love to condemn Zhang Chang does not love her, and then began to threaten to break up. In the past, Zhang Chang simply thought that Zhao Jia just cared about every holiday with him. At one time, he also held her in his heart like a white moonlight, at his beck and call, and tried his best to satisfy her no matter what the request was. As long as you can lick the place will not let go of the slightest, so infatuation licked year after year. Before Zhao Jia always said to him, "We are still students, can't hold hands, can't kiss, you give me more time, it'll be better when we go to college." In this way, he thought that Zhao Jia is really a simple and pure girl, until after she went to college she looked at a rich second generation who was even richer than Zhang Chang, and then she decisively dumped Zhang Chang. From that time on, reality gave Zhang Chang a smile and a polite slap. After breaking up with Zhao Jia in his previous life, Zhang Chang chose to stay at the local university. Originally, he thought that after graduation, he would directly inherit his father's industry. "I didn't expect to turn around and start all over again after a night's sleep. And look at this." But also with the development of the previous life trajectory is not quite the same. At least he does not remember his previous life has slept with such a beautiful woman. Zhang Chang lamented helplessly. The saddest thing in the world is that the person is gone, but the disgusting memories of the previous life are still there. And the key is that if you give yourself another season maybe you will be able to go on the king. Oh yeah, I forgot to delete all the videos of my wife from my computer before I was born again. I don't know if my father Jiang Jianmen and my mother Li Yan have seen these videos that made him die a social death. After a long pout and a short sigh, Zhang Chang slowly accepted the situation. After all, rebirth is better than crossing. He can also be reborn to change some of the regrets of the previous life failed to change, such as Zhao Jia at this time. The old way is impossible to walk again. Zhang Chang knows that if not unexpected, later Zhao Jia will ask himself to send her red envelopes. As expected, Zhao Jia's prestige immediately returned. "Do you really not know why I'm angry? Yesterday was the summer solstice." Zhang Chang snorted and replied again. "Pay attention to the topic. I'm talking about let's break up." Zhao Jia on the other end of the cell phone looked at Zhang Chang's reply and her big shrewd eyes widened incredulously. The two of them had been together for almost a year, and in the past, as long as she was slightly angry and mentioned breaking up, Zhang Chang would immediately get the hell out of the way and run over to apologize at the first opportunity. Now actually really said to break up with yourself? The first time to be broken up Zhao Jia instantly some cannot accept. She immediately a phone call over. "Zhang Chang, what do you mean?" Literally chanting, "Can't you read?" Seeing Zhang Chang's voice was very calm without a trace of hard feelings, Zhao Jia immediately panicked a little. If she really broke up, what would she do about her expenses after college? Thinking this way, Zhao Jia immediately felt some panic in her heart. She only wanted Zhang Chang to send herself a red packet, not really wanting to break up. At this time, she is a little difficult to ride the tiger, can only be reluctant to soften the tone of voice to ask, "Why break up? We have different personalities and like different things. How is it different? Aren't we quite suitable?" Zhang Chun laughed a little. "Where is the same? I like women. You like men. Our three views are different." Hearing Zhang Cheng explain this way, Zhao Jia instantly exploded. What kind of excuse is this? Clearly teasing herself. When she is good to fool, Zhao Jia instantly became furious. "Zhang Cheng, I'll give you one more chance. Be serious." "Zhao Jia, I said seriously. Just see it through and get together. Okay, this is what you said. Break up then break up. You don't regret it," said Zhao Jia. Hung up the phone. At this time, although she felt like missing something important inside, suddenly empty, but she has been accustomed to Zhang Cheng's wave that is to call, so she does not think that Zhang Cheng really dare to break up with himself. Zhang Cheng looked at the hung up phone. Inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. And by the way, Zhao Jia's phone prestige was directly pulled black. Congratulations to the host for activating the dreams come true godly hero system. There was actually such a good thing? Could it be that he was going to start opening up? And then get the golden finger. Start the crazy face punching mode. And then subterfuge all over the place. And walk up to the peak of his life? Although Jiang Cheng's original family conditions were good. His father ran a small construction company with $10 million in assets. But this is only all the assets. Their family can only be considered a little bit of money. And because he had just graduated from high school. And because he had been living at home for 3 years in high school. His mom, Li Yan, had only given him $1,000 a week for living expenses. Jiang Cheng remembers Li Yan telling him that she would give him $10,000 a month for living expenses when he arrived at the university next month. At that time, he felt that this was already a lot. I didn't expect to love these years, didn't wait for a trace of true love, but instead waited for this splash of wealth. Divine Hero System activation in progress. The host receives 0.1 yuan for every second of his existence in the world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 1. System reserve, 0 yuan. System, 0.1 per second. Upgrade experience, 0/100000. Jiang Cheng did some math. Level 1. The 0.1 yuan gained per second was 8,640 yuan a day. A month was 259,200 yuan. He was reborn just over an hour ago. He was on his way to the pinnacle of his life by getting the system? Isn't this too good? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift pack. May I ask if the host will open it? Jiang Cheng said silently. Open the newbie gift pack. Rewarding a 10 million level supercar Porsche 918. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a $10 million reward in newbie cash. 5 beginner shopping blitz cards. Beginner shopping cashback card consumption maximum amount is 1 million. Beyond the range will be invalid. 1 pair of friendly value scanning system. The funds rewarded by the system are being transferred into the host's name bank card. The funds rewarded by the system are legitimate funds that can be traced, and will not cause any financial or legal risks to the host. System. This prompt finished Jiang Cheng's cell phone, then rang a familiar prompt sound. Listening to the sound, Jiang Cheng could not help but exclaim. Picked up the cell phone in hand to take a look. Your tail number 5456 merchant's card. Received a transfer of $10 million. The balance is $10,332,311. Then he looked at the Porsche logo car key that appeared in his hand at an unknown time. This kind of real delicate and textured car key Jiang Cheng still touched for the first time. Just then the system rang again. May I ask the host whether to turn on the friendly value scanning system? Turn it on. Jiang Cheng looked at the strange woman who was hugging him after saying this. Friendly value scanning system activated. In the process of obtaining information about the other party. Name, Yu Xiaoxiao. Age, 25 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 93. Body, 94. Privacy, 1. Friendliness value, 60. Intimate state. The first few values were very simple and easy to understand. But the privacy one, Jiang Cheng was a bit confused. Jiang Cheng clicked on the system's explanation page. Privacy value refers to a person's private life. And the number on the value refers to the amount of intimate contact or lack thereof with the opposite sex. Looking at this explanation, Jiang Cheng instantly understood in seconds. Wasn't this number one of Yu Xiaoxiao referring to Jiang Cheng? This privacy value item was indeed a good thing. Not only does it allow you to be a good person, but it also prevents you from being a cuckold. It turns out that the relationship scanning system is a lightning rod that the system gives itself. A pair of jade arms and the quilt suddenly embraced his waist. The tender little hands were moving up and down carelessly. The inside of his mouth was also muttering carelessly. I didn't expect you to actually be such a scum. Such a refreshingly vulgar excuse for breaking up was also said. Jiang Cheng looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him who was taking advantage of him. Underneath the natural willow leaf eyebrows was a row of curly and thick long eyelashes. The delicate and slightly straight nose, slightly biting seductive red lips, had to once again exclaimed, "What a mature and imperial woman." Today, he originally found a bar to drink casually because Zhao Jia ignored her again. And Yu Xiaoxiao seems to have encountered what blow. The two people talked happily under a cup after a cup of cocktails down. A dozen cups were finished at once. Soon began to be confused. What happened next is not surprising. Just when he was reborn over, he found that Yu Xiaoxiao was very active climbing on his neck. Jiang Cheng, who did not know why, was naturally not polite to Yu Xiaoxiao. In the two people back and forth under the bloodshed occurred. I just don't know what kind of love injury Yu Xiaoxiao has suffered. Actually would take the initiative to bring himself to this kind of place to heal his wounds. Although Jiang Cheng had already hit the nail on the head just now to heal her wounds. But Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value towards herself was still only 60 points. This also showed that she didn't fall in love with herself at first sight. Either she had drunk herself out of her mind or she was desperate for something. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao had one hand on her head with a charming smile on her face. One hand poked Zhang Cheng's belly. Just now when you were drinking, you also said how much you liked her. So it's true that there are no good men in this world. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao poking fun at himself, Zhang Cheng didn't bother to explain. He put down his cell phone while grabbing Yu Xiaoxiao's still fidgeting little hand and said softly, "You're drunk. Let me give you another sobriety shot." Zhang Cheng's dream before he was reborn was to be a cuffable family doctor. Especially the kind that gave injections. I didn't expect it to start materializing on the first day of rebirth. Ding! Due to the host's excessive speed. Rewarding the host with a supercar purchase blitz card, unlimited amount only 1. Reward the host with the skill of spiritual tongue. Special note, this skill optimizes and strengthens every cell of the host's tongue, making it more flexible and stronger in force. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he listened to this, trying to stretch out the tip of his tongue and slowly move it around. Suddenly, he realized that his originally somewhat stiff tongue had suddenly become incredibly flexible. There was no pressure at all for his current tongue to do a tongue dance with ease. Zhang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping beside him, and suddenly the corners of his mouth smiled into a small Nike. Chapter 2, Thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Cheng woke up the next day after rubbing his swollen head, found himself beside the long empty. Zhang Cheng held his breath and listened for a while, and found that the whole room was quiet, and looked sideways to see that his cell phone placed on the table next to the bed was actually pressed underneath a thick stack of red Chinese coins. Zhang Cheng picked up the note on the table, only to see that the beautiful script on it read, "Thank you for your hospitality. I was very satisfied last night. This is for your reward." Zhang Cheng immediately laughed. This damn when he is a cowboy? Don't say. Look at the thickness of this, at least $5,000, but it is also quite generous. He was never thought that there are women who offer their first time after the money to others. Yu Xiaoxiao, this woman is quite interesting, but it is a pity that actually did not leave contact information. After cleaning up a bit, Zhang Cheng retired from the room, looking at his system inside the 5 primary storm card and a supercar cashback card. The meaning of the cashback card Zhang Cheng understands, but the meaning of this blitz card is that after I spend it I will generate a blitz? Is that a blitz for more money? Or is it experience? Is it the same as the meaning of exploding equipment in monster fighting games? It would be great if it could burst out money, but if it was experience, then it would be a bit boring. Seeing Zhang Cheng so asked, the system ding-dong's reply, host, consumption storm card refers to the consumption of the specified amount of money range. Have the opportunity to obtain the consumption of the amount of money multiplier storm, such as 10 times, 20 times, the primary storm card the highest multiplier for 50 times. This explanation from the system made Zhang Cheng's heart burst with satisfaction. Zhang Cheng already had an answer in his heart after comparing them. If he were to go directly to buy a supercar right now, he would only be able to choose a model within $10 million. Even if he got the highest 50 times cashback multiplier, it would only be $500 million. But if he first spent the 5 primary blitz cards, and then took the accumulated amount to buy a more expensive supercar, wouldn't the cashback amount be even higher? Thinking of this, Zhang Cheng's heart instantly had a plan. It was now 2017, and although Rongcheng had already had a policy to limit purchases in 14 years, due to economic problems, the policy to limit purchases had actually existed in name only for a long time. Although there is no explicit provision above to directly cancel the purchase restriction policy, but a number of developers are holding the attitude of holding the pipa half cover. As long as you can pay in full, how much you want to buy as much as you can. The real restriction on the purchase of real estate is not a restriction on the purchase, but a restriction on the loan. If you don't want a bank loan, there is room for maneuver. This is still known from my own dad who is in the construction industry. He had 5 blitz cards with a maximum spending of $1 million, and Zhang Cheng was ready to take it directly to buy a house. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Cheng searched for the Porsche 918 parked near the hotel according to the positioning given by the system. Zhang Cheng tried to press the key of the Porsche at this time, only to see the car's response sound from a short distance away. With this press, the nearby crowd that was watching the supercar suddenly clamored. A girl who was posing with her cell phone following the car immediately looked forward and backward searching for the figure of the owner of the luxury car. Zhang Cheng looked at the black nightclub Prince Porsche a few meters away and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock again. The face value of this car is estimated that every girl will feel the heat when she sits on it. I wonder how the air conditioning of this car is. The woman who had just plopped down in Zhang Cheng's car couldn't help but look straight in the eyes when she saw such a young and handsome man walking towards her. Zhang Cheng walked toward the car, and in passing glanced at the woman who had just been self-conscious about taking a picture with her own luxury car. Jiang Chang saw her from a long way away. Even if there were a few people around, the woman still looked unchanged as she lay on Jiang Chang's car in various poses and took pictures. She was wearing a blouse. The following is a tight lacquered bread hip skirt. Feet step on a pair of black high heels. That woman saw Jiang Chang ignored himself, directly opened the car door and sat in the car. Immediately and quickly ran to Jiang Chang's car window next to Jiang Chang thought to bloom a charming smile. This brother, this car is yours? I seek and can't be yours? Jiang Chang said doubtfully. The woman's face remained unchanged, and she said with a pleasing face, No, I just saw that this car is too cool, so I couldn't help but take a picture of it. I don't know if you can give me a ride. Little brother, does this car of mine look like a cab? Of course not, but I see that little brother looks like he's particularly good at fixing sewers. Do you want to come to my house to fix the sewers? Jiang Chang secretly poked at her and opened the friendly value scanning system. Name, Chen Richi. Age, 23 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 88. Privacy, 28. Friendliness, 90. Intimacy. The privacy value of 28 wasn't a surprise, but this 90 points of friendly value was excessive, right? Isn't this the kind of girl that the legend says is lucky to have money and can be licked with money? Jiang Chang said with a smile. Forget it, 28 fellow travelers is too wide. I'm not going to squeeze. After saying this, Jiang Chang started the car and left, leaving that woman with a stunned look on her face. Why would Jiang Chang know? The woman immediately took out the mirror in her bag and looked at it muttering, I don't have 28 written on my face. The onlookers on the side of the grandfather saw Jiang Chang rejected her, immediately opened his mouth and said, Little girl, recommend yourself. I specialize in unclogging the sewer for 30 years. That handsome man does not make sense to me to help you pass. That woman immediately exploded when she heard this. Obscene. Pervert. Alas, how can you say that about me? Little girl? Young people, you just call people to the door. How can I not? Childish. Pass. Roll. Okay? The onlookers couldn't help but burst out laughing as they listened to the conversation between the two. Grandpa, what she said about passing the sewer and what you said may not be the same. How is it not one? Don't worry, little girl. No matter if it's a proper sewer or an immodest sewer. Moncler, I'm good at it. The woman saw that she couldn't tease Jiang Chang, a big tree, and had to be molested by the lewd Moncler outlet online, and turned around with a furious, blushing face and left. Jiang Chang naturally didn't know about these things that happened in the back. At this time, as soon as Jiang Chang sat in the car, the system automatically prompted. The system has automatically solved the problem of driving license for the host. The whole legal compliance. No need to worry. Looking at the driver's license that suddenly appeared in his hands, Jiang Chang could not help but shout out, awesome. At this time driving a Porsche 918 Jiang Chang, this is to realize what is called pretending to be a weapon. After all, the modern society, the car and the house has become a symbol of wealth in the hearts of many people. Maybe some people will think that the car is just a transportation tool, only do not have to buy so expensive. Anyway, buy so expensive but also used to pretend. But in reality, when your identity has not yet reached a certain degree of public recognition, the car and watch and house these items is to show a man the best symbol of hard power. To make an analogy, you drive a Wuling, your relatives may feel nothing, but you change into a Big Ben. They will think you have made progress. Great. As the saying goes, if you drive a BMW at a young age, you don't have to fight the airplane yourself. Someone may want to mention Boss Ma's simplicity again, or the cliched words. The social status of Boss Ma no longer need to rely on these things to give him a face. After all, his face as well as his name itself was hard power. But Jiang Chang was different. The current Jiang Chang was just a new player who had just registered and gotten a newbie pack compared to Papa Ma. He hadn't even reached the silver level of unyielding yet. Then, to put it bluntly, he is still not as good as a hare compared to his father. Therefore, at this time, he still needs these things to package himself. Although Jiang Chang is the same as my dad, not interested in money, but on the way to the peak of life all over the subterfuge. This temptation is still quite big. He really can not refuse. So the best thing to do now was to continue packaging himself. He had already navigated to the nearest real estate agency center nearby. As for why he didn't just go to the property to buy it, trying to find a new neighborhood property to look at in this booming downtown place in Rongcheng? Wake up! At this time in the real estate upturn, the new property is usually opened directly by others directly second or by the sales office to the secondary market to cut leaks to go. Want to get started? The easiest way to find a real estate agent. Chapter 3, I like being green. Not long after, the car pulled up to the opposite side of the road from the agency. This agency is still quite famous in their local area, and has opened many branches. The area of this branch in front of me is not big. It seems to be only 100 square feet. Jiang Chang parked the car and then crossed the road to go in. After going in, I found that the store was quiet. Only two intermediaries were left playing with their cell phones. Seeing Jiang Chang come in, one of the girls quickly stood up. However, she soon looked at the other male colleague with a somewhat puzzled expression. Today's other colleagues had all taken their clients out to see the properties. Only the two of them were left. Usually, when a customer comes to the door, he will quickly grab the customer with himself. Why is it so abnormal today? Only to see another male agent at this time is holding a cell phone face lewd smile. He didn't seem to notice Jiang Chang's arrival. The girl immediately saw the situation with a face of excitement toward Jiang Chang walked over. Only to see her end with a warm smile toward Jiang Chang said, "Hello sir, I'm Xiao Xia, the real estate agent of Lover's Home. May I ask what I can do for you?" Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Xia and nodded. "I want to buy a few houses." Xiao Xia saw that Jiang Chang didn't come to rent a house but to buy a house. Although she was a bit surprised, she still immediately invited Jiang Chang to the reception room. Seeing Xiao Xia looking excited, the male colleague then raised his head. However, seeing that the customer was received by Xiao Xia, he soon buried his head again and continued to lewdly look at his cell phone. Jiang Chang also saw from Xiao Xia's words and behavior that she didn't seem to be an old salesperson. Although Xiao Xia's attitude was very enthusiastic, her every move was a bit clumsy. "Hello, may I ask if you have a favorite building or a specific target in mind? And what is the price point requirement?" Xiao Xia blushed slightly under the excitement and asked Jiang Chang. She had been here for almost 3 months, and had previously heard others say that real estate agents were very lucrative. But after coming here, she realized that it wasn't as simple as the outside world said. Guests although more, but from the entry to now a single to sell houses have not been successful sales. Open all the rental list. A month only received $3,000 of basic salary. Although she wasn't sure if Jiang Chang would actually buy or not, as long as there was an opportunity to serve she would put forth 100% of her energy. "Help me look at a few houses that are priced at $1 million. Xiao Xia hurriedly nodded when she heard this, and immediately took out the tablet next to her to help Jiang Chang inquire. Just point to and found that have not poured water for Jiang Chang. Immediately panicked and put down the tablet nervously said to Jiang Chang, "Excuse me, may I ask, sir, your name?" Jiang Chang didn't show any expression of dislike when he looked at Xiao Xia's fidgety appearance. It could be seen that she was really green. But who didn't have a first time? It just so happened that Jiang Chang liked these first times. Sincerity is not pretense and no skill. Communication. Although at first it will be more difficult, but if you have a little more patience, slowly pacify and then guide her, so that she relaxes, then the process behind will certainly be very smooth. After thinking this way, Jiang Chang opened the friendly value scanner. Name, Xia Jiqiu. Age, 19 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 50. Passerby status. Jiang Chang frowned after reading it. Rough hair tied in a low ponytail with thick bangs covering her eyes, plus a pair of oval black-rimmed glasses. The girl in front of me had a face value of 90. System, you don't have a problem, right? Jiang Chang spat out a sound before the system spoke out. The face value rating determined by the system is based on the host's inner aesthetics. Jiang Chang spat again after the system said this. "I have reason to suspect that there is something wrong with your perception of me. This thinks that this girl is at most 70 points? The basis of the system's judgment is deep scanning to calculate the proportion of the 5 senses and other complex calculation formulas. Please the host does not need to question." After saying that no matter how much Jiang Chang spat the system stopped making a sound. Jiang Chang glanced at Xia Jiqiu. If he looked seriously his eyebrows and eyes were indeed somewhat good-looking. However, it was such a pair of good-looking eyes that she had left a top of very heavy bangs to cover it up. And the hair quality of the hair does not look too good. A look is usually not how to take care of the appearance. This kind of girl is just a pure passerby. Is she really 90 in nature as the system says? "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you would like some tea? Or fruit juice? Bring me a mineral water." Okay, you wait a moment." After saying that it immediately turned around and trotted out. Soon Xiao Xia came into the reception room with mineral water on her butt again, only to see her enthusiastically help Jiang Chang unscrew the mineral water before handing it to Jiang Chang. "Please drink the water." Jiang Chang nodded towards her. "Thank you. You're welcome." Xiao Xia looked at Jiang Chang's handsome face and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to look at him squarely. She secretly took a deep breath and immediately picked up the tablet and inquired. "In 17 years? The price of a house in Rongqing is still more than $9,000 a square meter. And the price of a remote location is even lower. But more than $1 million for a house is at best only to buy a small household of more than 100 square meters. Then may I ask if you have any special requirements for the area?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "Just find some lots that are easy to rent out." "Then do you want to buy a furnished or rough house?" Obviously Xiaoxia's inquiry was very tactless and even a bit disorganized. But looking at the fact that Xiao Xiao was a first-timer, Zhang Cheng's patience was quite high and didn't pierce her with a pinch of salt. Whatever. I don't live by myself. A suitable price and location will do. Zhang Cheng's purpose of buying a house was to buy the wool of gathering these 5 primary blitz cards. As for whether the house was rented out or resold after buying it, it didn't matter. According to the current trend of house prices, in a few years, the house prices in Rongqing would double again. At that time, Zhang Cheng can use the price of nearly 20,000 square feet to sell out and earn a hand. Thinking about it, Zhang Cheng immediately felt that the decision to buy a house was too right. If 5 sets are bought in, the use of consumer blitz card at least can blitz out a few tens of millions of dollars in cash too. So think of the excitement of the moment. Some gill hair purple. Xiaoxia heard Zhang Cheng say so, after narrowing down the search area some more, picked out a few and handed them to Zhang Cheng. Mr. Zhang, take a look at these sets. These sets of house types and locations are very good. The neighborhood is also a commercial street. The office building place. The decoration style is also fashionable modern style. It is relatively easy to rent out. Zhang Cheng took Xiaoxia's tablet and looked at it. These sets picked by this girl are quite real. The price is between 900,000 and more than $1 million. However, the system gave the maximum amount of the primary storm card was 1 million, and the system also explicitly stipulated that more than 1 million would be invalid. At this time, looking at these houses with prices of more than $1 million, Zhang Cheng could not help but curse. This system is troublesome. Xiaoxia saw Zhang Cheng looking at his own selection of housing, frowned, hurriedly panicked and asked, Mr. Zhang, are you dissatisfied with anything? If you're not satisfied I can help you pick something else. Zhang Cheng shook his head. Although this house was good, but beyond $1 million, the system wouldn't let it be used. Chapter 4, A Rich and Powerful Life. Alas, people have to bow their heads under the system. Zhang Cheng pointed at the listings that were more than $1 million and asked, are these house prices still negotiable? Xiaoxia nodded in relief when she heard Zhang Cheng say this. It should still be negotiable. The sale of real estate, as long as it is not the kind of particularly urgent need to get out of the house. The general hanging prices are somewhat inflated, because once a buyer looks at it, when buying a house, it will inevitably also pressurize the price. So it is always necessary to hang the price on the high side, leaving some room for negotiation. This reasoning Zhang Cheng of course also understand. He nodded to Xia, said, this way, these 5 sets of more than 1 million. If you can negotiate down the price of 1 million per set I will buy. Seeing that Zhang Cheng wanted to buy 5 sets of houses in one go, Xiaoxia's eyes instantly widened in fear, and her rounded but underneath was even still a little bit unable to sit still, only to see her stuttering open her mouth to ask, this, are you talking about buying all 5 sets? Zhang Cheng nodded with a smile. You can buy them here, right? This, Mr. Zhang, right now the property is limited to purchase. If you want to buy 5 sets, is it all in your name? Zhang Cheng nodded. Yes, if 5 sets can be bought, you can go for full payment. See Zhang Cheng so say at this time she not only eyes more shocked even breathing also become a little short of breath. Full payment. Although Xiaoxia some do not believe, because Zhang Cheng's age seems to be about the same age as her. This age can come up with 5 million full payment to buy a house. Inwardly though she was skeptical, she didn't dare to say it, and even nodded. It should be possible to do it. I have to talk to our supervisor about this operation. In addition to the price issue I will try my best to help you keep it down. If the price can't reach 1 million a room I won't buy it. Understand? I won't buy even one more point. Can you negotiate it down? This question asked Xiaoxia instantly lost some confidence. Although these prices originally had room for negotiation. But one of these 5 suites was priced at 1,090,000. The difference was a direct difference of 90,000. While the other several differences were in the range of 40,000 to $50,000. This price if they let their supervisor out if the estimate can be negotiated down. But she is now just a newcomer, and does not have a lot of certainty, only to see her say with some lack of confidence, this, I'll give it a try. Although she was also eager to take the commission for these sets of houses, this eagerness was not something that boosted her self-confidence. Don't you need to take a look first? Zhang Cheng shook his head. There was no telling how much time it would take to look at so many sets, and he wasn't going to live there himself. Don't look at it. If you can buy it, when the time comes, or entrust you to just put it on rent directly. Xiaoxia saw Zhang Cheng so quick, dull head immediately like a chicken pecking rice general nodding. It was the first time she had seen someone who was so casual about buying a house, and that relaxed look was just like buying food in a vegetable market. Could it be that $5 million is now the same as pocket money for these big city people? Zhang Cheng asked with some curiosity. Listen to your accent is not a local, right? Seeing Jiang Chang so asked, Xiaoxia embarrassed nodded. Naive smile a little bit some inferiority complex said, I am Tianfu Ganzi Tibetan area out. Jiang Chang looked at Xiaoxia's dress and speech and behavior and nodded with understanding. Although that place has beautiful scenery, but it is no different from isolation. All are big mountains and rivers. The economy is not good. No wonder Xiaoxia came out to work at the age of 19. Jiang Chang looked at this old model cell phone in Xiaoxia's hand that had been broken by the fall. He couldn't help but frown. Under the same age, even if he was surrounded by classmates from ordinary families who were sunny and optimistic, Jiang Chang was still the first time to meet a girl like Xiaoxia who came out from the mountains. Thinking so often improvised and said, let's do it this way. You try to help me talk about it. If you can talk about the price to $1 million, those extra differences, how about I give it to you separately? Xiaoxia listened to Jiang Chang. This immediately froze. Jiang Chang's meaning of 1.09 million of the house. If she can talk about $1 million deal, that the other part of the difference in price directly to her meaning? But Jiang Chang to buy is 5 suites. If all the difference in price are posted to her, that at least have hundreds of thousands of dollars. This, Mr. Jiang, are you telling the truth? The difference in price of 5 suites is hundreds of thousands of dollars. This money you want to give me? Although Xiaoxia was very excited and wanted it in her heart, she really didn't think to understand. What was the difference between this kind of purchase and his Jiang Chang's direct purchase? Why would Jiang Chang give this money to himself? To their own extremely unconfident Xiaoxia naturally do not think that Jiang Chang can look at himself. After all, in her eyes she is so vulgar ordinary. With Jiang Chang such a big handsome man simply does not match. Jiang Chang saw Xiaoxia's doubts. In fact, he did not want to be so troublesome. But the 5 card restrictions written above is the maximum limit amount of 1 million. More than invalid. If he wanted to use these cards he still had to press the price down to 1 million. Although he could pay 1 million first, then use the Blitz card, then pay the other part of the difference. But instead of giving this money to those rich owners, it would be better to give her to Xiaoxia in front of him. Anyway, the money is always going to be spent. And wouldn't it be better to give it to a girl who came out of the big mountains? It couldn't be helped. Jiang Chang was just easier to fraternize with these poor women. I know what your doubts are, but today is a very special day in my life. It just so happens that I'm in a good mood. I'll just stab you with a fortune. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiaoxia was instantly touched and her eyes reddened. Jiang Chang was the first stranger she had met who was so kind to her. After coming to the big city, she felt that there was really a gap between people, especially the first time she took the train to Rongqing. She remembered that she was wearing a set of half-used clothes, and her dry food on the road was homemade steamed buns and a thermos cup of warm water. But the little kid sitting across from her was wearing brand new clothes, eating a KFC burger that she had never eaten before, and drinking milk tea that she had never had in more than 10 years. That was the first time in her life that she felt the gap between people was like a chasm. How small she was in this city. When she arrived here, she could hardly find a good job because of her lack of education. After several months of dishwasher Zhou, the boss's wife of the hotel, to see her pour through the relationship to introduce her to the agency's work. And in order to save money, meals are bought the cheapest lunchbox. Even the young people's favorite milk tea she did not want to buy a cup. Normally, she was often met with blank stares and even ridicule from other co-workers because of her extremely frugal food and clothing. However, she never thought that Jiang Chang, such a strange customer, would actually lend her a helping hand at the first meeting. Although Xiaoxia wanted to refuse, but the blow of poverty made her unable to open her mouth. For people who are afraid of being poor, obviously there is a piece of wealth that can make her turn over. Why should she stretch out her hand to push this wealth out? Xiaoxia bit her lower lip gratefully and said to Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, thank you, I will definitely try my best. You sit down for a while. I will now immediately contact the owners of these properties. Seeing Xiaoxia so excited, Jiang Chang didn't make any reaction, waving his hand towards her to signal her to hurry up and do it. And then he lowered his head and played with his cell phone on his own, only to see her immediately turn around and trot over in the direction of the supervisor's room. After reporting this matter to the supervisor, that supervisor was also shocked, but he soon reacted and immediately took out his cell phone and followed Xia to contact those homeowners. At this time, heard these movements of the male agent eyes revealed a deep sense of remorse. I didn't expect him to be so passive once, was picked up by others. The male agent even remorse slapped himself several big mouth. You know that even for a few $100,000, most people still need a loan, let alone 5 million. Covering his somewhat distended face looking at his cell phone. Grass. Just for this picture, he even spent $100, but as a result, this thing doesn't look as good as an abalone, and looking at it makes him want to just smash the phone. If he had known that he should have gotten up and received Jiang Chang, maybe the tens of thousands of dollars in commission would be his now. If you have tens of thousands of dollars, you still need to look at it through the cell phone. Chapter 5, Packing 5 Houses. Seeing that their supervisor valued this order so much, maybe these houses would really be sold later. After the male supervisor walked into the reception room, he immediately extended his hand towards Jiang Chang and said warmly, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the supervisor here. Jiang Yuan, thank you very much for choosing us. Lover's Home. Supervisor Jiang." "Hello." Jiang Yuan looked at the table in the reception room with only a bottle of water on it. His eyes glanced unhappily at Xia and said in a reproachful tone, "Why don't you make tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you entertain guests?" Xiao Xia immediately panicked and turned on the hot water on the desk. "I'm sorry, supervisor. I'll immediately make tea for Mr. Jiang now. How can you use these tea leaves? Quickly go to my office and bring me that rainy day dragon well that is placed on the top floor." Seeing Jiang Yuan showing unusual enthusiasm, Jiang Chang waved his hand. "No need to bother. I'm not used to drinking that." Jiang Yuan smiled curtly at his words. There weren't many in their Rongqing who could come up with $5 million to buy a house in full at such a young age. Although he didn't know the bottom line of Jiang Chang's family yet, this kind of person couldn't be an ordinary family. "You are really young and grounded." Jiang Yuan immediately made a wink at Xia after patting Jiang Chang on the back. "Although the client said he doesn't drink, you can't really just not prepare. After all, this society's connections are equal to money connections, and a lot of convenient relationships can't be made with money. For example, there is a relative inside your family who is the director of the hospital. There is a director in the office of the office of the office of the director. There is a big brother in the law enforcement division of your family, etc. These connections don't come about just because you have money. If someday you need these connections, you can only rely on these so-called connections to make introductions. The top rich people have more elites in their families than ordinary people, so the advantage of making friends with rich people lies in this. They have all kinds of channels to get the most up-to-date information. Not only can they advise you on business, but when you run into big trouble, they may also be able to rely on those relationships to give you a hand. Although it is not possible to form a high-quality and reliable relationship just by buying and selling houses, but for these people who have climbed the social ladder, as long as there is a slight chance, they will be willing to give it a try. Xiaoxia received Jiang Yuan's hint this time and immediately walked out smartly. Jiang Chang naturally saw the small movements of the two of them, but he remained calm. People who could achieve the position of supervisor were naturally smooth and skillful in dealing with the world. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, "Supervisor Jiang, how's the talk going?" "You can rest assured that it has been negotiated. The housing you fancy is not far away in this neighborhood. There are 2 sets that are owned by the same landlord. The other landlords have also made an appointment and are on their way." Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, this efficiency is already considered very high. Jiang Yuan fawned towards Jiang Chang while receiving the rainforest dragon well that Xia Xia brought over and asked, "Mr. Jiang is a local?" Jiang Chang nodded lightly. That's not a coincidence. So am I. It can be really fateful." Jiang Chang just smiled gently. At the supervisor's words, he didn't take it to heart. After all, in this world there is Yuan and there is fate. The next time will be in and Jiang Yuan's small talk to pass the time. I have to say that can achieve the supervisor of this position of people talk is skillful. He both want to set out from your mouth your family background and ask very politely will not let you the slightest have a hint of discomfort. However, Jiang Chang is a person who has been reborn again, and in his last life, he was a person who has crawled in the society for a few years, although not as old as their age, but still more than enough to cope with interpersonal relations. Soon after, several homeowners finally arrived one after another. After arriving at the hospitality room, several middle-aged people who were somewhat well-dressed looked at Jiang Chang and couldn't help but reveal expressions of surprise. The young man in front of them was even younger than they had imagined. It was almost as if he was in his early 20s as their own children. But there were just too many low-key rich people nowadays. For people who are in a hurry to sell their house, a difference of a few tens of thousands of dollars in price is very common, and soon a few people were able to talk it over. After the negotiation, a few people are ready to go to the real estate office to register the formalities. After a series of conversations plus formalities, finally Jiang Chang signed 5 transfer contracts with the 4 of them. The total price of the 5 houses is $5 million. The brokerage fee Jiang Chang paid 1%, and the original owner also paid 1%. So Xiaoxia receives 2 points of brokerage fee, a total of 100,000 yuan. Since the time is still early, a few people and took the car to the nearby housing authority to pay the taxes and other procedures. In the male supervisor of the relationship between the lead, the process is very smooth, and did not suffer a little obstruction. More than an hour down 5 sets of houses are smooth transfer. As long as waiting for other formalities down after Jiang Chang will be able to get the real estate license. When Jiang Chang transferred money to each person at the same time and used the primary storm card, a system prompts began to ring out. Ding! Primary Blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 15 times. The amount of the Blitz is $15 million. Ding! Primary Blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 10 times. The storm amount is $10 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 40 times. The storm amount is $40 million. Ding! Primary Blitz card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 10 times. The storm amount is $10 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blitz times 10. The storm amount is $10 million. Chapter 6, It's My Luck to Meet You. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level once again. Every second that the host exists in the world gains 0.8 yuan. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 85 points. Level, 6. System reserve, 4, 890 yuan. Can withdraw cash at any time. System, $0. 8 per second. System. Upgrading experience, 5 million/10 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompts instantly excited. Gil was purple again. Consumed 5 million. Stormed out 85 million. In just one day's time, he owned 5 houses, and his fortune went straight to hundreds of millions. Jiang Chang said that in the future, the benefits of this kind of Blitz card please more and more. And now the system had directly jumped and upgraded to level 6. The 0.8 yuan that he gained every second, 48 yuan a minute, was close to $70,000 a day. Could this be the life after the opening? After the process was completed, those few original owners and supervisors all took the initiative to add Jiang Chang's prestige and contact number. After adding the prestige and then put forward the request to invite Jiang Chang to dinner. But Jiang Chang naturally politely refused one by one. Jiang Chang said toward Xiaoxia, you come with me for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chang had politely declined their invitation, but then called out to the young Xiaoxia, several people had revealed a look of realization. The male supervisor even woke up and said toward Xiaoxia, Mr. Jiang helped you complete the commission of 5 sweets. You have to treat Mr. Jiang to a meal tonight. You don't need to go to the company side today, and keep Mr. Jiang company well. Xiaoxia nodded her head with a somewhat flustered and well-behaved voice. Yes, I understand, supervisor. After the group of people left, Xiaoxia again bowed somewhat nervously to Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, I'm really very grateful to you. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Chang waved his hand. Give me your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Xiaoxia knew what Jiang Chang meant. In fact, at the beginning she was indeed very eager to get that difference in price that Jiang Chang had said. However, at this time she has already gotten 2 points commission. Although this commission to hand will also share some with the company, but there are also several tens of thousands. Moreover, from beginning to end she didn't play much of a role. At most it is an errand boy. The person who really negotiates the price is their supervisor. And now she wants to ask for Jiang Chang's money again. She feels a little embarrassed. No need. Mr. Jiang, I already have a commission. I can't ask you for money again. I've already received the reward. Xiaoxia said sincerely. Jiang Chang read Xiaoxia's inner tangle. Although not all the children out of the big mountains are kind and heartless, but at this time Jiang Chang knew that Xiaoxia was such a person. You can think clearly. This society is not all the time can meet this kind of opportunity. You are not every time can be so lucky. Meet people like me. It is possible that the next time you meet the customer smack you will not ask questions, or to you to put forward some of the requirements of the purchase of real estate, such as the requirement for you to accompany people. I said this money to you. You'd better take it. Life is not so much opportunity. Meet it, grasp it. Don't wait for the time when you need money later and then regret. Jiang Chang's realistic words immediately woke up Xiaoxia, only to see her originally naive and clear eyes all of a sudden changed into panic. She naturally understood the male supervisor's words that told her to keep Jiang Chang company, and this phenomenon wasn't a secret within their real estate transactions. And she also felt that Jiang Chang said right. This society is not an ivory tower. Hard work and honesty and kindness cannot be exchanged for money. On the contrary, as long as you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering. Her own family's condition is not good. What qualification does she have to think about other people? Even more so, what qualification was there to refuse the pie that fell from the sky? Xiaoxia lowered her head and looked at the small bag she bought at the roadside stall. Gritting her teeth, she unzipped it and found out her new bank card that she had made a while ago and handed it to Jiang Chang, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, it's my luck to meet you." Jiang Chang took Xiaoxia's bank card, opened the mobile banking, and quickly transferred the 350 0.000 difference to Xiaoxia. In fact, Jiang Chang is not a saintly mother. His initial intention is only to let Xiaoxia help him to the price of the house to 1 million only. After all, compared to buy 80 or 90,000 houses, 5 sets of 1 million houses storm more exaggerated multiples. And the fact is also true. Jiang Chang used these 5 sets of houses to get 85 million rewards. So this 350,000 to Xiaoxia Jiang Chang does not hurt at all. Transferred. I'll leave first. I hope you'll meet more good luck in Rongqing in the future. Xiaoxia received her bank card. Her poor family had gained 350,000 in one afternoon. The shock was just too big for her, making her a little overwhelmed for a moment. Looking at Jiang Chang's departing figure, Xiaoxia gathered her courage and chased after him. Mr. Jiang, can I add your contact information? Seeing Jiang Chang staring at himself, Xiaoxia blushed scarlet and lowered her head. I know that such an ordinary girl like me may not be qualified to add your prestige. If you are free in the future, I would like to sincerely invite you to a meal. Do you think it's okay? Xiaoxia's mouth was dumb as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head as he looked at Xiaoxia's stupid appearance with her head down staring intently at the ground. After looking at Xiaoxia's friendly value towards himself, it actually rose directly from 50 points to 78 points. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and opened his QR code. Scan it. I don't have time today. Next time I have time to find you for dinner. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang agree and immediately took out her own cell phone. Flustered, she clicked on WeiXin and quickly scanned Jiang Chang's QR code. Just then, the system prompted with a ding sound. Due to the very reasonable choice of your first consumption, the system rewards the host with unclogging card. Use this line of cards on any goddess whose face value exceeds 90 points. You will get the pleasure doubling function. The card will calculate the cashback based on the frequency plus the satisfaction of the other party. The number of times the secondary card is used is limited to once. Jiang Chang looked at such a card, suddenly felt that the system was messing with colors. Is this the sparing of his own imagination? He shouldn't have misunderstood, right? But is this system a proper system? Why teach yourself to mess with colors? But in the way of the pressure of money, Jiang Chang still decided to find a chance to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chang drove his car to the parking garage of the mall near his house. After all, there is a car for no reason. If the parents found out, this is not a sentence or two can explain clearly. Royal View neighborhood. Jiang Chang returned home, only to see the mom at this time is from the kitchen inside the end out of a plate cut fruit plate. Seeing Jiang Chang enter the door, Mom Li Yan looked him up and down. Yo, I thought who? Still remember to go home ah. Hearing Li Yan's slightly complaining tone, Jiang Chang curtly picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite. Mom, the watermelon bought today is quite sweet. Not bad. Li Yan gave him a blank look, snatched the plate and walked to the living room, placing the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Chang also followed behind and called out Dad. Jiang Jianming didn't say anything, and after giving Jiang Chang a look, he asked, didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip? Have you thought about where to go? For the reaction of the too old Jiang Chang is not much of a reaction, although he is the only son of the family, but since childhood they are almost a free-range state of Jiang Chang. But this is also thanks to Jiang Chang usually did not do anything out of the ordinary, so the two people on Jiang Chang is very assured. Jiang Chang said while eating a chilled watermelon, I want to go to Mordor. After looking around or absolutely choose a more prosperous area. I want to enroll in Mordor University. First go over to see how the environment is. Jiang Jianming didn't have an opinion after hearing this. You make your own decision on this matter. Let your mom transfer the traveling expenses to you. You can see for yourself. Hearing this, Li Yan gave Jiang Jianming a blank look and complained. He's just spoiled by you. However, although her mouth said so, her hand did directly pick up the cell phone to transfer $30,000 to Jiang Chang's prestige. Looking at the lighted prestige tip, Jiang Chang nonchalantly accepted his parents' love and said to them with a smile, thank you, Mom and Dad. Chapter 7, Schoolgirl Zhouing. The next day Jiang Chang drove the Porsche directly to the airport in Rongqing. As for the parking fee of $200 a day, Jiang Chang said he was not worried at all. After checking the ticket, Jiang Chang walked into the entrance of the economy class. For the airplane ticket, the most leftover tickets every day should be the most expensive first class. However, today's airplane ticket is very abnormal. First class is not left, only left the economy class ticket. So Jiang Chang could only buy economy class tickets. In fact, he wasn't looking down on economy class. However, there is a big man said, the first class and economy class of the airplane will arrive at the end of the same. But if you sit in the first class, you will be more likely to meet a variety of business opportunities. Although Jiang Chang wasn't interested in these so-called business opportunities at the moment, the reason he wanted to sit in first class was very simple, spacious and comfortable. unlike the dense economy class in front of him, which was generally so crowded. Like him, this meter-8 big man is really not suitable to sit in the economy class. At this time he sat in the aisle of the economy class position, only to feel the legs and feet are not convenient to straighten. Sitting is very suffocating. In Jiang Chang helpless long pouting and sighing time, suddenly there is a girl in front of him stood, only to see that girl with a pleasant and melodious voice coming from above her head. Are you Jiang Chang? Jiang Chang raised his head at the sound of her voice, and at this look, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhou Ying? Zhou Ying was his high school classmate, and was also the school flower of their session. Jiang Chang was a little surprised that Zhou Ying could recognize him, although the two people were in the same class, but in these 3 years, Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying didn't have any interactions or even spoke a word. There is no other reason. High school 3 years Jiang Chang is devoted to Zhao Jia's body, abide by the male morality. Although Zhou Ying's beauty is very dazzling, but in his simple age, Jiang Chang's eyes is to think that Zhao Jia is the most beautiful, but now he is not the Jiang Chang of that time, although Zhao Jia's face value is also good, but put together with Zhou Ying comparison, suddenly dimmed a lot. Today's Zhou Ying is wearing a white short top, and underneath she is wearing milk pants plus a pair of simple sneakers. The body wear was very ordinary though, but the tight jeans set off her tall figure and long white legs to the fullest, coupled with the proud upper body in front of her. It was extremely full of impact, possessing such a wobbly figure. On the other hand, her waist was like a willow-thin strip, surplus to requirements. The exaggerated contrasting curves of the two gave a great impact, making Jiang Chang unable to help but feel a dizziness in front of his eyes. He couldn't wait to directly bury himself in Zhou Ying's proud embrace. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself, Zhou Ying's shell teeth slightly loosened, lightly biting the pink delicate lips. This naive demeanor, coupled with white skin, exquisite small features, slightly curled black long hair, a goddess of the breath immediately came. Seeing that Jiang Chang was still sitting, Zhou Ying pointed to the position next to Jiang Chang and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sitting right next to you." Such a coincidence? Jiang Chang immediately raised his eyebrows and stood up to make room for Zhou Ying. Thanks. After sitting down, she took the initiative to speak to Jiang Chang. I was temporarily thinking of going to Magic City last night, and when I bought the ticket, there was only one ticket left, so I didn't expect to be able to sit with you. Zhou Ying had just finished speaking. A young man with a head full of hair wax walked over towards the two of them, only to see him look at the seat number and then take a look at Zhou Ying. His eyes couldn't help but light up directly. After all, the school flower level beauty understood, put in the crowd is definitely the most dazzling kind of existence. Only to see that boy some excitement to Zhou Ying said, "This beautiful young lady, please can I make a move? I'm sitting right next to you." Seeing that man say that, Zhou Ying froze for a moment and hurriedly stood up. "Thank you. It's really my honor to travel with such a beautiful young lady like you." Looking at the man with a lewd face saying this, Zhou Ying instantly frowned with some disgust. Jiang Chang, who was on the side, looked at this scene and instantly laughed. He pulled Zhou Ying over and then switched places with her. Zhou Ying was a bit confused by Jiang Chang's action. Seeing Zhou Ying looking at herself, Jiang Chang laughed softly and patted his thighs, saying, "Why, haven't I sat in my seat enough? Why don't you sit up?" Zhou Ying immediately understood Jiang Chang's meaning and smiled gratefully towards Jiang Chang with a slightly red face. That boy saw that the woman who looked like a flower had been replaced by Jiang Chang, and his face instantly pulled down, only to see that boy dissatisfied opened his mouth. "Brother, this position should be that beautiful woman, right? It's not allowed to change seats on an airplane. Did I not make myself clear enough? There's no need to explain to you about the two of us." That man's face became even more gloomy after being disliked by Jiang Chang, but seeing as Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying did seem to be acquainted with each other, he thought about it and then stopped talking. After he coughed dryly, he still accosted Zhou Ying. "This beautiful woman, what are you doing in Magic City?" Seeing that the man still wanted to chat with herself from a seat away, Zhou Ying's frown deepened, but she still opened her mouth to reply politely. "Sort of a job. You're working at such a young age? It looks like the two of us should be about the same age. I just graduated. My name is Qianshan. This time I'm traveling to Magic City." Zhou Ying laughed dryly before looking at Jiang Chang and asking, "Jiang Chang, what about you? Nothing to do at home. Came out to take a look around." Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Zhou Ying said enviously, "That's great. So you went on a trip." Before Jiang Chang could say anything, Qianshan interjected, "I've been to Magic City many times. If you want to go and play, I can introduce some places to you, or I can take you to play as well." "Beautiful girl. He, no need for that. I'm there to work, not to travel." Seeing Zhou Ying rejecting herself, Qianshan was not annoyed, still not dead set on showing off her travel experience. "Not me. Magic City is a place with a lot of pitfalls. If you are less experienced, it is easy to be cheated. I was like this when I first came here. and now I have summed up my experience. For example, living in a hotel is a big deal. See, two people again did not take care of him. Chen or Cheeky said, I get off the plane, will have the hotel arrangements to pick up the plane. Very convenient. This hotel is my parents to help me arrange. How about it? You guys live in which hotel? Or later I will let them by the way to drive you there? Otherwise, taking a taxi at the airport is very expensive. Seeing Qianxin showing off that the hotel he was staying at had a pickup service, Jiang Chang instantly laughed. He could sort of hear what he meant, meaning that he was booking a suite of rooms that belonged to the more expensive kind. This should be secretly showing them his financial strength. Jiang Chang shook his head. No need. The room I booked also has a pickup service. Seeing that Jiang Chang was once again breaking down the stage, Qianxin smiled sarcastically. Oh, I wonder which hotel you booked. Yang Yunaman. Jiang Chang replied indifferently. Qianxin frowned after Jiang Chang said this. What kind of hotel? Never heard of it. Raising clouds. Qianxin subconsciously wanted to disparage the hotel where Jiang Chang lived, but immediately silenced after reacting. Chapter 8. You sound like you're not a rich kid? Aman is a nationally recognized hotel. It is also very famous in the Magic City, and he has naturally heard of it. Each of the Aman's hotels had been carefully designed by specialized designers, and their hotels are only stationed in some cities with spending power, and the design style of the Aman hotel in each city is different, making the buildings even more different. The Aman in Magic City has a very special story. Every brick and tile inside has a deep historical origin. According to the official website, more than 10,000 camphor trees and the design of the ancient house come from the ancient town of Shijiang village, which is more than 700 kilometers away from Mordor. Due to the influence of geography, social environment and the construction of reservoirs, this ancient town is about to sink to the bottom of the lake under the flooding. However, there are more than 50 rare ancient houses in the town, which were built in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and are of great value for preservation. When the philanthropists and businessmen in Magic City learned of this incident, they launched a large-scale appeal and jointly spent $3 billion to transfer all these historical relics, which had existed for thousands of years, to Aman, the capital of Magic City. This move not only preserved a large number of historical relics, but also elevated the humanistic and cultural heritage of Aman and Mordor to a higher level. Zhouing had also stayed there with her parents a few years ago, so she had some understanding of Aman. Zhouing sniffed and said towards Jiang Chang, Aman I've been to with my parents before, but we went to the Aman Hotel in Kyoto, not the one in Mordor. It's really nice inside, and the service is good, but there was no pickup when we went there. Jiang Chang shrugged. It's also the first time I booked this hotel, but yesterday they called me and said there was a pickup service. I thought it was all there. Then the one you booked is probably the more expensive one. We used to book one that was over 9,000 a night, but there was no pickup yet. So that's how it is. I booked a courtyard villa, Jiang Chang said lightly. Zhouing couldn't help but hear this and her eyes widened. Villa model? Do you live by yourself? Jiang Chang nodded. Yeah. Wow. The villa model should be the most expensive suite. Right. Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Zhouing gave Jiang Chang a surprised look. Come on. Say it like you're not a rich second generation. Zhouing was not only the school flower of their school, but also a very famous rich second generation in their class. Usually there were always all kinds of luxury cars picking her up and dropping her off at school. Bentley, BMW, Mercedes. At their simple age, Zhouing had already been carrying LV backpacks and wearing Gucci sneakers. Because of this, although Zhouing's long beautiful academic performance is also very good, but very few boys take the initiative to chase her. Because of her such conditions of the proud girl, the general average of the boys in front of her will only young inferiority complex. Talk about the courage to say like. But in the second year of high school when I heard that their family accident, specifically what happened Jiang Chang is not too clear. I only know that there was no more limousine to take her to and from school. Jiang Chang thought of this and felt as if he had said the wrong thing. Moreover, Zhouing seemed to have just said that she was going to work. Could it be that their family was already in difficulty to this extent? After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Zhou Ying's expression was unnatural for a moment, but she soon returned to normal, only to see her say with a bitter smile, where am I still considered a rich second generation? My family used to be rich when my parents couldn't afford to open a courtyard villa. When Qianxin saw Zhouing and Jiang Chang discussing the 80,000 a night courtyard villa without the slightest burden, his face suddenly changed colors. At this moment, he couldn't help but murmur inwardly, these two people couldn't really be second generation rich, right? How come the topic of discussion was so high-end? And also live 80,000 a night in Yan Yunaman? If it was true then he must not die of embarrassment. After secretly glancing at Jiang Chang, and finding that neither of them noticed him, Qianxin immediately turned his head and pretended to sleep. no longer daring to say anything. Although I don't know whether Jiang Chang has bragged about it, but what if it's true? Seeing that Qianshan did not interrupt again, the two people began to chat about school things. After all, we have been in the same class for 3 years. There are a lot of topics about school, and it will not be awkward. More than 2 hours passed in a flash. During this time, Jiang Chang used the friendly value scanning system to take a look at Zhou. Name, Zhou. Age, 18 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Face value, 96. Body, 96. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 75. Friendship status. Looking at the scanning system, Jiang Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I did not expect Zhou Ying's height is actually so high. If you wear another pair of 10 centimeter high heels, shall not be as high as yourself. But this body is really top. Actually up to 96 points. The key is to be able to hit the nail on the head. It is simply a plus. And the most unexpected thing for Jiang Chang was that Zhou Ying's friendly value towards herself was actually as high as 75 points. Could it be that Zhou Ying was usually paying attention to herself? To know that ordinary classmate relationship is generally only 65 points. Surprised Jiang Chang again, thankful that he has a friendly value scanning system, because there is this, he realized that he is also quite popular with the girls. Soon the airplane will arrive at the Magic City airport. At this time, as the baggage check-in place, Jiang Chang is thoughtful to help Zhou Ying looking for luggage. See Jiang Chang only with a small bag. Zhou Ying some will be puzzled to ask, "You do not have luggage?" Jiang Chang nodded. "Only a set of clothes." Zhou Ying sniffed and envied again. "It's just convenient for you boys to go out." Right at this moment, the pickup call from Raising Cloud Amon came over. After picking up the call, they only saw a gentle girl's voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the private butler of the Ting Villa you booked, Wang Yuyan, and I'm already waiting for you over here at the exit." "Okay, I'm almost out now." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, there's no rush. We're waiting for your arrival." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "I'm going to stay at my friend's house. It might not be that close to Yang Yun Amon over there." "That's fine. I don't have any arrangements today, and the pickup car doesn't cost anything anyway." Zhou Ying thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Thank you then. There should be quite a lot of people taking a taxi now. It's not too good to take a taxi either. We are all classmates. No need to be polite." Zhou Ying didn't think otherwise. She only felt that Jiang Chang was quite nice. After all, she knew about Jiang Chang and Zhao Jia, and it was said that Jiang Chang was particularly good to Zhao Jia, and together with the same class for 3 years did not see Jiang Chang on their own ideas. If not happened to sit on the same airplane, Zhou Ying thinks Jiang Chang should not take the initiative to take care of themselves. The reason why she has an impression of Jiang Chang, it is because Jiang Chang in their class belongs to the sunny and cheerful type of boy, and people long and tall and handsome. Basketball is also playing well, not only with a lot of boys good relationship, but also very popular with the girls. In that age of spring, Zhou Ying usually more or less will also pay some attention to Jiang Chang. Chapter 9, Personal Butler Manager. When the two walked to the exit, they saw someone holding up a pickup sign with Jiang Chang's name on it. Jiang Chang walked over with Zhou Ying and spoke. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chang." After hearing the voice, the pair of white hands holding up the sign were lowered, revealing a delicate and small face. I didn't expect that the one holding up the sign was actually a beautiful woman. Although her face value wasn't as good as Zhou Ying, who scored 96 points, this kind of looks was definitely a unique existence when placed in a crowd. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Wang Yuyan. I'm the private housekeeper manager of the Ting Villa you booked." Wang Yuyan respectfully bowed towards Jiang Chang. Every set of courtyard villa of Yang Yun Amon was thoughtfully accompanied by a private butler manager. Just that I didn't expect that it was still a beautiful butler manager. Jiang Chang imperceptibly glanced at Wang Yuyan, only to see her wearing a black small suit uniform two-piece set. The typical OL dress-up set off her bumpy figure to the fullest. Especially the pair of long slender white legs underneath were still wearing black stockings, which was even more evocative. Jiang Chang shifted his gaze after only one look. After all, Jiang Chang was a good man, and at this moment, there was still Zhou Ying standing beside him. Although he also likes to look at beautiful women, but a good man just can't stare straight at others. Sure enough, when Zhou Ying saw Jiang Chang looking at herself without looking away, her inner favorability towards Jiang Chang rose a little more. At this time, she felt that Jiang Chang is not the kind of very important to the appearance of the boys. After all, his family is so rich and he is so dedicated. While Wang Yuyan was greeting Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, Qianshan was sneaking around behind Jiang Chang. Although he hadn't spoken to Jiang Chang after hearing that he had booked a courtyard villa for $80,000 a night, he still didn't want to talk to them without seeing it with his own eyes. But he still didn't believe it at all without seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Jiang Chang was too young and dressed inconspicuously. If he found out that Jiang Chang had blown his load, he would have jumped right out and mocked him. But the truth didn't give him this opportunity. When he watched Wang Yuyan bring two people to help Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying carry their luggage onto the Rolls-Royce pickup car, his face turned even whiter, and he immediately and quickly hid behind the pillar at the entrance, fearing that Jiang Chang would find out that he was following them. He didn't think that what Jiang Chang said was actually true. According to the information he had found out, only those who had booked a courtyard villa at Yongyun could get a free pickup from their Rolls-Royce. If you booked another room type but you wanted to enjoy Amon's pickup service, then you would have to spend an extra $8,000 to get their Rolls-Royce Phantom's pickup service. Although Qian Shinran was hiding in fear, the reality was that Jiang Chang had long since left him behind, not to mention caring about any other moves he made after getting off the plane. After all, it was just an insignificant passerby. What did he care about him for? At this moment, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Ying after getting into the Rolls-Royce, "By the way, where is your friend's address?" "Over in Pudong. Manager Wang. Send her to the Pudong side first." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuyan immediately nodded her head quickly in agreement. Jiang Chang was a user of their Ting Villa, and Jiang Chang was also a customer who had booked for a week in a row. The 560,000 room rate naturally included transportation. That is, if Jiang Chang wanted her to run errands for the whole day, she had to do it as well. Sent Zhou Ying to the destination after Zhou Ying took out the cell phone to Jiang Chang said, "Jiang Chang, thank you. Add a prestige it. There is time I invite you to dinner." Zhou Ying took the initiative to add a Wi-Fi. Jiang Chang naturally would not excuse himself. "Good you said. You have to remember." Zhou Ying smiled and nodded after scanning Jiang Chang's QR code. "That's a must. Thank you for today." A show of hands. "Then you go up. I'll leave first." It was already more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to Yongyun, and I only ate a very simple airplane meal on the plane at noon. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Wang Yuyan arranged a very stomach-warming and nutritious dinner for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang drank a light green vegetable porridge plus various Amon's signature dishes, while Wang Yuyan was attentively helping Jiang Chang introduce a few dishes on the side. It just felt very comfortable. "Mr. Jiang, this is the South African abalone. This dish combines abalone and Western-style egg tart, and then doused with white seafood juice on top. This dish is rated very high. You try it." Jiang Chang looked at the South African abalone, his eyebrows raised. His tongue couldn't help but move a little. "Looks good. Quite fat." Jiang Chang picked up a fork and inserted it directly, then ate it with a shivering mouthful. "How's it?" "Well, not bad. The meat is firm. Just a bit salty." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, adjust the flavor properly next time." Seeing that Jiang Chang had almost eaten, Wang Yuyan opened her mouth and asked, "Mr. Jiang, tonight we happen to have a reception at Amman. You as our hotel's super VIP customer have an invitation. The invitation is on the table. If you are interested you can go." "What is the theme of the reception?" "This is mainly to invite our hotel's platinum-level customers to hold a cocktail party. We can get to know each other inside the exchange a bit. The cocktail party will also have a small auction party. This auction will auction some of the more precious jewelry and so on. The scene will please authoritative appraisers and notaries to witness. If you have what is more expensive things, as our VIP it is also possible to take it out as an auction item for sale." Jiang Chang nodded his head after hearing that he understood. "The reception has started now?" "It's already started. I'll show you the way if you want to go. I should be able to go in with such casual attire, right?" Jiang Chang asked as he looked at the white t-shirt he was wearing. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and said, "That's of course. Our reception this time is only for internal VIP customers, so there aren't any special requirements." Jiang Chang stood up and nodded. "Let's go then." Wang Yuyan nodded and led Jiang Chang onto the sightseeing bus at the entrance. The area of Amman was really too big, and it was really possible to walk for more than 10 minutes. Soon the sightseeing bus arrived in front of the door in another direction. At the entrance of the reception stood several security personnel in black suits. Inside the courtyard, there were many waiters carrying trays of food in and out. Wang Yuyan said respectfully to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, this way please." After saying that, Wang Yuyan took the hot stamped invitation and said to the security at the door, "This is the VIP of our Ting Villa's titanium card. Mr. Jiang Chang." The security personnel didn't even look at Wang Yuyan's invitation after receiving it and directly bowed and extended his hand to Jiang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, good evening. Inside please." Jiang Chang nodded towards Wang Yuyan. "Thank you, housekeeper Wang." "You're welcome. Have a good time." Jiang Chang stepped into the courtyard of the reception alone. He only saw that there were only 2 or 3 people inside the courtyard at the moment walking around casually with red wine glasses. On both sides inside the courtyard, there were long tables with white tablecloths filled with buffet food. A wide array of delicacies were placed on them. King crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon brisket, steaks, salads. Chapter 10, Enamel Watch. As they walked forward, they heard a few sounds of the host's microphone shouting the price. Stepping into the hall of the house, one could only see a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center, the soft light illuminating the whole room. In the center of the stage stood a female host in a red dress, who was selling a green emerald no matter what sign and shouting the price. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this lady. Jiang Cheng slowly surveyed his surroundings. At this time everyone was focusing on the auction items on the stage, so no one noticed him. After looking around he casually found a seat on a chair at the back and sat down. The layout of the auction in front of him was not grand. Obviously not the kind of serious and grand auction venue. It was like a small auction with a cocktail party, but there were a lot of people raising their hands to bid, so the atmosphere was not bad. The next auction is still a pricey jewelry. After several rounds of uninteresting bidding, Jiang Cheng felt a little bored, mainly because there is nothing he looked on. Jiang Cheng got up and stood up, about to be ready to go out. Just at this time, the booth replaced a Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch. The female auctioneer introduced this watch. This enamel watch is the private collection of Ms. Un, a top watch collector. As we all know, although the price of Patek Philippe's enamel watches is not high, but the design of each enamel is a unique one of a kind, which means that after the design of each enamel, only one watch is made, so you don't have to worry about the emergence of collision, said Jiang Cheng. This enamel watch's starting price for today's auction is 500,000 starting price. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Bidding begins. Jiang Cheng listened to this price with a little surprise, not because of the cheap and surprised. On the contrary, this a few is actually a little expensive, because Patek Philippe's enamel watch official release price as long as more than 100,000 can take, and Patek Philippe every year will launch a few unique enamel watches, but the world is so big. These enamel watches every time is not yet on the shelves will be directly by some super VIP users to direct booking. Ordinary buyers simply do not have the opportunity to buy, so like suddenly can understand why it in the secondary market or auction price will be so high. After all, things are rare is expensive. Just when Jiang Cheng thought about this effort, this enamel wristwatch's price has come to 800,000 A. Jiang Cheng looked at this exquisite wristwatch in front of him. Looking at this exquisite wristwatch in front of him, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of his mom Li Yan. This watch and her mom's temperament is very match. Although at this time he cannot directly take out to send Li Yan, but there will always be an opportunity to do so. In the 800,000 is about to be sold. Jiang Cheng raised his hand. Jiang Cheng raised his hand after the host on the stage will quickly reported the price. 900,000. There is no one to bid? 900,000 once, 900,000 twice, 900,000 3 times. Congratulations to Mr. No. 35 for auctioning a Patek Philippe enamel women's watch. After the hostess tapped the hammer, the people seated in the front rows turned back to look at Jiang Cheng. 100,000 or so watches had been doubled so many times. It was indeed a luxury. Soon the stage pushed up a new auction item. The next watch up for auction is still offered by top watch collector Ms. Un. It is Richard Miller's RM056. Richard Miller. I believe you have heard of this brand. Although it is a young brand, but only established more than 10 years, it has become comparable to Patek Philippe's top watch brand. And today's live auction of this Richard Miller's RM056 is worth $10 million. Can be said to be the king of the watch in many of their home models. This model is limited to 10 pieces worldwide, and the starting price is $15 million. Each increase in price must not be less than $500,000. Let the bidding begin. Listening to this price, Jiang Cheng was a bit confused again, this time not because it was a bit expensive, but because $15 million was a bit cheap. Before Jiang Cheng was reborn, he remembered that the price of the Richard Mille RM056, which looked like a little genius phone watch, had already reached 25 million in the secondary market. But soon Jiang Cheng reacted, only to see him frowning and thinking quickly. At this time is 2017. According to what the host said, at this time, this brand of Richard Mille has only been established for more than 10 years, and the time when he really had some popularity would be when the Jitterbug short video burst into flames. That time period should be 18 years. To that time Richard Mille, because of the short video, gradually began to enter the ordinary people's line of sight. The reason why Jiang Cheng would recognize this watch was also because of Pak Xian's big data recommendation organization. His own father, Jiang Jianmen, had been wearing various Rolex watches and was influenced by them, so Jiang Cheng would pay attention to watches more or less on weekdays. And since he played the Pak sound, the big data every day to recommend him a variety of tens of millions of levels of watches. At that time, Jiang Cheng often spit out the Pak sound to look up to him as a poor rich second generation, recommended all the series he could not afford to buy. However, at this moment, Jiang Chang is suddenly somewhat grateful to Pak Xian's recommendation mechanism. So this is for him to do after the rebirth of the pavement. Before he was born again, he could only look at the picture, but after he was born again, he casually bought one to wear on his hand as if it was not impossible. To be or not to be all depends on Jiang Chang's personal preference. At this time he did not hesitate to raise the sign. The hostess saw Jiang Chang raise his hand again, and couldn't help but look at him one more time. Mr. No. 3515. 5 million. Is there anyone else bidding? As soon as the host said this, there was a young man with slender arms and tattoos on his lower arms who raised the sign in his hand. Mr. No. 816 million. Mr. Number 816 million. Anyone else want to bid? Jiang Chang sniffed and raised his hand again. Mr. No. 3516. 5 million. After Jiang Chang raised his hand, the skinny, flower-armed man raised his hand again. Mr. No. 817 million. Jiang Chang frowned and raised his hand again. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that someone would actually look at this watch as much as he did. In fact, there were only 2 of them raising their hands on the scene. The others didn't have the intention to participate. The people who were more familiar with the Richard Mille brand at this time were still the rich second generation and tycoons of their upper-class circle, although ordinary people who swiped the video might also see it. But his fame was not particularly big yet after all. But in 2 more years, when it spreads, maybe at night when you go to the nightclub you can see that many people rich second generation have begun to wear this brand of watches, compared to the price that will fire up later. This is just the right time to get this watch. After all, this RM056 is known as the billionaire's ticket, the symbol of the top rich second generation. Chapter 11. Hello, Emperor of Shanghai. Jiang Chang directly raised his card twice and increased the price by $1 million. Mr. 3518 million. After the host shouted this price, the flower-armed man's face turned blue as he whispered towards a boy with dyed white hair next to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is this? No. 35? So fierce. After saying that, he also turned back and looked behind him. The white hair next to him saw that he wasn't lifting, and asked with a smirk on his face as he watched the show. Brother Qin, aren't you lifting? What the hell? How do you talk? Who doesn't lift? And where do I have so much money? The flower-armed man said with annoyance. Seeing the flower-armed man glaring at him, Whitehair changed the topic at the right time and then said, Brother Qin, let's not talk about lifting or not lifting. You don't have that much money? Only to see the flower-armed man smacked his mouth. Shrugged, forget it, not a matter of money or not. The key is 18 million to buy this is not cost effective. Have this money I might as well buy 2 Patek Philippe to wear and play. The flower-armed man felt that it was indeed a bit foolish to buy this watch at 18 million now. Although the style of this watch is good looking, but the spread is not as good as Patek Philippe. Seeing flower-armed man say this, Whitehair also nodded approvingly. I think so. Who is this? No. 35. It looks as if he is younger than the 2 of us. And it is very familiar. It seems like I haven't seen it before. The flower-armed man stroked his chin. His eyes revealed a rapturous light, seemingly thinking about something, then said, Don't know, but the taste is good. And I'm looking at the same watch. Yo-ho, he robbed your stuff and you still praise him. I didn't expect Brother Qin to be so broad-minded. He's rich, that's because he's capable. What do I have to say? I'll only praise him for being great. What's the point of being jealous of him? Wow, this is worthy of being Brother Qin. This height makes me worship. Roll. Accompanied by the 2 people's hot conversation, Richard Miller was taken down directly by Jiang Chang without any suspense. The next auction items are nothing special. Are what jade and jadeite and so on? Look at the Jiang Chang board directly play the phone. And that flower-armed man at this time with the white hair is also bored. The 2 people muttered a few words after they stood up. Toward Jiang Chang walked over, only to see the white hair first. Toward Jiang Chang said, Buddy. Hello. Jiang Chang lifted his head at those words. He only saw that there were 2 more young men in the seat beside him at this moment. The boy who spoke to Jiang Chang had white hair on his head and was wearing Armani clothes. The whole person's temperament looked a bit gangly. Apart from the hairstyle, the Patek Philippe he wore on his hands and the big brand clothes he wore on his body added some strange temperament to him. With the addition of a series of money, it directly showed that he was not a simple street punk. The boy who greeted himself Jiang Chang did not recognize, but the other thin, hands tattooed with tattoos beside him Jiang Chang recognized at once. This is not the previous life often brushed on the jitterbug Shanghai Emperor Qin burning it? Seeing the other party stretched out his hand, Jiang Chang also shook it back and said, My name is Jiang Chang. Hello, my name is Qin Burn. His name is Wang Zhang. By the way, just now with you competing Richard Miller watches me. Qin Burn stretched out his tattooed hands towards Jiang Chang and said, After shaking back as usual Jiang Chang spoke, I did read your news, Shanghai Emperor? That's right, He is the Magic City rich second-generation Shanghai emperor often seen in the jittery voice. In the Big Shanghai, he is called the first rich second generation of Magic City. When you mention the term rich second generation, the first impression may be Wang Tsongtsong. After all, Qin Burning is not as high profile as Wang Tsongtsong, but that's also because his background is really not as clean as Wang Tsongtsong's family. Once Wang Tsongtsong said a sentence on the microblogging, "I make friends do not care if he has no money. Anyway, not as rich as me." Then Qin Burned in the bottom commented a simple 3 words, "What about me?" That time Wang Tsongtsong but perversely did not reply. I do not know whether it is because of disdain to respond or because of other reasons, but he and Wang principle 2 people always also have intercourse. Also was photographed 2 people together shabu shabu hot pot. The reason why Qin Burn is so famous is still because of that very pretentious and out of the circle rain photo on the news. $30 million of Ferrari supercar crashed. He sat in the car like nobody's business and played with his cell phone, and calmly tweeted that he takes everything lightly. Although he looked like he had a powerful background in the eyes of many ordinary people, and his family was a mystery. But Jiang Chang knows that the rise of their family relies on nothing more than stacking horses to make a fortune. And the family history is indeed not clean. But then again, although the family history is not on the stage, but to his generation has also begun to whitewash. Now he is also a representative of the rich second generation. Qin Burn to see Jiang Chang said so, smiled and shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand and said, "Shanghai then I'm more powerful." This name our netizens blindly said. You cannot take out to say. I heard myself are ashamed. And look at you. Just now is not more powerful than me. Jiang Chang also did not explain. Light smile, happen to like that table just. You also like the watch? Qin Burning asked with interest. Jiang Chang shook his head and said honestly, I can't say I like it. I haven't bought it before. It's the first time I've bought it. It's just a fresh image. See Jiang Chang so say. Wang Zhang and Qin Burning cannot help but look at each other a glance, and then once again rubbing the measure of Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang really didn't wear a watch on his hand, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. The first time to buy a watch to buy more than 10 million. This is also too right. To be honest, in the Magic City I know the circle is not less. You a little face According to reason you such a character I should have seen it. Wang Zhang looked at Jiang Chang and said, I just arrived in Magic City yesterday. No wonder. I said how come I don't recognize a character like you with Brother Qin? So it's not from this circle? After solving the doubts Wang Zhang then asked, come to Magic City to develop? Jiang Chang shook his head. I'm going to study at the university here. So I came over to have a look first. The moment the 2 people heard Jiang Chang's words they couldn't help but let out a cry. Dare I say that you are only 18 years old? That's a bit bullish Both of them couldn't help but be secretly surprised at this moment. Surprised naturally by the financial power Jiang Chang had shown at this age. Although both of their family conditions were also good. But at 18 years old there wasn't so much liquidity at their disposal. At best, their monthly pocket money was only a few $100,000, which could come up with more than 20 million to buy a watch in one go. Just an ordinary family. Jiang Chang said honestly, look at what you're saying. If you're still ordinary in your condition, then aren't the 2 of us garbage pickers? Wang Zhang responded with a big grin. Okay, don't pretend. There is nothing to shoot next. This watch should still be tonight's finale. Why don't we go and look at that watch of yours? Qin Burned proposed said. After all, he is really very interested in that watch. Jiang Chang shrugged and nodded casually. Okay. Saying that, the 3 of them went to the notary's side together. Jiang Chang filled out the certificate and confirmation of the auction and other information, and then the money was paid directly to their account. Just then the system dinged with a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level again. The host receives 1 yuan for every second he exists in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve, 367. 280 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1 per second. Upgrade experience, 23. 9 million/50 million. Upgrade experience, 23. 9 million/50 million. The 1 yuan that one gained every second. 60 yuan a minute. An hour is 3,600 yuan. And a day is 400 yuan. The monthly salary becomes 592,000 yuan. The annual salary directly broke through more than $30 million. Now this kind of situation even if Jiang Chang does not do anything, lying flat every day has exceeded 99.9% of the people. But Jiang Chang is not satisfied, because 30 million for ordinary people may be a lot, but for those who were born at the top of the people is just rain. In terms of current housing prices, just that place in Rongcheng, a single room will be 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. If you want to buy a villa, then at least 50 million to start. In Rongqing 50 million can buy villa, but change into Magic City this inch of land. 50 million can only buy a few hundred square feet of suite. If you want to buy a villa in Mordor, you'll need at least $1 or $200 million. And in the case of Townsend's here, suites with 1 or 2 small goals abound. If you want to go further to our capital city of Yanjing to buy a house, the price is another story. Then again, for example, Richard Mills RM056 costs $18 million, while Patek Philippe's astronomical tourbillon watch costs more than $17 million. It might seem like the watch Jiang Chang bought now was already very flashy, but it was actually just a knockout. And the horse father they open the luxury cruise ship, private airplane is to be several small gold to get down. So Jiang Chang felt that he could not call himself a real rich man yet, only barely enough as the corner of the tycoon. In this world he still belongs to the unyielding silver segment. Want to step on the clouds of life, still need to continue to struggle to the end. Looking at the system's reserve has reached 367,280 yuan. Then clicked on the cash. The next second SMS will receive the transferred funds. After getting the table, Jiang Chang generously placed it on the table for the two of them to see. 3 people looked at the exquisite box on the table inside. The Richard Mill could not help but sigh. Really damn good looking. Just see it, the whole strap is a body of sapphire. Azure colored dial above the pointer, a second by second rotation. Countless precision gears directly in front of you, like a wild engine generally full of wild charm. This Richard Mill RM056 is really full of new wave sense, a sense of the future, a sense of technology, simply pure mechanical aesthetics. After seeing the real thing, Jiang Chang realized why Richard Mill brand was established only 15 years ago. Can be directly in the price and status directly after the watch king Patek Philippe, because compared to the calm and gentlemanly Patek Philippe, Richard Mill is more like a young and energetic young man, full of sharpness, very suitable for the aesthetics of young people nowadays. 3 people while watching and chatting. Just at this time Jiang Chang inadvertently looked around the beauty of a glance, but saw the corner of the cocktail party sitting on the edge of a familiar figure. Jiang Chang looked at that figure and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After adding the prestige of Wang Zhang and Qin Burn, Jiang Chang couldn't wait to walk towards that figure. Yu Xiaoxiao? As soon as Jiang Chang opened his mouth, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head, only to see her eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she looked at Jiang Chang. 3 seconds later she looked a little flustered and covered her mouth. A long and slender crystal finger slowly pointed at Jiang Chang. You are. That night, Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's panicked expression and suddenly felt a bit interesting. Subconsciously Jiang Chang stretched out his tongue towards Yu Xiaoxiao, and gave her a show of putting the skill of spiritually moving the tip of his tongue into, directly rolled his tongue into 3 flaps. Chapter 12, Yu Xiaoxiao married? In the face of Jiang Chang's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao's long legs underneath her black hip skirt couldn't help but clip. Cannot help but think of the scene of the first time to see Jiang Chang. At this time the heart is more panicky batch. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction, Jiang Chang's mind again surfaced those pink and juicy ideas. See her tonight wearing a white hanging neck shirt underneath a tight package hip skirt, feet on nude-colored high heels. A head of slightly curly hair was pushed to the back, and a pendant necklace was worn above her slender swan neck. Jiang Chang lowered his head and looked at the peaks in front of him, remembering the Mount Everest in the books that was covered in ice and snow, how erect and deep it was. After staring at the necklace for dozens of seconds, Jiang Chang still couldn't see whether the pendant was encrusted with gemstones or diamonds, because the pendant was currently hidden inside 2 large bowls, being tightly blocked. It was really hard to see clearly. Yu Xiaoxia's exquisite face near at hand, as well as snow-white legs, all make Jiang Chang cannot help but a burst of heart. Hemp egg is the feeling of love. Yu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chang unabashedly looking at himself. Charmingly white Jiang Chang a glance. Stinky brother, have you seen enough? Jiang Chang said playfully. I haven't seen enough. Why don't you come to my place later and take a good look? What you're thinking is quite beautiful, that's for sure. With such a beautiful beauty as you and money to take, why don't I want it? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush when she saw Jiang Chang mention this. I see you are only 18 years old. I thought you were still a student before I took care of you. After all, you also contributed. Just didn't realize that you are still a rich second generation? The ones who could come here tonight were all from rich families. And the reason why Yu Xiaoxiao was also an internal member of their Raising Cloud Amon was because she was the operations manager of Tiancheng Entertainment. Usually, she would help some investors and partners to book the hotels they stayed in. Their company will usually arrange their clients in the Amon, a high-grade hotel, and she has become a platinum member of the Amon after booking it more often. Tonight, she was bored and thought of coming over to take a look. She didn't expect to actually meet Jiang Chang. Overthinking it, I am indeed a student, and I also especially need your care. Yu Xiaoxia laughed a little, but at this moment, Her afterglow caught a glimpse of the Richard Mille that Zhang Chang was wearing on his hand as well as the bag he was holding in his hand. You're the number 35 from just now? Zhang Chang nodded. How is it? The reception is almost over. I have booked a courtyard villa here. Why don't you go over for a cup of tea together to sober up? Zhang Chang nodded. Well, the reception is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Would you like to go over for a cup of tea together to sober up? Yu Xiaoxia immediately became more interested in Zhang Chang after learning that he was a super rich second generation. After all, she felt that rich second generation rich people like Zhang Chang liked nothing more than to get what they wanted. And they usually didn't have true feelings. And it just so happened that Yu Xiaoxiao wanted this the most. Everyone playing together, without emotion. This was also the reason why she didn't leave her contact information even after she met Zhang Chang for the first time. Although the first time between them was because of drinking. After waking up, Yu Xiaoxiao had no regrets. Thinking this way, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flirtatiously looked towards Zhang Chang and said generously, "Good, the wine is almost gone anyway, so let's go now." Chapter 13, New Skills Descend. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards himself, Zhang Chang felt a little puzzled. According to the tips given by the system, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, and Zhang Chang knew that this one was himself. He should be her first man, and she shouldn't be that kind of casual girl. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value for herself was only 65 points. And this value was even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, this friendly value was far from enough to make a girl get intimate with you. But at this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's arm. And as a good man, he naturally couldn't refuse a woman who took the initiative. The two of them walked out of the entrance of the reception intimately and headed towards the Ting Villa that Zhang Cheng had booked. To the Court Pavilion Villa. Yu Xiaoxia visited a little after said, "I were the first time to the Court Pavilion Villa this side to come. Not worthy of 80,000 a night room type. Antique color. Even the chair with our incense wood." Wang Yuyan on the side saw Zhang Cheng brought a very beautiful woman back. Seeing that Zhang Cheng didn't have any other requests, he was very sensible and brought people back. At this time, there were only 2 people left inside the room. Zhang Cheng took out a red wine and 2 highball glasses from the wine cabinet. After opening them, he filled the glasses and handed one of them to Yu Xiaoxia. Yu Xiaoxia looked at the glass Zhang Cheng handed over and said with a teasing hook at the corner of her mouth, "Stinky brother, trying to get me drunk again?" Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. "I remember your drinking capacity is better than mine. Right, last time you drank more than me?" Yu Xiaoxiao gently shook the wine glass before starting to gulp down the wine. She seemed to want to get herself drunk. Zhang Cheng could see Yu Xiaoxiao's mood, but he didn't ask why. The two soon walked to the open-air chairs of the Ting Villa, enjoying the moonlight while drinking and chatting. Soon a red wine was pretty much divided between the two. Zhang Cheng was a little surprised at his own alcohol consumption. In the past he was already at his limit after 2 cups, but at this time he was still sober. Could it be that after he was reborn, his drinking became better? Looking at the red face of some drunk Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhang Cheng knew that it was almost time. Putting down the wine glass, he walked to Yu Xiaoxia's side and said in a low voice, "Are you drunk? I'll carry you back to your room for a rest." Feeling a hot air coming from her ears, Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but shake a little, only to see her drunken eyes looking towards Zhang Cheng, smiling and asking, "Really rest?" Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes and sexy lips, Zhang Cheng's heart couldn't help but thump. Damn, isn't this the feeling of being in love? Of course it is, but let's give you a shot to wake up first before resting. Really, just 1 shot? She remembered that last time. It took several shots to make her go back and slow down for a few days before she felt slightly more comfortable. Zhang Cheng smiled at her words and directly answered Yu Xiaoxiao with his actions, only to see his lips directly affixed to Yu Xiaoxiao's sexy red lips and slowly began to invade the territory. After 10 seconds or so, Yu Xiaoxiao's hand that was lightly pushing Zhang Cheng suddenly stopped. After resisting for a few more seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao began to emit an emotional murmur. And then her hands began to actively climb up Zhang Cheng's neck. More than an hour later, the system suddenly ding. Prompted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the milking skill. Mastering a wide variety of hand skills is a necessary skill for a godly hero, so please have the host explore the subtleties of it. Zhang Cheng very much agreed with the system's words. Now his bank card is still lying on the top of the balance of 63 million. Plus he also has the God Magnificent system. In the future, the money will only increase and not decrease. The money is not money for Zhang Cheng is not important at all. He just want to have a skill. Chapter 14, Su 1. The next day when he woke up, Yu Xiaoxiao was gone again. Looking at the empty spot beside the bed, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but look at his hands that had become fully flexible. And remembering the shape of last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up into an arc again. Zhang Cheng secretly sighed. This is really moist. After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's favorability towards him directly soared by 20 points to 85 points. Yu Xiaoxia's friendly value to himself soared so fast. Part of the reason is still thanks to since he got this new technology skills. After dinner, Zhang Chang rode in the Rolls-Royce, a man's special car, to the Ferrari house on Xintai Road, located on the north bank of the Suzhou River in the Magic City business district. The security guards at the entrance took one look at it and then directly released it. The Rolls-Royce's row is really big. When the Ferrari salesperson saw that a customer had come into the store, still in a Rolls-Royce, he hurriedly greeted him. The salesperson enthusiastically said to Zhang Chang, "Hello sir, this is the Ferrari sales center. Glad to serve you. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Zhang Chang shook his head and said, "No." "Okay, may I ask what is your name?" "Surname Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the salesperson here. You can call me Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun inquired thoughtfully, "May I ask if you have a clear goal in mind? If not, I'll take you to the parlor for a cup of tea and introduce you to the various models of Ferrari. Do you have any existing cars in your store? I want to take a look directly." Ru replied after freezing for a moment listening to this. "Yes, this way please, let me introduce our Ferrari to you." Although Xiaoyun didn't let Zhang Chang's excessively childish face slow her down. But looking at Xiaoyun's slightly matured cheeks, Zhang Chang on the other hand looked a little disappointed. What about the bridge inside the novel that said you could bag a luxury car sale? But in real life, if you want to be a luxury car salesman, at least have a resume of several years of practice and sales targets in previous years to reach the standard to qualify for employment. Like Ferrari, this class of car sales staff should be at least annual turnover in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more to qualify for employment. After all, their basic salary is also higher, generally at least in the 5,000 to 10,000 yuan or more. Can have this kind of sales experience of luxury car sales staff? Unless you are out of the community, sales means very good, otherwise simmer to that position. The age of the general in the 30s to 40 years old range. After all, this kind of personnel sales experience is certainly very rich. So there is no such thing as a fresh graduate who can do luxury car sales. If it is a common brand of car sales, there is a little chance. But this kind of top luxury car sales, you had just graduated, want to apply for the job? I would advise you to go to sleep, dreaming about it. With the sales staff into the store, Zhang Chang looked around the week. The entire store is very quiet. Seems to be only one of his customers. However, with the small Yun led himself around the introduction of the visit, Zhang Chang also noticed the store in addition to a man and a woman in the car. Those two people standing together looks very out of place. The male customer is a roughly 170 middle-aged man, short and fat, covered with a greasy flavor. Zhang Chang could even see the reflection of the top of his head. On the contrary, the woman standing next to him not only had an exquisite face, but even her body was unusually hot. Just the highland undulating curves on the side alone had already blown away 80% of the girls. At this time the two of them were surrounded by 3 salespeople. Several people took turns to give them a serious explanation of a fire-red lava in the store. "Su Knight, if you think this car is good then I'll buy it. How about taking you for a ride when you pick up the car?" That middle-aged man even winked greasily towards her when he finished speaking. The woman, who was called Su Evening, her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle, and then said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Huang, you're welcome. Buying a car is a prudent thing. You have to look at yourself to see the right thing. After all, the person who is driving is you. Well, my opinion is not important." "Hey, what are you talking about? I'll pick you up from work every day after the movie is shot. I'll bring you any car you want." "No need, Mr. Huang. We shoot the drama day and night upside down. Where is good to trouble you? Besides, that is the assistant's thing. Today I came out mainly on behalf of the company to explore with you the drama." Only to see her words have not finished was that greasy man to interrupt. "As long as you promise well, the female lead is naturally your." After saying this, he immediately prepared to embrace Suwon. Suwon seems to be used to seeing this kind of thing. Only to see her reaction is very agile. Immediately awkwardly took a step back. "Mr. Huang, I still say that. You're welcome. I just want to shoot the movie properly. Other things are not considered." Just as the two of them were talking, the commotion of Xiaoyun bringing Zhang Chang over caught everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyun bring a very handsome-looking man over, not only the sales staff, even Suwon couldn't help but look at Zhang Chang a few more times. When they looked at each other, Zhang Chang suddenly felt that the delicate-looking woman in front of him was very familiar. Surname Su? Star? Suwon? After scrutinizing for a while, Zhang Chang finally remembered the woman's identity. Su Evening, one of the newest 4 little flowers in the entertainment circle a few years later. Although she was still a nobody now, she was really on fire before Zhang Chang was reborn. I didn't expect the real person to be quite a bit more refined than on top of the TV. Bright peach blossom eyes coupled with a sweet child's voice. Which man would not be mesmerized by hearing it? And the most impressive thing is her pool bath photo. The most impressive is the picture of her bathing in the pool. This body is really top. This kind of woman who saw anyone is probably the first reaction is, strive to develop into artillery battalion comrades. Chapter 15 Buying a car. Looking at Su Wan's humble appearance, Jiang Chang knew that he hadn't remembered wrongly. This situation was indeed a small starlet right. Otherwise how would she accompany a middle-aged man who was already balding to see a car? The three female sales standing beside Su Wan had looked Jiang Chang up and down with their eyes. Doing luxury car sales this line after a long time will have a subconscious idea. Easy with colored eyes to see people. Although the clothes on Jiang Chang's body didn't stand out, his 85-point face value still made the girl's present feel refreshed. 1 meter 82. Naturally messy hair without any perm dye. Fair skin plus clean and handsome cheeks. This kind of clean and handsome big boy belongs to the kind of person that a normal woman would look at more when she sees him. That middle-aged man saw that the several women around him were all attracted to Jiang Chang, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Chang in annoyance. But is young and handsome some, taller, other not what special, wearing also not show mountains and water. What is good to see? After a glance, the middle-aged man immediately satirized these women in his heart for being too shallow. Can being handsome be a meal? He had just seen the watch Jiang Chang was wearing on his hand, and looking at the transparent body of that watch, he couldn't tell what brand it was. For Huang Ming, this kind of old man usually only focus on Rolex and Patek Philippe. Other new brand watches he did not recognize, so at this time he automatically Richard Miller as a low-grade watches. Just now, Jiang Chang had also heard some of the conversation between Su Wan and the middle-aged man. It looked like the middle-aged man should have used some chips to make Su Wan promise him something. As for what things, everyone knew it by heart. Jiang Chang didn't give Su Wan and Huang Ming more than a glance, but instead took it upon himself to visit a series of furnishings in the store under Xiao Yun's introduction. Seeing that it was Jiang Chang's first time at this Ferrari, Xiao Yun introduced the history and philosophy of Ferrari to Jiang Chang in great detail. At this moment, she stood in front of a huge wall of automobile molds, pointing at the most typical models of Ferrari and said, "These molds are built according to the prototypes. Take a look. This is the most famous model of Ferrari, Lafayette. Ferrari Lafayette and McLaren P1 and Porsche's 918 are known as the three god cars. This car, living a new life." It was the first time for Jiang Chang to walk into such a high-class showroom looking at so many exquisite model molds and leather samples, which made Jiang Chang feel very fresh. With Xiao Yun's introduction, Jiang Chang's attention was completely on the red Ferrari Rafa in front of him. To be honest, wasn't this kind of supercar the little toy that all men wanted to own? To be honest, although supercars weren't practical, Jiang Chang admitted that he did have a bit of a heartbeat when he saw the supercars whizzing by on the side of the road before he owned one. Although he already owned a 918, what was the harm in having one more? And the key was still the white horse system. The Ferrari Lafa should be the highest priced of all their models, and his own voucher for this supercar could only buy one car. So if he could buy this Lafa, it would be worth it. Although Jiang Chang hadn't bought a Lafa, he had heard that there were some strings attached to buying this kind of car, but he really didn't know exactly what they were. Jiang Chang did not wriggle. To know that the money is strong man courage. He is not the previous casually said 2 sentences will be blushing teenager. After all, only low self-esteem will be caught by others a little wrong to feel embarrassed and angry. And it just so happened that Jiang Chang was exactly in the state of being young and not having low self-esteem at this time. Adhering to the idea of asking questions if you don't understand, he directly opened his mouth. "I heard that buying your Rafa requires some conditions?" Xiaoyan saw Jiang Chang so asked. The corners of the mouth with a standard smile nodded, "Yes, this honorable guest, due to the Lafa is our store's limited model. Buy this kind of car, but need to check the capital. Only check the capital through to buy. And the prerequisite for purchase is to first own 5 of our Ferrari models and become our regular customer before you are eligible to purchase the Lafa." Seeing Xiaoyan say so, Jiang Chang sighed with some regret. "So I am not qualified to buy it?" Xiaoyan was instantly a little surprised to see Jiang Chang's expression of regret. The guide price of the Ferrari Rafa was upwards of $20 million. More than $20 million is also just the price of the frame, together with the interior options and prices and the car tax of imported cars. The whole car of a series of processes down very easily to reach more than 50 million. And can buy more than 50 million Lafa people must be worth more than a few hundred million. Even far more than a few hundred million. Although she did not think that people of Jiang Chang's age could afford to buy a Lafa. But the look of regret on his face did not seem to be a performance. Xiaoyan pondered for a few seconds before speaking. "It's not impossible if you really want to buy this Lafa." Jiang Chang suddenly raised his spirits when he saw Xiaoyan say this. "Oh, how? Ferrari Pista just listed with its excellent design appearance fire. It is because too hot and slow production so that a variety of suppliers to open up a variety of speechless limited purchase conditions. Just like they just said membership and purchase record. There are even more excessive price increase purchase conditions. However, with the development of Time and other well-known supercar brands, as well as the implementation of China's environmental policy, Ferrari now has no way to be as proud of the market as before, and now all kinds of restrictions have long been cancelled. Price increase is even more impossible. No price increase under the condition that there will even be preferential it. After all, the lowest price of a Ferrari is several $1,000,000. Although a few million does not sound like very much, but suppose we take Magic City as an example. Real estate, cars, funds, cash, even stocks and other real estate all add up to calculate the private property then. That half of the magic people can reach the body 5 million. After all, 5 million assets in the present is very normal. The old house of these real estate plus a little deposit. But add in the premise of not realizing these real estate assets, can casually pull out 5 million cash flow of the people and how many? In 19, Ferrari only sold a total of 836 units in our entire country, including Bend Island, Menlo Island, and more than 80% of those sold were still cars under $5 million. As for the $20 million or more Ferrari Lafa, not to mention, only a handful of people bought it. Chapter 16 Wang Zhang. So now, the price increase was impossible, and the purchase limit was even more as if real estate was just talk. In principle it is so stipulated, but as you know Ferrari orders take time, due to the delivery time is too long, some orders to the end and cannot be delivered smoothly as expected. So there are some more special spots that can be filled in additionally. If you're sure you want it, you can register your order on top of those orders that have delivery problems in the middle. But in that case, the prepayment may be a bit higher than normal orders. I wonder if you can accept it. Zhang Chang raised an eyebrow after Xiaoyan said this. Sure enough, there was this kind of special operation. He was buying this car with the system's money, not his own, so it didn't matter even if it was extra. Yes, if there's such an order, I'll pay the full amount for it. No installments. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Xiaoyan's eyes instantly widened. Full payment. Did Zhang Chang even know how much this car cost? Not only is Xiaoyan, the other people present at the hearing Zhang Chang this casual words also cannot help but open their mouths wide. At this time their hearts are born many monologue. But when the words came to their mouths, not a single word could come out. They could only stare with their mouths slightly open. Even Su Wan couldn't help but look back at Zhang Chang. When she heard that she wanted to buy a car with full payment, she was both shocked and curious. After all, even Huang Ming beside her, such a rich movie and television investor, had to buy a car in installments. Huang Ming was the boss of the Huang Family Entertainment Company. Although Huang's entertainment company had a market capitalization of several $100 million, in reality, Huang Ming's liquidity was only a few tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, every time he invested in a movie or television, it was a small production, and it was only about $5 million at most. If you asked Huang Ming to buy Rafa, he would never lay his hands on it. In other words, it was simply unaffordable. Even at this moment, with this $3 million Ferrari in front of him, he would have to think twice. But Zhang Chang said that he was going to buy the Ferrari Rafa with full payment. How could this make her not be shocked? How could she not be curious? While shocked, Xiao Yun immediately spoke again to confirm. This, Mr. Zhang, the bare car price of the Rafa is more than 20 million. And with customization, it will cost at least more than 50 million. I know, it's acceptable. Seeing Zhang Chang's unchanged look, Xiao Yun this time completely tensed up. She had been working at Ferrari for a few years now, and today if she could sell their Ferrari's heavyweight model, the Ferrari Lafa, that would be the highlight of her sales resume, and just by selling this car, the generous commission alone would be enough to cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this single business is a bit special, but Zhang Chang is her reception, so the commission is still there. Huang Ming sighed of the sales staff to see Xiao Yun a look of excitement. Suddenly all cannot help but envy some face deformation. At this time cannot help but think, if Zhang Chang is their own reception that would be so good. Although Huang Ming was wearing expensive clothes and a Vacheron Constantin watch. But so what? The car in front of him, the three of them had already introduced him carefully for an hour. But he just dawdled and didn't place an order. Instead, he kept talking to Su Wan about investment and the evening date. Looking at the situation, the chances of closing the deal were not high, and he was probably just bringing the actress over to pretend to be a star. Huang Ming saw Su Evan's eyes tightening on Zhang Chang, and his face sank once again. Out loud reminded, small bowl. This car you look how, if you can, you help me choose accessories with. After all, by the time you pick up the car you have to sit in the co-pilot. On the side of Su Wan heard Huang Ming call her by her nickname, and her eyebrows began to wrinkle unabashedly. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the way of work, she would definitely have thrown her head back and left immediately. Although it wasn't her first time meeting Huang Ming, but there was a clean slate between the two of them. At this moment, being called so by Huang Ming, it seemed to appear that there was something unspoken between the two of them, but there was no way. Although Huang Ming invested in small productions, he was still an investor in their company. Today he specifically named Su Wan to accompany him out. The company requested it, so what could she do? Boss Huang, I don't know anything about cars. You decide for yourself. And I'm usually very busy shooting. I don't have time to go out. Seeing Su Wan refusing again, Huang Ming on the side had obviously started to have little patience. At this moment, he blamed the sudden appearance of Jiang Chang for his inability to take down Su Wan. Ever since Jiang Chang had appeared, Su Wan's gaze had begun to gather on him from time to time. He didn't know if Jiang Chang was bluffing or if he really had that much money. Huang Ming wanted to make a mocking remark, but he closed his mouth in annoyance just before he opened it, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided to wait and see. If Jiang Chang is really a super rich second generation, then even if he stepped on a mine, this matter is over. After all, a super rich second generation, he can't afford to offend. At most Su Knight even if, and then find another inconspicuous actress is. But if Jiang Chang's was just bluffing to get Su Knight's attention, then he would definitely spray him so much that he wouldn't even recognize his parents. By the way, he would let Su Wan take a good look at who the real rich man was. Soon, Xiao Yun hurried over with two people. One was a middle-aged man in a very sophisticated dress, while the other was a young guy in a fashionable dress with white hair. Xiao Yun said to the middle-aged man while walking, "Supervisor, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chang turned his head at the words and with such a look, he quickly recognized the young guy with dyed white hair among them. Wasn't this person with dyed white hair the Wang Zhang he had met at the auction yesterday? The moment he met his eyes, Wang Zhang also said with a surprised face, "Yo, it's you, Jiang Chang. I heard old Wang say that someone wants to buy the Ferrari Lafa in full. I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 17 Invitation. Jiang Chang nodded casually. "Yes, quite a coincidence. Just arrived in Magic City. Thinking of casually buying a replacement car first." "You call this casual? Ferrari Lafa as a replacement car? Versailles now," Wang Zhang said sourly. The male supervisor on the side saw that Wang Zhang knew Jiang Chang and asked smilingly, "Is this a friend of Mr. Wang?" Wang Zhang excitedly stood on his tiptoes and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. "I just met him yesterday. Brother Jiang Chang. Look at the Richard Mille MR056 in his hand. He bought it yesterday at the auction of Amman in Yanyun. 18 million. Originally Brother Qin also wanted to buy this watch, but it turned out to be directly taken by this to the tycoon." The people present couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Jiang Chang was actually so rich, it only looked like he was in his 20s as well. The male supervisor also instantly looked at Jiang Chang with glowing eyes, and for a moment his expression became respectful and humble. Someone who could afford a watch of more than $10 million, then surely he could also afford a Rafa of more than $50 million. Only to see him immediately bow his waist and enthusiastically extend his right hand towards Jiang Chang. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I've already heard from Xiao Yun about your situation just now. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. I heard that buying your Ferrari requires capital inspection?" Jiang Chang asked. The male supervisor immediately waved his hand. "That's the way it is. Capital inspection is a procedure we always need to perform. It's not for you alone. Please understand. However, Mr. Wang said that you can even afford a watch of more than $10 million. So Rafa is naturally fine. Originally, the Lafa needed to be ordered, but it just so happens that Mr. Wang customized a Lafa with us some time ago, and then asked us to help him resell it, so we can transfer this spot to you." Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Zhang. From the way the Ferrari supervisor was treating him, it seemed like Wang Zhang wasn't simple either. After all, the normal purchase of a Lafa required conditions, which meant that Wang Zhang had to own at least 5 cars from Ferrari in his own name. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang and asked curiously, "You don't want your customized Lafa anymore?" Wang Zhang smiled brightly. "Originally, I was stimulated by old Qin before I impulsively ordered this Lafa. It's the Qin burning who was with me yesterday. He has a Lafa that looks thievingly handsome, but Lafa's customization is too long. Have past a few months has not been customized. My enthusiasm also chanting we're almost. Just want to see if you can resell. Take a chance. If you can't then that also even if. I did not expect to actually wait for you." Jiang Chang nodded. "How long will it take to pick up that car?" Seeing Jiang Chang asked, the male supervisor immediately said, "Mr. Jiang, there are about 2 months to pick up the car. Normal customization would require at least half a year's wait, but if you take this car from Mr. Wang, you can pick it up in 2 months." After a few people chatted for a while, it was finalized. Jiang Chang's main goal was to glean the supercar blitz card. If he had just bought a random supercar, the price couldn't have been so high. So he finally decided to buy this supercar of Wang Zhang's. Seeing Jiang Chang really want to take over this car of his, Wang Zhang happily said towards Jiang Chang, "Thanks, buddy. To be honest, it's not easy for me to find someone to take over this car. Although this car is indeed very handsome, but the price is really too high. I just customized the interior of that car and spent more than 20 million. This customized price will directly scare off most of the people." Jiang Chang understood what Wang Zhang meant by this. With this kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house? More than $20 million for an interior. It was true that not many people could accept it. The color and interior you chose for this car just happens to match my aesthetic as well. So I can only say it's a coincidence. When Wang Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chang. "Good eye. Then let's let old Wang arrange for the handover of the car's formalities." The male supervisor saw that the two people stopped chatting, and immediately took out the documents signed when Wang Zhang ordered the car before with a respectful face, and then contacted the personnel of the notary to handle the next series of things. After the transfer of notarized signatures, this customized Lafite belonged completely to Jiang Chang. At this time, the male supervisor also led all the staff towards Jiang Chang and said, "Dear Mr. Jiang, from today onwards you are our Ferrari's valued owner. Your information we will help you upload to Ferrari's head office, and in the future, if Ferrari has any activities or new cars on sale, we will notify you at the first time." Wang Zhang smiled and said to Jiang Chang, "Buddy, you can't lift this car now. I have a few unused ones somewhere. If you don't mind, I can let you drive it first." Jiang Chang unexpectedly looked at Wang Zhang. This is the second time they meet. Wang Zhang is ready to lend him the car? After all, wives and cars are not loaned out to understand. Wang Zhang read Jiang Chang's eyes. "To be honest, you helped me buy this car to solve a big trouble for me, so I'm still quite grateful to you. If you don't mind, make a friend, and play together in Magic City in the future?" Wang Zhang's words made Jiang Chang's impression of him go one step further. He liked this kind of person who was big-headed and talked straight without beating around the bush. "Okay, I should stay in Magic City for a while. The car is even. I'll just buy a new current car." Seeing Jiang Chang refused, Wang Zhang also did not force. The bun these days there is a car show. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren. What brand have? The key is the scene to look good on the car can be picked up. Have time to go over to look down? Jiang Chang saw Wang Zhang took the initiative to invite himself, and nodded casually. "Okay, when?" Chapter 18, shocked Su Wan. Su Even, who was on the side, witnessing the scene in front of her, couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness welling up in her heart. She had to stoop so low for a $5 million investment, while Jiang Chang had squandered tens of millions of dollars in just 10 minutes. This huge contrast made her feel incomparably shocked. Her pair of soulful fox eyes stared tightly at Jiang Chang, as if she wanted to see through him. Jiang Chang's wealth and strength was undoubtedly a standout amongst the rich second generation that Su Evening had seen. It must be known that even those rich second generation, their monthly pocket money was only 100,000 or so at the most, and a little more than that was just $1 million. There were many rich second generation who were worth tens of millions of dollars in their teens, but all of a sudden can come up with more than 50 million deposits to buy a car Sunite has never seen. And this is only the real money in Jiang Chang's cell phone bank. What if he added other assets? This means that his value must be more than 100 million. Although the stars look glamorous on the surface, but in reality, the curiosity is different. The income is also a world of difference. Actors of the same drama, the highest paid male and female leads. For example, a line of traffic stars, shooting a drama pay can be as high as 10 million. But when it comes to the male and female supporting here, generally is 1 or 2 million. Other supporting actors' pay is even plummeting. Hundreds of thousands of pay can be seen everywhere. Su Knight is one of these small actors with a paycheck of over $100,000. After these paychecks arrived, they still had to be split with the agency. So more than 50 million was indeed a sky-high price for her right now. Moreover, every traffic star has a flowering period, and once the flowering period is over, it will be topped by a newcomer. This is why many stars want to marry rich men. They hoped that through marriage, they could find a stable financial dependency to maintain their quality of life. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his level once again. The host receives $1.2 for every second he exists in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 90 points. Level, 8. System reserve, 86. 410 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1.2 per second. System, $1.2 per second. Upgrading experience, 68. 9 million/100 million. Upgrading experience, 68. 9 million/100 million. The 1, 2 yuan that one gained every second. 72 yuan a minute. An hour is 320 yuan. And a day is 103, 680 yuan. The monthly salary becomes 11 million. The annual salary was directly almost $40 million. And while making the payment, Zhang Chang also used the sports car purchase blitz card. Ding! Sports car purchase blitz card was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary blitz card triple blitz. The amount of the blitz is $130 million. Obtaining $130 million in a single moment. Of Zhang Chang this time was really excited. Gil was purple. This amount of money belonged to the stage where an ordinary person could lie flat for the rest of his life. Huang Ming looked at the car ordering session in front of him, suddenly felt that his face was not bright, and said to Su Wan, small bol, suddenly not in the mood to buy a car. Go with me to have a drink? Boss Huang, I have to go back to the company for a meeting later. Su Wan politely rejected him. Hearing this, Huang Ming's fire bubbled up, only to see him say warningly, a small star still wants to have a big face. Su Knight, I'm telling you, either this investment is blown off, or you'll wash up and wait for me. This, Boss Huang Yu. Su Knight was also a little angry listening to this. What me? What to pretend? What is your own identity and still pretending to be noble? I'm talking to you in a nice voice, and you are still grinding time with me here. I'm telling you, either wash up and wait for me, or you're waiting to be snowed in. Su Evening also said stiffly, Mr. Huang, whether you invest or not, I still say that I won't give in. Whatever you want. Ding! Triggering special mission. Help Su Wan out and gain Su Wan's willingness to sign. You will receive a special reward after the task is completed. Zhang Chang laughed a little as he watched the system operate. Boss Huang, what a big mouth. Perishing early in the morning. Miss Su, don't worry. I'll invest if he doesn't. Su Wan saw Zhang Chang suddenly strike up a conversation with herself. Her eyes widened in surprise. The Huang Ming on the side saw Zhang Chang say this. He didn't dare to get tough with him. After all, he had already seen Zhang Chang's strength. He could only give an angry cold snort, and then he just walked away. Su Wan stood up straight, organized her emotions, and asked Zhang Chang, hello, I'm Su Wan. Zhang Chang, Mr. Zhang, is the investment you just said true? After asking, Su even felt that she was a bit abrupt again, so she explained, it's like this. Huang Ming is the investor of our Tianchang Entertainment Company, and now that he's not investing, it'll be hard for me to explain back to the company. Su Wan was just a third or fourth tier starlet. She simply didn't have the qualifications to pick her own scripts. Moreover, the company had made all sorts of excessive demands on her from time to time, and since she hadn't given up on her bottom line, she had been in a state of semi-hiding since her debut. She knew that her rejection of Huang Ming this time might actually cause her to be completely snowed in by the company. Tianchang Entertainment? I think I heard Yu Xiaoxiao mention it when I was communicating with her last night, and she was working there. The system had already released the task, so Zhang Chang naturally had to complete it. After all, the system's rewards were always generous. Zhang Chang nodded. Of course, Mr. Zhang, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely try my best to act well. Su Wan said excitedly. She was already 19 years old this year, and her best role was a female supporting role. The others were all minor roles. She had been diligently filming every day, but there hadn't been any roles that burst into flames. It had been several months since she last acted in a movie. Su Wan now belonged to the stage where she had no theater to shoot. That was why she had agreed to accompany Huang Ming out shopping, hoping to have a chance to receive a new movie. Huang Ming, however, kept hinting that she had other requests, and although Su Wan didn't agree to it, she still wanted to seize this opportunity to star as the female lead. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao's WeChat sent over, saying that she had already booked a restaurant and invited Zhang Chang over for dinner. Zhang Chang said to Su even after reading it, we'll talk about the investment tomorrow. I have something to do tonight. Su Evening nodded, then took the initiative to say, then Mr. Zhang, is it convenient to add a WeChat? Zhang Chang naturally did not refuse. After all, Su Evening's peach blossom eyes were indeed very pretty. Not only were they animated when looking at people, but they also gave off a seductive glow. Coupled with her 36D figure, the attraction was indeed very powerful. Looking at Zhang Chang, he wanted to directly turn on his milking skills. Chapter 19 Michelin Restaurant. After finalizing the order, Zhang Chang arrived in the Rolls-Royce at the Renha diner that Yu Xiaoxiao had booked. As soon as he pushed the door, a rich flavor of the Magic City hit him. Dark green wallpaper, antique record players, and vintage ceiling fans. And on the stage in the center, there were vintage beauties in Cheongsam singing old Magic City songs. Zhang Chang nodded. Worthy of being a Michelin one-star restaurant, the atmosphere is full of sense. Yu Xiaoxia didn't choose the outside booth. She ordered a small private room. When Jiang Chang walked into the private room, Yu Xiaoxiao was ordering food with her tablet. Seeing Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao stood up with a slightly shy expression and waved towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, come sit over here. Only to see Yu Xiaoxiao wearing a Chanel knee-length dress, elegant and atmospheric. Her skin is white as snow, beautiful and touching. Jiang Chang walked to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, wrapped his arms around her slender and sexy waist, his lips pressed against Yu Xiaoxiao's small and delicate ear, and said while softly puffing, "Why did you change your clothes?" Being teased by Jiang Chang's frivolous action, Yu Xiaoxiao's face became even more flushed, symbolically gently pushed Jiang Chang and said with a scarlet face, "Changing clothes is normal, right? I haven't even talked about you yet. That dress was torn by you." Thinking of last night's excited state, Jiang Chang instantly laughed evilly and said, "This is also your own fault. Who asked you to have a big problem with this wave? You need to pay close attention to it." Before Yu Xiaoxia could react to what she heard, her mouth was blocked by Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxia blushed and pushed Jiang Chang away, and sat back to her position after organizing her clothes. It's not good if others come in later. Jiang Chang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, there was time to do things slowly tonight. Yu Xiaoxia handed the tablet to Jiang Chang, began to enthusiastically introduce the dishes. The crab meat rice here is the only one in the Magic City. Their rice is full of crab meat. This dish also got the Michelin official recommendation. Later you have to taste it. There's also this bad and slippery fish slices, onion roasted crow's feet fish head, chicken hairy vegetables with shredded lily leaves, Yu Xiaoxia said while Jiang Chang watched. And when Yu Xiaoxia ordered 4 dishes, Jiang Chang nodded. "That's it then. It should be enough. You order a few more dishes. You'll know later. The dishes here are delicious but the amount is really not much." Jiang Chang looked around and ordered 3 more random recommended dishes. "Right. Do you know Su Wan? Last night I seem to remember you saying that you're also from Tiancheng Entertainment." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang and asked suspiciously. "Su Wan? She's an artist of our company. What's wrong?" Jiang Chang told Yu Xiaoxiao the general story and mentioned the matter of wanting to sign Su Wan to Yu Xiaoxiao. After Yu Xiaoxiao heard it, a hint of sourness appeared on her face as she said snidely, "Canceling her contract for her? That's a breach of contract to be paid. You're treating her." Jiang Chang understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant and shook his head. "I don't have any thoughts about her for the time being. I just think she has great potential." "Huge potential? Her current curiosity can't even be counted as a third tier. The company's resources for her are even almost non-existent. And she didn't get her new investment yesterday." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. After all, as long as it's a man, which one doesn't like pretty girls, especially one like Su Wan? But Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care at this point. In her opinion, she and Jiang Chang were just getting what they wanted. If Jiang Chang didn't want to play with her one day, she could also leave in style. She was a non-marriageist anyway. As long as she didn't talk about her feelings, anything was fine. "I know, but I still think highly of her. And I'm planning to start an entertainment company, and she's the first artist I've contacted," Jiang Chang said seriously. During the exchange with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang learned that she was actually the manager of the operations department of Tiancheng Entertainment, which made Jiang Chang feel very surprised. To know that to be able to hold this position at the age of 25, it was quite impressive. Although it is only a department manager, but if there is no background, 25 years old is not necessarily able to sit on this position. Yu Xiaoxia said that she did not rely on background, completely rely on their own strength. She is very good from the university period. A variety of scholarships to get soft. If such a capable woman can help herself to manage the company, then Jiang Chang will not be able to directly lie flat. Thinking of this, the corner of Jiang Chang's mouth secretly smiled. Su Evening, although the company isn't paying much attention to her right now, but her condition is really good. If you like it, I can help you terminate her contract. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous reply, a trace of strangeness rose within Jiang Chang. But this kind of thing where he could take the initiative and not be responsible, he was still happy to do it. Then I'll trouble you. Yu Xiaoxia nodded and said, Su Lian's contract shouldn't have expired yet. If you want to sign her, the compensation for breach of contract is estimated to be several $1 million. Our company basically signs once every 5 years. I'll have to go through the detailed treaty. While the two were talking, the dishes had already been served. Jiang Chang looked at the 138 servings of Yoshi's braised pork that he had just ordered before he realized what Yu Xiaoxia meant when she said that the servings were small. It looked like a big portion on the tablet, but I didn't expect it to be only a small dish after it was served. The same was true for the sliced fish, which looked like a lot of fish on the tablet, but turned out to be only a dozen slices or so. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxia ordered a few more at the end of the meal, or else it really wasn't enough to eat. Chapter 20 Accident. Jiang Chang's age is the time of great appetite. Although ordered more than a dozen dishes, but without exception all of them he finished. As Yu Xiaoxia said, worthy of being recommended by the Magic City this dish gang Michelin 1-star restaurant. Although the amount is small, but the flavor is worth the price. Zhang Chang nodded with satisfaction after eating and drinking his fill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an unforgettable taste treat. The system rewards the gourmet cashback card. The cashback multiplier of the cashback card is 1 to 100 times, plus the actual number of people invited by the host, counting up to 5 people. Zhang Chang clicked on and carefully looked at the explanation of the system prompt. This card means that one invites others to dinner. If one spends $10,000 and the cashback is calculated at the highest multiple of 100 times, then it will be $1 million, plus the number of heads invited, up to 5 people counted. Then it will be $5 million in cashback. I didn't realize that this seemingly ordinary food cashback card was actually so powerful. No matter how unlucky you are, you can still get 20 to 30 times cash back. Eat a meal casually can get $1 million or so. Worthy of being a dream come true. God's honor system. After eating, Zhang Chang naturally took Yu Xiaoxiao back to Aman, just as he was crossing the doorway of the hotel lobby, only to suddenly see an alluringly dressed woman bump into Yu Xiaoxiao as she brushed past. Aya! A pretentious voice came over. Zhang Chang looked towards Yu Xiaoxiao who was covering her shoulder and asked thoughtfully, "Is everything alright?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but the look on her face suddenly turned a red with indignation, her eyes staring deathly at the woman in front of her. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing here dressed like this?" When that woman saw that it was Yu Xiaoxiao that she had bumped into, a trace of panic suddenly rose on her face, but she quickly forced herself to calm down again, only to see that woman say with a hint of a pretentious and sharp voice, "Yu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here again? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman in front of her pointing an orchid finger at herself, Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flashed with a trace of disgust. "Forget it, I don't care about you. If I tell you anything, you'd better make it clear to your relatives over there." Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said with a cold smile, "Don't forget that we are already engaged. It's useless even if you back out. I won't back out of the marriage." "Engaged? Do you want to be shameless? You're a big man dressed like this and still dare to mention engagement. You're cheating marriage." Yu Xiaoxiao sarcastically and agitatedly scolded in a low voice at the sight. Zhang Yu took a deep breath before glancing at Zhang Chang and said, "We've already said goodbye to each other on the relative side. It's useless for you to back out. Zhang Yu, point your face. I won't pursue your own problems, but you actually got together with my best friend, and more than once. You two are simply wolfish. If it wasn't for my mom and them forcing me, why would I be engaged to you? Since you're engaged, get married honestly," Zhang Yu said unforgivingly. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly broke away from Zhang Yu's hand and directly wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's arm. The force under breaking free was a bit heavy, causing her rather large peaks to directly hit Zhang Cheng's arm. "Less disgusting. You don't like me. You pester me but to let me give you a cover so that you can go outside to meet those men of yours, right? I wonder how that best friend of mine would feel if she knew you were bisexual. What do you care about me so much? Anyway, this is what the two families booked a long time ago. It's useless for you to back out of it. You yourself are still not turning around and coming to a room with someone else. What qualifications do you have to say about me?" Hearing this, Zhang Cheng finally rationalized the relationship between the two of them. For the matter that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged, it was a bit of a surprise. However, looking at Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Cheng immediately understood Yu Xiaoxiao. It turned out that this woman called Zhang Yu was a man. No wonder there was a feeling of a siren. If Yu Xiaoxiao did not say, at first glance, it is quite difficult to discover that the woman in front of him is actually a man dressed as a woman. Modern society's makeup technology is really heavenly, but a closer look still sees some clues, especially one of the male features, the throat not on the neck, and the size of the high heels on his feet is also much larger than the average woman. After some measurements, Zhang Chang, now finally some understanding of those one night after the night, suddenly realized that the other party is actually a man of those news. Under the concealment of the thick makeup and wig, it was indeed very difficult to recognize. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé was not only a sissy, but also green with Yu Xiaoxiao, and the key was bisexuality? This amount of information was also a bit too much. Zhang Yu began to pull and tug at Yu Xiaoxiao at this time, cursing and swearing, and the people who were watching nearby began to grow more and more. Chapter 20 Physical Attributes. "Brother, now that you know the relationship between the two of us, I advise you to leave first. She is my fiancé." At this time, the pleasant lowly voice rang out once again. "Ding dong. Host, you will now be faced with a choice. Choice 1, listen to Zhang Yu and leave, and you will receive a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Kajuit. Choice 2, directly give Zhang Yu 2 slaps to wake him up. You will receive body constitution points +5. 1 bad luck card." Zhang Chang looked at the choices that suddenly appeared in front of him and was dumbfounded. The first choice was naturally disdainful to himself, and Zhang Chang directly passed it off. And the second choice, there were actually physical attribute points. Zhang Chang viewed the explanation of the body attributes, referring to the strength, speed, physique, but also includes the eyesight and hearing, recovery, ability, resistance to fight. The most important thing is that what ability This system is a bit tart The key is that if this body physique is enhanced, then with the unclogging card, that was rewarded by the system after buying the house, that does not enhance the impact of time. Zhang Chang didn't hesitate after reading the introduction and directly chose the second one. At once his body felt a warm current pass through it, and his body was filled with strength. Zhang Chang couldn't help but secretly feel good. This dam is simply heaven-defying. Other people worked hard to exercise every day to obtain 8-pack abs and desperately high on drugs to obtain an enhanced physique. It seemed like he himself had already started to achieve something in a small way. Hearing was even more directly on a level. At this moment, he could even hear the sound of the thin and broken water flow inside the girls' restroom not far away. Zhang Cheng pinched his strong arm and smiled as he glanced at Zhang Yu before directly opening his bow left and right. Snap! Snap! Zhang Cheng's two big slaps directly slapped Zhang Yu to the ground. The left and right bow action on the close to their own Yuxiaoxiao peaks of the friction again so that she cannot help but face again shy. Press the friction electric feeling. Yuxiaoxiao panicked and let go of Zhang Cheng's arm. Zhang Yu was slapped by Zhang Cheng, slumped to the ground. He angrily covered his face and stood up. Before he could open his voice, he saw Zhang Cheng shook off his hand and said, "TSK, this cheek is really thick." He has a problem and still has the face to say these words. "My hand is rubbed by your face to the pain." Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She completely didn't expect Zhang Cheng to suddenly strike. This actually hit me. Oh. I'm not done with you. Zhang Yu covered his reddened cheeks that had been hit by Zhang Cheng and looked like he was about to cry as he glared at Zhang Cheng aggressively and fiercely. After saying that, he clenched his two delicate fists again and rushed straight towards Zhang Cheng with his inner 8-foot posture. See, Zhang Yu was about to rush towards Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng's favorability increased greatly. She hurriedly once again hugged Zhang Cheng's arm tightly, wanted to pull Zhang Cheng to her side. Her heart felt that Zhang Cheng was so handsome that he actually slapped Zhang Yu to the ground for her. However, at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that Zhang Cheng would get into trouble for helping her. Zhang Cheng reacted extremely quickly at this moment. With a single stretch of his foot, he directly kicked Zhang Yu and sent him flying. Zhang Yu, who had fallen to the ground again, saw that he was not Zhang Cheng's opponent, and unusually covered his aching chest and collapsed on the ground, not daring to get up again. At this moment, he felt unprecedented humiliation as well as pain. Zhang Cheng's kick was extremely heavy. Zhang Yu looked at the onlookers, did not come forward to stop the hotel staff. Suddenly angry, starting to sputter, he pinched his throat and shouted, "Where is the security guard? Hit people, did not see what do you hotel eat? I'm your guest here. I'm being beaten up. Come on people, help who?" As Zhang Yu shouted like this, the hotel staff began to react. Since Zhang Cheng had registered to stay at the top of the Line Ting Villa at 80,000 a night, the hotel reception staff had already recognized him. So at this moment, they were also in a bit of a dilemma as they looked at the scene in front of them. Zhang Yu could see the hotel staff's somewhat perfunctory and hesitant attitude, and became even more furious. Wanting to vomit blood directly, he once again shouted loudly, "What are you guys still waiting for? Security brother, quickly arrest him otherwise I will call the police. This is not even. Two gentlemen are small things, private settlement on the line. Do not hurt the peace. Yes, it's not a big deal. Have a good conversation." The hotel's personnel couldn't help but secretly all feel a bit disgusted when they looked at the showy orchid finger that Zhang Yu pointed at them. However, out of their own professionalism, they could only persuade them in a good voice from the side. Zhang Yu saw that they did not want to make a big deal out of it, and even looked as if they wanted to suppress the matter when they were suddenly frantic. "You guys, you all bullied me. You wait for me. I'm going to call the police, and I'm also going to file a complaint against you and expose you all." Zhang Yu wasn't stupid. After he said that, the hotel personnel started to get nervous. They knew that Zhang Yu's purpose of saying this was to make a big deal out of this matter. Although none of them wanted to actively offend Zhang Cheng, they preferred not to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the chaotic scene in front of her and frowned angrily. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust, and after taking a deep breath whispered to Zhang Cheng, "It's fine. If he calls the police then I'll just say that he's the one who pestered me, and that you stepped in just to protect me. Don't spit blood. There is surveillance here, and so many people saw you hit me. They can testify for me." After Zhang Yu said this, he saw that none of the people around him were willing to agree with him. There were even some people who were ready to leave quietly, not willing to get involved in this mess. Zhang Yu became even angrier and yelled loudly, "You bastards, softies, I'm calling the police. The hotel's response was surprisingly fast, and soon there were two police officers walking towards them. The two policemen took out their IDs and started to routinely understand the situation. Before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao on the side quickly rushed up. Chapter 21 Bad Luck. The two police officers began to routinely understand the situation after pulling out their IDs. Just before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao on the side quickly rushed up. She shook her head and hurriedly said, "Mr. Police, it's none of his business. This person, he wants to cheat on the marriage, because we were engaged before by the elders of our two families. But after I came into contact with him, I found out that he is not only a bisexual, but also likes to dress up as a woman. That's why I've made it clear that I won't marry him. And today it was he himself who came over to harass me. And this gentleman helped me out of goodwill to avoid the harassment." Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's behavior and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction inside, because he found that Yu Xiaoxiao's look and actions towards herself had become more intimate than just now. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's peaks were already tightly next to her arm again, and still took the initiative to stick to it. Jiang Chang soothingly touched her shoulder again. "Don't worry, is this some kind of misunderstanding? It's all a small dispute. It's good for everyone to talk away and deal with it." The police officer began to mediate after understanding what happened, only to see his face suffocated red. Said, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean?" "Here, but there is monitoring. I demand." Only to see that before he finished speaking, Jiang Chang used the bad luck card that he had just rewarded directly on Zhang Yu's body. PFFFF. Several strange sounds immediately came out from Zhang Yu's body, only to see him stop the words coming out of his mouth with a strange expression on his face. His eyes turned nervously and his legs unconsciously clenched. The buttocks slowly puckered up. Both hands even slowly covered his stomach. At this moment, he felt as if there was a stream of warmth that began to run out uncontrollably in the intestines inside his stomach. This subtle yet embarrassing feeling made him recall an unforgettable former part of his childhood. He was still young at that time, just in the 3rd grade of elementary school. One day the teacher named him to answer a question. It turned out that he happened to have diarrhea all the time that day. He stood up nervously, and just as he did so he accidentally and suddenly tried to fart. For the first time in his young life, he understood a saying, that is to never trust any fart when you have diarrhea, because that day, he thought that if he slowly let out a fart while answering a question, everything would go unnoticed, and everything would go unnoticed. But he was proved wrong. At that time he let out not only farts but also a crotch of. He can never forget that time, the whole class and the teacher on the podium, that pale and disgusted look. At this very moment, that long-lost feeling appeared again. Zhang Yu at this moment held his red face inside and slowly told himself, "Never trust farts." After silently reading a few sentences, Zhang Yu began to slowly take deep breaths to try and control his body. After all, there was still surveillance here and there were quite a few people. He absolutely would not allow this kind of thing to happen to him a second time. It was just that not everything in this world was as it should be. Zhang Yu realized that at this moment, the gas inside his body was growing more and more. The cold sweat of his body was constantly pouring out. At that moment, he remembered that he had not eaten anything at noon today. He was having a good time with his old flame inside the hotel. Could it be that there was poison inside his old lover's stick? Is that why it suddenly brought such a big shock to his intestines? Zhang Yu's face turned white as he asked towards everyone, "May I ask where the restroom on the first floor is?" He slowly controlled his breath with great effort to utter these words, but even though he was controlling it even more at this point, it was no longer helpful. A familiar warm current in his dignity of more than 20 years once again began to flow out little by little. Seeing his pale face and strange movements, the police officer couldn't help but ask with concern, "This gentleman, may I ask what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable somewhere?" Zhang Yu clenched his buttocks even more at this time, only to see him slowly inhale and verbose his mouth trying to speak. "It's a bit quick." Zhang Yu didn't dare to say anything else before he finished his sentence. He found that as soon as he opened his mouth, his sphincter loosened a few more points. Originally it was only sporadically leaking a few drops. After this movement of his it leaked a dozen more drops, and vaguely there is still the feeling that it is going to be a big outbreak. Zhang Yu knew that although he had done his best to control this, but it can only avoid a bigger bomb blowing up. What should come will still come. At this moment, he felt his crotch getting wetter and wetter. The other people only felt that his behavior was a bit strange at this time, while Jiang Chang, who had used the bad luck card, had vaguely guessed Zhang Yu's situation somewhat at this time. The appearance of such an expression for no reason meant that there must be something wrong. Moreover, Zhang Yu could not even care about clamoring for the police now. Jiang Chang laughed, walked to the side of Zhang Yu, patted his shoulder and said, "Brothers, uncomfortable to say, never polite. The police uncle will help you." Zhang Yu was shaken a few times by Jiang Chang's hand, and immediately took a deep breath and clenched his sphincter even harder. He slowly turned his head. His face stifled, red eyes wide open as he stared at Jiang Chang. Every time Jiang Chang shook him, he was 1 point closer to exploding. "Send me to the toilet." Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and uttered these words before not daring to speak again. At this moment an unpleasant smell wafted out. Asterisk 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 asterisk? How come it stinks so bad? Yeah, is the toilet broken? It shouldn't be. The toilet is still far away from here. It couldn't be the manure truck coming over, could it? Well, oh my god. It feels fresh. Who stole the poop? Grown up enough to know to keep it under control. Chapter 22 Yu Xiaoxiao's past. With everyone talking, Zhang Yu froze and held back the last word. It was because he did not know how to pick up on this. At this moment, he only wanted to become a transparent person, slowly leaving to settle inside the restroom by himself. "May I ask this gentleman? Now let's register your statement first." The police officers were also overwhelmed by the smell and wanted to quickly finish their business and leave. The one leading the group looked around in disgust and suddenly remembered the apprentice next to him. This brat usually knew how to eat, and in the morning he even said he had diarrhea. It couldn't be him, right? At that moment, he covered his nose, lowered his voice and started to curse. "You brat! Told you not to eat all the time at work and you didn't listen, and now you're shitting yourself? Tell me how you're still living like this in your 20s, being incontinent at such a young age? What's the difference between you and the roadside?" Zhang Yu listened to this sentence and suddenly his face turned even more red. Originally, he was about to open his mouth to ask for help, but he immediately swallowed his words back. He didn't want to be being lectured by his own master in front of his face like this. That obese police officer immediately quit. "Master, I didn't tea. Although I have a stomach ache today, but I am so big. How can I do this kind of thing only? It's not me. It must be someone else." Seeing the master look at himself with a face of disbelief, he immediately got angry and said, "I said it is true. I swear, whoever fucking pulls the shit on the body who is a dog mongrel, can't be hard. It must be a dog." Only to see his words have not finished then also stopped, began to look oddly at his master. The master has taken him out of the police for several years. The master had gotten older and older in the past few years, and he had just suspected himself as soon as he smelled shit. There was only one reason to be in such a hurry to put this shit hat on his head. That is that this shit might have been pooped by master, his old man. In order to divert everyone's attention it draws the battle to him. After all, master was also old, and it was understandable that sometimes he couldn't control his sphincter. So a brainstorming he suddenly swallowed bitterly. Master had taught himself quite a bit of experience over the past few years, so it was time to repay the favor. Shame is shame. For master his old man to take the blame as also should be. After thinking this way that obese police officer immediately said with an ugly face, "Master, I'm sorry." On the side of the Zhang you see someone to help him to take this pot down. Instantly happy corners of his mouth slowly rose. The footsteps also began to slowly shuffle, withdrawing towards a place where there was no one. While walking, he said, "No need. I won't call the police. You guys go back." Jiang Chang saw this and immediately covered his nose and interjected, "No, this stench is coming from our side. It won't be." After saying this, Jiang Chang looked at Zhang Yu meaningfully. Zhang Yu was withdrawing 2 steps proudly at this time. Seeing all the people inside the hotel locking their eyes on themselves, Zhang Yu immediately panicked and wanted to leave this place quickly. It was also the action of these few steps. The side of his ass finally could no longer stand it. The torrents began to pour out. The faces of the people inside the hotel stared wide-eyed in horror as they listened to Zhang Yu's body begin to erupt in a series of earth-shattering serial farts. Seeing this, Jiang Chang quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao to quickly retreat 10 meters away. The rest of the people hadn't reacted yet. At this moment, all of them were petrified as they watched the yellow liquid dripping out of Zhang Yu's body. Equals degree smiley face. After the shock everyone started to cover their noses and started to dry heave as they fled around. Sigma_OO angle. You. At this moment, all kinds of dry heaving and hair-raising noises were rising and falling inside the hotel. My mama. I really will thank. Growing up so big will still have diarrhea. How can someone not even be able to control their chrysanthemums? A group of people began to blush furiously while dry heaving and looking at Zhang Yu in disgust as they discussed. Zhang Yu couldn't care about keeping up his image at this point, and even less about calling the police, only to see him covering his continuously writhing intestines while starting to run haphazardly in search of a restroom. 20 minutes later, the scene was finally registered, and Jiang Chang and Yu Xiaoxia also finally arrived inside the Ting Villa. Yu Xiaoxia, who had returned to the hotel room again, was exceptionally considerate towards Jiang Chang, only to see her slender jade hand enthusiastically came to Jiang Chang's thigh side. Gently rubbing said, "Good brother, let sister see if you are okay. Are you hurt?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance as a female demon, Jiang Chang pulled out a bad smile. "How could I be injured?" Just that level of waste can't hurt me. That won't do. Even though you're very powerful, but it's still more assured to let your sister check it out. Seeing that Jiang Chang was unmoved, Yu Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile and said, "Do you dislike me? I know I don't deserve you." Jiang Chang saw Yu Xiaoxiao's tone of loss, and immediately didn't have the heart to tease her anymore. He took her over and said comfortingly, "How could I dislike you? I'm just joking with you." When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chang say this, her eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of light, but she soon lost it again. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said in a lost voice, "Isn't it surprising that my fiancé is actually a?" Jiang Chang nodded. "It's a bit of a surprise. In fact, my marriage with Zhang Yu was set by my grandparents when I was a child. My grandpa insisted that I marry him before he died, although I didn't like it, but in order to let my grandpa leave in peace, I eventually chose to get engaged to him." Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat relieved when she saw that Jiang Chang didn't react so strongly. Although this was her second meeting with Jiang Chang, she was still prepared to tell Jiang Chang this secret that had been hidden in the bottom of her heart. In her grandfather's time, promises and commitments were the most important thing, so no matter how much she resisted, she was ultimately unable to argue with her grandfather's obsession. At the time of her grandfather's death, the old man even blackmailed her to marry Zhang Yu, otherwise he would die in peace. Yu Xiaoxiao was pressured by all her relatives to finally get engaged to Zhang Yu. However, after the meeting, the meticulous Yu Xiaoxiao realizes that Zhang Yu is actually bisexual. Chapter 23, Stinky Brother. Zhang Yu's home and room actually had tons of pink stuff inside. In order for him to ask me to keep it a secret, the two of us signed an agreement with each other, not to touch each other nor interfere with each other. At first Yu Xiaoxiao was happy to accept it. Not only would it put her grandfather's mind at ease, but Yu Xiaoxiao also disliked Zhang Yu, so it was like killing two birds with one stone. In order to cover up his same-sex affair in front of their relatives and co-worker friends, Zhang Yu had been using Yu Xiaoxiao as a front to get her to cooperate with his various performances. With Yu Xiaoxiao's acquiescence, Zhang Yu also became more and more egotistical, until recently Yu Xiaoxiao also finally realized that he is actually a bisexual. Because Zhang Yu and her best friend to get together, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it at all when she found out, and that's why she repented of her marriage. Jiang Chang was a bit saddened after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's story. "I can only say that the world is a big place, and there is nothing strange about it." He touched Yu Xiaoxiao's hair and comforted her. It's really bitter for you to meet such a ridiculous thing. Jiang Chang, do you really not care? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me?" Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself in surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth to explain and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that I want to be your girlfriend. I just want to have someone who can accompany me once in a while. I don't want to get married in the future anyway, and you're my first man. So, don't worry, if we are together, I won't interfere in your private life." Yu Xiaoxiao was usually a very good workplace career woman, but at the same time she was also a very normal woman. Her grandfather had also passed away 5 years ago. As a new age woman she was very eager to have her own love. Jiang Chang was her first man, although her liking for Jiang Chang wasn't particularly deep right now. But she felt that this kind of relationship was 100 times easier than a serious relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was disappointed with affection and love, only wanted to have a casual relationship at this time, and it just so happened that the person she bumped into was Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was pleasantly surprised when he heard this from Yu Xiaoxiao. "I don't mind a hairline. In this kind of casual opening is sky-high bride price world, this kind of white whoring thing actually exists by his side. What else is there to be picky about?" Moreover, Jiang Chang remembered that he still had an unused diversion card. Unable to resist, the corner of his mouth tugged. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards himself was not high, so Jiang Chang was not prepared to use this card. But now Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards himself was almost close to 90 points. In the face of such a beautiful woman with a lot of flavor, how can she afford her trust in herself without a few thousand efforts? Jiang Chang intimately embraced Yu Xiaoxia and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Yu Xiaoxia listening to this surprise kissed Jiang Chang. "Well, tired. We first go to do spa. I heard that the spa here is very famous. I'm also a little tired. First go to relax." "Okay. Looking at Jiang Chang's expectant eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao fled and went directly to the arranged girls' spa room side. The spa room of the Yaman Hotel Yangyun was known as the largest spa room in the world, and an hour of spa service in it cost $3,000. Jiang Chang directly booked 2 hours of spa. After all, today on the road for a few hours, need to have a good relaxation. After soaking in the hot springs after the spa, Jiang Chang is now lying in the villa room in the big bed of golden Nanmu. The super soft imported mattress made Jiang Chang just lie on it soon and then fell into a deep sleep, and also inexplicably some comfortable. Jiang Chang opened his eyes and lifted the quilt. What met his eyes was Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite little face that looked like peach blossoms. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a look of natural charm and was immediately a little anxious. He picked up Yu Xiaoxiao, and all of a sudden, she was filled with fragrance and softness. Jiang Chang could no longer control it. His lips covered up with force. He held down Yu Xiaoxiao's head and kissed her passionately. After more than 2 hours of world war, after Jiang Chang sighed comfortably, he got up and went directly to the bathroom. Looking at himself inside the mirror, Jiang Chang opened the system page, only to see the system page prompt. Ding! Unclogging card, used successfully. Given that the other party's satisfaction is 100 points, the host's frequency count is 2,500 times. Comprehensive calculation. Rewarding the host with $250 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompts inwardly, could not help but be happy. Fortunately, he had just worked so hard to facilitate this hundreds of millions of dollars of business. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Yu Xiaoxia has been tired to sleep over. Jiang Chang walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Yu Xiaoxiao. The blanket covering her body had fallen off, and her fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed. Her black hair like a waterfall was scattered over her snow-white upper body, revealing a delicate and flawless little face. After sighing, Jiang Chang leaned down and tenderly kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth fragrant shoulders. Inside the room of the villa there were 3 cleaning staff who were cleaning and replacing the toiletries inside the room for Jiang Chang. Inside the room by the big bed, a young woman was changing the duvet cover with another middle-aged woman in her 30s. That middle-aged woman looked at the crumpled marks on the bed and said to that young girl, "TSK, TSK, 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 young people nowadays have good stamina." That young girl couldn't help but blush at those words. "Sister Zhang, keep your voice down. It's not good to let the guests let people hear you. What are you afraid of? You can't hear it from so far away. Alas, old Chen, come over and see. How is the stamina of that mouth of your family? Is there such a thing?" Sister Zhang excitedly called out to another middle-aged woman to come over to watch. "If my family that mouth is so powerful, that handsome man looks more handsome than the stars. Think of happiness." Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, had already heard the mutterings of the 3 people inside the room. He was sitting in the dining room with Yu Xiaoxiao eating lunch. Yu Xiaoxiao was now giving Jiang Chang a piece of raw marinated seafood with a happy face. "Jiang Chang, try this. It tastes fresh and not too fishy. There is also a sweet flavor of seafood." Jiang Chang opened his mouth and chewed seriously for a while before saying, "It is indeed quite fresh." When Yu Xiaoxia heard this, her face suddenly became hot. She pouted and glanced at Jiang Chang. "Darn it, I told you not to eat it, but you insisted on eating it, and now you're still poking fun at me like this. Which is snark. What I said is true." Yu Xiaoxiao shyly gently slapped Jiang Chang. "Stop it, there are other people there." Jiang Chang smiled and pinched Yu Xiaoxiao's face. If she knew that the cleaning staff inside was discussing the bed sheets they had slept on, then she would definitely be shy and pull Jiang Chang to leave directly. After having breakfast, the strong woman Yu Xiaoxiao had wanted to go to work. It was hard to be forced by Jiang Chang to take leave and stay at the hotel to rest. Jiang Chang was brushing his friend's circle at this time, and saw that their class president Li Sudan was pretending to be his 18-year-old bar mitzvah gift in his friend's circle. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's slender black silk thighs. "Xiao, lend me your leg to take a picture to celebrate my 18th bar mitzvah. Is today your birthday?" "No, I have long passed my birthday. Recently see the circle of friends of people are sunshine their parents to give all kinds of bar mitzvah gifts. See, I also want a sunshine. Just sunshine your beautiful legs well." Yu Xiaoxiao tangled her face for a moment and said, "That's not a problem, but how do you want to shoot it?" Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, which were as red as a peach, and said with a bad smile, "We are so close and you are still so shy?" Yu Xiaoxia listened to Jiang Chang's words and was really ignited. "Who says I'm shy? You come here." Yu Xiaoxiao finished speaking and then pulled Jiang Chang to sit on the leather sofa next to him. Generously put the slender legs directly to Jiang Chang's neck. "Stinky brother, shoot it." This posture, even Jiang Chang, who had already felt Yu Xiaoxiao's beautiful legs, was instantly unable to resist. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and clicked a few shots before clicking on the circle of friends. "My 18-year-old rite of passage, although there is no Mercedes-Benz BMW, but the speed of this car than on the supercars." Jiang Chang skillfully selected the visible grouping and then released the circle of friends. After posting the circle of friends, Jiang Chang directly threw the cell phone to the side. It didn't take long for Jiang Chang's circle of friends to explode, only to see their classmates. Class president Li Sudong at this time is looking at his friend circle's likes. His bar mitzvah tanning friend circle that he had posted yesterday was a $20,000 piano. He took 100 or so photos and then carefully selected 9 to send the circle. Once the circle was posted, it undoubtedly received a lot of likes and comments. Just as he finished replying to everyone's compliments and started browsing through his circle of friends, he actually saw that Jiang Chang had also posted a picture. He actually saw that Jiang Chang had also sent a friend circle. Looking at a few black silk legs randomly shot by Jiang Chang, Lee Sudong suddenly nosebleed could not stop falling down. Jiang Chang usually in the school often flicked him the face of the class president, so Lee Sudong and Jiang Chang's relationship is not good. But at this moment, he also had to admit that Jiang Chang's bar mitzvah made him jealous. This is the real rite of passage. Compared to his own computer inside the multiple girlfriends, he would like to Jiang Chang like a real gun to around. Looking at a few minutes, Jiang Chang's circle of friends has exploded. There are already more than 20 likes and dozens of comments below. Chang Jipeng, grass. Kill the heart early in the morning let me see this for what? Zhou Jiyun, suddenly I feel that my mom gave me a house that doesn't smell good. I also want a black silk girl. I also want to be an adult. Li Ziroe, brother. Strong you win. Nosebleed stayed. Zhang Chushi, Jiang Chang. You. Suya, oh my god. You men are so perverted. Li Sumin angrily typed comments on Jiang Chang's friend circle. Li Xiumin. Jiang Chang, I'm going to tell the principal that although you've graduated, it doesn't mean you can mess around. Zhou Jiyun and Li Xiumin wake up. Have graduated. The certificate has received. The principal still cares so much jealousy is useless. Chapter 24 Do you want to sign me? After casually freshening up, Jiang Chang went out in Yang Yunamon's Rolls Royce, and the car quickly arrived at the location Su Wan had given the location. The neighborhood where Su Wan lived looked to be a mid-range apartment complex, not new or old. After 5 minutes or so, he saw a delicate figure hurriedly jogging towards his car. Jiang Chang fixed his eyes and saw that the person was Su Wan. Today she was wearing a goose-yellow thin blouse. Her feet stepped on a pair of black thick-soled Martin boots, a pair of snow-white straight legs greatly exposed. It was still a typical evening-style wear. After sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Evening took off the black duck-tongue hat and mask. Seeing Su Evening's special car driver respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask where we are going now? Seeing Jiang Chang glancing at her, Su Knight immediately opened her mouth and said, Master, please go to the Baiwa Hotel in Lujiazui. Okay. The driver sniffed and said politely. After the car started, Su Wan straightened her bangs at the screen of her phone, then she blinked a pair of bright peach blossom fox eyes and said to Jiang Chang with a smile, Mr. Jiang, good noon. You came down quite fast, but aren't you hot? This speed of coming downstairs shows that Su Lian should be ready at all times. Su Wan covered her mouth and laughed a little. The places we're going to later are all air-conditioned in shopping malls, and in our line of work, it's a normal operation to wear cotton clothes in the summer and dresses in the winter. If you say so, it's true. Mr. Jiang looks very young. I'm a little curious what kind of work you do. Su Wan asked tentatively. Jiang Chang smiled and replied, I remember I told you I'm here to travel. I'm going to enroll in Mordor University. How about coming over to see this side first? Su even sniffed and a hint of shock appeared on her face. I thought about it when I went back yesterday, but I thought you were joking. Are all the rich second generation nowadays so arrogant? At 18 years old, they could dispose of so much cash flow on their own? Seeing that Jiang Chang just laughed, Su Lian lamented. Really envious. Is your family really mineralized? So young Ferrari can be bought at will. After saying that she couldn't help but think back. Her own 18 years old was still running a drag queen while going to college. Jiang Chang faintly shook his head. Just an ordinary family. Seeing that Jiang Chang did not tell the truth, Su Wan did not pursue the question any further. Looking at Su Wan sitting beside himself with a well-behaved face, Jiang Chang asked, Right. Huang Ming's matter won't have an impact on your work, right? Su Lian smiled bitterly at his words. The impact is there, but it's not that big. He visited our company as an investor and selected me. Halfway through her sentence, she glanced at Jiang Chang, hesitated and said, Our circle. I don't know if you have any understanding. There will be certain rules. The investor picks you as the leading lady, and pays money to hold you up. And sometimes it is not unconditional. It will come with some other conditions by the way. Jiang Chang naturally understands Su Wan's words. He is not really only 18 years old. Subterfuge. Anyway, the play is to be shot. The money is to be invested. To choose a favorite obedient, but also can play together. This is the conditions of most investors to choose people. Unless you are a big star, the play needs to rely on you to attract popularity. In which case you can circumvent this rule. After all, the investor needs to rely on your fame to hit the publicity of this drama. Otherwise a third or fourth tier starlet like Su Wan was the fate of being picked. Huang Ming put some conditions with me. If I accept it, the female lead will be me. Of course if I don't accept it, then someone else will be chosen to replace me. And the company sent me to receive Huang Ming with this intention. Then you are prepared to accept? Su even shook her head. Of course I'm not accepting. I've been on the scene for so many years. If I had accepted earlier, I wouldn't still be such a tiny third-tier star. The most I'd do to accompany him out would be to accompany him for shopping. And I wouldn't accept any other conditions. Jiang Chang didn't doubt Su Wan's words. After all, her privacy value was 0. Looking at Huang Ming's appearance, he should have usually made this kind of request to many female stars, right? Su even nodded. Of course, if I don't accept it, naturally someone else will. Haven't you ever thought of accepting it? Su Evening sniffed and glanced at Jiang Chang, then said bluntly, of course I've thought about it. Even my agent has advised me. After all, the script of this investment is really very good. It's very possible to have a big fire, but I don't want to rely on lying down to get to the top. Jiang Chang did not take her words. Since people have said so, is not to imply to him that she will not accept his subterfuge. However, his main purpose of investing in Su Wan was certainly not subterfuge, but for the reward. After all, he was such a shallow person. Is that drama of yours a big investment? Su Knight shook her head. That's not true. Where would it be my turn to be the female lead if it's a big investment? But it's just a small web drama. Web drama? Jiang Chang sniffed his mind, and that kind of very roughly produced web drama scene appeared in his mind, and his interest was directly reduced by half. Seeing Jiang Chang immediately lost interest, Su Wan hurriedly spoke out to explain. Small productions have the benefits of small productions: low cost, fast payback. The most important thing is not afraid of losing money. And the plot of this drama is really very good. I've already read the script. I think this drama has a lot of potential. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't say anything, Su Wan couldn't help but say nervously, Mr. Jiang, if you can, please help me. I really need this opportunity. Well, if you said so, then I can only be hard if I ask for it. You mean it? Really promise? Of course hard? Don't you believe in giving it a look? Su Wan heard this and quickly waved her hand. I don't mean this. I'm just a little surprised. We are meeting for the second time today. You think it's too fast? I think it's okay. Su Evening at this time had a face of excitement, and her breathing also became a little short of breath. You are the investor. You have the final say. Relax. Don't pant so hard. It's fine for me to invest in this web series and let you be the female lead, but the premise is that you get to be an artist in my company. Instead of relaxing, Su Wan breathed even more sharply at the words. You want to sign me? She was just a half old, not new, not warm, not hot actress. Why would Jiang Chang want to sign her? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes, sign you. I'll invest in you if you become an actor in my family. Mr. Jiang, my contract hasn't expired yet. Do you know this? Su Lian's good-looking fox eyes looked at Jiang Chang inquisitively. I know that. That signing me is going to help me pay for the breach of contract. This point is not a problem. I know. Jiang Chang now has more than $430 million in his hand. On this value of Su Wan now at most lose a few million and be done with it. Su Wan fell into silence as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. She knew that no one would praise herself for no reason. After so many years on the road, she was no longer an uninitiated little girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but guess whether Jiang Chang had any intentions towards her. Could it be? At this time, Su Wan couldn't help but think of a lot of inappropriate images inside her head. Chapter 25 Hen Chang Investment Company. She admitted that Jiang Chang was particularly handsome, and on his condition, if he really had any intentions for himself, he could not be considered to have much to lose. After all, in the future they also want to talk about their boyfriends. If you agree to Jiang Chang's conditions, not only can you sleep with Jiang Chang, such a fresh meat can also let him hold their own. This is not two birds with one stone, is not it? Don't blame her for being realistic. After all, an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome rich man like Jiang Chang, all individuals know how to choose, right? Mr. Jiang, then do you have an entertainment company? Jiang Chang shook his head. Not for the time being, but if you agree, you will soon have one. Looking at Su Wan's hesitant expression, Jiang Chang continued. I know your company's operations manager. Heard her say that you are not valued in the company. If you sign my company, I'll take care of the liquidated damages. In addition, I can guarantee you that within 2 years the company's center of gravity will be placed on you. When Su Wan heard this, her mouth opened slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She was indeed not valued in the company. This point was true, and the company always arranged for her to accompany some investors and producers, due to the fact that she always refused to cooperate herself. Coupled with the fact that she had already messed up Huang Ming's investment yesterday, the company side had already indicated that they were going to start hiding her. The flowering period of an actress was short in itself, and if she was really snowed in, it would be very difficult for her to make it big in the future. What? Still not willing? Seeing Jiang Chang frowning, Su Wan immediately waved her hand to show her willingness. No. Willing? How could she be unwilling with such good conditions? It's not like she's some big popular star. Someone is willing to hold her up like this. What wouldn't she be willing to do? Moreover, she had already seen Jiang Chang's strength yesterday. The strength of a person who could buy a Ferrari Laffa with full payment could be as bad as that. Su Lian bit her lower lip as she spoke. May I ask what special requirements you have if you invest? At this time, her pair of peach blossom eyes stared at Jiang Chang. There was an indescribable flirtatiousness on her face. Jiang Chang understood the meaning of her words, but still played dumb and asked, requirements? Such as requests like Huang Ming or something like that. If I mention it you will agree? Su Wan shook her head hesitantly as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. Su Lan's current friendly value towards him was only 50 points, still on top of the passerby relationship, although the melon that was twisted by force was also sweet. Right, but there was no need. It appeared as if he hadn't eaten any good food. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't inferior to her, alright? Don't worry, as long as you're an artist of my company, I won't ask you to have any unseemly contact with other investors. Jiang Chang was talking about other investors, except for the boss though. Seeing Jiang Chang's righteous look, Su Wan was instantly even more heartened. These days there could be such an agency that didn't ask for anything but also took money to hold you up. So what was one hesitating for? Su Wan, friendly value plus 10. Su Wan's friendly value suddenly increased to 60 points, and she officially stepped into the category of ordinary friends towards Jiang Chang. She licked her mouth and anxiously asked, then when are you going to sign me? I'll let Xiaoxia help with this matter. You can talk to her about the annual salary split. Su Wan unconsciously raised her eyebrows when she heard Jiang Chang mention Yu Xiaoxiao, but she was sensible enough not to raise any objections. That's fine. Then should I change my name to call you Boss Jiang from now on? Su Wan said in a good mood. How foreign to call you boss. Call your brother to listen? Brother? How old are you? 20 20? Are you that big? Jiang Chang nodded affirmatively. Of course, don't believe you see? Didn't you say that you just went to college? Shouldn't you be around 18 then? Oh, so you're talking about age I thought. What about otherwise? Su Lian said in a confused manner. Seeing Jiang Chang look at Su Wan and smile meaningfully, as a surfing expert, Su Wan naturally understood in a second, only to see her face instantly red like a red apple. Her eyes blanked Jiang Chang as she pouted and said, you little rascal, cough cough. Half an hour later the two people finally arrived at the Bayou Hotel. The restaurant Su Wan chose was located on the 87th floor of the World Financial Center on Century Avenue, the high point of Lujiazui. Just as he entered, he saw that the walls of the restaurant's long corridor were covered with various honorable awards. Jiang Chang looked at the glass view outside the restaurant as he walked. It was like being halfway up a mountain, the 87th floor of the high-rise looking out at a sea of clouds, and it really did have a feeling of being in the clouds. Under the guidance of the waiter soon came to the reserved private room. Su Wan sat down and then immediately handed Jiang Chang the tools for ordering food. Jiang Chang didn't push back and said, I'll treat you to this meal today. It's not good to let you treat yourself as the boss. That's not good. It's me who should treat you. I'm grateful that you can help me so much. If you want to be thankful then shoot the movie properly in the future. Bursting into flames is the biggest return on my investment. Got it, boss. Promise to perform well. After Su Wan finished saying this, the system went ding. The system prompted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Su Wan's signing intent. The reward is being issued. Mission reward, reward 20% of the shares of the virtual currency, Hongqing Investment Company. Remark 1. The system has supported the event on a legal level, and all of the host's funds will be obtained through the Hongqing Investment Company, thus obtaining an open source of funding. Remark 2. The host initially bought shares of Hongqing in the establishment of Hongqing Investment Company, and all information with Hongqing is legal and documented. The information has been put into the system and can be directly extracted. Jiang Chang looked at the reward this time. After deciphering it once he finally realized the meaning of this reward. This reward was one that could explain to everyone all the reasons why he had suddenly become so rich. Originally, he didn't know how to explain to his parents about his sudden wealth. This can be completely explained clearly, and if you don't believe it, his dad can also check the Hongqing Investment Company. A check can know the bottom. This reward was by far the most valuable reward that Jiang Chang felt. Chapter 27, Confessing to Your Own Father and Mother. Jiang Chang sent the various information on the system to his father and mother while eating. Taking advantage of not being at home in advance to let them digest the matter of their own children suddenly became rich, so as not to go back to their own still have to explain half a day, across the phone then face to face to ease. Anyway, with my father Jiang Jianmin's character will certainly be the first time to go to seek confirmation. Since it was arranged by the system, Jiang Chang naturally did not worry that there would be any loopholes. As expected, half an hour later, Jiang Jianmin's phone call came over. You kid, you have a good eye for investment. In such a short period of time Hongqing Investment has developed into a large company. Wouldn't you have made a fortune then? Jiang Jianmin's voice carried a hidden pride. I didn't expect it myself. Jiang Chang replied haphazardly. Well, how much is the monthly share? The current situation is around $600,000. Jiang Chang said conservatively. Listening to Jiang Chang's words, Li Yan's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. 600,000. Wouldn't that be an annual income of more than 7 million? Old Jiang, your son is close to surpassing you. Jiang Jiancheng snorted coldly as he listened to Li Yan's flirtatious words. This brat is just lucky. Less stiff upper lip. Who was the one who got carried away just now kept bragging to his friends that his family's son had made a fortune. Seeing that his mind was pierced by Li Yan, Jiang Jianmen hurriedly exchanged a few words with Jiang Chang and then hurriedly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng chatted with his mom on WeChat. Li Yan rambled on like a dyke, telling Jiang Chang about Jiang Jianmen's reaction just now. After Jiang Chang read it, he moodily replied back, by the way, do you guys have any gifts you want? I'll bring them back for you guys when we go back. Li Yan knew that her own son would be making money now, so naturally, she didn't politely do so. There is a Patek Philippe over there in Mordor, but it seems like you need to make an appointment if you buy it. See if you can buy it. Buy me a piece that isn't too flashy. If you can't buy it, then forget about it, and the rest you can do on your own. Jiang Chang knew that Li Yan had a few Patek Philippe wristwatches, but he didn't take a close look at exactly what kind. Occasionally she would bring it when their company reunion was in progress. However, Patek Philippe is the world's #1 watch king. Purchase is really troublesome. Without an appointment, almost can only look at, cannot buy the watch in stock, unless you are very lucky, but the probability is that you can only buy those entry-level watches. However, he had already auctioned off a women's enamel wristwatch to Li Yan yesterday at the auction, so he didn't have to worry if he really couldn't buy it, except that the enamel wristwatch felt almost interesting after all. After all, the enamel one was okay as a collection, and the public price was indeed too low. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look later. After Jiang Chang said this, the system prompted with a ding. The Patek Philippe appointment has been made for the host. Please go over directly. Is worthy of being a system. Seeing this prompt, Jiang Chang was instantly a little surprised, not expecting the system to have this kind of service. Although the dishes of this Baiwei hotel chosen by Su evening were very good, this time, they didn't have any food card rewards. Maybe it was because the flavor wasn't amazing enough? Moreover, the price at the checkout was just over $5,000, and the number of people was only Su1. So Jiang Chang did not use the food cashback card. To the Magic City for 3 days, has not formally go out to shop a little. He came with a set of change of clothes. Now that his wallet is bulging, he naturally wants to go and brush up. By the way, see if you can upgrade the system. Time is still early. Accompany me for a stroll? Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su-wan naturally didn't refuse. After all, Jiang Chang was now her Gold Master father. Good, Gold Master Dad. Where do you want to go shopping? Su-wan's tone was light. It could be seen that she was in a good mood right now. Go shopping. I didn't bring anything when I came. 20 minutes later, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Patek Philippe house under the transportation of a special car. Seeing that Jiang Chang had come here, Su-wan couldn't help but have her eyes confused. Could this be what rich people call shopping? She thought that Jiang Chang should be going to Hang Lung or the newly expanded IFC. After all, that was the centralized center for all kinds of big-name luxury goods. Unexpectedly, the first stop for shopping was actually Patek Philippe. Knowing that Patek Philippe's entry-level watches all start at least $200,000, and this advertising slogan placed at their entrance was indeed looking very pushy. No one can own a Patek Philippe. You are keeping it for your next generation. Following Jiang Chang, he stepped into the source residence of Patek Philippe. Soon there was a salesperson who immediately greeted him. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes. After reading Jiang Chang's reservation information, the female salesperson said enthusiastically, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Chen. Please follow me upstairs. This way please. After arriving at the second floor with Xiao Chen, he found that there were other guests upstairs. A man and a woman plus another salesperson. The girl who was looking at the watch was trying on a watch full of diamonds and showing it to a middle-aged man with an excited face. After looking at it, the man said appreciatively, I think this watch matches you quite well. Mr. Wang's vision is good. Seeing that there were other people coming up the stairs, both men turned their heads to look over. When their eyes met, Su-wan instantly recognized the woman. Senior Lin Ru. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Ru saw Su-wan greeting herself and nodded condescendingly. You also come to see the watch? Chapter 28 The Flavor of Money. I accompanied. Su Evening hesitated for a moment. After all, it seems a little too early to call Jiang Chang boss now. A friend came over to look at the watch. Lin Ru glanced up and down at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang was both young and faceless, In their circle, there were plenty of handsome men. Handsome faces weren't the most important thing. The only thing that could attract them was the taste of money. Jiang Chang looked at the somewhat familiar face in front of him and opened the friendly value department scanning system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendly value, 20. Passerby status. At this moment, Jiang Chang finally remembered who she was. A second-tier actress. But after looking at the privacy value, Jiang Chang instantly lost interest. Instead, it was the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru who immediately showed light in his eyes after glancing up and down at Su Wan. Although Su Wan and Lin Ru were not very different in terms of face value, and their temperament was not similar, but compared to a panda, naturally Su Wan was better. That middle-aged man looked at Su Wan with interest and inquired to Lin Ru. Ru-er, who is this? Brother Wang. She previously played a little maid by my side inside the costume drama I filmed. Her name seems to be called something late. Lin Ru held a lofty stance and introduced Su Wan with a disdainful face. In her opinion, Su Wan was just not in the same weight class as her. If she took on a movie, she could at least be the second female lead, and the investor's boss would bring her to buy a watch. But if she were to change into Su Wan, if she wanted to shoot a movie, she would not only receive small roles, but she would also have to play and sleep with her. Wang Hai took out a business card from his trouser pocket and handed it to Su Wan. Hello, my name is Wang Hai. I specialize in film investment. If you need to shoot a movie in the future, you can find me. Seeing Lin Ru's condescending appearance, Su Wan smiled indifferently. Over the years, she had experienced too many setbacks and tribulations, and as a result, her mental capacity had become exceptionally strong. In their circle, reality was so cruel. When you were obscure, others couldn't even remember your name. But when you suddenly become famous, you will find that many inexplicable good friends suddenly appear. These good friends will not only rub your hotness on various occasions, some thick-skinned ones will even take the initiative to at you on Weibo. After politely accepting the business card, Su Wan faintly said, "Thank you, I won't bother you then." Xiao Chen saw that they finished chatting and immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any special goals today?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I bought the right ones when I saw them. Women's and men's watches are fine. Which ones are in stock?" Xiao Chen listened to this and pointed to the watch that Lin Ru and the girls were looking at. The 7122 series that those two guests are looking at has both rose gold and white gold models in stock. In addition, there are a few other models that happen to be in stock as well. As for some of the popular star models and whatnot, there are none. They need to be booked and lined up. This I don't really understand. How much is the model they are looking at? Jiang Cheng asked. The price of the women's watch from the 7122 series is 380,000. If you buy it now, you can basically sell it at the public price. See, is this kind of price? Jiang Cheng instantly even look at the desire or not. To send his own mom should have to buy a better bar. 300,000 yuan of the table in the Patek Philippe really cannot be considered very good. He shook his head. Check if there are any women's watches that start at 1 million. And don't bring up the cheap ones. Seeing that Jiang Cheng opened his mouth to ask for 1 million or more to match, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and answered in a loud voice. Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. I'll bring it over for you. Bring over a few more, and some men's watches as well. Okay, right away. After Xiao Chen bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng, he quickly left the VIP area. On the contrary, the atmosphere on Lin Ru's side became unusually awkward. Lin Ru glared at the two of them with disgust in her eyes, her heart very unhappy. She had thought that this $380,000 watch she had chosen was already luxurious enough, but she didn't expect to be disliked by Jiang Cheng for being cheap. She had to know that in order to buy this watch, she had soft-pedaled Wang Hai for a long time before he agreed to accompany her to buy it, and Wang Hai immediately sank his face when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. Though 380,000 doesn't sound like much, but this amount can buy a nice small car for an ordinary person. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had helped her dislike Lin Ru, Su Wan couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise up, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Normally, Lin Ru always had a snotty look, plus she had just green tea connoted Su Wan, saying she was her little maid. It was rare to be mocked like this, so Su Wan's heart couldn't mention how painful it was. She coughed lightly, and after giving Jiang Cheng a grateful look, she casually picked up the magazine on the table and pretended to read it. Jiang Cheng saw that Su Wan was staring at a simple lady's wristwatch on the magazine in a daze. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap and a rose gold case that complemented each other, looking very delicate and generous. It was priced at 217,000. A price that made it look like an entry-level lady's watch from Patek Philippe. You like this? Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly open his mouth to ask himself, Su Wan waved her hand. Just take a look. I can't afford it anyway. Ding. Release a randomized mission to send a female watch to Suwon. Mission reward, finalized based on the results. Failure penalty. Zhang Chang looked at the system's prompts with some surprise, although he didn't know what the reward was, but doing as he was told certainly wouldn't go wrong. I'll give it to you if you like it, Zhang Chang said generously. No need. I'll buy it myself when I make money in the future, Suwon said as she pushed back. Lin Ru on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. For a third or fourth tier starlet like Suwon, even if she did a dozen or so side washes a year, it was estimated that she wouldn't be able to earn $380,000. To know the difference between the different actors' pay is very big. A line of actors and flow actors' pay can be as high as 10 million or more. But like her, this kind of female second, the general pay can reach $1 million, has been regarded as very high. And like Su Knight, this kind of camera is not much. Up to 100,000, tens of thousands of yuan. And this money to the hands of the company still have to share. And Patek Philippe, this kind of watch. Look at the watch of the people. But really by the people are very few. If Zhang Chang later only look at not buy, Lin Ru will let them see what is the real art of green tea. Soon Xiaochen carried a watch organizer tray and placed it in front of Zhang Chang and Suwon. Mr. Jiang, these are all priced above $500,000. Like this 5160/500-001. This men's watch belongs to the super complex function chronograph. And the most special thing is its reversible hand engraved back cover. When you flip the back cover you can see the super complex movement of this watch's running state. And this 5178. Xiaochen carefully and meticulously introduced the 6 watches in front of Zhang Chang, and after that he introduced the prices of a few more watches. After saying that, Xiaochen then glanced at Zhang Chang from the side without moving, to see if he had any reaction. However, Zhang Chang was as calm as water. The expression on his face did not have the slightest change, and he did not even blink his eyelids, as if what he had just said was $50 in general. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Chang pointed to the 2 words 5160/500-001 and 5270 or table. The 5160/500-001 was sold at a public price of 127, while the 5270 or gold dial platinum model was 385,500 yuan. After buying the Richard Mille, Zhang Chang had no feeling for watches that cost more than $1 million. However, Richard Mille's popularity was not as good as Patek Philippe. Except for the rich second generation like Wang Zhang and Qinburn, ordinary people didn't even know that the watch he wore on his hand was worth more than $10 million. Give me these 2 models to try. After Zhang Chang finished speaking, Xiaochen immediately took out his wristwatch and helped Zhang Chang try it on. Zhang Chang also did not refuse. After all, why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? Why move yourself when you can move others? Chapter 29. Like tighter. With Xiaochen's help. At this moment Zhang Chang was wearing a watch on his left and right hand. How is it? Seeing Zhang Chang's 2 hands on himself, Suwon looked at it seriously. I think 5160/500-001, this one is more suitable for you. It looks good on you, but I think the wristband is worn loosely. Zhang Chang nodded. I also think this one is good. Xiaochen is a little loose. Not too comfortable. Why don't you change it? After Zhang Chang said this, Xiaochen on the side looked confused, thinking to herself that she didn't have too many times. How come it's loose? Injustice. She wanted to ask Zhang Chang to try, but seeing that her opponent was Suwon, she shouldn't have a chance if she went hard. Unlike Xiaochen, Suwon didn't think much about Zhang Chang's words and directly helped him adjust the strap, only to see Zhang Chang satisfied said, a little tighter good, or you get comfortable. I like a little tighter. Su Knight at this time finally felt that Zhang Chang said words seemed to have some meaning. Seeing him with a look of a smile, he frowned even more, but combined with the scene in front of her, liking to be tight was indeed not a problem. It might be that he was overthinking it. Obviously Zhang Chang was only 18 years old. One really shouldn't think too much. Zhang Chang said towards Xiaochen, okay, these 2 watches help me wrap it up. The 5160/500-001 Zhang Chang was ready to wear himself, while the 5270 or gold dial platinum model he was ready to give to his dad Zhang Jianmen. Xiaochen was instantly surprised when he heard this and said, Mr. Jiang, are you talking about both of them? At this time even Lin Ru and Wang Hai couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Chang. Seeing that Zhang Chang really wanted to buy a Patek Philippe, Lin Ru looked at Suwon with some envy at this time. I didn't expect this man she brought over. He bought 2 watches in less than 10 minutes of shopping. And those 2 watches weren't just entry-level models. They were both $1 million watches. It seems to be really rich. $1 million would buy a nice house in a small place. Well, you can help me pick out the women's watch again, Zhang Chang said to Suwon. Seeing Suwon look hesitant, Zhang Chang continued, which 2 of these 3 do you think look good? I'll buy them for my mom. He knew that at this time, if he directly said it was for her, Su-won would definitely not agree. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su-won immediately analyzed it seriously. Auntie's words, I think this one, noble and introverted. After Su Knight finished, Xiao Chen immediately said, Miss Su's vision is really good. This case is inlaid with 450 sparkling diamonds. The total is 2.5 carats. And it is also a complicated function chronograph. The total price is only $883,000. In addition, Mr. Zhang said this one is very suitable for the aesthetics of the current fairy. This watch has 4 dials, on which you can see the month, the calendar, the surplus and deficit of the moon phases, and the display of leap years. And its price is a little cheaper than the one just now, and it only costs 850,000 yuan. Xiao Chen's attitude was more attentive and respectful than at the beginning. After all, to be able to close the deal, she could get 1% of the commission. Jiang Chang had already ordered 2 watches just now. If she bought another one, she would have her bonus for this month. Jiang Chang pointed to the 2 watches on the plate and said to Su-won, you can try these 2 on for me. Su-won didn't think much about it and directly put both watches on her hand with Xiao Chen's help. Looking at the way these 2 wristwatches were worn on Su-won's hands, Jiang Chang nodded his head with satisfaction, and said with a slightly indebted mouth, not bad, much better than that 380,000,7122. Jiang Chang said this. Lin Ru instantly quit, only to see her stand up with some anger. Before she could get angry, Jiang Chang had already pulled out his bank card and said to Xiao Chen, wrap these 4 up and swipe your card. Xiao Chen sniffed and took it with both hands with a big smile, and said respectfully, okay, Mr. Jiang, it will be done for you right away. Please wait for a while. Even if Lin was so anxious at the time, seeing Jiang Chang really swipe his card, at this moment, he could only hold his tongue and sit back. After all, a shot to buy 4 watches, millions of rich second generation himself can rashly to offend? Even Wang Hai, who had a blue face, turned his head at this time, pretending to look as if nothing had happened. His mind is the same as Lin Ru's. Why should he offend a person who doesn't know the bottom line for the sake of a trace of face? Besides, this person doesn't seem to be an ordinary rich second generation. After Xiao Chen left, Su-won was ready to take off her wristwatch. Jiang Chang helped her take off the left wristwatch and then pressed her right hand and said, this one doesn't need to be taken off. It's yours. When Su-won heard this, she immediately froze, and then said, no, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Just a small gadget. Don't think too much. Besides, now should have already checked out. Can't return it. Wear it. Su-won still felt that this gift was a bit hot. Once again opened her mouth to refuse. That won't do. Or you can give it to Auntie or, together. The price of this watch she had just heard, more than $800,000, was not more than $80 after all. Although this money might be $80 for Jiang Chang, Su-won still didn't dare to ask for it. Although Jiang Chang didn't like this kind of scene, for the sake of the system's reward, he still tried his best to convince Su-won. It's not appropriate for my mom to bring this either. Seeing Su-won still want to push back, Jiang Chang then said, it's a deal. It's going to be a company soon. Just as a meet and greet gift for you. Words to this point, coupled with the scene there are other people in. Su felt that she again pushed back as if some of the face of Jiang Chang flicked. He could only nod helplessly. Then thank you. To Heyo boss. Su Knight, friendly value plus 15. Seeing that the friendly value came to 75 points in one go, Jiang Chang could not help but sigh with emotion. It was true that when a woman's mouth said don't, it meant yes. What's the point of being polite? Jiang Chang said in a good mood. Mr. Jiang, this side has already helped you make the payment. A total of 388,500. This is the small check, please keep it. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. We would like to give you a Patek Philippe ladies perfume silk scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe Cara Zorba cross cufflinks. I hope you like them. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he laid out the complimentary items. Seeing that Patek Philippe had gifted them so many complimentary items, Lin Ru on the side was inwardly envious and jealous, and looking at the $850,000 watch on Su-won's hand, she immediately felt that the $380,000 watch she tried on didn't smell good at all. She was so much higher than Su-won, but the watch she wore was not as good as hers. Chapter 30 Anger Attacks the Heart. Lin Ru somewhat reluctantly asked her salesperson, then do we get a free gift if we buy this watch? She took a glance just now, and she was very fond of the lady's silk scarf with the Patek Philippe logo on it. The salesperson who received Lin Ru sniffed and replied with some embarrassment, MS. Lin, this is not available. After being rejected, Lin Ru's face became even more ugly. Wang Hai on the side also had a gloomy face when he heard this. He had also bought Patek Philippe a few times, but they usually didn't give him freebies. Patek Philippe. This brand of table are very expensive. The lowest price is more than 100,000. So a one-time purchase of hundreds of thousands of tables in these sales seems to be a rare thing. Patek Philippe will not give you free gifts. The reason why Chen sent so many gifts to Jiang Chang just now is that Jiang Chang spent more than 4 million at one time. Wang Hai originally wanted to bring Lin Ru out today to pretend to be a few days and nights of war. Being hit by Jiang Chang like this, he immediately felt that he had lost face. He said to Lin Ru with a sullen face, "Forget it, we'll see you next time." After saying this, he didn't pay any attention to Lin Ru, and directly left the VIP reception area with big strides, leaving Lin Ru sitting awkwardly alone. Seeing this, the salesperson asked anxiously, "So, Ms. Lin, do you still want this watch?" Watching Wang Hairan leave without any manners, Lin Ru's heart was suddenly furious. She naturally wanted it. Although her watch was not as good as the one in Su Wan's hand, it was at least worth $380,000, and it just blew up? Lin Ru was so angry that she took off the watch. Her face was red and she snorted coldly, "Let's talk about it next time." Lin Ru before leaving also deliberately glared at himself. Su Wan did not care at all, but even felt some pain. On Jiang Chang's side, at the same time Su Wan agreed to accept the wristwatch, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Mission completed. Given that Su Wan's friendly value towards the host continues to increase, the mission evaluation is very high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a specific consumption cashback reward. The host's consumption at Patek Philippe will be randomly returned 1 to 3 times. May I ask if the host will obtain the reward immediately? Jiang Chang looked at the system and nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was something for nothing. Why not get cash back for giving away a wristwatch, even if it was a draw to double the rewards? Jiang Chang secretly said inside his heart, "Draw immediately." Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 3x consumption rebate. The total rebate amount is 13,165,500 yuan. Is it immediately withdrawn to the host's bank card? Drawing a rebate of more than $10 million in one go. Jiang Chang said that it was worthy of being a dream come true system. Withdraw immediately. The next moment Jiang Chang's bank card received a text message, deducting the more than 4 million he had just spent. Another 13 million or so had been earned. Leaving the Patek Philippe source residence, Jiang Chang then asked the driver to drive in the direction of Plaza 66. On this side of Magic City, besides Hang Lung, there was also the newly expanded IFC. Both were luxury shopping centers. However, Hang Lung is located in Nanjing Road. Relatively speaking, it may also be more lively. Inside, the investment for the brand control is more strict, positioning high-level luxury, fashion, and there are many international flagship stores, boutiques and concept stores here. As a veteran high-luxury department store, Plaza 60's AXS decoration is also the ultimate luxury. The height of each floor is very high. The entire mall is filled with international luxury flagship stores, including Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, Celine, Escada, Bulgari, Fendi, Loewe, Prada, Versace, Lanvin and other top international brands. Chapter 31, People under the roof have to bow their heads. Whether it was a big domestic brand or an international first-tier brand, there was everything here. As long as you had enough money, you could buy any brand you wanted. Jiang Chang was still very confident about having money. The exquisite and luxurious window displays and huge advertisements of major brands in Plaza 66 did not let people hold their breath and stop to look. Of course, what really attracted people were the new clothes of each season displayed in these stores. Each store has a female salesperson dressed in black suit and white gloves standing in front of the flagship store of the brand. They are graceful and elegant, as if they are showing people the charm and strength of the brand. Jiang Chang brought Su Wan into Plaza 66 generously. As soon as she walked into Plaza 66, the tall and beautiful Su Wan instantly became the center of attention of the passers-by. Although she wore a mask on her face, her snow-white straight iconic long legs as well as her exquisite figure still made many men's eyes itching to grow on Su Wan's body. Even if the female companion beside them was jealous of those men's left pinching and right pinching, it couldn't stop their desire to look at the beautiful woman. And although the clothes on Jiang Chang's body were very ordinary, the money's underpinnings made Jiang Chang look quite calm in the face of these female saleswomen's eager gazes. The two just casually strolled around. Bol, what brand of clothes do you usually like to shop for? Jiang Chang learned Huang Ming's tone and called Su Wan. When Su Wan heard Jiang Chang call her this, she couldn't help but give Jiang Chang a blank look. She knew that Jiang Chang's was poking fun at her. However, Su Wan did not correct Jiang Chang, who asked Jiang Chang to be her future gold master father. People under the roof had to bow their heads. Jiang Chang naturally also saw Su Wan's secret blank stare. He didn't mean anything else by saying this. It was purely a boring flirtation. I pay more attention to the season's popular colors and styles. Our line of work definitely needs to follow the trends, but I also pick the style that suits me. I'm not very picky if it's a famous brand. As long as it's clothes with a sense of design, no matter if it's a brand or not, I'll buy it. I don't like to wear conspicuous brand names all over me if I'm on my own, and I can't afford to pay so much for expensive brand names either. Soo-won shrugged when she finished speaking. Hearing Soo-won say this so bluntly, Jung-chan laughed a little. Soo-won's body today is really only a Chanel bag. The other looks are ordinary clothes. According to Jung Chang's impression, Soo-won's dress has always been very much her own style. Her outfits all belong to a more life-oriented yet very fashionable sense. Alright, then help me choose some. It doesn't matter if it's famous or not. It's fine if it suits me. Soonite puffed a laugh. Please, you come to Hanglung, do not buy famous brand to buy what? Big brand does have a lot of very good looking in design sense. You this body and face wear what are good. And you do not lack of money. Saying that, Soo Evening then pulled Jung Chang into the Louis Vuitton on the side. Compared to other brands, there weren't many customers in the LV store. After going in, there was a sweet-looking counter lady walking towards the two of them. This Mr. Miss, I'm shopping guide Sally. Welcome to LV. The shopping guide said gently. Soo-won pulled Jung Chang to look at the new expensive new models in front of the showroom. She pointed to the new product in front of her and said to Jung Chang, this casual outfit is quite suitable for you. Try this one? Chapter 32. The average college student. Jung Chang looked at Louis Vuitton, raised his eyebrows and looked down at Soo-won. Didn't you say that you don't like to wear conspicuous brand names all over your body? Louis Vuitton is a famous high luxury brand. Its design is not only high profile, but also like to spread all over the logo. Whether it's shoes, coats, or its most famous bags, they're all densely covered in logos. It is through this that LV has achieved unprecedented success. Nowadays, when ordinary people mention famous brands, it is estimated that the first thing that comes to mind is LV. So much so that now even Hermes has to learn from LV. The brand's logo is designed in a generous way. After all, if too low profile, a little logo cannot be seen. Who knows, your back is hundreds of thousands to a million Hermes it. That's why the new Hermes models will also reveal their iconic big H logo. Seeing this, Sally hurriedly and enthusiastically said, this young lady's vision is really good. This is our store's new model, very suitable for this gentleman. Soo Evening pointed to the new set in front of the eyes. To Jung Chang playfully said, I am so, but the key is still I am too poor. Cannot afford to buy a lot of brand name clothes. If I can buy, I believe that my eyes will certainly change. And where not you well. This logo style I think only LV this brand of doing better. There is a sense of design and very avant-garde. On the contrary, you are not a good. This kind of logo style I think that only LV this brand is doing better. There is a sense of design and very avant-garde. This kind of logo style I think at present only LV brand do better. Have a sense of design is also very avant-garde. On the contrary, you look at the opposite Gucci family logo clothes on a word is difficult to say. You mean you can't generalize? Soo Evening nodded, yes. How can a big boss like you wear too low-key? I was almost fooled by you at the beginning, thinking that you are a mediocre college student. I am indeed a mediocre college student. Soo-won looked at Jung Chang speechlessly, and nonchalantly joked, look at yourself and see if what you're saying is human. If you're mediocre then I'm not a difficult person. The two of them joked while picking out clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic female shopper in the store, Soo-won couldn't help but say with emotion, I remember that I was treated coldly when I first bought something from a luxury brand in the past. There's still such a thing? Although Jung Chang had seen a lot of videos of this kind of counter attendant looking at people in his previous life by brushing Jane, but so far he hadn't met one. Well, I remember at that time, I wanted to try on a gown, and that counter sister said that this gown was one of the most expensive ones in their store, and asked me if I could afford it, and if I couldn't afford it, I shouldn't try it on. Su Lian said with her mouth cocked. Then how did you answer? Jung Chang asked curiously. Su Lian shook her head and said, at that time it was too wimpy, plus that price I really couldn't afford it. I just left. Looking at Su Lian's somewhat bitter look, Jung Chang smiled and said, next time you encounter this situation, you'll just go straight back to her. Is that as expensive as you standing here for a month? Su-won opened her mouth in surprise. Jung Chang's words gave her a feeling of sudden realization, and she couldn't help but give Jung Chang a thumbs up. If only I had your reaction at that time, I wouldn't still be haunted by it once I look back on it now. She sighed. All those big name brand counter girls had a bad habit of acting as if they thought they were superior just because they worked here. Most of them will act based on what you're wearing on you. You see, most of the bloggers on the internet would make segments where they would wear some ordinary clothes to shop these big brands. The end result was that most of them would be treated coldly, and only a few were received normally. Jung Chang was most displeased with these phenomena. Before he had no money, when he shopped at a normal clothes store, the girls would call him handsome. How can you shop at a branded store and still be yacked about? Soon, the two people finished buying their favorite items and only spent 1,200,000 when they finally checked out. Chapter 33, Random Thoughts. Let's put the stuff here first, and help me take it to the garage later. Jiang Chang said to Shali. Okay, no problem. You leave a phone number. Later you call me. I'll send it down for you. Sherry smiled brightly and sent Jiang Chang and Su Wan out of the store. In the LV store reserved a phone number. Deposit good goods. Jiang Chang will take Su Wan into the next door of Chanel. Soft carpet, luxurious and bright crystal chandelier. A piece of spotlight irradiation in the extremely luxurious and beautiful bags, quietly placed in the display cabinet above. As we all know, no girl can refuse Chanel. Jiang Chang remembered that the two bags Su Wan carried yesterday and today were both Chanel. Su Wan looked at Chanel and asked, "You like Chanel? I don't think it looks good for boys to wear Chanel." Indeed, I can't appreciate their knitted clothes. Help me look at the bags. Which bags do you think look good on here? Su Evening listened to Jiang Chang's words and said hesitantly, "Women's bags? Bought for auntie?" She was a little afraid that Jiang Chang would give herself another gift. After all, no merit, no reward. It can also be, if you pick. Which one would you like? Jiang Chang asked again. Su Wan hurriedly shook her head and said, "I don't pick. I still have my own bag. Usually if I have a movie to shoot, I will buy a bag to reward myself. You don't have to buy it for me." Jiang Chang smiled when he saw Su Wan's guarded look. It could be seen that she really didn't want to receive anything from herself. However, Jiang Chang felt that this point of Su Wan's was quite good. It didn't matter if she was sincere or pushing back. At least the surface was like this. Seeing Jiang Chang smiling at himself, Su Wan's heart throbbed for no reason. Somewhat shyly, she said, "What are you looking at me for? Look at you good looking Okay, then you help me pick two more mature ones to send to my mom." Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su Wan blankly glanced at Jiang Chang again, then nodded cheerfully. This is fine. In the end, Su Wan picked two bags, and Jiang Chang added another one. When checking out, Jiang Chang realized that he had spent more than $92,000. After buying things, Jiang Chang did not continue to shop. Time was still early, so he sent Su Wan back to the apartment. Arriving at the apartment downstairs, Su Wan tentatively asked Jiang Chang, "Want to go up for a drink?" "Drink?" Su Lian's good-looking eyes rolled. "Wine is fine. Anyway, it's time for dinner." Su Wan only had 75 points of friendly value towards herself at this time. This friendly value had only just stepped into the stage of being a close friend, and hadn't even reached the stage of being a crush. Jiang Chang knew that she was only asking this because she wanted to see what she was thinking. Forget it, boys have to be clean and protect themselves outside. If they get drunk, those girls will have chickens to ride. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to Jiang Chang's stinky words. "You're really stinky." Jiang Chang opened the trunk, took out one of the Chanel bags inside and directly stuffed it into her hand, turned around and got into the back seat of the Rolls Royce. "I'm leaving, you rest early. Thank you for accompanying me shopping today." Su Wan stood in place, looking at the bag in her hand, and then glanced at the Rolls Royce that had already driven away, and instantly smiled helplessly. Jiang Chang was quite out of her expectation. Originally she thought that Jiang Chang would at least come up and sit down for a bit, but she didn't expect that he actually didn't have that aspect in mind. Su Wan, friendly value +5. Seeing that Su Wan's friendliness to herself had risen to 80 points because of the gift she had sent, Jiang Chang immediately laughed. Still, if a woman says no, she means yes. If you give a girl a gift, don't ask her if she wants it or if she likes it. Just give it to her directly and be done with it. 80 points of friendly value has reached the crush relationship. As long as you work hard again, upgrade to intimate relationship is sooner or later. Intimate relationship 2. From the two people to deal with road together is still far away? After all, it's not easy to meet a woman with a big bull. After returning to Yang Yunaman, the private housekeeper Wang Yuyan has already put the bathwater for Jiang Chang, and also measured the water temperature. Her long black hair was draped behind her, and her black professional wraparound skirt presented her rounded buttocks perfectly. At this moment, she was wearing a gracious smile and said to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bathwater has been put on for you. May I ask if you are ready to bathe now?" Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuyan and thought to himself, although she's not as good as the beautiful young woman Yu Xiao Xiao and the fashionable star Su Evening, when placed in an average school, she's also a school flower-level character. The so-called private butlers were actually senior waiters who were responsible for taking care of the guests' traveling services and check-in services. Moreover, they basically had to wait for the guests' call at any time for 24 hours. "Just wait, I'll swim a lap first. Help me open a champagne first," Jiang Chang said with a smile. Chapter 34, Getting Motivated. "Okay, you wait a moment. Wang Yuyan turned around and went to the liquor cabinet to take out a champagne for Zhang Chang. The luxury suite that Zhang Chang brought Yu Xiaoxia to open in Rongqing cost more than 5,000 a night, but the service was far less attentive than that of Yang Yun Aman. After all, Aman's 80,000 a night court villa not only has an open-air balcony and a private pool and hot spring bath, but also has an aroma spa room, game room, everything. Even if you don't go out, you can enjoy the whole day here. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyan took out an elevated glass and poured half a cup of wine, then brought the wine tray over and placed it next to the pool. After doing everything, Wang Yuyan once again stood respectfully at the side, watching Zhang Chang swim back and forth in the pool. After a few laps, Zhang Chang went ashore. When Wang Yuyan saw Zhang Chang go ashore, she immediately draped the towel over Zhang Chang's body. Feeling Wang Yuyan's thoughtful movements, Zhang Chang smiled at her and said, "Manager Wang, thank you." When she helped Zhang Chang cover the bath towel, her hand happened to accidentally touch Zhang Chang's tight abs, and at this moment, Wang Yuyan's heart was slightly flustered. Only seeing her eyes looking at the pool next to her, she hid her emotions and replied, "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Although she had been working here for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the Ting Villa was originally very low. After all, there was a price threshold. In an ordinary month, there would be at most 1 or 2 days when a customer would move in. If you are more lucky, sometimes you will occasionally meet the tycoon who has 2 nights in a row. But a year down, the service of the customer full count is only a few dozen. Like Zhang Chang who directly opened for a week in a row, it was very rare. Wang Yuyan was shy and hooked the corners of her mouth and smiled. Not caring about her little emotion, Zhang Chang walked straight to the lounge chair by the pool and comfortably lay down on it. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any meals here that are a bit more special but expensive?" Zhang Chang asked while drinking champagne. When Wang Yuyan saw Zhang Chang say this, she immediately organized her emotions and straightened her face. A suite as expensive as the Ting Villa would of course be paired with a high-class chef. As long as the guests needed it, they could also have the hotel chef come to the Ting Villa's site to cook for the guests. After all, the Court Pavilion Villa had a specialized kitchen restaurant inside, and the menu prices here were also varied. Yes, our hotel has a wide variety of meals, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, and so on, and the Aman Hotel is also the most expensive hotel in China as of now. The hotel's restaurant is of a relatively high specification class, of which the Italian restaurant's price is even more expensive. To say more special, there is a kind of yellow-lipped fish. This kind of fish meat itself is more delicious, but also more expensive and rare. The way of cooking is also a variety of ways. Sautéing is more often done in our hotel, but also the most can keep the food fresh flavor of a practice. Wang Yuyan introduced seriously. There is also the Alba white truffle, which is also a specialty of our place. It is similar to the Eastern mushroom and porcini mushroom. It is produced in Italy and is very precious. It is also known as the white diamond and is revered by the world. This white truffle can be made into salads, pasta, and can also be paired with steak. The yellow-lipped fish Zhang Chang has heard of. One if the volume of large at least a few million. And the Alba white truffle was even more expensive by the gram. The price of a gram was even calculated by several $100s. Zhang Chang did some internal calculations and seemed to have found his place to use this gourmet cashback card. Zhang Chang nodded and gave then said, "Manager Wang, can you help with a massage?" Wang Yuyan looked at Zhang Chang's slightly exposed 8-pack abs and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Zhang Chang's shoulders and began to slowly massage them. Compared to Wang Yuyan's small mind, Zhang Chang looked much more serious. At this moment, his entire mind was on that gourmet cashback coupon. And right at this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance caused Wang Yuyan's face to instantly flash a trace of unnaturalness. Even she herself did not know why it was like this. Not only her, even Yu Xiaoxiao secretly poked and prodded Wang Yuyan. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhang Chang opened his eyes, and when he saw that the visitor was Yu Xiaoxiao, he said to Wang Yuyan, "Manager Wang, it's been hard for you, go and rest. Okay, Mr. Jiang, call me anytime you need me." After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, she nodded to Yu Xiaoxiao in a gesture and then turned around to leave. Looking at Wang Yuyan's departing back, Yu Xiaoxiao walked towards Zhang Chang with a flirtatious smile. She stretched out her leg, and with a single stride, she directly sat on Zhang Chang's body. At this moment, the ambiguous posture of the two of them caused Zhang Chang, who was lying on the recliner, to be directly moved. "Xiaoxiao, why don't we have a turtle tasting operation first?" More than an hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao took the bathrobe by the recliner, wrapped herself, and then once again lay in Zhang Chang's arms. Zhang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's tender skin and said, "Xiaoxiao, if I set up an entertainment company, Can you come and help me? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes to look at Jiang Chang and asked. Setting up a company, just for Su Wan? Jiang Chang scraped Yu Xiaoxiao's nose. Well, but she's definitely not the only artist if I follow up. I signed her because I wanted to see her, but the main purpose of starting a company is still to make a profit, so you don't have to think about it that much. Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and hugged Jiang Chang tightly. Of course there's no problem. If you need it, I can help you. In the past few days under the many in-depth exchanges between the two, Yu Xiaoxiao had long since developed a different sentiment towards Jiang Chang. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao agreeing, Jiang Chang began to draw her a pie. Thank you Xiaoxiao. I've thought it over. The name of the entertainment company will be called Star Entertainment. The manager will be given to you. The salary will be calculated according to the highest salary in the industry, and you'll have the final say on the company's big and small things in the future. Yu Xiaoxia heard this and looked at Jiang Chang in surprise. It meant that she had gone directly from an operations manager to a general manager. It had to be said that Jiang Chang's big cake was very effective. Yu Xiaoxiao looked touched inside at this moment. Jiang Chang, you are so good to me. Well, these days I will go to register the company first. By then the company's location and various matters will be left to you. I believe in you. Starting a company is a trivial and troublesome thing. Wouldn't it smell good to be your own shirker if you have a professional to help you manage it? Don't worry, I'll do a good job. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's half-bitten sexy red lips, and for a moment he couldn't help but pull it over again. As a white-collar beauty, Yu Xiaoxiao's learning ability was very strong. She quickly learned the points Jiang Chang taught her. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up a side of mineral water rinsed pouting looked at Jiang Chang. Bad egg. Jiang Chang hemmed and hawed with a bad smile and said, You're full. I haven't eaten yet. After Yu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at Jiang Chang, she tidied up her hair. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang's handsome and open face. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiang Chang's cheek. Good husband. Drive slower. That won't work. Speed is what makes it exciting. I'll take you to the one surnamed Gao in a while. The following day at noon, Jiang Chang received a Y letter from Wang Zhang, saying that he had something temporary that he could not go to the appointment. Jiang Chang naturally didn't care, and rode his own Rolls-Royce of Yang Yunaman all the way to the entrance of the car show. At this time, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the crowd of people at the entrance, he knew how lively this auto show was. After all, it was a big international exhibition, and the crowds were attracted one after another. Although not everyone can afford to buy a car, but it does not prevent people from coming over to take a look and eat melon, whether it is to see luxury cars or beautiful sales, or car models. Anyway, look at not money. Wang Zhang had already helped Jiang Chang make an appointment last night to enter the exhibition tickets. After presenting the ticket voucher, Jiang Chang quickly entered the field. Looking at the field doorway publicity label, Jiang Chang secretly sighed, worthy of being the Magic City Auto Show. As Wang Zhang said, the world's well-known car manufacturers have participated in this exhibition. Not only are there Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Porsche, even the more obscure Pagani are in this exhibition. Jiang Chang walked slowly all the way while looking along the way to see the dazzling, the high version of Audi URUS, Audi RS7, McLaren new GT, BMW M8 Thunder version, Mercedes AMG GTR. Although these models and performance are not bad, but the price is still not up to the requirements of Jiang Chang, like the BMW M8 Thunder version. This car is a standard 4-seat comfort sports car. 0-second breakthrough time is also very strong. Only 3.2 seconds, but the price of 2,200,000 is still dissuaded Jiang Chang. The main thing was that it was too cheap. Jiang Chang shook his head and left the Mercedes-Benz BMW booth to head towards the crowded Ferrari side. Although he bought the Lafayette yesterday, but it does not prevent him from browsing the current car by the way. Almost to the Ferrari booth, Jiang Chang found a few acquaintances standing inside. Chapter 35, Zhou as a car model? They were Zhang Yun, Su Ya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These people were surrounding a car model wearing a tight and sexy black dress, and that car model was obviously Zhou Ying. Jiang Chang didn't expect that Zhou Ying's job in Magic City was to be a car model for Ferrari. Jiang Chang stood still, frowning, and glanced up and down at Zhou Ying in disbelief. The first thing that entered Jiang Chang's eyes was a pair of straight and slender legs. On her feet was a pair of black high-heeled shoes made of small goatskin material suede, and her beautiful legs were tightly fitted. Further up, there was a simple black strapless dress. The back of the dress was backless, revealing about a third of the high shoulder. This tight-fitting dress wrapped her rounded buttocks in a particularly tantalizing manner, as if her angelic baby cheeks were coupled with her devilish figure. One couldn't help but marvel at how there could be such a perfect person in the world. The line of sight went further up, resting on her chest that was heaving with breath. So big. To be honest, Zhou Ying's body was already considered very conservative compared to other car models, but her beauty was just too dazzling, compared to several other car models that showed their backs, breasts and legs, and were close to showing their forests. The conservatively dressed Zhou Ying was not compared to them. Relying on her beauty, she stood out amongst the crowd of sexy women. However, at this time, Zhou Ying's eyes no longer have the same kind of arrogance, the feeling of empty eyes. Instead, in front of a group of familiar classmates, she looked more than a hint of inferiority and timidity. As soon as Jiang Cheng approached, he heard Li Sudong say to Zhou Ying, let's go together. I'll pick you up after work. Li Sudong said this just finished. Beside him Suya immediately toned slightly sour then said, forget it. Sudong, you see, Zhou Ying now value is not the same. She is a car model, we don't bother her. And your graduation tour invited her. She is not refused? She doesn't give a damn about us. So why did you invite her to go with you? Seeing Zhou Ying's face was very embarrassed. Jiang Cheng opened his mouth towards them and said, hey, how come it's so coincidental? Have I traveled back to Rongcheng? How come everyone is here? As soon as Jiang Cheng spoke like this, several people turned their heads. Jiang Cheng, why are you here? Suya changed her somewhat snarky face from earlier and said with a look of surprise, old Jiang? I didn't hear you were coming? Zhou Zhiyun also glanced at Jiang Cheng in surprise at this moment, and then walked over quickly and excitedly patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Zhou Zhiyun is Jiang Cheng's best friend. Usually in school two people play very close. Jiang Cheng sniffed and immediately gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. What do you mean? Listening to this tone of yours is secretly organizing some activity that I don't know about? Li Sudong always deliberately left out Jiang Cheng when this bastard sometimes organized activities. There was no other reason. Where there was Jiang Cheng, he would always be overshadowed in some way. Seeing Jiang Cheng said so, Li Sudong shrugged his shoulders and said with a smug face, this is not a class activity. Have graduated. I just called a few usually better classmates together with graduation travel. How? Zhou Zhiyun didn't tell you? Alas, Li Sudong, don't sow discord. Even if I told Jiang Cheng, he wouldn't follow along. You guys aren't very ironic. What am I doing talking to him about this? Li Sudong was disliked by Zhou Zhiyun after the anger immediately ignited up. Then why did you follow yourself here? I followed Suya. Why? What's the matter? You own the Magic City. Do I still need your permission to come here? Zhou Zhiyun disliked back stiffly. Suya saw Li Sudong and Zhou Zhiyun quarreling again, and immediately covered her ears and said impatiently, why did you two start again? Can you stop quarreling? All the way is quarreling. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Zhiyun. This Goods and Li Sudong relationship has been like water and fire. No other reason. Is because of this little witch Suya. Zhou Zhiyun likes Suya, and Suya likes to fish for a man. As long as there are some small money and good-looking boys are the target of Suya. This includes the family conditions are not bad Jiang Cheng and Li Sudong. Of course, Zhou Zhiyun in the back of the two of them. Jiang Cheng usually poked and prodded with Zhou Zhiyun several times, in order to let him wake up early. But unfortunately this Goods just cannot listen to it. Suya finished staring at Jiang Cheng with some doubts and said, Jiang Cheng, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why do I feel like you've become handsome again? That is, no wonder I always feel Jiang Cheng strange. It will not go to the Magic City plastic surgery it. Another stayed with short hair with steel straight female nicknamed Jiang Yun came close to Jiang Cheng seriously scrutinized. Yes, although still not as handsome as me, but it does look quite different? Zhou Zhiyun picked up the conversation. Surrounded by a few people, Jiang Cheng helplessly waved his hand. Now that he was wearing a big brand name through and through, his temperament was certainly different. Get lost? What are you guys doing here? Buying a car? Where can we afford to buy a Ferrari? But we just met our old classmates and came over to catch up. Jiang Cheng, you also came to see our class flower? She's a big car model now. Look at how many boys are surrounding her to take pictures. Zhou Ying is a big star now, Suya said as she looked at Zhou Ying in a conspiratorial manner. Zhou Ying's face showed a hint of unnaturalness when she was teased by Suya, but she still dutifully stood beside the car. Suya, what happened to the car model? Zhou Ying said that she is only a temporary worker. Don't say it so harshly. Li Sudong was mesmerized by Zhou Ying's beauty blitz and immediately spoke out to defend his goddess. Sudong, what did I say? I know Zhou Ying doesn't lack this money. I'm just a little surprised to see her in this appearance. Is this still the unattainable pure schoolgirl in our impression? Look at how sexy she is wearing. It's really nice. Jiang Cheng listened to Suya's somewhat White Lotus words and quietly opened the friendly value relationship scanning system on her. Name, Suya. Age, 19 years old. Height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 89. Body, 88. Privacy, 30. Friendliness, 90 points. Intimacy. Name, Jiang Yun. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 90. Privacy, 2. Friendly value, 75, close friend. Looking at the scanned values, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but glance at Zhou Zhiyun with a complicated and sympathetic heart. Suya's privacy value was actually 30. Just how many close people had this been? According to the system's explanation, that would be 30 without fail. The key was that her friendliness value for Zhang Cheng was actually as high as 90 points. This is very speechless. He is very Suya. Usually, in addition to talk about the speech at all, there is not much actual interactions. Zhou Zhiyun saw Zhang Cheng staring at him with an inexplicable gaze, couldn't help but be stunned, and asked, "Why, brother, to tell you one more thing, take care of yourself. Did you take the wrong medication?" Zhou Zhiyun pushed his hand away, his head full of fog. After the joke, Zhang Cheng took the initiative to greet Zhou after him and said, "Zhou, haven't seen you for a few days, you've become beautiful again." Zhang Cheng's generous compliment made Zhou not feel a trace of resentment. Chapter 36, Buying a car and getting a car model? Zhou nodded towards Zhang Cheng. "Zhang Cheng, you also came to see the car show? Well, nothing to come over to take a look. Are you guys surrounding the goddess and not leaving? Are you ready to buy a Ferrari?" Li Sudong saw Zhou Ying's kind attitude towards Zhang Cheng. He couldn't help but say with a dark face, "Zhang Cheng, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is a Ferrari 488, one of the latest models they developed this year. It is also one of the highest positioned models amongst the 3 models of the new model. Do you think it's a single car that you can just say you'll buy? Worthy of being our class president. I didn't expect you to actually know Ferrari so well." Zhang Cheng took the initiative to praise Li Sudong. Li Sudong saw Zhang Cheng's rare failure to dislike himself, immediately continued to pick up the conversation, showing his own insight. "Of course, this Ferrari 488, 4.9-liter V8 turbo engine. The output of this one exceeds 640 horsepower, and it only takes 3 seconds to brake 100. All of its buttons are electronic touch controls, very futuristic technology. And since the interior options of this car are all at a very high price point, the whole car plus interior customization and after tax is 5 million. How about that? Isn't that awesome? It is indeed good. It's hard for you not to buy a car and still do so much homework," Zhang Cheng said flirtatiously. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Zhou glanced in the direction of the supervisor's side and said to them with some difficulty, "Sorry everyone. I'm working, can I get in touch again sometime? It's not good to gather here." Seeing that the goddess was in a difficult situation, and had just been disliked by Zhang Cheng, Li Sudong immediately pretended at this time and said, "Zhou, in fact, I came to the car show today is also by the way to see what is suitable for the car. Then you can buy a car. After all, we'll soon go to college, and my college entrance examination results are very ideal. 625 points. My parents they decided to reward me with a car. You help me introduce this car of yours. I'll buy it if it's suitable. This, I don't really know much about it. If you want to know about the car's performance or something, you can ask the sales lady over there," Zhou said with a somewhat awkward smile. "Isn't it the same to ask you? They are all old classmates. They are more familiar with you." Li Sudong continued to pester him and said. Zhang Cheng snorted a laugh and without hesitation broke down Li Sudong's mind. "Li Sudong, listen to your introduction just now, wasn't it quite detailed? You can even recite it. What else do you know? Buy it directly if it's suitable. What era is it that you still want to find this kind of excuse to chat?" "Zhang Cheng, I said I talked to Zhou has nothing to do with you. Buy a car is a big deal. Not a few dollars shall not understand more. Or you directly buy a? Okay, Zhou students, if I buy this car, send car model not?" Zhou smiled and replied. "Zhang Cheng didn't expect you to be so humorous. What I said is true." Seeing Zhang Cheng flirting with Zhou, Li Sudong's face became even more somber. He spoke in a displeased manner. "Zhang Cheng, can you stop pretending to be a pussy? It affects Zhou Ying's work." After Li Sudong said this, Ferrari's male supervisor walked over with a sullen face. He had long noticed this side. A few student-looking people had been chatting around the place. The male supervisor instantly saw that Li Sudong and the others were not potential customers of Ferrari. So many people surrounding this place would only affect their sales. "Zhou, what's wrong with chatting all the time during working hours? Paying you a salary is not for you to chat here?" The male supervisor opened his mouth to reprimand. "Yes, sorry supervisor. I'll pay attention." Zhou immediately bowed carefully to the male supervisor and apologized. She was working here as a part-time car model, and she was able to earn $2,000 a day. At this time, she very much needed this job. Moreover, she herself didn't expect that she would actually meet her former classmates when she arrived in Magic City. The male supervisor putting on this air of reprimanding Zhou was also a side warning to Zhang Cheng and the few of them not to gather around here to chat. Chapter 37. What's there to say? Li Sudong, look at this. I've said it all. Being accosted by Zhou, and now I've caused her to be lectured. Look at what you've done. Seeing Jiang Chang dumping the pot on himself, Li Sudong immediately exploded in place. Jiang Chang, you're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? You didn't bother Zhou yourself? Didn't you also look at it for so long? I can't look at it? If you're capable, you buy one. Jiang Chang nodded, looking at the Ferrari 488 beside Zhou. The guide price was more than $5 million. The car's appearance was very novel. It was quite to Jiang Chang's liking. Just like this. Although the price of this car is quite general. But Zhou stood next to it. It looks quite fragrant. Car beauty is quite match. I just want to ask. By this car, can you send me a car model like Zhou? Male supervisor heard Jiang Chang this. Immediately smilingly replied, this customer, if you really buy this Ferrari 488, send car film. Just a moment ago, far away, did not look carefully, at this time closer to see. All of a sudden sharp-eyed to see Jiang Chang hands wearing a Patek Philippe. With the male supervisor's insight, he immediately saw that this table is not an ordinary model. At least it must be more than $500,000. Although Jiang Chang knew that the car film the male supervisor was talking about was not the same kind of car model he was talking about, he still nodded. This is what you said. Swipe your card. After saying that, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the male supervisor in front of him. The few people present looked at this operation of Jiang Chang and froze. Old Jiang, are you serious? Awesome. This car, even the bare car price is more than $5 million, right? Plus he selected a good configuration. Just now we already have to understand over. Plus the configuration of this car directly to more than $8 million. It. Chang Jipeng, who has been silent on the sidelines, said excitedly at this time. He is usually a supercar enthusiast, although cannot afford to buy a car. But talking about supercars a set of set. Besides him opening his mouth, everyone else at this moment looked like they had seen a ghost, staring blankly at Jiang Chang. Even Suya, who had 90 points of friendly value towards Jiang Chang, couldn't help but frown at this moment. After all, this was a Ferrari, not some hundreds of thousands of dollars car. Although Jiang Chang's family was in good condition, everyone didn't believe that he could come up with more than $8 million at once. Moreover, if you put more than $8 million in Rongcheng, you can buy a very good suite. Li Sudong was the first to laugh out loud. Jiang Chang, don't act like a pussy. Zhou works here. I advise you to be kind. Don't cause her to lose her job later. Li Sudong, your brain is not good, is not it? I bought a car, how to harm her? I bought a car because of her. Supervisor, you say is not it? Jiang Chang said this. The male supervisor immediately reacted, only to see him smilingly and respectfully took the bank card in Jiang Chang's hand. This honorable guest, what you said is, if you buy this car, this commission will be counted directly to Zhou. The male supervisor said with a very good eye, as long as this car was sold. What was a little commission to Zhou? Zhou listened to Jiang Chang's words and gratefully glanced at Jiang Chang. She knew that without Jiang Chang's words, this car's commission wouldn't have come to her at all. After all, she wasn't a salesperson, just a car model. Zhou, friendly value plus 5. That's a must. But as promised, buy the car and get the car model. Seeing the way Jiang Chang flirted with Zhou Ying's blushing face, Li Sudong was instantly furious. Seeing Jiang Chang flirting so much, the supervisor also smiled and chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jiang, then let's sign the purchase contract first. I'll bring the contract? Okay, go full payment. The procedure is a little simpler. Right, this car is the current car, right? The male supervisor saw Jiang Chang said full payment, couldn't help but look surprised. Immediately took the POS machine handed over by the female sales beside him, only to see her fawning smile replied, of course, it is the current car. You can directly drive away. I will give you the handle, said the male supervisor, and immediately those bank cards cannot wait to operate. Soon the POS machine spit out a long line of receipts. The sound of a drop rang out, which means that the card was successfully swiped. Looking at a string of receipts spit out, the scene suddenly fell into a short silence. Even Li Sudong, who had been speaking out sarcastically against Jiang Chang just now, silently withdrew his clenched fists at this moment, only to see his face turn red with shame. Just now he was still talking to Jiang Chang about the greatness of this Ferrari, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chang had bought it. At this moment, Li Sudong felt like a dog. Seeing Zhou Ying's gaze at Jiang Chang at this moment, Li Sudong instantly woke up. The person who could afford to buy an $8 million Ferrari was originally from a different class than himself. Who was he to feel unwilling? And what qualifications did he have to compete with Jiang Chang? If he still couldn't figure out how to pounce on him at this time, wouldn't he be making a fool of himself? Thinking this way, Li Sudong could only secretly sigh at this time and slowly retreated to the back. The male supervisor looked at the long string of receipts and handed the bank card back to Jiang Chang with a big smile. Mr. Jiang, I will arrange the relevant procedures of the car for you right now. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. Please move to our VIP lounge over there to have a cup of tea. Jiang Chang shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it. No need. You can go about your business by yourself. Alright then, Zhou, greet Mr. Jiang properly. Zhou nodded at the male supervisor. I know, supervisor. As soon as the male supervisor left, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to wake up, only to see him excitedly patting Jiang Chang's shoulder. Can't see Lao Jiang, you're actually a super rich second generation, and you're still whole so low-key when you're in school. Suya at this time is also eyes glowing face adoration look at Jiang Chang. Yes, Jiang Chang, I have not sat on the Ferrari yet. Later you have to take me to sit. Everyone knows that Jiang Chang's family is not poor, but they didn't expect Jiang Chang to be rich to this extent. Suya, friendly value +5. Jiang Yun then looked at Jiang Chang and Zhou with quite an eye, and opened his mouth to say snidely, Suya, Jiang Chang bought this car for Zhou. Besides, this Ferrari only has 2 seats, so you don't have a place to sit. Why don't I have a place to sit? I'll sit in the passenger seat. Doesn't Zhou have to go to work? And she works as a car model. I guess there are quite a few men who let her test drive this car every day. Seeing this, Suya once again sourly mocked Zhou. Seeing Suya's friendly value towards himself directly soaring to 95 points, Jiang Chang immediately became even more vicious. He did not pick up Suya's words. Instead, he raised his chin to Zhou who was at the side. Jiang Yun is right. This car still has to look good with Zhou in it. Suya didn't expect Jiang Chang to actually state his meaning so bluntly, and after a cold snort then glared at Zhou unwillingly. Right, Jiang Chang, I heard that you broke up with Zhao Jia. It's not because you're interested in Zhou, right? When Zhou heard Suya's words, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chang with wide eyes. Of course she didn't think that Jiang Chang broke up with Zhao Jia because of herself. She was just surprised by this matter because she had seen Jiang Chang's attitude towards Zhao Jia, very gentle and considerate. The reason I broke up with Zhao Jia has nothing to do with you guys, but it also has nothing to do with Zhou. But Zhou is so good looking, any man would like it. Jiang Chang replied with a big smile. Zhou listened to Jiang Chang's answer and looked in the other direction a little shyly. She knew that Jiang Chang was defending herself by saying this, and then whispered, Thank you, Jiang Chang. We are all classmates. What are you polite for? And I came here because I really just happened to want to buy a car, not to recite. After saying this, Jiang Chang also gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. At this time, Li Sudong was very naturally looking down and playing with his cell phone, as if the person Jiang Chang was talking about was not him in general. At this moment, Chang Jipeng once again glowing eyes toward Jiang Chang, came over. Jiang Chang, this table is not Patek Philippe 5160 it. Jiang Chang nodded. Okay, you not only know the car but also know the watch? Jiang Chang so boasted. Chang Jipeng more eyebrows fluttering narrative. I just saw, but not too sure. But even 8 million Ferrari have bought. More than 1 million Patek Philippe is certainly true. Chapter 38 Eye Showdown. Chang Jipeng said this several people suddenly exploded again. Especially has been showing off his hands of the 20,000 yuan Langins Li Sudong at this time even more want to find a seam directly drill into it. And Suya just doused the enthusiasm at this time again rekindled. Jiang Chang, you are also too powerful. Right. More than $1 million. Can buy a house? Our class is the most beautiful is not you. Zhou Jiyun at this time also followed to flirt and said, luckily in the past in the school let you treat you still cry poor. It turns out to be in the pretense. Old Jiang turned out to be a super rich second generation. Jiang Yun followed suit. Jiang Chang listened to Zhou Jiyun's words and said that he was wronged. Although their family's conditions were good, they didn't reach the standard of a rich second generation. $4,000 a month of living expenses can only be said to be superior to ordinary families. But compared to the real rich second generation is still far from it. Okay, Eye Showdown. This is not graduated well, plus the college entrance examination is not bad. My parents they will reward me. No way. Excuses cannot be. Jiang Chang will just Li Sudong pretend to be a bully words original copy a pass. Li Sudong although some annoyed, but also know their own caddy, no longer dare to hard with Jiang Chang, can only cold snort said, time is not early, we should be ready to go to eat dinner. Late the traffic jam. Suya saw Li Sudong said so, immediately invited Jiang Chang, go with us to eat, after eating we go shopping how? Jiang Chang shook his head. No, I already have an appointment tonight. I'll get together again when I'm free back. Suya saw Jiang Chang rejecting himself and had a reluctant look at Zhou. Then when will you return to Rongcheng? In a few days. Seeing this, Suya nodded willingly. Then we'll get together again when we get back. We'll leave first. After sending off a few people, Jiang Chang didn't linger at Zhou Ying's place. Because he saw that the Lamborghini next door was actually parked with a big bull with a pink car coat? Jiang Cheng thought of Yushasha when he took a look at this car. As we all know, next to a car show with a Ferrari is definitely a Lambo. Jiang Cheng took advantage of the Ferrari 488 to go through the formalities and walk to the Lamborghini showroom. The people on the other side of the showroom immediately swarmed up when they saw Jiang Cheng come over. That's right, the sales manager is really the first time they jogged to the side of Jiang Cheng. After all, the exhibition is see people although many, but really by is a phoenix feather. Just now Jiang Cheng's consumption in Ferrari, Lamborghini side of the personnel have long seen. This honorable gentleman, may I ask what model you need to see? Let me introduce it to you. Jiang Cheng looked at the male salesman's work tag. It was their sales manager all right. He pointed at the pink Lamborghini de Bull. This pink color is good, suitable for girls. Sir has a good eye. This pink big bull is not rare. Driving out is very eye-catching. Our Lambo is specially customized this pink color for female customers. The sales manager patted Jiang Cheng's ass while rubbing his hands with a flattering face and continued. Not only that, his safety braking system also includes lane keeping, night vision system, deviation warning, and merge assist and so on. There are also 7-color ambient light very attract lady customers like. Jiang Cheng saw the sales manager and continued to say it lifted his hand. Okay, how much is the car? The sales manager saw Jiang Cheng so asked instantly some excitement said, because the car's preparation is also quite high. The total price down is 9.5 million. If you buy this car, you can gift you 3 years of maintenance fee in our Lamborghini Unique 200,000 customized model car coat. Chapter 39 Pink Lambo. Okay, directly swipe your card. Seeing Jiang Cheng say that the male manager was overjoyed, and in less than 5 minutes he directly swiped his card. Okay, then I'll handle it for you right now. Right, I need a delivery ceremony. No problem. Manager Nan listened to this and immediately nodded, and patted his chest and said, that's definitely no problem. The handover ceremony I guarantee to give you a proper and ceremonial one. Please come over here and have a seat. No need. I'll just take a look myself. You do it for me as soon as possible, and send it to a place for me later. Okay. The male manager immediately turned his head and jogged back to get the POS machine again after he finished speaking. Just at this time a charming-looking girl at this time also took a live broadcast while shooting everywhere. Saw the Rambo side of a big pink cow immediately walked over quickly. Everyone live big brothers. You look at the big bull pink. This color cannot see full of young girl's heart. This car must be no girl can refuse it? I also wonder how is its air conditioning? How is it? Are you all interested in having a car? So that I can feel the air conditioning of this car? How is pink not pretty? Does the big bull have to be yellow and red? If you give this car to a girl, you will be successful. Everyone look at the scene. There is a little brother like me looking at this pink bull. He even went up to try to sit. Let me interview him. How does this feel? That flirtatious finished anchor woman was stopped by Lamborghini's customer service as soon as she approached. Excuse me, this young lady, may I ask if you are ordering a car or looking at a car? I want to see the car. Then is it convenient for you to show the capital inspection? Do I need a capital inspection to look at it? I just saw that boy walk straight in. The flirtatious anchor woman said with some disbelief. Of course, she knew that some luxury cars needed a capital inspection if she looked at them. But this was a car show. You don't need a capital inspection to look at it, right? The waitress still refused with a smile. I'm sorry, we are this program. The reason why the waitress was like this was because she saw that the flirtatious anchor wasn't their potential customer. And secondly, because Jiang Cheng was there, and their manager had already explained to serve Jiang Cheng properly. She naturally couldn't let other people disturb Jiang Cheng, and it was still a female anchor. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to send out pop-ups. Tiny anchor is really pitiful. Rambo's capitalization must be at least 7 figures. Another day for the little anchor to be bullied. Look at our little anchor broadcasting at their door for so long without anyone taking care of it. Anchor, hurry up and interview the big brother. That female anchor was stopped outside, and although she was unhappy inside she could only mutter a few times before turning around and leaving. Jiang Cheng bought another Lamborghini on this side of things. The Ferrari side of course also saw it. Also dutifully stood in the car next to Zhou at this time, looked at Jiang Cheng's again, swiped the card, could not help but be surprised again. Lamborghini Bull at least to 5 or 6 million. Plus configuration down to 10 million. Zhou did not expect Jiang Cheng actually so rich. Before and after less than half an hour Jiang Cheng spent 20 million? Even if it is changed to the previous conditions of their own family. Zhou Ying's family's luxury car, although also more, but also not like Jiang Cheng such squandering. Not to mention that her family was now bankrupt. Zhou Ying was even less able to live as she pleased. In order to avoid debts, they not only moved around a lot, she also had to work part-time after graduating from high school to earn college tuition. She is still forced to work here. Who called the car model's salary is high? There are still 2 months to go to college. She must earn more living expenses. Joing has no education and no specialties. It was not easy for her to find a decent job with a good salary. After spending more than 2 minutes before and after, Jiang Chang completed all the formalities. Since the Lumbo Jiang Chang was going to put Yu Xiaoxia's license plate on it, so he didn't care. And the male supervisor of the Ferrari at this time handed over the Ferrari's car keys and relevant information to Jiang Chen before he tentatively asked Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, how are you going to handle the license plate conveniently? The male supervisor also had a reason why he asked this. Although Ferrari could also help Jiang Chang with the license plate. But since Jiang Chang wasn't from Magic City, he couldn't have a Magic City license plate. But now there are some very special license plates that can also be obtained through some special means. Just then the Dream Come True system sent out a prompt. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with the license plate, Shanghai A. JC111. The license plate has been randomly extracted from the DMV, and the relevant personnel are in the process of dispatching it and assisting with it on site. Jiang Chang looked at the prompt and said with a smile, someone will come over to install the license plate for processing later. Just install it as they sent it over later. The male supervisor froze for a moment when he heard Jiang Chang's words. Only after several seconds did he open his mouth with deliberation and said, this, I understand. Then, before he could finish his sentence, he saw a few uniformed personnel walking towards Jiang Chang and bowed respectfully, saying, Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been done. Now we will assist you with the registration. Okay, thanks a lot. You're welcome. When the relevant personnel brought out the Shanghai A. JC111, the personnel at the Ferrari site were once again petrified with shock. It was actually a local license plate of Magic City. And what was even more terrifying was that JC was the abbreviation of Jiang Chang's name. The male supervisor looked at Jiang Chang with an unbelievable face. It was the first time he had seen someone with so much energy after working at Ferrari for so many years. Jiang Chang saw the male supervisor's white face, smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. I just booked the car number in advance. That's all. Reservation in advance? The male supervisor felt at this time that Jiang Chang was coaxing him as a retard. This is really outrageous, okay? Reserve in advance to be able to draw this kind of license plate and also special person to send to the door to directly handle? Although his heart has 10,000 words to spit out, but at this time his face does not dare to have any skeptical face at all. Yes. This is worthy of being Mr. Jiang. So lucky. Even the license plate he chose is so symbolic. Really admire. Joing on the side's inner monologue at this time was just like the male supervisor. What kind of person was Jiang Chang in the end? Why his energy will be so big? Joing at this time to look at Jiang Chang's eyes more a trace of inquiry. Less than 10 minutes time. The license plate will be on the good. Joing saw Jiang Chang processing almost took the initiative to walk to Jiang Chang's side. Jiang Chang, thank you very much for today. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Just as Jiang Chang was about to agree, Zhou Jian's phone call came over. Jiang Chang, I've fallen out of love. Are you free? Have a drink with me? Lost love? Where are you? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Jian, he seems to have fallen out of love, asked me to have a drink with him. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. He fell out of love? I see that he seems to like Suya. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly. I'm not too sure about the situation. Go over and take a look first. Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner again when I'm free. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 40, Beauty Chauffeur. Jiang Chang lightly drove the Ferrari 488 that had just landed to the address sent by Zhou Jian. After more than half an hour, it was parked not far from an inconspicuous hot pot restaurant on the side of the road. After the next time, Jiang Chang walked over in the direction of the store, and when he arrived, Zhou only saw that Jiyun had already ordered the food, but hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. He was only seen sullenly drinking a bottle of Budweiser in the corner by himself. Looking at Zhou Jiyun's disheveled look, Jiang Chang walked over and patted his shoulder and spoke. What's wrong? It's only 5 o'clock and you're drinking? Zhou Jiyun raised his head, angrily took a deep breath, and then began to complain. Li Sudong, that guy from the car show after leaving, has been provoking me in the shade. You know, he said. I certainly do not concede. He a sentence I dislike to go. But Suya she, today, actually always favored to help him. Finished. Zhou Jiyun picked up the bottle of wine and took another sip, then said, this I also tolerate. But the worst thing is, the two of them don't know how to get it. When eating, actually go to the toilet together. I fucking look at those two people eyeball to eyeball. Look at that, the atmosphere is very not too right. So think about it, I'll sneak and follow the past. As a result, just as I thought, those two people actually hugged and kissed on the path next to the toilet. Really fucking disgusting. Grass fuck. I just realized that I'm actually really a licking dog. A spare tire. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's red eyes with excitement, Jiang Chang comfortingly patted his shoulder. Thinking differently. Seeing that is a good thing. If you never saw it, what about the horror? I also know but I have a hard time. Lao Jiang, I lost my love. After saying that, Zhou Zhiyun started to look miserable. You two aren't in love. Where did you fall out of love? Grass. Worthy of being you. The king of poisonous words. Alright, listen to your brother. Although we have always adhered to the principle that good girls should be cherished and bad girls should not be wasted. But Suya, she can't. Did you already know that? She is although bad, but she is good looking. Isn't it that don't waste it? Your words contradict. Jiang Chang naturally couldn't tell Zhou Zhiyun that he had seen Suya's privacy value. Brother is talking about a bad girl, not a broken girl. Listening to others, her private life is quite chaotic. Zhou Zhiyun glanced at Jiang Chang, suddenly had a second to understand, patted his head, said hatefully, before is the head by the door folder. Forget it, accompany me to drink a cup. Drink and then say. Zhou Zhiyun drank 5 bottles of beer and could not. Jiang Chang did not drink much. After settling the bill, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Zhiyun, I can't drive you after drinking. I'll give you a taxi? Where do you live? Why you wanna? This. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you first. All drunk like this, but also say what money is not money. Go. Zhou Zhiyun looked at Jiang Chang and giggled. Right. I forgot that you are a tycoon. That's fine. Next time you fall out of love, change me to treat you. Who would fall out of love? Get lost. After sending Zhou Zhiyun to the car, Jiang Chang ordered a chauffeur on a platform. Then while waiting for the chauffeur to take the order, he walked in the direction of his Ferrari. When he walked to the car, he saw that there was a coolly dressed girl holding a cell phone next to his car, leaning in front of the car and taking pictures. Looking at this woman with a face full of technology, Jiang Chang immediately put the car keys in his hand back into his pocket, and then quietly waited on the side for the appearance of the chauffeur. As the saying goes, that what is wide over the shoulder, clip over all kinds of whips. For this kind of woman, Jiang Chang cannot mention a trace of interest. A minute later, the girl suddenly raised her head. Full of disgust, Jiang Chang said, Sorry, I have no prestige. You do not have to wait. This car is my boyfriend's. I am waiting for him. Jiang Chang sniffed and was filled with confusion. When did he have a girlfriend like this? Name, Chen Li. Age, 25 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendly value, 30. Passerby status. After reading it, Jiang Chang let out a light laugh, then touched the key in his pocket and directly pressed the unlock. Looking at the lights of the Ferrari that suddenly lit up, the expression on Chen Li's face suddenly changed, and her stiff face suddenly became a smile, and she said with a fawning face, I told you, how do you look so much like my boyfriend? Chen Li, friendly value plus 30. Chen Li, friendly value plus 30. Is that so? I don't think you look like my girlfriend at all. Although under the power of technology, that girl's face value was okay, but it was so web-red looking that Jiang Chang said he couldn't appreciate it at all. Moreover, after knowing that she was the owner of a Ferrari, her friendliness value towards Jiang Chang directly soared wildly by 60 points. To know that at the beginning her friendly value to herself was only 30 points, now it directly came to 90 points. This heart quality was simply professional. You said that if a beautiful woman with 90 points in looks and 0 points in privacy score was like this to herself, Jiang Chang would still possibly consider a straightforward friendship that said fuck it. After all, it was understandable that everyone was more or less a bit of a gold digger these days, but a snake face with a privacy score of only 65 points, Jiang Chang could only say, I'll really give thanks. Handsome guy, you can really joke. You drive this car. You should be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you would, Chen Li said while showing her proud figure to Jiang Chang. Sorry, I won't. If you don't understand, I'll give you a little bit of science. Ferrari, this kind of high horsepower rear drive performance car. Anyone who says they can drive a Ferrari with one hand is not a Ferrari. Chen Li listened to the words of Jiang Chang straight man, a little embarrassed smile, and concurred. Little brother, you know, can be really much, but I'm very good at playing chicken. Oh, just the way to eat chicken, I will be more than 10 kinds. Little brother, want to play with me? Sorry, I only like to play King's Honor. I'm not talking about this. Why don't we add a Wi-Fi? No good. I don't know if you really don't have prestige, but I don't have prestige after meeting you either. Chen Li saw Jiang Chang rejecting herself. Her complexion was a bit stiff, but she didn't give up because she didn't want to miss out on this kind of license plate Ferrari big brother at all. Chen Li continued, I just but joked with you. Of course I have prestige, and on call, no matter what time of the night can be. Oh. Just when Jiang Chang was about to dislike Chen Li again, he only saw a pretty girl wearing a white halter dress with a small jacket trotting towards him. That heavenly face value let Jiang Chang have a moment of frozen. The key is that at this time she panting appearance immediately thought of an idiom, waves. The girl looked up and down at Jiang Chang, saw Jiang Chang very consistent with the chauffeur software described to her wearing white clothes, standing next to the supercar handsome, only to see her stunned look at Jiang Chang, politely asked, "Hello, may I ask is you called the chauffeur right?" Jiang Chang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled at the words. "So young? Right. Are you the driver?" The other party smiled very calmly, then nodded, somewhat breathlessly. He said, Hello, my name is Xiao Yinin. I'm the substitute you found for driver." Xiao Yinin, due to run a little too fast, momentarily forgot to adjust the lens of the cell phone over. At this time the live broadcast of the lens just aimed at Jiang Chang. The netizens in the live broadcast room began to boil up at this time. Actually is a big handsome man. But this handsome man looks like a little familiar. Isn't this little brother the little brother in the new Lamborghini? So it's the big guy who drives a Ferrari. No wonder the waiter at Lamborghini treats him specially. Looking at Xiao Yinin's cell phone aimed at himself, Jiang Chang frowned and walked over, stretching out his hand to cover the camera. "Miss, it costs money to take pictures of me being so handsome." Chapter 41, Sister Joe. The girl smiled awkwardly and looked at the pop-up before pointing her cell phone camera elsewhere. "I'm sorry, little brother. I just remembered that I've seen you there today, at the Lamborghini showroom, when you were there trying out a big pink bull." Jiang Chang probed his head to look at the phone, then asked, "You're an anchor? Working as a chauffeur?" Xiao Yining nodded and politely said, "I do chauffeuring during the daytime when I'm free, and I'm an outdoor anchor. Can you let me take a picture of this car of yours?" Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was only 6 p.m., so he nodded indifferently. Seeing Jiang Chang agree, Xiao Yining blossomed a bright smile, then picked up her cell phone and took a shot. "Dear big brothers of the live broadcast, I didn't expect that I could actually meet the Ferrari 488. So excited. This car is also the premier model at Ferrari's car show today." Xiao Yining finished and then said according to the information she had found out, this car uses the same 4.9-liter V8 engine as the F8, plus 3 electric motors. The total output is 640 horsepower. It is Ferrari's current fastest production model, with 0-100 taking only 3 seconds. As soon as that charming-looking female anchor introduced the live broadcast, the netizens instantly exploded with pop-ups. This license plate is not something that ordinary people can get? Oh, I'm laughing. Can a person who drives a Ferrari still be an ordinary family? License plate of privilege and assets. Everyone blindly guess. The little anchor might be able to have some indescribable things with the tycoon directly jumping across classes. Xiao Yining looked at the pop-up screen and laughed helplessly, not replying to the flirting of her water friends as well. These days when the anchor is not easy, especially their own kind of chat anchor with no special skills, compared with the kind of female anchor by dancing eyeballs, the popularity difference is not half a star. So Xiao Yining usually can only rely on the whole job to maintain the heat of the live room. Did not think that today is so lucky to run into the owner of the Ferrari. The sight of Chenli see Jiang Chang to Xiao Yining so kind, jealous of the face or some twisted, only to see her not dead to Jiang Chang said, "Little brother, I can also drive. And free oh, no need. Free I'm afraid of fire blisters. Go." After Jiang Chang handed the car keys to Xiao Yining, he sat on the passenger side. After receiving the car keys, Xiao Yining skillfully opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After coming in, she asked politely to Jiang Chang, "May I drive while broadcasting live? My camera is only on myself. It won't capture you." Jiang Chang opened the interpersonal scanning system. Name, Xiao Yining. Age, 20 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 94. Body, 90. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 50. After reading it, Jiang Chang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. 20 years old? Although he was 2 years older than himself, had he reached the qualification of chauffeur? Knowing that a chauffeur needed at least 5 years of driving experience, Xiao Yining obviously couldn't reach it. In the way of Xiao Yining's live broadcast, Jiang Chang didn't directly point it out and then asked, "Are you like this every day? Do you drive a supercar?" "That's not true. Today just a whole day is nothing. I will be in the car show live after the end of the incident to receive a little extra money." "Well, don't worry big brother. I've driven a lot of sports cars. I used to be a car commentary blogger." After saying that, Xiao Yining skillfully adjusted the bracket and then began to start the car. While driving, she also said excitedly to the cell phone camera, "Dog viewers, I never thought that one day I would actually be able to drive a Ferrari, and it's still the top of the line version of the 488. This car is indeed as rumored to make people hot. Don't get me wrong, the heat I said is the heat of the nervousness. This is a Ferrari. I have to concentrate on the seriousness of the drive. Seeing Xiao Yining skillfully driving while live streaming into her cell phone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but look at her. This kind of girl who drove on exit. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a friendly value scanning system, maybe Jiang Chang would have thought that Xiao Yining was a random anchor woman. After seeing the car start steadily, Jiang Chang put his heart down and then came over to look at Xiao Yining's live broadcast. The anchor's name was Xiao Mei, and although the heat was okay, not many people were rewarding her, and her weekly list is also too miserable. Right, it's already Thursday, yet her list 1 is only more than $300. List 2 is more than $200. Jiang Chang looked at her growth value for the week, and it was only over 8,000? That means that this week's reward is only about $800? Even though there was $100 of bounty a day. For a small anchor like her whose rank was only 12, the signing share was probably around 30%. Then her income for the day was almost only about $60. And a big beauty like her actually didn't even fill up 50 weekly charts. This made Jiang Chang couldn't help but think of the netizen Xiao Bai Luo who had burst out before. And just this fake beauty monster of hers could become a live broadcast first sister. This real beauty in front of me actually has such a miserable live broadcast record. Like Jiang Chang's dream come true system. The savings value of just one day is already close to $80,000. With such a comparison, Jiang Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. Your weekly list is also too miserable. The number of people is more than 10,000, only so much money? It seems like not many people have given you a reward. No wonder you need to find extra money. I think you might as well focus on being a chauffeur. You'll earn more. Seeing Jiang Chang spit, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly became angry. Ha ha, Big Brother Toheo is right. Real miserable little anchor. What do you mean no one rewards? Anchor, I'll backhand a fishball and give you a go. Brothers, quickly let Brother Toheo see the real strength of our class of water friends. Come on. Free small gifts go up. Anchor, I can give you all my free flowers this month. Ah. Xiao Yining looked at a wave of free gifts to come. Helplessly deflated mouth. No way. Who called me? I will not be able to do anything. And will not be able to please the list of a big brother. Usually can only be nothing to hunt and hunt. To the big brothers to drive a car. So that the majority of netizens in the live broadcasting room to see how much traffic jam we have on the roads of the Magic City. Jiang Chang swept another glance at Xiao Yin's live room. Good guy. All are free small gifts. On this live effect actually did not have a practical reward. It seems that these viewers are all masters of painting cakes. Chapter 42, Not Taking the Initiative. The condition of the cars in Mordor is indeed comparable to that of Rongqing. I had thought that the condition of the cars in Rongqing was exaggerated enough, but I didn't realize that it's no different from Mordor. I see that your destination is Yangyunaman. You're not from Magic City? Jiang Chang shook his head and said back, came over to travel. Worthy of being a tycoon, traveling and staying in such an expensive hotel. Little brother, there's a question I'm very curious about. I don't know if you can answer it for me. You ask? I saw you in the Lamborghini showroom today. Why were the Lamborghini's account managers so attentive to you? I clearly saw you go in very smoothly at that time. You didn't need a capital inspection. You just walked right in. And the others even served you tea right away. So why couldn't I go in and take a picture? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Anchor, do you not recognize Patek Philippe? Could the anchor not see that little brother's new season's LV Louis Vuitton? Anchor silly. Anchor's soul has been hooked away? The Patek Philippe in that little brother's hand is not an entry-level watch. That's 5,160. This watch has to be more than $1 million. That flirtatious-looking female anchor was fully focused on driving her car at this time, and didn't see the pop-up screen. Probably because I bought a car from Ferrari today. Lamborghini, see? Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Xiao Yining turned her head to look at him in surprise. You mean, you also bought a Ferrari today? You bought that model? It can't be this 488, right? This car you have just introduced very carefully. This is a hot new car. You are the second to drive it. Jiang Chang finished his sentence. The live broadcast room began to boil again. I threw up. There really is a gap between people. Big brother means he casually spent $10 million. That's why Lumbo's waiter is so perverse. Another day of real name envy. Xiao Yining sniffed this and was now completely convinced. What's not to be convinced by this kind of big brother himself? A Ferrari has been bought, and a Lamborghini still needs to have his capital inspection? It was simply superfluous. So it's a big brother, ah? No wonder. May I ask, big brother, how did you feel about the test ride of that Lambo Bull at noon? Did you finally choose the Ferrari because the Lamborghini Big Bull wasn't as comfortable as this Ferrari? This 488 is indeed very energizing to drive. If it wasn't on the main road right now, plus the fact that this car wasn't her own, Xiao Yining would have wanted to just race it. Who said I only chose the Ferrari? Although I haven't driven the Big Bull, it's quite comfortable to sit in. And I haven't found any problems with the air conditioning for the time being, but soon I'll be able to find out about that Big Bull. and whether or not it'll be hot for the other girls to sit in it. Xiao Yin was a bit unable to sit still now, only to see that her butt couldn't help but shift a bit, and then said, "You mean you bought that pink dinyo as well?" "Yeah, is there a problem?" Jiang Cheng finished. Xiao Yin choked and said sourly, "Of course there's no problem. Water friends, look, this is the difference between rich people and me. Like me, I have to choose for a long time to eat a conch chowder and spicy hot pot, but the big brother is the one who can order it together." The reaction of the netizens in the live broadcast room was not lost to Xiao Yin. Raising clouds Amon's parking lot. Xiao Yin ended this time the chauffeur. "Get off the car before," Jiang Cheng said flirtatiously to Xiao Yin. "I did not expect you. This little anchor driving is quite a set. Not slow and not fast. The frequency is just right. Not too loose and not too tight. It's very comfortable. The next time also look for you." Jiang Cheng suddenly drove at Xiao Yin, only to see her face turn directly red in the flesh. Although she was usually very relaxed when she was live streaming, but it was only when she was only facing these netizens that she didn't need to meet that she would be like this. When a live handsome man like Jiang Cheng stood in front of her, talking about this kind of speeding joke, she would still be shy. Xiao Yin directly ignored Jiang Cheng's words and said as she changed the topic, to "Heyo, what type of live broadcasts do you usually like to watch?" "Naturally, I watch chicks. Didn't you see that Taheo also likes to look at beautiful women? I thought you would look at cars." "What's the point of looking at cars? Can't you just buy it directly?" As the saying goes, looking at chicks is good for the body, prolongs life and fights aging, and can also make the body and mind happy and prevent depression. Xiao Yin tootled her mouth and hummed, saying to Jiang Cheng, "If the tycoon thinks that I'm comfortable driving, do you want to give me a real miserable little anchor? A little practical support? Compare it to a hit list support or something? Look at me. I'm also considered a beautiful anchor woman, right?" Jiang Cheng took the car keys handed over by Xiao Yin and directly shook his head. "Sorry, white whoring account to understand." Seeing Jiang Cheng directly turn around and leave after saying that, Xiao Yin was a bit confused. "Alas, all the hotel door. You don't invite me to drink a glass of water?" Jiang Cheng laughed at Xiao Yin's words. "Again this routine. How come beautiful women like to come to the door to drink his water? He, the hotel's water is not clean. It's fate to invite you to drink milk." The netizens in the live broadcast room looked at Jiang Cheng's unrelenting back shadow suddenly also felt a little messy. After all, just now in the car, Jiang Cheng was still chatting very hot with Xiao Yin, did not expect to pull out his legs and disown him in the blink of an eye. Asterisk 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 being shown too. Could it be that our anchor is not good looking? The tycoon is actually a white whoring account? Then do I still have the qualifications to give the anchor a reward? Taheo or white whoring? I have at least rewarded $10. Solid. Xiao Yin froze for several seconds before reacting. Where am I? What had happened? Is she so unattractive? She thought that Jiang Cheng would at least ask her to add a WeChat. It wasn't surprising that she thought so, because when she was in the car just now, Jiang Cheng's attitude towards her was indeed quite okay, and even a little ambiguous. "I didn't expect to turn my face away in the blink of an eye. Scum ah." Xiao Yin, friendly value plus 10. Jiang Cheng looked at the rising friendly value and instantly smiled. He hadn't guessed wrong. The code of a good man was not to take the initiative. No rejection. And he had a hunch that with this little anchor's seductive streak, he could treat her to a $6 spicy hot meal next time. Chapter 43 Gourmet Food Cashback. Just then, Jiang Cheng received a message from Wang Zhang's Prestige. It said that he wanted to arrange a table at Yang Yunamon tonight, and asked Jiang Cheng to please honor him or something like that. Jiang Cheng read the message and didn't refuse. If he was going to study at the university in Mordor in the future, the necessary social activities would definitely be indispensable. If you want to develop in this society, you can't be alone. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads. Although this is a bit unpleasant to hear, but it is the reality. And he just happened to be at Yang Yunamon, so it just so happened that he could arrange for that gourmet cashback card that hadn't been used yet. Jiang Cheng called Wang Zhang to indicate that he was staying at Yang Yunamon and asked him to come over directly. Seeing Jiang Cheng return, Wang Yuyan immediately greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Manager Wang, I'm going to have a banquet for my friends later. You let the chef come over. Build up by the most expensive. The number of people tonight plus me is a total of 5. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish, and that albo white truffle, and the illusionary sundae is also on the table, and you'll see to it that the main others are on the table." Seeing that Jiang Cheng ordered 2 yellow-lipped fish swim bladders, also known as fish gelatin, Wang Yu instantly froze. Yellow-lipped fish, also known as small bearded money slate, is our Chinese endemic fish species, distributed in the south part of the river outlet sea, up to 150 centimeters long, belongs to the fish family and the large fish. Among them, Its swim bladder efficacy is highly respected. Once on the price of about 3 million renminbi was bought, Wang Yuyan quickly reacted, only to immediately nod her head. Yes, Mr. Jiang, the current price of the swim bladder of our hotel's yellow-lipped fish is about 1 million or more. If you guys only need a portion of it, the price should be around 500,000. May I ask if you can accept it? 500,000. No problem at all. If not for the fact that he was afraid of ordering more and appearing to be a bit of a thug, he would have no problem ordering 10. But even if you want to woolgatter, you have to spend reasonably. Enjoy life well before it is a god-ho. In his current situation, even if he lost money every day, it was enough to keep himself clothed and fed. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes, you can. Just watch it. If it's not enough to eat, then put on more. It's definitely enough. Then I'll go prepare it now. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan then winded up with 3 masters and a few waiters, pushing a few carts of ingredients to appear at the courtyard entrance of Jiang Cheng's Ting Villa. Seeing Wang Yuyan wiping the sweat on her head, she looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, Mr. Jiang, are we starting to prepare now? Looking at the red and green fresh ingredients on top of the cart, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Let's start now. Wang Zhang had already sent the prestige just now. According to what he said, at this time, they were almost at the entrance of Yang Yunaman. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng then had Wang Yuyan go to Aman's entrance to greet Wang Zhang and the others. Seeing the private butler come out to greet them, Wang Zhang and the other boy who was wearing a big brand of clothes acted very calmly. On the contrary, the other 2 girls who followed them looked as if they had never seen the world. And as soon as they stepped into the hall of Yang Yunaman, they were shocked by the splendor of the place. After Wang Yuyan led them to Jiang Cheng's Ting Villa, the 2 girls' eyes were even wider. Panoramic open-air balconies, swimming pools, and hot spring areas, and there was also a natural stream flowing through the doorway. This was a world of difference from the hotel they usually stayed in, and both of them couldn't help but secretly exclaim inside their hearts, "This is the presidential suite of Yang Yunaman. It really is a long time coming." Just as the 2 women were shocked beyond belief, Jiang Chan walked out from inside and said to them with a smile, "Here you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome." Wang Zhang smiled as he walked towards Jiang Cheng and wrapped his arm around his shoulder in a self-conscious manner. "Sorry brother. I was supposed to treat you to dinner, but I didn't expect to end up bringing so many people over to rub it in." "What are you talking about? A meal? What's the difference between you treating and me treating?" "Everyone, inside please." Jiang Cheng's words gave enough face to Wang Zhang, making the atmosphere of the scene instantly warm up as well. Come, let me introduce to you. This is my brother Chen Hao, young Master Chen. His family sells coal, and he uses the train to pull goods out every day. And these 2 are the female companions I brought. Wang Zhang said towards Jiang Cheng. This introduction of Wang Zhang was very obvious. Obviously of the 3 people who came, only Chen Hao was in the same circle and grade as him. As for the 2 unnamed female companions, they were unimportant, and should have just been called together for dinner. Chen Hao took the initiative to extend his hand towards Jiang Cheng. "I've always heard Lao Wang talk about you in the past 2 days. It's nice to meet you." Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand back to shake, then looked at Chen Hao. Neck with a string of green hair oil round beads of emerald. Feet wearing a pair of LV shoes. This dress up, but quite fresh and vulgar after all. "Young people, like jade is not much." Chen Hao spoke again. "I heard old Wang say you bought his laffa?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "It's also fate. Ha ha, this kind of fate is not much. If you buy it later, this guy will have to pick up the car himself, and then sell it at a discount. Hemorrhaging, to be honest. Old Wang really have to be grateful to you." Wang Zhang immediately said, Hey, you would tear me down. Jiang Cheng and I just have a destiny." The 3 people walked inside while chatting. Jiang Cheng glanced at the other 2 young ladies dressed in Netflix. Both of them had a face value of about 80%, belonging to the category of beauties that exceeded ordinary people. Moreover, their friendly values towards Jiang Cheng had both reached 60 points, which belonged to the category of ordinary friends. This value was already considered high for people meeting for the first time. After going in, Jiang Cheng greeted them. "I heard manager Wang say that the food here is quite unique. Let's all try it together." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. "The hotel meals here at Aman Hotel are indeed at a pretty high level. I just haven't tasted the ones they cook on site yet. I've dipped into your favor today. Brother Jiang, how long have you been in Mordor?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand at the 2 of them. "Don't call me brother. You guys should be older than me. Just call me by my name. Today should be the 4th day." Jiang Cheng honestly couldn't stand the idea of men older than him calling him brother with their mouths open and closed. Moreover, Wang Zhang and Shen Hao were not children from ordinary families. Everyone called so, but the first time to meet the pleasantries and polite just. If you pretend to be a big money seriously, then this friend may not be able to do. Okay, The three of us shouldn't engage in that kind of formalities, Wang Zhang said in agreement. He belonged to the character of a big grin. However, Jiang Chang liked this kind of character. Compared to the deep-minded, this kind of character is more comfortable to play. Then Wang Zhang asked Jiang Chang, "Did you see any good cars at the auto show yesterday? I bought a Ferrari 488 and a Lambo Big Bull." "Yo, buy 2 cars at once. Tycoon. When will the car be arranged to go on the road?" Chen Hao asked after taking a sip of red wine. "The Ferrari was arranged yesterday, and that Big Bull said to arrange to send it over to me today. The speed is quite fast. The 488 has to be more than $8 million. The fastest would be 2 days if you do it normally. You actually got it in 1 day." Chen Hao and Wang Zhang exchanged glances after saying this. Both of them knew that Jiang Chang wasn't poor in money. After all, the person who even bought the Ferrari Lafa in full payment, buying these 2 wasn't so bad as paying in installments, right? The 2 girls on the side listened to the conversation between them and were secretly surprised inwardly. At this moment, Wang Yuyan led the people to start serving the food. After a table of dishes was set up, Jiang Chang looked at the crowd and greeted them. Wang Zhang looked at the dishes on the table. After scrutinizing them for a while, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother, you're really a big spender. I'm embarrassed. This is the Alba white truffle, right? This is the fish bladder, right?" Jiang Chang nodded. "The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish." Wang Zhang sniffed and looked closer, nodding as he fixed his eyes on it. "Jiang Chang, this is too extravagant. This has to not be cheap." One of the girls looked at the plainly cooked swim bladder on the table and asked cautiously, "Is this yellow-lipped fish's swim bladder expensive?" The other girl also licked her mouth waiting for an answer. Wang Yuyan on the side saw that the guest had a question and immediately answered thoughtfully. "The yellow-lipped fish is one of the 4 most expensive seafoods in the world. Especially its swim bladder is even more precious. And the price of this pot today is more than $500,000. And this is Italy's Alba white pine deer. It is also very golden. The price of the same several $100s a gram." After listening to Wang Yuyan's introduction, both girls' eyes instantly widened. The key was that Jiang Chang noticed that the 2 people's friendliness towards him had suddenly risen by 20 points. Nearly $1 million had been consumed in one meal. If this price was placed in their hometown, they could buy a large suite of several hundred square feet. And now the 2 of them were actually going to eat this $1 million inside. Thinking about this, the 2 women were instantly vain and heartbroken. But the fact that it was already the case, the 2 could only turn their grief into appetite, and began to secretly eat these delicacies in front of them that they had never eaten before. During the meal, the 2 girls had been taking all sorts of pictures, an act that made Wang Zhang blacken his face somewhat helplessly. After a harmless little interlude, Wang Zhang said to Jiang Chang, "Old Jiang, thank you for your hospitality tonight. Why don't we go to the Bund for a drink later?" Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and just now he had also drunk wine. At this time just want to have a good night's sleep, so he politely refused and said, "To be honest, I already drank with my classmates just now, and I'm a bit sleepy now, so I'll go with you next time to liven things up." Wang Zhang didn't force himself and said with a smile, "Then I'll book a big card in TAXXX in advance tomorrow night, and we'll have a good time." After Jiang Chang invited Wang Zhang to this $1 million meal, Wang Zhang immediately said, "Please come back." Jiang Chang appreciated his behavior of this kind of courtesy. After all, to make friends, it's best to have back and forth. This kind of behavior does not want to take advantage of the behavior is the right way to make friends. After sending Wang Zhang and others away, Jiang Chang comfortably soaked in a hot water bathtub, and then directly lay on the leather sofa and swiped his cell phone. Right at this moment, Wang Yuyan walked in with the bill for tonight's meal. "Mr. Jiang, this is the cost of tonight's meal. Please take a look." Jiang Chang took the bill and looked at it, spending a total of 1.58 million. After reading it, he took out his bank card from inside his wallet in the cabinet and handed it directly to Wang Yuyan. "Okay, swipe the card." "Okay, you wait a moment." After swiping the card successfully, Wang Yuyan retreated, leaving the private space to Jiang Chang. Tonight Yu Xiaoxiao did not come to Jiang Chang. It had to be said that Yu Xiaoxiao was a woman who didn't understand things very well. When Jiang Chang did not look for her, she would not take the initiative to look for Jiang Chang, not to mention checking in. Lying on the bed, she checked up the payment information just now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the gourmet cashback card. This consumption totaled 1,580,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 times cashback. The cashback multiplier will be multiplied by the number of people who dined as the final cashback amount. The total cashback totaled 158 million. Please ask the host whether to withdraw it to the bank card. Looking at this cashback monetary value, Jiang Chang clicked immediately to withdraw it in a happy mood. I didn't expect that inviting a few people to dinner would actually get more than $100 million in cash back. This meal was really worth it. Chapter 44 Small Anchor Reel Reference. After boringly brushing the circle of friends for a while, Zhang Chang opened the Teasing Fish live broadcast and searched to enter the live room of Xiaomei. After all, the face value of up to 94 points of the girl is not always able to see, although there is no plus prestige. But look at the live broadcast. Maybe all of a sudden there will be a follow-up of various action cooperation. After entering the live broadcast room, he only saw that Xiao Yinyin was walking around inside the room and seemed to be preparing for the live broadcast. Just then, Zhang Chang heard a system prompt. Ding! Detected that the host's live account is too poor. The system gifts the host 3 million shark fin coins. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Chang couldn't help but smile. This dream come true divine hero system was really sick. Thinking of all kinds of ways to send money to himself anytime, anywhere. Once the system 3 million shark fin coins were charged in, this level 10 white horse number of his own did not know how, but all of a sudden it directly rose to level 65. At this moment, Xiao Yinyin was sitting in front of the table with some frustration. From the background of the live broadcast, it could be seen that the place she was staying was a very small bedroom. Zhang Chang casually typed and asked, "Anchor not going out hunting tonight?" Seeing an unfamiliar level 60 plus big number come into her live room, Xiao Yinyin instantly came into the spirit. Xiao Yinyin looked at it for a moment then said, "Big brother Ting Hai Shinpin, welcome, there's a guild PK task tonight so I won't be going out." In fact, the heat in her live room wasn't exactly miserable at times, and there was even a small wave of volume when she went out hunting, but there just wasn't the kind of bigwigs and rich lists that held her up as soon as they did, and the water users who gave her rewards were some of the leading lights. Generally give her rewards or free gifts. Small gifts also have some, large amount of almost no. Moreover, Xiao Yinyin wouldn't use some special tricks to keep her big brother's hearts. Ever since the big brother who gave her a reward of 20,000 yuan on the list of the first big brother who begged to meet and engage in color was rejected by her, Xiao Yinyin's live room has not been able to get up the color. After all, who would support a female anchor who can't meet face to face? At this time, Xiao Yinyin's live room popularity was still not small, but most of them were ordinary water friends. Little anchor, why are you so miserable? The weekly list is still so miserable? Xiao Yinyin looked at the scattered pop-ups and helplessly laughed as she replied to Zhang Cheng's question. Because the dogs in my live room just like to make me lose. Humph. Right at this moment the pop-up screen had some water friends who started to get colorful. Little anchor, how many babies have you given birth to? Xiao Yinyin looked closer and then read out. How many babies have you given birth to? 19 babies. You're my 20th. Well, let's give you a band package first. After Xiao Yinyin said this, Zhang Cheng instantly laughed. This Xiao Yinyin really, as she herself said, neither can please big brother list one nor speak some nice words. No wonder she can't keep people. Other live female anchors are hugging stick. Big brother called all the time. She is good. Directly called the dog, and even yin and yang up the water friends. Fire cannot blame Hua, but Xiao Yinyin this temperament is quite suitable for Zhang Cheng's appetite. Just at this time actually someone connected Xiao Yinyin's live room. Xiao Yinyin looked at the connection, helplessly clicked on the connection, only to see the opposite side is wearing a deep V suspenders pajamas female anchor. The name is by Luo Little Sister. Looking at the blurred beauty image, Zhang Cheng opened the scanning system on her. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 55. Body, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendly value, 10. Passerby status. After reading it, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but let out a cry. Isn't this the typical Xiao Bai Luo? Heavy filters coupled with a somewhat distorted beauty face made her face value in front of the camera look like it had to be at least 90 points. Just didn't realize that the real face value was only 55 points. After looking at it, Zhang Cheng had to once again marvel at the power of beauty software. Only to see by Luo Little Sister after seeing Xiao Yinyin then smiled. Eyes all cannot hide the laughter. She began to cover her mouth and said, "Xiao, it's actually you. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to meet you for the first time. And this time you should be like last time, and protect me from the first round, right?" Although Xiao Yinyin was very upset, but she was so strong. Since her live broadcast career, she had never won a PK link-up, so much so that many of the anchors in Teaming Fish liked to connect with her, because the result of connecting with her is only one, that is, she will win. Although Xiao Yinyin didn't care much about winning or losing, just now, her guild had called over specifically, saying that they wanted her to win at least 2 games in a row, or else her full attendance for the next month would be lost. Normally, she relied on this full-time salary and her income from driving to support her. If she lost her full-time next month, it would be difficult to maintain the rent of her small apartment. Xiao Yinyin gave 2 fake smiles and spoke up, maintaining her politeness. "Hello, Please ask your big brother Punji to be a little more merciful later. No problem. Big pillar brother. We can take it easy in the first round. We can save our strength for the next round, oh, said Bilual little sister smugly to her rank 1 brother. Jiang Chang looked at this false scene and shook his head speechlessly, ready to cut out directly. Unexpectedly at this time the system prompted. Ding! Leading Xiao Yin to win the PK tournament championship. You will receive a bounty rebate with a rebate multiplier of 1 to 50 times. Jiang Chang, who had just received more than 100 million rebates, looked at the system's prompt and became interested. Anyway, it's all money. Don't want it for nothing. Jiang Chang directly typed. Little anchor, PK so long past only received $5? Real miserable ah. Xiao Yin wasn't angry and said with a smile. Big brother Ding Hai Shinpin. Look at me so miserable. Do you want to support me with a little bit of medical expenses to comfort me? Your family's weekly list should only need $1 to be on it, right? Being asked by Jiang Chang, Xiao Yin suddenly said with some broken defenses. Yes, other live rooms, there are emperors, dukes, counts, viscounts, and everything. My live room doesn't even have a night, and the weekly leaderboards are also. Usually she can still comfort herself, but today was mocked one after another, coupled with the union's pressure. At this time, Xiao Yin's mood cannot help but be a little low. Oh, I white whore, I'm proud. I'll never charge money. And, looking down on us white whoring party? I came in to watch the anchor lose the battle. Xiao Yin looked at the live broadcast pop-up screen for a while. She couldn't help but directly roll her eyes. Anyway, she was already prepared to stop broadcasting next month. Her live broadcast was meant to make money, and if she couldn't make any money and was still upside down, then what was she doing live? Anchor, what do you mean by rolling your eyes? Anchor, if you roll your eyes again, you won't get today's free flowers. I still want to give you fish balls to walk the wave. Anchor, you're disliking us. The crowd of aquanauts turned on the spinning mode. Xiao Yin also did not show any weakness and said, You're looking at it wrong. How can I dislike you guys? The water friends in my live room are getting better and better when they speak now. Every one of them is talented. Jiang Chang listened to her and directly rewarded 5 weaklings. 5 underdogs is just $1. Xiao Yin helplessly smiled bitterly, but still stood up and thanked Jiang Chang. Thank you for fixing the Sea God Needle Big Brother's medical expenses. Even Big Brother 65 had become petty when he arrived at her live broadcast. Was she a live insulator? Anchor, what skills do you know? Does driving count? Usually just give people a chauffeur. Then if I take you to win a guild war, you'll give me a chauffeur? Xiao Yin didn't take Jiang Chang's words to heart. She nodded, okay, Big Brother Ting Hai Shinjin. If you can guarantee me to win the championship, I'll give a chauffeur for free. My driving can be stable. You can sit without worry. That's fine. Tomorrow night let me see if you drive steadily or not. At this time, there were only a few dozen seconds left in the PK time. The reward from the other party, by Luo little sister, had already amounted to more than $300, while Xiao Yin's side had only received $20. Looking at the PK bar that had a sliver of blood left, Jiang Chang directly chose 3 of the most expensive $2,000 super rockets and threw them down. Chapter 45, Turn off the beauty face? Anyway, the teasing fish coins in his backstage were given to him by the system, which was equivalent to whoring for nothing, and if Xiao Yin won he would still get 1 to 50 times the cashback. At this point, Jiang Chang didn't feel any pain at all when he rewarded him. Xiao Yin, who had already lost hope, saw the 3 super rockets suddenly appearing in the air in her live broadcast, and immediately jumped up from her seat in excitement. Thank you Big Brother, C-Pin, for the 3 super rockets. It's really very much appreciated. Big Brother, what show would you like to see? I'll walk you through one. Xiao Yin didn't expect this level 65 Big Brother to actually reward himself with such a high amount of super rockets. Usually, although her own live room would be patronized by Big Brothers, these Big Brothers would never take a look and say a few words before slipping away. Xiao Yin was already used to it, so she didn't bother to ask for another gift. But she didn't expect Jiang Chang to actually swipe $6,000 for herself in one breath. In one fell swoop, the score became 6,203 versus 380. The little anchor got lucky? Finally, a Big Brother has taken a liking to this little anchor of ours. Big Brother confused. Doesn't it smell good to whore it out for nothing? The Bilo little sister who was on the verge of a solid win watched as the Big Brother who had suddenly stolen the tower appeared in the live room opposite Xiao Yin. She couldn't help but blush with anger, and then said sourly, Wow, Xiao's sister, your live room came to the Big Brother Ding Hai Shinpin Big Brother. Hello you beat people so painful oing, oing, beg for consolation. Free time can come to see me Xiao Yin Si by Luo little sister took the opportunity to pamper dig people. Immediately said to Jiang Chang, Ding Hai Shin Needle Big Brother, I give you a housekeeping. On the housekeeping can be my family. Do not run to someone else's home. Oh. See, Jiang Chang did not say. Xiao Yining said again, big brother, are you still there? I'm not a good dancer. Why don't I sing you a song? After Xiao Yining said this, the pop-up screen floated up. Anchor, I beg you not to sing. Big brother will be scared off by you later. It's better to dance. Looking at the screen full of trolls, Jiang Chang laughed out. Just feel free. Okay, big brother. Then I'll sing You're My Good Brother. Good brother, how did I get such a good brother? Xiao Yining immediately sang pleasingly to Jiang Chang at this moment, not caring at all about any reserve or running tones. People have already given you a reward of 6,000 but also what to be reserved. We must know that other female anchor but reward 0. 66 yuan can give big brother to a deep squat. She is a serious 3 rounds of super fire. If at this time Jiang Chang proposed to let Xiao Yining deep squat, she must also do it without a doubt. Grass. Sister Chow actually knows this kind of song too. Sister Chow. You're not right. Sister Chow has turned into a licking dog. Xiao Yining didn't even care about the trolling on the pop-up screen and continued to sing excitedly to herself. The reason why she was so excited was also because she had long looked at this by Luo's little sister in a bad light. In the past, Bilo's little sister had always taunted her when she won, but this time, she finally beat her. On the other side, Bilo's little sister was very depressed. The situation that had been a sure win had been broken by the tycoon who had suddenly fallen from the sky. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't pay attention to her, she immediately wooed again and said to her own list of brother pouting. Big pillar brother. Begging for protection in the first round. Oh, if we still lose in the next round, then I'll be eliminated. Oh. Daju typed. No problem. When do you enter the first round? 2 out of 3. Steady. Don't worry. Worthy of being big pillar brother. I know big pillar brother is the most stable. Never roll over. Wahahaha. Soon the second round of PK started. Jiang Chang directly 2 rounds of super rocket ascension as in the previous round. The opposite side of the big column, soon 3 rounds of super fire followed up. Jiang Chang also no nonsense. Directly point to follow the 3 rounds of super fire past. Big pillar looked at Jiang Chang catching up super fire. Inwardly a hard additional 5 rounds. Asterisk. The first round of PK to get so big? I didn't expect to see so many ultra fire launches in a small anchor's live room. Looking at the anchor is going to be carried away. Without a doubt. In the end, after Jiang Chang's 20 ultra fire firings, Daju went offline without saying a word. Xiao Yining happily said to Bai Luo little sister. Sorry to admit, I didn't expect to win you in the first round. Ha ha ha. Bai Luo little sister at this time, although by Xiao Yining face, but still smiling, said, Xiao sister, luck is really good. Can have the sea god pin big brother such a tycoon support? Big brother. Free time can also open, look at me. I give you a dance. I drive is also super stable. Oh. A whole day won't be sore legs of the kind. Bai Luo little sister said some suggestive words to Jiang Chang, then immediately picked up the phone to comfort the big column to go. After all, Daju also gave her 15 rounds of ultra fire today, and even though she lost in the end, she still earned it. After finishing her work, she immediately used a small number to enter Xiao Yinyan's live room. After all, there are not many real big brothers nowadays. After disconnecting, Xiao Yinyan immediately got up again and said to Jiang Chang, Thank you, big brother Ding Hai Shin Pin. I haven't received super fire for a long time, or 20 super fire. I really don't know how to be grateful to you. You said, you want to see me do something? 20 super fire is $40,000. She can get more than $10,000. Due to Jiang Chang's super rocket dominating the screen, at this time, Xiao Yinyan's live broadcast directly reaped a small wave of heat inside. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast had already reached more than 10,000. I want to see you turn off your beauty face. Xiao Yinyan's face value rating was as high as 94 points. And this kind of skin peeling and face slimming beauty face not only didn't add points but even subtracted points from her original beauty. If Jiang Chang didn't know that her live room was called Xiao Mei, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize her if he watched the live broadcast directly. This is just like some stars originally long well. Once to the netroots with goods live room will let those heavy beauty to ruin the body like skin. Asterisk. Big brother bull. Anchor, turn it off. Look at the real face value of the anchor. Just afraid to turn off, then big brother ran away. This is the punishment, right? Big brother is the show. Xiao Yinyan was a little speechless at Jiang Chang's request. How can you broadcast without turning on your face these days? But Jiang Chang brushed so much money for her. If she didn't do as she was told, I'm afraid she would be cool again. Oh, big brother of the sea god pin. I'm afraid you scared. Xiao Yinyan said while still turning off the beauty buttons of the live broadcast as Jiang Chang requested. Without the skin peeling and double eye enlarging effects, Xiao Yinyan looked at herself inside the camera and immediately felt a bit unsure of herself. just when she was ready to accept the pop-up trolls. Unexpectedly at this time, the netizens in front of the screen instantly heated up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Actually so decent. Why didn't I find such a beautiful looking anchor before? Decisive attention. Big Brother's bet is right this time. Miss, don't open the beauty face in the future. The beauty face is wrong. The live broadcast of the amusing fish are all according to this requirement to be rolled up internally before. Xiao Yining didn't expect that she not only didn't collapse the room but even gained a large wave of fans and favorable comments. He was in a good mood and said to Zhang Chang, "Brother Dinghai Shinpin, please guarantee another round. If I win this round, I can continue broadcasting next month. Please please please." Chapter 46. See who's tough. If there wasn't a system to return money to the mission, Zhang Chang wasn't even here to spend time. Looking at the money, Zhang Chang typed, "Hurry up and start." After getting the affirmation, Xiao Yining immediately nodded happily. Right away. Knowing that this kind of direct super rocket swipe were all true big shots, maybe she really did pass the second round again with a firm hand. Soon the second round of connections began, and Xiao Yining was still connected to a young lady this time, only to see that the opposite side was a little lowly wearing a beautiful girl's battle uniform, only to see her speak with a sweet and creamy clip sound. "Miss, hello, I'm sweet little Tian. I'm very happy to connect with you. Miss, your big brother on the list one is too fierce. 20 rounds of super rockets." We're all quite envious. Not waiting for Xiao Yining open mouth, Xiaotian then said, "Dinghai Shinpin brother. How are you? I'm Xiaotian. Your super rocket hit me in the heart. Have time to come to Xiaotian here to sit. Oh, Xiaotian has a lot of talent, will also be a lot of dress up, chatting and blowing water blowjob, singing and dancing all proficient, to ensure that the big brother is satisfied with See the opposite anchor and blatantly began to grab big brother again. Xiao Yining cannot help but inner contempt, but despise to despise. She is not good to say anything. After all, we are all anchors. The pin big brother wants to go where to go. What can she do? Besides, the anchor is not relying on the big brother reward life. Rob big brother is no excuse. These days, the real big brother is not easy to find. Xiao Yining laughed 2 fake laughs before opening her mouth and saying, "Xiao Tian, hello, shall we start directly? Missy, don't you want to walk a performance PK first?" "No, I don't have a perfect voice. And the only performance I got out of it was turning off my beauty face at the request of big brother Ding Haishan Needle." After Xiao Yining said this, Xiao Tian on the opposite side was instantly embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Yin's big brother to have this kind of request, to know that a lot of anchors are all dead in the light, relying on their beauty face to hold them up in front of the camera. Now Xiao Tian did not dare to make a sound. After all, if she turned off her face, the value of the face with Xiao Yin then can be a difference of 80,000 miles, only to see her say stiffly, "Alright then, here we go." Ha ha, is Xiao Tian scared? Big brother is bullish, actually coming up with this method. I also want to see how Xiao Tian turns off her beauty face. Compared to the opposite anchor, Xiao Tian's beauty face is a bit wide open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before how did not find there is this kind of extreme anchor. Body top face value is also very high. You win the fixed see god pin big brother stupid out of money of course have to find a real goods. Xiao Tian looked at the pop-up screen, angry face has become stiff. But she still had to force a smile to their own live broadcast of the list of brother whispered open, a branch of flowers brother. PK has begun. Please don't let Xiao Tian be violently beaten. Yazihua also already knew that the opposite PK Xiao Mei came a big brother. Seeing that Zhang Chang had already swiped $50,000 in the last round, he thought that this round shouldn't be so raw. Moreover, Xiao Tian had just secretly sent him a message saying that he could go on a hotel date with him this Sunday. Thinking this way, Ichika directly rewarded 5 airplanes. And together with the other bits and pieces of rewards, Xiao Tian's side had harvested a total of about $1,000. Seeing that the opposite side was starting to power up, Zhang Cheng directly casually swiped 5 super rockets and directly crushed them. After the 5 rounds of super rocket lifted off, the opposite side's 1 flower's fire was immediately extinguished. He had swiped 50,000 at random, and this was still the first round. If he followed him directly, not to mention whether he would lose, even if he won, he would still lose money. If the same as the last game, 2 people directly brush to more than $50,000, then what is the point? Take this $50,000 to find a clubhouse to build him not smell good? Why do you want to brush here? After Zhang Cheng's 5 rounds of super rockets, a flower directly said that he did not follow. Let Xiao Tian give up. Xiao Tian although some sad but also dare not force. After all, is their own list a big brother? There is no doubt that the second round of PK Zhang Cheng is still a solid win. The next field due to Zhang Cheng's super rocket with no money as if flying straight up to the sky. Also did not appear some big brother without colorful eyes out with him hard to carry. After all, this year's resentment of the species of the list of big brother only exists in the novel. The reality of the rich is still more sensible and restraint. No one would be too full to carry on hard for a union war. Jiang Chang is the system has a mind and has a mission. Otherwise he wouldn't be stupid enough to brush here. Some other small anchor's big brother of course will not because of a union war brush off their own half of the mountain. After all, usually brush a 10,000 can be asked out of the anchor woman today. Why must double brush? All the way to the green light directly to the last round. This time, the opposite side is a big anchor of the teasing fish, dull little sister. Dull little sister's recent hotness was very high, and her big brother at the top of the list was also a truly powerful tycoon big brother. Seeing Xiao Yining pick up the PK, she first opened her mouth and said enthusiastically, "Hello Sister Qiao. I'm dull little sister. I'm very happy to do the final PK streak with you. May I ask if it's a direct start or if you go talent first?" Xiao Yining still said dryly, "Hello miss, I can't sing or dance. I don't have much talent. Why don't we start directly?" Little Miss Dull hesitated for a moment. She had taken the last step and their guild had naturally already helped her find out about Xiao Yinyan's background. Xiao Yinyan was nothing more than a small anchor, and today was also lucky that a wild big brother had appeared to help her work the guild wars, and that big brother had already swiped close to 800,000 or so at this point, only to see the dull little sister sweetly smiled and said, "That good. Since the young lady has no talent that I myself first to my big brother dad's door to dance a dance." The opposite big brother can also look at dull little sister's dance finished. Jiang Chang then immediately typed, "Dance is very good. I like it very much. See, I want to think of dull little sister side to go." After Jiang Chang posted this, the water friends in the live broadcast room began to haha. Dull little sister's face value is also very not much talent is also very good. Sister Qiao can't do anything but a face. It's really lucky to make it to the final. It's just a small anchor. Nothing. The C-pin big brother is probably also on a whim. Xiao Yining instantly panicked as well. "Oh, big brother Ding Hai Shin Pin. Are you leaving me behind? We're just one last step away from being able to double up as kings." Jiang Cheng continued to spit. "You can't say it. Look at what people's dull little sister called. You'll only call big brother? With you on the king? If you're talking about a multiplayer campaign I can still think about it. Asterisk 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 really show. All brush more than 800,000. Really play the king multiplayer campaign is not too much. Ha ha. Just ask the anchor if he's panicking now?" Xiao Yining instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words in seconds. She also did not have any pretense. Directly the Gold Master Father called handed out of the mouth. "Golden Master Father. Beg to protect the last game. I'll enroll in a class right after the next broadcast. I'll learn whatever dance you want to see. Friendly reminder fixed see God Needle Big Brother." Opposite the dull little sister's big brothers look our real big brother. There are 300 level big brother on the list. Although the fixed see God Needle Big Brother is very top, but I do not know can top over 3 real big brother. It depends on who's hard. Chapter 47. When I brush the money is air. After the official start of the PK, the opposite side of the dull little sister began to power. The opposite side of the 3 super emperors directly each person brushed 3 super rockets, a total of 9 rounds of super fire in the sky. After the brush, the opposite side of a called Badian also ran to Qiao Yinyan's live room over to brush 2 rounds of super fire. After swiping, he even sent a cheap remark, "Please accept the small medical fee." Xiao Yining looked at the opposite side of the provocation is also nonchalant fake smile sarcastically said, "Thank you Badian brother 2 rounds of superfire. Oh, without your 2 rounds of medical expenses, I simply cannot broadcast." After Xiao Yining said this, Jiang Cheng breathlessly sent several question marks. Dare it be that the hundreds of rounds of ultra fire that he had just swiped were candles and air? The live broadcast room was also following Jiang Cheng's steps at this time and sent out a whole bunch of question marks. Ha ha ha. I did not expect that Xiao's sister Ian and Yang up to the time quite powerful. Just now, brother Dinghai Shinpin only gave you a few 100,000 brushes you can't broadcast. You just keep acting. Sister Qiao actually dared to satirize the super emperor. Float away. Jiang Cheng saw the opposite side so provocative. Backhanded directly to Qiao Yining brushed 20 rounds of super fire after which ran to the inside of the dull little sister's live room and directly brushed 5 rounds of super fire to her. Anyway, the system had charged himself 3 million fishbone coins. And now there were still 2 million left. The last round of PK Jiang Cheng does not believe that his 2 million cannot get down. If really cannot get down, his bank card has so many 100 million funds. Jiang Cheng said at this time is not panic. Dull little sister to see a come up to the battle will be so hot. Heart suddenly also some happy. After all, when the immortals fight, these mortals will have meat to eat. Dull little sister smiled and said to Jiang Cheng, "Thank you for the medical expenses of Papa Tinghai, Papa Atmosphere." The next super fighters took off one after another as if they didn't need money. The three senior super emperors and Jiang Chang, the new super emperor born tonight, went head to head in a hard-fought battle. Until the end of the first round, Jiang Chang's side had already swiped $1.5 million. And stay little sister this side, the 2 or 3 people on the list. List 1 swiped $500,000, List 2 and List 3 each swiped $200,000, together also have $900,000. But still behind Jiang Chang's $600,000. 3 people consider a moment later are decisive not to follow. The first few rounds have only brushed more than 100,000 one after another. To Jiang Chang here only the first round directly doubled a few times. Dull little sister saw his own big brother stopped. Not yet finished shouting, "Big brothers, how to stop? Do not stop fast, faster okay? Step up." Although dull little sister was shaking while saying suggestive words that made people's imagination come to mind. But carrying on was carrying on. Punji directly conceded defeat and said, "Dull little sister, let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it next time." Without the support of Big Brother List 1, dull little sister's side was quickly defeated. The second round was even easier, as Jiang Chang only swiped 2 super rockets before winning. Although dull little sister's side was still working very hard to get votes for herself, the result was still unsatisfactory. Xiao Yin was still a bit confused the moment she got the victory. She covered her mouth and looked at her popularity skyrocketing live room, still feeling like she was dreaming. After all, just an hour ago, she was still in the stage of doubting her life, and even wanted to end her live broadcasting career at one point. "I did not expect that in so little time I got the champion of the Guild War. Harvested more than 50,000 new fans, and there are more than 1,000 is on the license which, finally no longer those cold zombie fans." What was more crucial was that she herself had gotten a whole $2.5 million in rewards, and according to the contract she had signed, Xiao Yin would be able to get around $700,000. Xiao Yin, who had suddenly stepped onto the peak of her life, was in a complicated mood at the moment. Is this little anchor stupid? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? "I'm happy. Can I be more stupid? The operation of the rich I really can't imagine. A set of house money is gone, but this young lady's face value is really high. The tycoon's vision is really good. It's a pity that such a beautiful young lady, just attention on, is going to be taken by the list of Big Brother." Xiao Yin looked at the screen full of 6,666 at this time, finally reacted, only to see her bowing to Jiang Chang continuously to thank Big Brother Dinghai God Pin. "I really don't know how to thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? If you like anything in the future I'll immediately go and learn it, and promise to do it until you're satisfied." Seeing Xiao Yin so excited, Jiang Chang replied indifferently, "No need, just passing by." "Big Brother, then how can I find you later to give you a chauffeur? Really want to give me a chauffeur to Yang Yunaman on the line? These 2 days I'm still in. Bye bye." Xiao Yin looked at Jiang Chang's words. Instantly her eyes widened. It was actually him. The world of the rich I really don't understand. Brush more than 2 million, don't add prestige? May I ask if Big Brother still lacks pendants? Little brother wouldn't be today's Ferrari little brother. So it's Ferrari little brother. No wonder. How can this world be full of landlords? Xiao Yin was also shocked at this time and asked, "Your Ferrari little brother?" But the whole network at this time can't wait for Jiang Chang's reply, because Jiang Chang, who got the system prompt again, has gone offline. At this time not only was Xiao Yin truly full of question marks, even the water friends in the live broadcast room began to boil up. Everyone full of question marks at the same time. To Jiang Chang is more and more curious. What kind of family can be so bold? More than 2 million bounty out of the result is so casual? Even because it is too unbelievable. Some netizens began to question this live broadcast must be the guild to create momentum to Xiao Yin hype pull popularity. But a female anchor who can't do anything with her talent will really have a guild spend such a large sum of money to give her momentum? At this time, the water friends began to argue again. On the other hand, Jiang Chang didn't have the heart to pay attention to those people's problems on the internet. He opened the system and carefully checked it out. Jiang Chang looked at his own list of spending records, and sure enough, this reward was not counted in his daily spending. It seemed that as long as it was charged by the system, it wouldn't be counted in his upgraded spending if he went to spend it again. Jiang Chang opened his Douyu background, and after swiping more than $2.5 million for Xiao Yin, there were still 499 million shark's fin coins left in the background. At the same time, Jiang Chang's backstage messages had exploded, including friend ad messages and private messages from various female anchors. Jiang Chang swiped through and found the private message from Xiao Yin, and as expected, Xiao Yin was also begging to add Jiang Chang's prestige. Jiang Chang directly sent his prestige over. Just now, he had already used the friendly value system to take a fresh look at Xiao Yin and found that her friendly value towards Jiang Chang had directly come to 85 points. Jiang Chang naturally wouldn't be polite with such a young lady with a 94-point face value. Chapter 48, All Good Girls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the anchor Xiao Mei to win the Guild War. Given the very high level of satisfaction from the anchor 4, the system rewards the host with 100 times the Super Blitz. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 times the Storm cashback, totaling $230 million. Does the host withdraw it immediately? Jiang Chang looked at the $230 million given by the system and immediately clicked on the extraction. Although Jiang Chang did not know exactly how the system runs these storm amounts, but at this time Jiang Chang could not help but be purple with excitement again. I did not expect to earn more than 200 million in one night. Jiang Chang immediately felt that money was really good. In the network above to pretend a pussy, after experiencing the fun of spreading money can also return cash. This would be really outrageous. The next day to sleep to wake up naturally Jiang Chang looked at Xiao Yining sent over the friend to add. Hooked the corner of the mouth naturally clicked through. After all, a beautiful woman has taken the initiative to own what reason to refuse. A few minutes later, Xiao Yining sent a private message. Big brother, may I ask if you need a chauffeur today? I'm waiting 24 hours to be summoned. Oh. After sending it, Xiao Yining stared motionlessly at her chat interface with Jiang Chang. Ever since she realized that Jiang Chang was Ferrari's little brother last night, Xiao Yining had lost sleep. She didn't know why such a handsome guy would suddenly take a liking to her and give her a one-time reward of more than $2 million. Looking at the message, Jiang Chang thought for a moment that he really needed Xiao Yin's chauffeur tonight. Last night, he had already made an appointment with Wang Zhang to get together at Tax tonight. If you go to a bar, you will definitely have to drink. The DUI is definitely not good. In order to save his life, Jiang Chang directly sent the time of the chauffeur to Xiao Yin in the past. The first time I saw a car, I was able to get it to work, and I was able to get it to work, and I was able to get it to work. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chang casually cleaned up a bit and then went to the underground parking lot of Amman. When he arrived, he found that Xiao Yin was already waiting next to his car. A pair of slender legs stood straight and she was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Jiang Chengxin unexpectedly raised an eyebrow, then whistled at her and spoke. Yo, coming so early? Didn't I tell you to finish your drink and come back to me? Xiao Yining quickly raised her head at the sound. Today's Jiang Chang was dressed in a black leisure suit plus a black LV sunglasses, which made him handsome. His handsome face made Xiao Yin's eyes go straight. She admitted that she was a face value control, and Jiang Chang was undoubtedly the most handsome and best built boy she had ever seen. After all, after going through the system and remodeling, Jiang Chang's face value had now reached over 90 points. Xiao Yining blushed slightly and said, "You helped me so much last night, how can I let you drive by yourself?" Of course I came to be your driver. Today's Xiao Yining was dressed in a hot girl's outfit, wearing a small black halter on top of her super short hot pants, plus very personalized silver jewelry, which seemed to be a real outfit for the nightclub. The outfit set off her rather sizable upper body to the fullest. Concave and convex figure coupled with slender arms and long, straight and somewhat fleshy legs, let Jiang Chang's little brother instantly could not help but raise his head a little. Steadying his mind, Jiang Chang sat into the driver's seat of the car and raised his head towards Xiao Yining. Get in the car when you're here. The big brother had spoken, so Xiao Yining naturally did as she was told. The cold-lighted eerie gray Ferrari 488 attracted numerous eyeballs as soon as it hit the streets. Combined with its high-pitched roar, it was simply a street-blowing presence. The silver gray-colored supercar was especially cool under the magical night lights of Magic City. Which bar are we going to? Xiao Yining asked with some anticipation. She hadn't been to a bar for a long time, and was looking forward to it. TAXX. Wow. TAXX is the biggest and most lively bar in Magic City. It's rumored to be opened by that star called Little Cheetah who joined. I heard that it's a lot of fun inside. There's a lot of handsome guys and girls and internet celebrities, and quite a few celebrities will go there to play. I heard that even Principal Wang goes there often. Seeing Xiao Yining said with a face of yearning, Jiang Chang laughed a little. You do quite understand? I also often surf the internet and learned about it. I haven't really been there yet. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Jiang Chang arrived when both sides of the doorway were already full of luxury cars at this time. At this time, the entrance of the bar, there are many fashionably dressed young people in front of the door posing in a variety of poses to take pictures to mark the occasion. There are even several Netflix-dressed men and women in the doorway door live shoot video. Jiang Chang looked at Tax lively and full of vitality, but at the same time some pandemonium at the door. Suddenly felt that if he could open a bar, then it seems also good. Nothing to come here to help young ladies relax and do charity. As soon as the young ladies at the door saw Jiang Chang coming down from the top of the Ferrari supercar, their eyes began to glow. This is which little brother. Every day to come here seems to have never seen him. Look at this body of dress, too handsome. Hands also wear Patek Philippe. ********. LV new models. Rich second generation. Ah. Sensei is who? Look at this face value, can be really handsome. Have not seen so handsome. First on it. Zhang Cheng a car. A few young ladies began to swarm. Also do not care about Zhang Cheng standing beside Xiao Yinin. Little brother. Hello, my name is Hailey. Can you add a prestige? Brother, I also want to add a Wi-Fi. I'm at your beck and call. Oh. Little brother. First time over here, right? I can take you to play. Oh. Eat chicken. Not only was Xiao Yinin on the side speechless, even the boys on the sidelines were envious. Asterisk. This is differentiated treatment. The privilege of the rich. I've come to TAXX so many times, and every time I'm the one who goes to hit on these Netflix ladies. If you come in a car of this caliber, you'll be fine. Look at how heavenly other people's co-pilot ladies are. Let's just take a look. Not long after, Zhang Cheng had already been squeezed in the middle by 5 or 6 women, slowly walking towards the gate of TAXX. Among them, his sight was also accidentally darkened twice. Little brother. I'm sorry, my chest slipped and bumped into you. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. It's not painful. It's quite comfortable. All of you are good girls. Let brother go in first, okay? Zhang Cheng said with a helpless smile. After only a few steps, Zhang Cheng realized that the necklines on these girls were already lower than one another. If it went on like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it. Chapter 49. The hottest bar in Magic City. When Xiao Yinin saw so many Sailangjian pouncing on Zhang Cheng's body, she couldn't help but feel a trace of uncomfortable feeling in her heart. To say that she had genuinely fallen for Zhang Cheng in such a short period of time was impossible. At most, she was a little giddy from Zhang Cheng's money last night, and this kind of super rich second generation was originally the most standard condition for choosing a spouse in her heart. Xiao Yinin glanced at Zhang Cheng and then walked over to separate those girls, smiling and said, "Give way, he already has a master." Sorry. After being pushed away by Xiao Yinin, a few girls all looked at her with a face of displeasure. But first come first served, and Zhang Cheng seems to have no opinion on this. They can only helplessly leave the scene. Zhang Cheng saw them all dispersed, staring at the amazing scale of Xiao Yin's softness that was leaning on his arm, and asked with interest, "Do I have a master?" Seeing Zhang Cheng surveying her chest, Xiao Yin instantly smiled. She knew where her advantage was, but she didn't let that advantage be displayed for too long. Then she left Zhang Cheng's arm and continued, "Seeing that you couldn't refuse them, I helped you." For Xiao Yinin, this kind of reserved and gold-digging woman, Zhang Cheng naturally likes. Anyway, I don't lack money myself, but he also understands that he wants to take it down as soon as possible, or he needs to talk about the method of catching and releasing. Catch it is to let her look at their own play, produce a sense of crisis and jealousy. Put it is to properly airing her. Zhang Cheng smiled indifferently. "Thank you, it's not necessary next time. I think it's fine for them to be like this." After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Yin's dismayed expression. He directly bypassed himself and walked towards the gate. Having just broken through the encirclement, Wang Jing, his Chen Hao, who was waiting outside the gate, quickly discovered him. So it was you who was just surrounded? Wang Zhang said with a smile. The two immediately greeted Zhang Cheng as soon as they saw him, glancing in the direction of those young ladies surrounding him, and said snidely, "Didn't get scared, did you?" "No, it's pretty good. Everyone is enthusiastic as hell. Ha ha, I wasn't as exaggerated as you were when I came here. These young ladies didn't even take care of me." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly and looked at Zhang Cheng with some envy. "With your reputation, those young ladies should be afraid. Still talking about me? You're not much better, are you? You can only fool those kind of newbie young ladies." Seeing the two of them spitting at each other, Zhang Cheng laughed and shook his head. "So these young ladies like strangers. Old Jiang, this 488 is yours, right?" Wang Zhang pointed at the Ferrari behind them. "Yeah," Zhang Cheng said casually. This license plate is awesome. Right, I remember you're not from Rongcheng? To be able to get this kind of number, no wonder the young ladies are so excited. Ferrari car show can even arrange this kind of number now? I didn't get this kind of license plate with my previous purchase. Didn't send. Got it myself. Got lucky and drew it. Zhang Cheng said this. The two of them instantly tensed up. Wang Zhang glanced at Zhang Cheng with the Patek Philippe in his hand, secretly passed a wink toward Chen Hao, then said, "Guess if I believe it? That's right. With the two of us still put aside, where to pretend? Alas, this young lady is?" After Chen Hao finished speaking, he woke up and brushed aside the topic, looking down at Xiao Yinin beside Zhang Cheng with interest. There are some things that should not be asked. Less prying. This point the two of them naturally understand. Which rich person doesn't have a little bit of relationship and connections, without some relationship, can get this level of license plate? The reason why the two of them want to make friends with Zhang Cheng that is also on the strength of Jiang Chang. The opposite is also true for Jiang Chang. Rich people had an even greater need to have their own network of connections. I found a chauffeur to play along. She'll drive later. Jiang Chang didn't focus on introducing Xiao Yining. He just casually said that. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Immediately after that, he said to Jiang Chang, "Worthy of being you, martial arts master. Go, it's already arranged inside. The three of us will have fun tonight." Seeing the three of them walk in, Xiao Yining was also very good and followed behind Jiang Chang. As soon as they entered, they saw an oversized wall filled with the exciting ace of spades. The decoration style of the tax bar belonged to the industrial sex cool style. The bar was already full of people, playing loud and deafening subwoofer music. Hot and sexy beauties were twirling their sexy bodies on the dance floor. As soon as Wang Zhang and Chen Hao appeared with Jiang Chang, several beauties sitting on the card seats in Area 0 immediately stood up in unison. Wang Zhang had just told them that a big brother would come later, and asked them to treat Jiang Chang well. The few girls looked at the handsome Jiang Chang and were instantly more riveted. "Call Jiang Xiao," Wang Zhang said to the girls. The coolly dressed long-legged sisters immediately heard this and immediately and obediently called out in unison, "Good day Jiang Xiao." Most of the girls at this time had revealed an expectant yet shy expression, for no other reason. Who doesn't like handsome men? Jiang Chang looked at these few beauties on the card seat whose face values were all around 85 points and nodded with satisfaction. Turning to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, he politely said, "Thanks this arrangement is proper." The two who received Jiang Chang's affirmation were in a great mood as they replied, "Hey, that's a must." After Wang Zhang said this, the bar sales manager immediately walked towards them. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, good evening." Wang Zhang sniffed and introduced to the sales manager, "This is my brother, Jiang Chang." "Hello, Xiao Jiang. I'm Xiao Li, the sales manager here. Welcome, welcome. You can look for me if you have any needs. I'm always ready to help you out on my side." After mixing in the bar for so long, Xiao Li naturally had some eyes. From the way Jiang Chang was dressed and the name list he was carrying in his hand, he could tell that Jiang Chang was on the same path as Wang Zhang and the others. At least, the family is almost the same, and Jiang Chang is still sitting in the C position. Then it should be treated properly. Don't look at the bar inside. Everyone is wearing brand name, but there are some people on the brand name has long been out of season models. There are even some people who are wearing brand name clothes and brand name shoes that are already half old and not new. And the above mentioned these two, generally is the kind of bite the bullet to buy brand name clothes will be put up. Very important occasions to wear people. So repeated. Old also do not want to throw away. And Jiang Chang this one, through the body of the latest department model's dress, at least to tens of thousands of dollars, plus the hands of millions of watches. This kind is the real big brother. After all, only the real rich second generation will buy name brand every day, not to mention a pair of shoes to wear a season. Little Li, first arrange 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons to liven things up. Seeing that Wang Zhang wanted $100,000 of Great Divine Dragons as soon as he opened his mouth, and also 2 sets of them, Xiao Li's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing that his eyes were full of smiles, he respectfully said, "Okay, 3 brothers, I'll immediately arrange for you guys to have big dragons. In addition, our bar will send you all kinds of snacks and fruits as well as ice-cold beers." Just a moment. Xiao Yining looked at the consumption card on the desktop. She couldn't help but smack her lips again. Worthy of being the most lively bar in Magic City. Expensive. Each card seat had a minimum consumption. The consumption of Area 0 where they were currently sitting had to start at a minimum of 10,000. If they came over on a Saturday or Sunday, they would have to start at a minimum of 40,000. And the bar's most common card seat's minimum consumption is 3,000 to start. After Xiao Li left, Xiao Yining whispered to Jiang Chang and said, "Wow, a big dragon. I've never seen it, only in the video above." Jiang Chang also generously said, "I've never seen it either. Thanks Brother Wang atmosphere." See, Jiang Chang said so. A few girls also immediately have voiced exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, the boss atmosphere." Chapter 49, Prude? Seeing Jiang Chang giving himself such face, Wang Zhang immediately waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Saying so was just a polite gesture on the surface. Would he not have a small $200,000? Wang Zhang opened his mouth and said, "How can this great divine dragon be compared to the yellow-lipped fish you had last night? You know, yesterday he invited me to eat. That meal is the real atmosphere. More than $1 million luxury meal." Wang Zhang deliberately placed Jiang Chang's position in the middle at this time. The so-called connections were to befriend these people who were similar to one's strength. The reason why Wang Zhang elevated Jiang Chang so much, placing Jiang Chang on an equal footing with himself. But it was because he felt that the strength Jiang Chang had displayed made him feel that the two of them were on the same path. People at their level definitely made friends with those of equal status. Otherwise, if they made friends with those who were not as good as themselves, and they asked for your help every day, wouldn't they be looking for things to do for themselves? More than $1 million. Wang Zhang said this. The girls present at the scene immediately exclaimed. The eyes that looked at Zhang Chang suddenly became even hotter. Based on their observations, everyone could tell that Zhang Chang and Xiao Yining didn't seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. The main reason was that Xiao Yining had always been looking for opportunities to speak to Zhang Chang, but Zhang Chang's attitude was slightly cold. This made the hearts of the crowd of girls present instantly light up with a flame of hope. In fact, this was a state that Zhang Chang had intentionally created. He just wanted to air out Xiao Yining to know that he wasn't short of her as a woman at all. He also wanted Xiao Yining to know that he hadn't put it in his heart at all, thus making her doubt herself and then create a sense of crisis. After a while, Xiaoli led a dozen or so sexy bunny girls to make a grand entrance, each girl holding up a wine table symbolizing the ace of spades above her head. Zhang Chang, who was seated at the C seat, felt the screams and stares from the scene, and immediately felt a little embarrassed. But seeing Wang Zhang and Shen Hao's excited expressions, Zhang Chang still smiled and didn't say anything to spoil the fun. After all, this is the standard for nightclub pretending. As the saying goes, if you don't pretend in a nightclub, you don't go to karaoke. At this time, the rabbit girls slowly twisted their bodies to set the wine on the table. The table is densely packed with more than 10 bottles of ace of spades in different colors. The scene of the DJ's thank you sound, shouting, the dark environment of the nightclub coupled with the ace of spades that was filled with the smell of money. Colorful, dazzling scene began to push the atmosphere of the nightclub to the boiling. When the atmosphere of the scene got high, some bold girls began to lean over to Zhang Chang's side, only to see a girl wearing a short champagne-colored skirt twisting sexy buttocks. Eyes flirtatious towards Zhang Chang walked over, and a hand sat on the right side of Zhang Chang's empty seat. Just see her one hand holding a glass of wine, the other hand ring under their own towering. When she was close to Zhang Chang, she was even sticking to Zhang Chang's arm if anything, and daintily toasted to Zhang Chang. Zhang Xiao, my name is Xiao Chang. I'll toast to you. I'm very happy to be able to play with you tonight. Zhang Chang felt the softness of Xiao Chang leaning on top of his arm on an amazing scale, and couldn't help but nod in secret satisfaction. Turning to Xiao Chang, he secretly opened the friendly value scanning system. Name, Xiao Chang. Age, 22 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Body, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendly value, 70. Intimate state. Although Xiao Chang's face value was only 85, it was 90 points after makeup. I think. The privacy value was 5 times, which wasn't too much of a number for someone who often hung out in nightclubs. The key still lies in the figure 1. 98 points. Cow level. This is really hard to have a boy up to be able to top it. Zhang Chang looked at his own deep in the pile of meat inside the hands, shook his head and sighed that he also cannot top this place to rest hands is not really suitable. There is a more suitable position. Rest on the kind of can move. Seeing the sudden appearance of a girl with a high face value, the face of Xiao Yining on the side was immediately a bit ugly, and the other party was also unabashedly taking the initiative to stick to Zhang Chang at this moment. For this powerful competitor, Xiao Yining immediately developed a sense of crisis. Zhang Chang was her first big brother. Yes, but he hadn't asked for anything from her until now, and at this time also in front of her face. With another girl love me. This face of enjoyment look let Xiao Yining for a moment some puzzled Zhang Chang's thoughts. Logically speaking, Zhang Chang should be interested in her. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his series of actions? If Zhang Chang really wasn't interested in her, why did he spend so much money on her? Xiao Yining wanted to find a chance to get closer to Zhang Chang, but the cow in front of her kept waving around in front of Zhang Chang's face to tempt her. She was a little angry and her teeth itched to see it. Seeing Zhang Chang and Xiao Chang ambiguously clinking their wine glasses, Xiao Yining immediately picked up the wine glass beside her and said to Zhang Chang, Big brother Peng Yi, I'll toast you too. On the side, Xiao Ching had prepared a lot of topics to chat with Zhang Chang, suddenly cut off by Xiao Yining. Her sharp eyes couldn't help but secretly glare at Xiao Yining. However, she was very smart and didn't dare to interrupt Zhang Chang's conversation. Zhang Chang looked at Xiao Yining and said with a raised eyebrow, What kind of wine are you drinking? After saying that, Zhang Chang handed her the wansai milk on the table and said flirtatiously, Look at other people's and then look at you. Drink this to make up for it. Xiao Yining remembered that she still had to drive for Zhang Chang later, so she could only regretfully accept the handed over wansai milk from Zhang Chang's hands. She looked at Xiao Qing for a moment, then deflated her mouth and said, I'm okay too. I don't need to make up for it. Oh, can't tell. You're still okay? You can't even tell from this. Take a good look again? After saying that, Xiao Yining defiantly straightened her back towards Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang smiled when he saw Xiao Yin's more serious look. although he was craving for the Cao Xiaocheng. However, his main mission tonight was still Xiao Yinin. He could only regretfully let Xiao Qing go first. Xiao Qing saw Jiang Cheng pull out his arm and wrap it around Xiao Yinin. She was so bored that she stood up and followed the other sisters next door and started bouncing to the music. His left hand naturally wrapped around Xiao Yin's slender little waist, and his mouth was close to Xiao Yin's ear as he whispered, "It's really hard to see it like this, so why don't you go back at night and let me take a good look at it?" At the same time, Jiang Cheng's hand began to be dishonest, sticking to the root of Xiao Yin's thighs and rubbing back and forth. Seeing that there were so many people at the scene, Xiao Yin immediately blushed. No one had ever done this to her before. In a hurry, she pushed Jiang Cheng away in a panic. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a casual woman?" Jiang Cheng heard Xiao Yin's words and his face instantly turned cold. "More than $2 million smashed down and still say this kind of words to yourself. If you don't want to, then why follow over tonight? Why did you follow me here tonight if you didn't want to?" The reason for this is to make Jiang Cheng's life easier. This kind of posture is to let Jiang Cheng coax her? He is not one of those spare tire, little licking dog. If you want Jiang Cheng to do that, don't even think about it. He knew that Xiao Yin's privacy value was zero, but for the current Jiang Cheng, it wasn't something rare. You have to know that for a few tens of thousands of dollars, you can go to a college and find a large number of girls with a privacy value of zero. If you want to play this kind of tactic with Jiang Cheng, don't even think about it. Jiang Cheng let go of Xiao Yin, picked up the ace of spades on the table and took a sip before looking at Xiao Cheng, who was writhing next to him. Worthy of being a cow, hot sexy body, so a twist. Directly let Jiang Cheng look straight up. After pulling out a smile, Jiang Cheng slapped the peach buttocks of Xiao Cheng and another girl twice. Chapter 50, Acting According to Plan. The two girls who were playing high were suddenly slapped on their asses, and they immediately screamed with a frightened ah. They were all of a sudden red in the face and even a little bit furious. However, when they turned around and saw that it was Jiang Cheng, they instantly changed into a pout with a surprised expression and said, "Jiang Xiao, scared me." "Yes, still thought, who is it? It turns out to be you. Ah, how can you be so good at playing? If at this time, patting the two of them on the butt and is an ordinary man, then it's called playing a hooligan. But if it's replaced with a rich and handsome man like Jiang Cheng, then it's called eroticism. That's right, is the reality." Jiang Cheng patted the seat beside himself and said to the two of them, "Don't be twisted. Come over and sit down to have a drink with me." Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly invite himself, Xiao Cheng subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yin beside Jiang Cheng. Seeing Xiao Yin's face turn pale and show a difficult expression, Xiao Cheng immediately came back to her senses. Ha ha ha, it must be that Xiao Yin did something to upset Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, why would Jiang Cheng suddenly look for himself? A girl like Xiao Cheng who often hangs out in bars. She deep like Jiang Cheng, such a broad young man in front of his best not to hold the frame. After all, his kind of man is not at all lack of women. Otherwise accidentally is Xiao Yin, such as the end. All are out to make money, but also want to set up what chastity workshop. Xiao Qing's awareness is very high, not at all pretentious. Immediately pulled their own good sister sat on both sides of Jiang Cheng left and right. At this time, she had a face of spring, only to see her red lips lightly open. The whole person directly snuggled in Jiang Cheng's arm. She extremely know how to utilize her own body advantage. Directly let Jiang Cheng close to feel her different. Due to just bouncing, Xiao Cheng put down her coiled hair. At this moment, her makeup was exquisite, coupled with the wavy hair that naturally draped behind her, along with the muddy yuan in front of her chest, making her body exude a seductive flavor. "Jiang Xiao, do you see how I danced just now?" Jiang Cheng nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Can't you see that my brothers all applauded for you?" "Really? I haven't seen your brother yet." "Jiang Xiao is so handsome. Your brother must be very huge and mighty too." "That's natural. Why don't we go back and introduce you guys later? My brother can play the fool. You should like it." "Hate. How do you say pretend to be a pussy? Why can't I understand? So shy." "Jiang Xiao, my name is Sun Yan. You just hit people so comfortably. People also want to know your brother. My sisters are lacking a brother who can pretend to be a pussy." Another sweet-looking girl saw this and also hurriedly interjected and said in a whiny voice to Jiang Cheng. Although her body wasn't as strong as Xiao Qing's, she had a sweet voice, especially at night singing. No man can carry. Jiang Cheng looked at Sun Yan's pure and lovely face, and reached out his hand, unable to resist wanting to pinch her somewhat baby-fat cheeks. But just as it was about to approach, it was found that the foundation seemed to be a bit thick. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Cheng turned his big hand and naturally slapped on her butt, snapping with a crunch. "No problem. Pretending this kind of thing, I'm pretending two at a time. Small problem." Next to Xiao Cheng see the situation immediately also tightly pulled Jiang Cheng's hand, pampered said, "Jiang Les, you cannot be biased. Ah. People also want to be beaten by you. After saying that, the two round pots actively moved over towards Jiang Chang. Again, there were two slaps. Jiang Chang was not satisfied and said, "What? Do you still know magic? Why is the ass growing above the chest? Hate. People are bears. Is it? I don't believe it. It's not that big, unless I take a look? Oops. Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. I'm the real deal. You'll know if you try it." How to try? Like this or like this? Jiang Chang was sandwiched between the two women. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was true that where there were women, there was war. That's where the adjective plastic sisters came from. Although the other girls also wanted to get close to Jiang Chang, they all immediately backed off when they looked at Xiao Chang and Sun Yan. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan were the best among them, so it would be a bit humiliating for them to get together at this time. So all the other girls consciously surrounded Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and spread out to play. After all, the scene of two great divine dragons was not usually seen often. As Jiang Chang and the two women played around, the scene began to heat up. Sitting aside, Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang, Xiao Chang, Sun Yan, the two of them laughing and joking, just like a playboy. Strangely enough, Xiao Yin's heart did not feel anything wrong, although sadness wasn't to be expected. A hint of frustration rose within her. "Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do?" "Nothing much. Nothing. Just killing time. Mucking about and sitting on my ass. Nothing to do but repair the sewers." "Oh my. You fix sewers?" "Of course. I'm the most proficient at fixing those perennially clogged sewers. One poke and they're clear." "Ah, Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. What are your hobbies?" "Fitness? You have a good body. It seems like you have 8-pack abs." "That's not true. My hobby, there should only be one. And that's coming. Socializing." "Socializing? You're so annoying. Don't say it separately." Xiao Chang and Sun Yan leaned left and right in Jiang Chang's arms, smiling shyly. "What? Thinking crookedly? Aren't you guys coming out tonight just to socialize?" Really bad. Tonight I came over here just to relax and unwind. I didn't expect to actually meet you. It's really fate." "Well, then is this relaxation a proper relaxation?" "Jiang Xiao, you are so annoying. It's up to you if it's serious or not." Wang Zhang and Chen Hao on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing when they watched Jiang Chang say this in a serious manner. Xiao Yining this side several times to find another opportunity to talk to Jiang Chang, but Jiang Chang is not given the opportunity. The whole scene down, to her, is a look like oblivious. Hard cold to the side of this flavor letter cannot help Jiao Bei teeth clenched. Instantly feel unusually stifled. She is really don't get it. She is not just say a sentence, she is not a casual girl? The words have what is the problem? Although she wasn't casual, as long as Jiang Chang brought it up, she would still consider it. She had come here tonight and had already prepared herself mentally. At this moment, Xiao Yin's heart was truly depressed. She knew what she should do. She just wouldn't do it. Why couldn't she just give herself some time? Xiao Yin, friendly value +5. Jiang Chang watched as Xiao Yin's friendliness value came to 90 points all of a sudden and couldn't help but secretly pull out a smile. 90 points. Wouldn't that have reached the heckling threshold? Chapter 51, Unexplained. For the rest of the night, Jiang Chang continued to ignore Xiao Yin, as if there was no such person as her. This made Xiao Yin sit on pins and needles all night. It was because Jiang Chang hadn't been warm and cutting towards Xiao Chang at first. He even put his arm around himself, and as a result, just because of his own words, Jiang Chang let Xiao Chang and another girl come after him, taking away all the aura that should have belonged to her. How could this make Xiao Yin's heart balance? With the longer Jiang Chang was cold shouldering her, the more uncomfortable Xiao Yin's heart became, and the more apprehensive and entangled she became. It wasn't just Xiao Yin. The Xia Qing at the beginning was also like this. She knew that although her face value wasn't as high as Xiao Yin's, she wasn't much inferior to Xiao Yin's after applying makeup, especially her proudest, most powerful weapon, the several pounds of white meat on her chest. This weapon of his was much bigger than Xiao Yin's. However, no matter how much she took the initiative to please Jiang Chang looked indifferent. This was undoubtedly also a blow to Xiao Qing, who was usually never frustrated. Although Xiao Cheng usually do not bother to take the initiative. But Jiang Chang is not an ordinary man. Let's put aside how much money Jiang Chang has. On his handsome face will be enough to let Xiao Cheng exceptionally fascinated. Such a superb man actually do not take care of her. This let Xiao Cheng at the beginning of the time feel very difficult. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chang was now suddenly interested in her, and also had her in his arms being pinched softly. The situation was directly reversed, making Xiao Cheng instantly feel great joy. The more jealous Xiao Yin was, the more pain Xiao Cheng felt. This was the strange climbing mentality of women. As the saying goes, jealousy has always been the same since the beginning of time. The time finally came to 1 o'clock midnight. When the show broke up, Xiao Chang and Sun Yan reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Chang. Originally thought that they could have a good time with Jiang Chang tonight, Or have a threesome. I didn't expect that in the end. They only added a WeChat, saying that they would meet again next time. Although Sun Yan was not willing but did not dare to say anything more. On the contrary, Xiao Qing's face is angry crooked. After Jiang Chang left, she also directly throw face away. As for Xiao Yinin, she was very careful to follow behind Jiang Chang. In fact, to Xiao Chang, Jiang Chang is very reluctant to give up, but there is no way, because he had a feeling that Xiao Yinin, who had a 90-point friendliness value, would be pinched by himself tonight. Jiang Chang still chose Xiao Yinin, because all things considered, Xiao Yinin was actually the best. The key was that the first blood hadn't been taken yet, and that was urgent. Along the way, Jiang Chang was a very cool look, sitting straight on the passenger side playing with his cell phone. This action made Xiao Yinin not know how to react. She admitted that she wanted to climb the tree of Jiang Chang, but reason told her that it seemed a little premature. There were no words along the way, and when they arrived at the underground garage of Yang Yunaman, Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Chang. After receiving it, Jiang Chang left without looking back. Looking at Jiang Chang, who turned around and left, Xiao Yining stomped her feet and unwillingly followed. Regarding Jiang Chang's actions today, Xiao Yining felt that her heart was a bit bottomless. Jiang Chang, who was walking in front, saw Xiao Yinyan's white and sexy feet in high heels behind her. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but tick. Seeing Jiang Chang about to walk into the house, Xiao Yining could no longer resist chasing after him, carefully pulling Jiang Chang's hand, determined to say, "It's so late. It's not too safe to take a taxi. Can I sleep here with you for the night?" Looking at Xiao Yinyan's suffocated red face, Jiang Chang lightly laughed and said, "Didn't you say that you're not that kind of casual woman?" But it's just words. Take a taxi back yourself." Seeing that Jiang Chang still looked cold, Xiao Yinyan's big beautiful eyes widened slightly. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she felt like she was a bit of a gambler, even though she was carrying some purpose with her. But Jiang Chang had really made her eat her heart out all night tonight. Xiao Yining huffed and said, "I'm not going back." Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her with a probing expression, Xiao Yining took a deep breath and walked straight into the courtyard villa. Although she didn't know if Jiang Chang would have someone kick her out, but at this moment, Xiao Yining didn't care. Her subconscious mind told her that she couldn't just go back. Going back would be the end. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting for Jiang Chang to return, saw that Jiang Chang had brought another strange woman back. Her expression froze for a second, but soon she dutifully went forward and bowed to Jiang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you're ready to bathe now?" Jiang Chang nodded after glancing at Xiao Yining. "I'll take a bath first. There's nothing more to do. Manager Wang, you go back and rest." Seeing Jiang Chang dismissing himself, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yining with envy. Jiang Chang still ignored Xiao Yining and walked straight in towards the direction of the bathroom. Although he craved for Xiao Yining to be fine, but after being in tax for so long just now, his body was indeed stained with a lot of flavor. After a quick rinse, Jiang Chang still had a cold face and walked towards the bedside to lie down and swipe his cell phone. Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang helplessly and then quickly walked into the bathroom. Xiao Yining was standing inside the bathroom without a piece of nude, looking at herself in the mirror, her face scarlet, her eyes slightly wet. She kept cheering herself up. She didn't stay inside the bathroom for long, and not long after, the bathroom door opened, only to see Xiao Yinyan's hair slightly wet, carefully holding onto the doorframe, poking out half of her body towards the outside, looking innocently at Jiang Chang, who was lying on the bed. Jiang Chang, who was brushing his cell phone, looked at Xiao Yinyan's delicate and sexy face, as well as her snow-white and smooth shoulders. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. What a good vixen. In order to grind Xiao Yinyan's temperament, God knows how long he had endured, forcibly resisting the urge to pull Xiao Yining directly over. Jiang Chang indifferently opened his mouth and said, "There are a lot of rooms here, so pick one at random." Seeing Jiang Chang drive himself away, Xiao Yining deflated her mouth in aggravation and said, "Your bed is so big, can't I sleep together?" These words made Jiang Chang's heart burst with ecstasy though, but his face still put on an expression of indifference. "I'm not used to sleeping with others." While saying this on his lips, he thought inwardly, "Just come over by yourself." Yakking, "If you don't come over, I'm going to rush over and hurt you right away." Just when Jiang Chang was secretly happy, Xiao Yining walked out with a despondent face, only to see her slowly squatting down with an aggrieved beak. Her face was buried in her knees and her shoulders were slightly trembling, as if she was sobbing. "What are you crying for?" Jiang Chang immediately felt a little puzzled. "Do you hate me a lot? Why do you hate me? At first it was fine. You were still hugging me. Now you're not even willing to sleep together even if I take the initiative to do so." Oh, just finished bathing. Xiao Yining was originally like a blooming flower. At this time the pair with tears, charming big eyes inside the reservoir full of tears. This appearance, there is no one man to resist. coupled with the fact that she was now wearing Jiang Chang's bathrobe, which originally appeared to be a bit wide. Now because of the reason of squatting down slightly open, Xiao Yining some emotionally excited questioned Jiang Chang, did not notice that their own state at this time has been as a glimpse. This kind of impact. See Jiang Chang want to directly press her on the ground friction. Sighing, Jiang Chang said with some urgency, "Come over." Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yining froze for a second. After a few seconds, only to see her take a deep breath, and then immediately stood up, and walked over towards the bed. Xiao Yin's hand somewhat clumsily touched Jiang Chang's angular face, seemingly mimicking some scene, and immediately afterward took the initiative to gently kiss Jiang Chang. This action made Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile a little. This is a stable one. After kissing for a while, just as Xiao Yin was once again apprehensive, Jiang Chang began to respond to her. The two people kissed each other with their lips and teeth. Jiang Chang broke away from Xiao Yin's hands to the main guest, holding in front of such a beautiful face. From her jaw, has been kissing upwards, while Xiao Yin's tears slowly dry. After a long time, Xiao Yin stifled a hum. She opened her teary eyes to stare at Jiang Chang and said, "Jiang Chang, I like you." Although Xiao Yin liked money, she felt that she also liked Jiang Chang. After all, which girl didn't like her boyfriend to have status and position, drive luxury cars and stay in expensive hotels, and even save her from the fire when she was most desperate? For now, Jiang Chang was her dream Prince Charming to her. Xiao Yin's arms tightly hugged Jiang Chang's waist, burying her face on top of Jiang Chang's strong pectoral muscles, listening to Jiang Chang's light and powerful heartbeat. Early next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company on time. She picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Chang. "Good morning, hubby." After sending it, Yu Xiaoxiao put her cell phone to the side and started to deal with today's work report. As an artist of the company, Su Wan also unprecedentedly came to Star Company today. Her task today was to come to the company to take a few publicity photos, since Jiang Chang hadn't contacted her again after the last dinner. At this moment, Su Wan was standing at the door of Yu Xiaoxia's office with some hesitation. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she knocked on the door and said, "Manager Yu." Inside soon came Yu Xiaoxiao's response, "Please come in." Seeing that the person who came in was Su Wan, Yu Xiaoxiao's face and expression was somewhat surprised. "Manager Yu, hello, excuse me." Su Wan greeted with a bright smile. "Su Wan, come, have a seat here." Yu Xiaoxiao stood up from the work chair and walked over towards the sofa for guests. Sitting by the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teacup on the table and poured Su Wan a cup of tea. She probably knew that Su Lian was looking for herself just for something, but she didn't explicitly say so. Instead she tentatively asked, "Late night, looking for me for something?" Su Evening didn't fake pleasantries either, and directly opened the door and asked, "Manager Yu, you know Jiang Chang, right?" Seeing that Su Night was asking about Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face mildened, only to see her nod her head and say, "Yes, I met him when I was on a business trip before." "Then did he tell you that he was going to sign me?" "Yes, there is this thing. My side is also preparing. When I finish the company's handover work I will do this thing. May still have to wait a few days." "Don't be anxious, I will do it." Su Wan sniffed and was immediately relieved. There had been no movement. She thought Jiang Chang was talking about playing around. "Then are you going to resign?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I've already handed in my resignation. I'll go to Jiang Chang's company to help out at that time. The company has also registered today. At that time, I'll release you from your contract, and you'll be the first artist in our company." This, Manager Yu, that's a new company. It's not easy for you to reach this position now. Could it be that you trust Jiang Chang so much? Yu Xiaoxiao knew what Su Wan meant, only to see her pulling Su Wan's hand and patting it gently, as if she was a good sister. "Evening, I know what you mean, but I definitely believe Jiang Chang 100%. You'll know in the future. He's a trustworthy person. We're all sisters. You can just call Sister Yu in the future." Just when Su Wan was about to open her mouth again, she only saw an employee knocking on the door and walking in all of a sudden. "Manager Yu, the front desk downstairs called up and said that someone sent a surprise to you. It's downstairs now. Please go down and sign for it." Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but frown slightly when she heard that. There weren't many people who sent her gifts. Usually they sent some flowers and necklaces or something. They never needed to go downstairs to sign for it. What surprise? Who sent it? Tell them to reject it. I don't want it. It seems to be a car. Can't refuse to accept. The other party has already paid. That employee finished Yu Xiaoxia and Su Wan could not help but exclaim. "What? Car?" Yu Xiaoxiao's mind flashed through many faces at this moment, and finally couldn't help but fixate on Jiang Chang's handsome face. "Sister Yu, actually someone sent you a car. This is 2-6. Why don't we go down together and take a look?" Su Evening said with some excitement. After saying that she then suddenly frowned. she suddenly had a premonition. It couldn't be Jiang Chang. Not only did Su Lian think so, Yu Xiaoxia also couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights at this time. I'll go down first to see what's going on. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's expression of joy, Su even said with some envy, I'll go too. Soon, Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao rode the straight elevator to the lobby on the first floor together. Just after arriving at the elevator on the first floor, there was a young man wearing a suit and white gloves who said to Yu Xiaoxiao, Miss Yu, hello, there is a car that needs your signature. Yu Xiaoxia followed the staff to the company's entrance. She saw a car covered with a red car coat parked at the entrance, and a large crowd of people were gathered around the car. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao walk out, the 6 Lamborghini staff members raised their colorful spray canisters and salutes and started spraying. The Lamborghini staff smiled and said to Yu Xiaoxiao, hello, MS. Yu, please unveil it. Looking at the colorful salutes scattered all over the company's entrance, Yu Xiaoxia was instantly a bit confused, only to see her slowly unraveling the car coat in front of her, revealing the pink body. Then the Lamborghini logo was presented. Yu Xiaoxia, who was looking at such a beautiful car, could not help but cover her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, Lamborghini pink. It's so beautiful. I'm sour. Manager Yu is so happy. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé and that he has a new boyfriend now. If only I had this kind of boyfriend too. I'm sour. Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Su Wan on the side instantly thought of Jiang Chang's Ferrari Lafa. For some reason, at this time, her heart was very sure that this car was a gift from Jiang Chang. Who else could be so generous? MS. Yu, this is your car key. Who is this from? Yu Xiaoxia didn't take the car keys right away. Instead, she asked somewhat defensively. It's Mr. Jiang Chang. This is also what he explained us to do. I hope you like it. Hearing Jiang Chang's name, Yu Xiaoxia then excitedly took the Lamborghini's car keys. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had always called herself a strong woman, was touched to the core at this moment, and her tears began to flow down uncontrollably. There had never been a man as good to her as Jiang Chang. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendly value +5. Jiang Chang woke up when he heard the system prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value of 99 points towards the host, unlock the life and death seal. The host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted. Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward card. When the hosts. Chapter 52, Imperial Cuisine. Jiang Chang woke up instantly as he listened to the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's 99 points of friendliness towards the host, unlock the life and death seal. The host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted. Open it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. The host will obtain 1/10 of the number of children and grandchildren, after multiplying by the other party's satisfaction of use, to calculate the final cashback. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt and instantly laughed. This system was really good at coming up with things. This kind of reward could also be thought of. And there was a very crucial point. Although this reward was only one, the system didn't limit how many opposite sexes could be used at a time. That meant that if Jiang Chang was lined up with a person of the opposite sex, it was fine to use this card again. But what if one day Jiang Chang was in multiple rows or 3 or 4 rows? Wouldn't that reward be doubled? But if it was a multi-row row, wouldn't that also be a problem? That is, it is inevitable that this and that will not be well taken care of, causing a drop in satisfaction. Jiang Chang looked at the card for a moment and fell into deep thought, though regardless of whether it was a single row or multiple rows. Anyway, this reward card could at least bring himself more than 10 million rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to put in at least 10 million investment amount by himself. After the investment, the system will send the host a gold medal investor, elite management general manager, so as to ensure that the investment company's stable benefit. Remarks, the investment company at least the annual rate of return of 10%. Looking at the systems mention, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up in surprise. This reward was really good, only to see Jiang Chang glanced at the direction of the bathroom after, followed by picking up the Yu Xiaoxiao phone. Xiao, Jiang Chang, thank you for the gift. I love it. Yu Xiaoxiao choked and said, it's good that you like it. Why are you still crying? Jiang Chang said helplessly. For Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang still had some favoritism, not only because she was his first woman. The key was that Yu Xiaoxiao was a woman who was very understanding and generous. In addition, she was now as high as 99 points of friendliness to herself. Knowledgeable and sexy woman. coupled with her undying affection for herself. How could this kind of woman call herself not favored? You're too good to me. I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, learn more chicken eating skills. Hate it. I know. After getting tired of Yu Xiaoxiao for a while, Jiang Chang hung up the phone. Looking in the direction of the bathroom, Jiang Chang estimated that Xiao Yinyin should also be washing up soon. Jiang Chang switched to the systems page. The system's reward for this investment company is undoubtedly to raise their own value of a layer. There is money at the same time more important to learn to invest. Otherwise it is just sitting on a mountain of empty. The establishment of the company not only can improve Jiang Chang's social status, the greater benefit is the property, which can directly solve the problem of local restrictions on the purchase of real estate. For example, when he bought a Ferrari, under normal circumstances, if it is not the system out, Jiang Chang is impossible to get the license plate of Mordor. Because he is not the Magic City account, he is not possible to buy a car to buy a house in the Magic City. Limit purchase policy to understand. But if Jiang Chang set up a company in Magic City, then the problem of buying a car and a house will be solved. Jiang Chang considered. According to the Dream Come True system tips, the minimum requirement is 10 million. The return on investment for each year is at least 10%. This premise naturally meant that the more money invested, the greater the return. Looking at his bank card balance, after considering it for a while, he decided to take out $500 million and put it directly into this investment company. After all, the more the amount of money invested in the company, the higher Jiang Chang's social status would be. When the size of your company's investment in financing reached 100 billion or trillion, by then that has really become a party of the big brother. Jiang Chang silently read a sentence. Open the investment company. Is opening the investment company for the host? May I ask the input place and capital and investment company name respectively? The place of investment is Magic City. The capital is 500 million. And the company name is Star Investment Company. Ding! The investment company has been processed. The gold medal investor and elite management manager will contact the host within 3 days. Please pay attention to the host to check. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his rank once again. The host receives $5 for every second of his existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 92 points. Level, 10. System reserve, 786. 410 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1. 5 per second. System, $1. 5 per second. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. Upgrading experience, 633. 7 million/billion. His own move of using 500 million to establish an investment company directly caused the system to jump 2 levels in a row to the 10th level. The $5 gained per second now, $90 a minute, an hour was $400, and a day was $129,600. The monthly salary became $3,880,000. The yearly salary was directly close to reaching more than $46 million. A few minutes later, Xiao Yinyin also walked out from the bathroom, only to see her wearing a bath towel, looking at Jiang Chang with a shy face. Did I wake you up? Jiang Chang shook his head. Aren't you sleepy? Xiao Yinyin shook her head. I slept quite well last night. Although Jiang Chang's left and right hands were placed on her key points last night in the beautiful name of helping her heal, she actually slept very sweetly and securely for some reason. Jiang Chang's eyes darkened as he listened to Xiao Yinyin's words. Really? Hungry then? I now have a gourmet dish that needs to be evaluated by you, the newest food blogger. Jiang Chang grabbed Xiao Yinyin's hand as he finished speaking. Ah! Xiao Yinyin let out a cry of shock and instantly realized the meaning of Jiang Chang's words. She wanted to escape, but at this point it was already too late. She could only honestly and seriously assess the Super Emperor's food in front of her. Jiang Chang sighed in satisfaction. What a wonderful morning. Not only did he get a generous system reward, even his body was unusually comfortable. After freshening up, Jiang Chang and Xiao Yinyin finally had lunch. By the way, Jiang Chang, you shouldn't give me any more rewards in the future. After last night's in-depth discussion between the two of them, at this time, Xiao Yinyin's friendly value towards Jiang Chang had directly reached 95 points. If I don't give you a reward, do I give someone else a reward? I don't mean that. The platform takes 70% if you reward it. You rewarded me more than $2 million. It's too much of a waste. Jiang Chang sniffed and didn't answer directly. He gave or didn't give Xiao Yinyin a reward depending on how the system squealed. Last night, he gave Xiao Yinyin a reward that directly returned more than $200 million. This kind of good thing, why should he refuse? Jiang Chang pinched Xiao Yinyin's puffy cheeks. Why don't we just transfer it to you? I don't mean that. It's just that so much money hurts my heart. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting on the side, couldn't help but open her eyes slightly as she listened to the amount of this reward. Could this be the rich? More than $2 million rewarded to the female anchor? Wang Yuyan couldn't believe her ears at once. Although she admitted that Xiao Yinyan's figure and face value were indeed very high, but over $2 million was too much. Don't think so much, it's just some small money. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Xiao Yinyan opened her mouth in a somewhat tangled whisper and asked, "Then will I still be able to broadcast live in the future?" I want to know if you don't mind my status as a female anchor. If you do, I won't broadcast live. I'm still in school anyway. Zhang Chang knew that some female anchors would withdraw from the circle and not broadcast live if they were watched by Big Brother List 1. But Xiao Yinyan well, and not the kind of dancing live, and on her steel straight female appearance will not say flirty words to please the Big Brother. So the live broadcast is also considered better than nothing. What do you think? You want to live on the live broadcast? You are not the kind of messy anchor woman. I believe you. Xiao Yinyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Zhang Chang say this. She said with a flirtatious smile, "I've thought about it. Why don't we just broadcast live food and hunting live in the future, and see if the effect will be better?" Well, you can do it if you want to. I won't mind you normally. But remember, in the future, if any other anchor dares to bully you, you must tell me. Understand? Xiao Yinyan nodded. Well, actually most of the anchors are still quite good. Only the individual ones are more snobbish. And I'm just that good. I usually don't have much to do with those anchors. Where do you go to college? Magic City Polytechnic. Zhang Chang nodded. It was quite good. At least it was different from the school he chose. I'm going back in a few days. Seeing that Zhang Chang was going back, Xiao Yinyan said with some reluctance. Then when will you come back? Depends. I might come again before school starts. Then isn't it a bit hard for me to see you in the future? Xiao Yinyan instantly felt a bit lost. She actually hadn't thought about this before. Difficult for what? It's only a few hours from Tianfu to Magic City, and I'll be over here when school starts. And the school I enrolled in is also in Magic City. Really? That's great. Xiao Yinyan instantly turned into starry eyes. Zhang Chang nodded, then thought of something and looked up at Wang Yuyan, who was pouring juice for herself, and asked, "Manager Wang, my room fee is due today, right?" Wang Yuyan nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, it expires tomorrow morning. Then help me renew it for 2 more months." There was still a month before he started school, and before he bought his own house he could still come back to stay once in a while. And just now when the big gift package got the consumption cashback card, the maximum limit that the consumption cashback card can be used is only 5 million. To be honest, 5 million can't buy much of a house in Mordor, and it's simply impossible for one to solve the problem of Mordor's restriction on purchases in a short period of time. Don't say anything about rich people have all the ways to solve the purchase limit of the house. Zhang Chang now knows only a few people, and they are only acquaintances. Not enough for him to solve this problem. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yinyan's brains immediately surfaced a lot of question marks. Both of them couldn't believe their ears. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and spoke with some difficulty. "Mr. Jiang, are you talking about 2 months? 2 more months of renewal?" Xiao Yinyan on the side also followed and nodded, looking at Zhang Chang and said, "Yes, Mr. Zhang Chang, did you say it wrong? Aren't you going back?" Looking at the two of them with shocked eyes, Zhang Chang nodded calmly. "Yes, but this doesn't affect my room renewal, right?" Chapter 53, Wang Yuyan's Little Thoughts. After Zhang Chang said this, both Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yinyan were immediately speechless. It's true that it doesn't affect the renewal of the room fee, but who in their right mind operates like this? If you are leaving in a few days, why would you want to renew your room fee for 2 months? The room fee here is $80,000 a day, not $80 a day. Rao is here, gold medal housekeeper title of Wang Yuyan at this time was also ruthlessly shocked to hand. Cannot help but feet soft. Usually open a week's court pavilion villa customers would have been less. One open is 2 months is simply unprecedented. Zhang Chang this is the first. Although she knew that she really shouldn't talk too much about the guest's business in terms of her professional operation, but she still couldn't help but open her mouth to remind Zhang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, if you feel comfortable living here, you can contact me directly before you come. I will help you open and reserve this room so that you don't have to keep renewing the lease." Xiao Yinyan nodded in agreement. "Zhang Chang, I can also come over and book it for you in advance." Xiao Yinyan's mind did some quick math. $80,000 a day. 2 months. $4,800,000? After doing this math, she finally understood why Zhang Chang was able to reward himself with over $2 million in one go. This was simply a family that ran a money printing factory, or else they had a mine. Seeing the way they both stopped him from spending, Zhang Chang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The maximum amount of consumption cashback coupons was $5 million, and it was too troublesome to buy luxury goods all at once at this price. but take this money to buy a house in Magic City. It is estimated that you can only pay a down payment. 5 million full payment in Magic City can buy how big the house. By a few dozen square feet are bad enough. Their own bedrooms are dozens of square feet. Okay? Anyway, this coupon, no matter how to use, in the end is just to return the cash. Just stingy this money for what? And just because of you Xiao Xiao's relationship, he got this, descendant, card. As long as take this card to find the face value higher than 90 points of the young lady. Immediately after the overtake her. First invited her to eat, then he can at least get hundreds of millions of harvest, and so on to get this money and then buy a big house. Then does not smell good? Interrupting Wang Yuyan's analysis of her own words, she said helplessly, Manager Wang, you can't be like this. Shouldn't you be happy that the hotel is open for business? If I were your boss, I would definitely be unhappy. Jiang Chang so reminded. Wang Yuyan immediately said with some panic, you're right, Mr. Jiang, I'm just. She wanted to explain for herself, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she couldn't seem to find any reason to explain for herself. Jiang Chang was right. Why should she stand in Jiang Chang's shoes and save him money? The current situation was clearly that the longer Jiang Chang drove, the higher Wang Yuyan's commission would be. She should be happy now. Why is she trying to stop Jiang Chang instead? Not to mention Jiang Chang, even she herself couldn't figure it out. Seeing this, Xiao Yining also couldn't help but frown at Wang Yuyan. She who was also a woman certainly knew why this was. It was just like the situation where Jiang Chang had given her a reward. When she didn't know that the Dinghai goddess of mercy was Jiang Chang, Xiao Yining of course hoped that this unfamiliar netizen would reward her as much as possible. But when she was really with Jiang Chang, she didn't want Jiang Chang to spend more money to reward her. Xiao Yining thinks that Wang Yuyan is similar to her situation. A good man is always missed by women. Xiao Yining could notice the problem Jiang. Of course, Chang also noticed. Soon he opened the friendly value scanning system to Wang Yuyan. Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 80. Intimate status. Jiang Chang was a bit surprised by the fact that Wang Yuyan's privacy value was 0. For a career like hotel room manager, everyone subconsciously carries some colored glasses, especially the manager of this kind of high-level suite hotel. The higher the level, the more chances of meeting temptation. Moreover, Wang Yuyan's own face value was not low, with a face value of 90 points. Although it was not comparable to Qiao Yinyan's beauty that was so ostentatious, but it was at least a departmental flower level in the school. The key is, her friendly value to herself is as high as 80 points? Since moving in, Jiang Chang had brought 2 women back to spend the night. The relationship between him and Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yining was even more clear to Wang Yuyan. The bedsheets after they played were still changed by Wang Yuyan herself. To still have 80 points of friendliness towards himself in such a situation. It was a situation that revealed an unusual fishy odor. It was no wonder that Wang Yuyan was so desperately looking out for herself. Moreover, when he opened a room, there was a commission for housekeeping services like Wang Yuyan's, and he didn't expect her to actually not want this commission. He took Wang Yuyan as a serious housekeeper, but he didn't expect Wang Yuyan to have other plans for him. This is quite interesting. Jiang Chang put away his mind, put on a sparse appearance and said, It's okay, you directly help me open it. Anyway, my schedule is not certain. I don't know when to go, when to come back. I don't like trouble. After saying that, Jiang Chang directly handed the bank card to Wang Yuyan. Since Jiang Chang had already ordered so, Wang Yuyan could only take the bank card, and she felt that she had just acted a little too obviously. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. I'll go out now and handle this for you. After saying that, Wang Yuyan quickly walked out of the Ting villa. After walking out of the villa, Wang Yuyan shook off those unrealistic thoughts in her mind, and with a sad face, she took her bank card and headed towards the direction of the lobby. Before she took 2 steps, she met another woman wearing the same uniform and greeted her. Yuyan, what's wrong? Is it hard to serve the guests? Wang Yuyan shook her head towards the girl. Chang, that's not true. The customers are very good. Then why do you still have this look on your face? You don't know that we are envious of you. Me? I don't have any business again today. The guest just checked out. I was about to go back to take a rest. I guess I am at the bottom of the list again this month. Chang said bitterly. The thing that they are most afraid of in this business is to take a break. And taking a break is the same as having no money. Seeing Chang have some depression, Wang Yuyan immediately cheered for her. Come on, pull more business. I also want to where to find the tycoon really envy you. This month just started, you received a week's worth of orders. Even our manager is praising you. Big customers are not common. The basic salary of housekeepers like them was only $3,000. but the commission was very high. As long as a guest opened a room and it was their turn to serve, then their commission was 5% of the room charge. So as long as Jiang Chang opens a day's court villa, Wang Yuyan's commission will be $4,000 a day. But the court villa is not every day. Normally a month at most 2 or 3 times. Even sometimes just 1 day, 2 days. If you are lucky, you can have 5 or 6 days. But most of the time it is still empty. So the gold medal housekeeper is not that good. Because of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan's commission easily reached 30,000 this month. This month has just started. Maybe tomorrow you'll come with a big order. Wang Yuyan comfortingly said. I'm borrowing your good advice. Hey, right. Your guest's room fee is due today. Right. Tonight you can have a good rest and rest. Chapter 55, Is Rich People's Money Scraped by the Wind? Wang Yuyan really didn't want to hit Chang Chang. She could only pull out a bitter smile. I do want to rest. Chang Chang, do you think rich people's money is scraped by the wind? I don't know if it's blown by the wind, but it's definitely not like us. Staying up 24 hours. You don't know. My guest didn't sleep from 2 to 5 last night. A moment to change the sheets, a moment to open the champagne. It can be tossed around. Then you quickly go back to rest. Look at your dark circles under your eyes. Chang Chang nodded. Go back to the dormitory together. Have a good sleep. Wang Yuyan spoke up in embarrassment. I've thought about it for a while. I'm going to go find the general manager because my guest said he wants to renew his room fee for another 2 months. I'll see if I can go and apply for a little bit of a discount for him. What? 2 months? Yuyan, are you telling the truth? Chang Chang covered her mouth in shock at her words. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. You don't know that he doesn't stay here every day after he opens a room. I told him that he could not open it during the time he doesn't stay here. But the guest still insisted on opening it. That's why I am so devastated. You say how the difference between people is so big. $4 million can sell villas in my hometown. And he actually used it to open a hotel for 2 months. Yuyan, are you stupid? How to let the guests do not open? 2 months of commission is 240,000 it. You got rich. Chang Chang was devastated and speechless at the same time. But he said he's going back in a few days. Didn't stay here. I'm charging service fees and not working. My heart is weird. My good sister. If you don't want to change me to serve that handsome guy inside your room. Honestly, I haven't served such a handsome guy yet. Look at you. You're being a nymphomaniac again. Wang Yuyan said with a snicker. Seriously, good sister. How is the guest's body? Is the swimming topsy-turvy? Do you have your eyes on that handsome guy? That's why you're thinking about him so much? Chang Chang asked this question instantly remembering Jiang Chang's backstroke in the water. That place was indeed very topsy-turvy and big. Wang Yuyan, friendly value +5. After associating it for a moment, Wang Yuyan immediately shook her head, pushing those juvenile images out of her head. Don't be ridiculous. We in the service industry have to stand above the guest's point of view in everything so that we can serve them well. Wang Yuyan hurriedly made excuses for herself and said, a booking is 2 months. This is a broken record of our hotel. This hotel has been open for so long, has not been any tycoon so dry. Could it be that the guests fancy you? Chang Chang looked Wang Yuyan up and down and said excitedly, to be able to become the housekeeper of their hotel, all have a hard requirement. That is, when applying for a job there are face value and body requirements. And the education has to be an undergraduate who has studied hotel services. Plus the foreign language has to be at least over the 6th grade. Otherwise, you can't be a private butler in this kind of high-class hotel. A good and beautiful, plus excellent grooming posture housekeeper is actually equivalent to a first-class flight attendant on an airplane. This kind of woman, when serving the guests, would often run into situations where they were either teased by the guests or secretly made various requests. After all, a private butler was a personal service kind of standard except for not accompanying sleep. And Wang Yuyan's face value was one of the highest within these butlers of theirs. So the chances of encountering this kind of situation in normal times were even higher. Wang Yuyan regretfully shook her head and denied. How is that possible? You are not seeing the women he brought back are one more beautiful than the other. Before he brought back a very sexy female imperial sister. Immediately after last night, he brought back another girl, who was also very beautiful. There is no way for me to compare with them. And do you know, that guest of mine also gave her a reward of more than $2 million. Wang Yuyan said this. Chang Chang became even more excited. More than 2 million. Oh my god. MS. Yuyan, what kind of tycoon are you serving? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? I'll take care of this customer. I don't want to give you any commission. I just want to take care of him. If you don't want this opportunity, you can give it to me. Okay? Okay, don't be immodest. He is a few $1 million. This money is enough for him to find 10 or 20 different girls. We still don't think too much. Although Wang Yuyan said this on her lips, but in her heart, she still had a hint of hidden expectation, not knowing how she was in Zhang Cheng's eyes. Women's tolerance for rich and outstanding men was very high. If they can't tolerate you having several women at the same time, then it must be that you are not rich enough. Just look at the king of gamblers. The big house, the second house, the third house, the 4 or 5 houses, and you will know how high women's tolerance is. Chapter 56, Amon's President's Endeavor. Hey, you're right. If you see it, why spend this money? Just give it to you directly. Remember? Last month, there was a customer who opened a courtyard house for 2 days and was entertained by Yuan, but only 2 days later, she was taken away by the customer and resigned. Cheng said with some envy. The similarity between their line of work and that of flight attendants is very high, the same as the service industry, and the rate of resignation is also just as high. The key is that the chances of these two industries to meet a quality man are higher. Of course I know. Okay, I'll go do my business first. Don't let the guests wait impatiently. After saying that, Wang Yuyan left in a hurry. 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the general manager's office, and immediately afterward told Zhang Cheng about the matter of renewing the lease. The male manager was shocked for a while before immediately deciding to report this matter to the president of Amon. Amon had been open for so long, and had received many distinguished guests on weekdays, but there had never been a guest like Zhang Cheng, who had stayed for more than 2 months at a time. Moreover, listening to Wang Yuyan's meaning, this guest wasn't the type to stay here for a long time. Isn't this an obvious way to send money? After the male manager's report was submitted, Amon's top management was all alarmed. Everyone would always pay more attention to people from the same circle. And this person, Zhang Cheng, was obviously not within their circle. Everyone was guessing whether Zhang Cheng would be the son or daughter of one of the executives, or the son or daughter of one of the bigwigs who had returned from the sea. As soon as he came back, he let himself go and spread money, but whichever it was still necessary to get to know each other. Thinking this way, the executive president of Amon Magic City immediately rushed over quickly. Half an hour later, Amon's CEO rushed over to Zhang Cheng's Ting Villa in a flurry of activity under the leadership of Wang Yuyan. At this time, Zhang Cheng had long received the bank card deduction, but he found that the price deducted by the bank's text message didn't match his calculations. According to his mathematical calculations, 80,000 a day, 2 months is not 4.8 million? But this bank card only deducted 3,800,000, a whole million less. Ding! Congratulations on using the consumption cashback card. At this time the consumption cashback multiplier is 100 times. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining $380 million. Just as Zhang Cheng was wondering, Wang Yuyan pressed the doorbell. After opening the door, he only saw Wang Yuyan with a young man wearing an expensive suit and shoes. Mr. Zhang, hello, this is our Amon's president. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, the middle-aged man hurriedly extended his hand towards and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Yang, the executive president of Magic City. President Wang. Hello. Zhang Cheng extended his hand and shook it back. I heard Wang Butler say that you renewed the lease of the Ting Villa for 2 months. My side specially came over to pay a visit to you. Thank you very much for your recognition of our Amon. This is my business card. You have anything you can directly contact me. In addition, Wang Butler personally help you to apply for a check-in preferential. In the future, your check-in award to enjoy the benefits of the super VIP customers. All 20% discount. Zhang Cheng saw the situation, finally understand their bank card deduction why only 3,800,000. The original is discounted. Unbeknownst to him, as this move directly let Zhang Cheng lost a whole 100 million rebates. Zhang Cheng could not help but lamented inwardly, women are wrong but since the hotel has given him a discount, Zhang Cheng is not the kind of who must rush up to give money to others. Cashback although less, but this matter is to let Zhang Cheng high Wang Yuyan a glance. Their own discount of 1 million room charges at the same time. Obviously her commission must also go down. In one fell swoop, he gave himself $1 million. This Wang president is also very on the road. Zhang Cheng smiled and politely replied, Then thank you, President Wang. If something happens afterward I'll really have to bother you. Wang Yang, listening to Zhang Cheng this smiling, said, You say this is where the words, something despite find me. I am not afraid of harassment. Afraid you do not look for me. Right. This is my collection of poor tea, to give you a taste of fresh. I hope you do not mind. After saying that, he handed a very expensive-looking bag to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng didn't take it politely. Then thank you, Mr. Wang. Come in and have a cup of tea? No. I won't bother you. If you don't mind, I'll add your WeChat. There are things above, feel free to contact me. Zhang Cheng had thought that Wang Yang was just saying polite words, but he did not expect him to take the initiative to add WeChat. Taking out his cell phone and tapping the QR code, Wang Yang immediately took out his cell phone and scanned it. Immediately after that, Wang Yang said to Wang Yuyan, "Butler Wang, make sure to serve Mr. John well. Any of his needs should be taken seriously." "Yes, President, I understand," Wang Yang said to Jiang Chang when he saw that the time for his nagging was almost up. "Then Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. I hope everything is pleasant during your stay." Jiang Chang nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Chapter 57. Are you going to jump? Seeing that it was almost time for him to nag Jiang Chang, Wang Yang said, "Then Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. I hope everything is pleasant during your stay." Jiang Chang nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Wang." After Wang Yuyan sent Wang Yam away, Jiang Chang spoke. "Manager Wang, thank you so much for saving me so much on the room charge." Jiang Chang really didn't mind Wang Yuyan's good intentions. Instead, he was very satisfied with her behavior, getting Jiang Chang's affirmation. At this time Wang Yuyan was in a very happy mood. "You are welcome, this is all what I should do. Saving this expense you also have a lot less commission." "Right, yes, it is indeed less, but you don't stay every day, so it's still more for me." Jiang Chang smiled at Wang Yuyan. "Thanks a lot, I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Wang Yuyan didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. She still said respectfully, "You're welcome, your satisfaction is the biggest affirmation for me." Xiao Yinyin on the side listened to their conversation and became even more certain of Wang Yuyan's mind. Although she didn't dare to make any demands on Jiang Chang, it was still possible to declare her sovereignty over Wang Yuyan. Xiao Yinyin immediately walked to Jiang Chang's side and wrapped her arms around him, saying pamperingly, "Jiang Chang, I can't bear to go back." At this time, Jiang Chang did not find these small thoughts between the two women, felt the majestic chest. Directly backhanded Xiao Yinyin said, "Not that your good sister specially hitchhiked over to look for you to play? Don't go back if you don't want to give up." Xiao Yinyin pouted and said with some reluctance, "Alas, I don't want to, but we had an appointment before. She is usually very busy at work. It's not easy to make an appointment. Forget it, I'd better go." Seeing Jiang Chang and Xiao Yinyin getting mushy again, Wang Yuyan on the side couldn't help but have a dark look in her eyes. After nodding at Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan consciously evaded and walked out of the room. An hour later, Xiao Yinyin helplessly rinsed her mouth over and over again in the mirror. She pinched her Microsoft mouth and said that next time, she wouldn't even find such things for herself to do if she was jealous. After eating so many meals in one night, she was afraid that she would get more and more accustomed to eating in the future, and that she would also be prone to mouth ulcers. After sending Xiao Yinyin back to her apartment, Jiang Chang drove towards Yu Xiaoxiao's company. When he arrived at the company's downstairs, Jiang Chang dialed Yu Xiaoxiao's phone. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the phone, only to see her somewhat stammering to cope with Jiang Chang. After saying a few sentences, Yu Xiaoxia said she was very busy and asked Jiang Chang to wait for her for a while. Just as she hung up the phone, Jiang Yu's noisy voice seemed to come from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, instantly realized that the sound seemed to be coming from the neighborhood. Jiang Chang frowned and subconsciously drove in the direction of the side. As soon as the sound of the Ferrari supercar approached, the few people surrounding the river couldn't help but look over to Jiang Chang's side in unison. After the car stopped, Jiang Chang realized that Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed over there, and there was another person beside her, which was Zhang Yu. He immediately got out of the car and walked over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side. Seeing that the person who got out of the car was Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately flustered. "Jiang Chang, why are you here?" Zhang Yu, who was standing by the river, suddenly became even more excited when he saw Jiang Chang's arrival. "Good actually being together openly and honestly? Yu Xiaoxiao, I tell you, you'd better honestly marry me." Looking at Zhang Yu, Jiang Chang frowned and said, Xiao, didn't you say you've taken care of it?" Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao instantly lowered her head. "Jiang Chang, he's been pestering me all the time. He even came inside my company today to make a scene. I don't want you to get upset because of this kind of person. That's why I didn't tell you." "Fool, what's in this kind of thing?" Jiang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's head with a heartbreaking feeling after his words. "Jiang Chang, don't mind him. He's just a scoundrel, and now he wants to jump into the river. I've already called security." Next to him, several security guards wearing black uniform clothes were patiently calming the agitated Zhang Yu. "I am a scoundrel? Then what are you two? You two dogs and men." Jiang Chang's face turned icy cold when he saw Zhang Yu cursing like that. Feeling the icy coldness around Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Jiang Chang. "Jiang Chang, don't pay attention to this kind of person. Nonsense, let's go." "Yu Xiaoxiao, I'm going to shake out all your things today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump down. You also know that I don't know how to swim. You won't be able to escape the relationship if I die." After saying this, Zhang Yu said in a threatening manner, The security guard on the side saw this and immediately opened his mouth and said, "This gentleman, please calm down, have something to say." Jiang Chang laughed softly. "You want to jump?" Seeing Jiang Chang walk over, Zhang Yu immediately involuntarily clenched his buttocks. "What are you doing? Don't come over." Chapter 58, Money Makes the Devil Work. The last time he had diarrhea was still a psychological shadow on him to this day. "Aren't you going to jump? Jump?" Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself with a playful face, Zhang Yu's face was very ugly and he said stiffly, "You think I don't dare to jump? If I jump, I'll see how she can explain to those relatives and friends of mine. So much nonsense. If you don't want to jump, do you want me to give you a hand?" said Jiang Chang directly to the side of a few security guards said. "This way, security big brother. I give you one person 5 million. You 4 people rushed up and pretended to pull him. In fact, in the pulling time due to his emotions jumped down by himself. At this time he drowned. You guys go to save, and finally found out that can't be saved. Drowned. How about you?" See Jiang Chang cloudy say this, Zhang Yu can't help but frown. Under the fine taste immediately face white. This meaning of Jiang Chang was to directly get him killed. He only wanted to threaten Yu Xiao, not really wanting to jump into the river. Only to see Zhang Yu shivering and pointing his orchid finger at Jiang Chang. "What are you talking about? This is a society of law and order. You actually want to buy a murderer to kill in public?" The several security guards on the side listened to this plan of Jiang Chang. First they were shocked and then they were heartbroken. A few of them looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to take the lead. Just by looking at Jiang Chang's clothes and the supercar he drove, he knew that he was a rich son. If they could really take out so much money, they might not necessarily not do what Jiang Chang said. After all, an ordinary person could not earn so much money in their lifetime. The big guy in the lead was obviously the most moved. Only to see him ask tentatively, "This gentleman, you're joking, right?" "What? Don't want to. Don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll find you the best lawyers. Guarantee to help you clear your name. If you really go in, I'll give your family an extra 5 million. How is it? If you don't believe in it now you can transfer it to you first." Seeing Jiang Chang pull out his cell phone, Zhang Yu's face turned a few shades whiter. It was because he saw the struggle and the blaze in the bottom of those security guards' eyes. Those eyes were clearly the kind that seemed to be really moved. The salary of the security guards is only 4 or 5,000. 5 million. Even if they go in, their families also enjoy the blessing. And still Zhang Yu himself want to jump into the river. Really want something to happen. As long as you do not say I do not say, perhaps they really nothing at all, but also can get a large sum of money. Only to see that those few security guards seem to have made some kind of decision as if they started to look left and right, as if they were making sure that there were no other people beside them to hear. "What are you guys up to? You want to murder people for money in broad daylight?" Seeing this, Zhang Yu finally panicked and immediately walked away from the river, heading for a safe place. Seeing Zhang Yu's wimpy face, Jiang Chang snorted and said, "What? Not jumping?" Only to see Zhang Yu tightly biting his lips, angry face red. Once again pointing at Jiang Chang with an upturned orchid finger. "Do you know that murder is against the law? I'm going to sue you." "I know, that's why I don't do it myself, and as I said, if you jumped into the river, it was an accident. It's you who wanted to jump. Money makes the devil work. I'm sure you've heard of this saying." Seeing Zhang Yu walking away from the river, those few security guards all felt a sudden pang of regret, and inwardly they even blamed themselves for not acting earlier just now. The temptation of $5 million was still great. "How dare you guys? I'm telling you, I'm going to call the police to expose you, you pair of dogs." Zhang Yu bluffed. "Try cursing again. I won't do it myself, but you remember, you won't be able to open your mouth the next time you see me." Seeing Jiang Chang staring at himself with a face that looked at a dead man, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. He, do you think I'll be afraid just because you threaten me? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I'm still too dirty to hit you, and what do I care with a dead man?" At this moment, Jiang Chang, in his heart, had already made a decision that Zhang Yu, this person, could not appear anymore. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Zhang Yu immediately became somewhat abashed, especially the hidden cold light under Jiang Chang's eyes, coupled with the behavior of tempting those security guards with money just now made him feel shivering. Seeing those security guards gawking intently, Zhang Yu's face instantly turned even more pale. "I won't let you pair." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chang said to the security guards with a grim face, "Give each of you $100,000 and beat him to death." If they were to kill Zhang Yu, a few of them would still consider it, but if they got $100,000 for beating up a person, there was definitely nothing to consider. The 4 of them immediately rushed up to Zhang Yu and gave him a fierce beating, and in no time Zhang Yu began to bruise and swell, his face covered in blood. Yu Xiao was a bit scared. She pulled Jiang Chang's arm and said, Jiang Chang, forget it, there's no need to get into trouble for this kind of person. There's nothing to do today anyway. Chapter 59, The Knowledgeable Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's palm to put her mind at ease, then called out to the security guard who was in the lead. Jiang Chang took his cell phone and Shi Fubao and directly transferred $400,000 of hard-earned money to him. Jiang Chang looked at Zhang Yu, who was beaten up and swollen, smiled with satisfaction and said, "Hard work, you guys share this money." The middle-aged security guard who took the lead looked at the transfer record of Shi Fubao, immediately nodded his head and zipped a mouthful of big yellow teeth, fawningly said to Jiang Chang, "This young master, you don't worry, the package is on us. This back matter for you to arrange properly. This kind of thing we will deal with." Their company still had the means to deal with those black fans, and the security guards were very familiar with this kind of thing. If they pursued the matter, they would just say that they came to the company to cause trouble, and it wouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Cheng ignored the satisfied Zhang Yu, who was ghostly crying on the side, and pulled Yu Xiaoxiao into the car. "Xiao, off work, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm sorry, Jiang Cheng. I just came to the company today to do the final handover. Things I have packed up and ready to go. I didn't expect him to show up. I didn't want him to make a noise in the company, so I went to the riverside where there were fewer people. I didn't expect him to be so rogue again. He gave you trouble again." Jiang Cheng touched Yu Xiaoxiao's soft hair and sighed. "In the future, if there is anything, just tell me. Don't worry about Zhang Yu's matter. I'll take care of it." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been used to being independent alone since she was a child, felt Jiang Cheng's pampering at this moment and couldn't help but blush. "Okay, I know." After sending Yu Xiaoxiao to the company's parking lot, Jiang Cheng opened the system. Just a moment ago, Jiang Cheng received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected that the host's mood swings are abnormally large. In order to help the host get rid of his worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. The private security company will help the host solve all kinds of troubles encountered on a daily basis. Contacting the security personnel can be handled privately. Absolutely professional. The information of the relevant personnel has been stored inside the system, and the host can view it on their own. In addition, the contact information of the relevant personnel has been added to the host's cell phone. The host's communication with the relevant personnel will be saved by the system in an encrypted manner. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompts and instantly smiled. It seemed that the system could capture Jiang Cheng's inner intentions. Just a moment ago, Jiang Cheng's mind had flashed through various plans. At the same time, the system had immediately sent Jiang Cheng the security company that handled these things. Jiang Cheng browsed through the personal data of the security personnel. The people in here are really hidden tigers and dragons. Casually take out a person can directly solve Zhang Yu. Jiang Cheng did not think so much. The security company given by the system must be guaranteed. Jiang Cheng sent Zhang Yu's mission after reading it, and then didn't pay any attention to it. As for how exactly they wanted to deal with Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng had no intention of asking. He only sought the final result anyway. After sending it, Yu Xiaoxia also came up from the back in her pink Lamborghini. The two of them drove in the direction of the city center one after the other. Jiang Cheng followed Yu Xiaoxia's back and drove slowly, the two supercars on the road in a high-profile manner. The middle of the position does not have people to cut in line to add congestion. In fact, no one dares to add congestion. In the past few days, Yu Xiaoxia has been running around a lot for the company's site selection. In the beginning, the two people for the company's location is still controversial. Yu Xiaoxia chose a number of addresses were passed off by Jiang Cheng. The reason is that the site is more remote. In the end, Yu Xiaoxia had to follow Jiang Cheng's advice and choose the 58th floor of the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. After synthesizing the opinions of the two, Yu Xiaoxia chose a studio of more than 1,000 square feet that was not too big and not too small. This place was originally a branch of a multinational company, but the company did not open another market in China after poor management, but directly announced its withdrawal. Yu Xiaoxia felt that the decoration of this place was stylish and atmospheric, which was very suitable for an entertainment company, so she finally chose this place. Chapter 60, The Sexy and Hot Yu Xiaoxiao. Yesterday has let the cleaning company comprehensively cleaned once. Items purchasing has also been all set up. At this time only to recruit the talents of the various departments can begin to operate. Looking at the office paved with high-grade marble, has a simple atmosphere of black, white and gray tone decoration. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a big brand of multinational companies, although poorly run, but the vision of the decoration is still quite good. According to this decoration, only need to small change some pattern other big decoration do not need to understand. Instead, it is cheap to Jiang Cheng this receiver. After Yu Xiaoxia brought Jiang Cheng around here, she returned to Jiang Cheng's private office. President, this is your private office. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. Jiang Chang turned the single sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down after pointing it directly at the window. Looking at the scene of half of the magic city in front of himself, this kind of condescending feeling is really too good. What Jiang Chang wanted was this kind of compulsion. That's why he didn't agree with Yu Xiaoxia's decision to locate her company in another district, Lujiazui in the magic city. But in Yangcheng Zhujiang New City in the CBD of Yanjing Central Business District is ranked as the 3 major financial centers in China. Residing in such a landmark building, the World Financial Center, this is a loud and clear style. For the company's future development is all good and no harm. Jiang Chang patted his thigh at Yu Xiaoxia and said, "Come over and do it?" Yu Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Chang's action, pouted and glanced at Jiang Chang, immediately consciously turned around and unlocked the office, then snapped the window shutters down. Swaying with sexy steps, slowly walked to Jiang Chang's side. She sat directly on Jiang Chang's body face to face. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao being so knowledgeable, pulling out a smile. "Xiao, what do you mean by this? I'm just saying sit down." Seeing Jiang Chang poking fun at himself, Yu Xiaoxiao lightly punched Jiang Chang with a slightly reddened face. "Hate, laugh at me again and I'll ignore you." Although she said so, Yu Xiaoxiao got even closer to Jiang Chang. "Okay, let me see. You are not have to change the size." Jiang Chang stared at Yu Xiaoxiao's professional suit and said in a bad way, "Well, it's milk-flavored." Jiang Chang couldn't help but let out an exclamation after taking a deep breath. "Hate it. I'm fitted. It wouldn't look good if I wore it any bigger." Yu Xiaoxia said shyly as she tilted her neck back. "You're right. It does look good now. But well, it looks better this way." More than an hour passed. Yu Xiaoxiao saw to Jiang Chang and said, "Why don't we find a place to rest?" "Okay, how about going to a hotel now?" Yu Xiaoxiao listening to Jiang Chang this, eyes a turn, sexy small mouth nervously licked, and some shy proposal, "Do not go to the hotel, go to my home." Yu Xiaoxiao said this. Jiang Chang naturally nodded his head without any objections. Getting Jiang Chang's affirmation, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to smile sweetly and shyly. She even took a deep breath as if to cheer herself up in general. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at Yu Xiaoxiao's apartment. Looking at the simple and cleanly decorated apartment suite, Jiang Chang nodded. It was his first time to go to a girl's place, and a woman's room really smelled as rumored. After Yu Xiaoxiao helped Jiang Chang pour a cup of water, she shyly drank and said, "You sit down for a while, I'll go wash it. Want to wash together?" Jiang Chang pulled Yu Xiaoxiao back. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Chang. "I want to wash myself today." After saying that, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and went into the bathroom. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's perverse appearance, Jiang Chang frowned in confusion. After visiting once, Jiang Chang then lay on the bed in Yu Xiaoxiao's room and swiped his cell phone. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang heard the bathroom door open with a click. Not long after, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Chang raised his head when he heard the sound, and his eyes widened when he looked at it. Hot, sexy, and not too cute. Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief that this was his sister's charm. Chapter 61, Today's Truce. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had ended the battle, was still asleep. Looking at her tired appearance, Jiang Chang then didn't wake her up and directly went out the door by himself. Jiang Chang had a premonition that if he stayed here tonight he would probably go out tomorrow holding the wall. After some consideration, he left Yu Xiaoxiao's house. After returning to Yang Yunaman, Wang Yuyan, who had received the news, greeted him at the first opportunity. I don't know if it was an illusion. Jiang Chang found that the position of Wang Yuyan's chest tonight seemed to be a few points lower than usual, and that was indeed the case. After being stimulated by Chao Yinin in the morning, Wang Yuyan, who had been suppressing herself all along, was instantly energized. Seeing Jiang Chang staring at herself, Wang Yuyan was secretly happy inwardly while still respectfully saying to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you need to eat or bathe first?" Just now, Yu Xiaoxia had already carefully helped Jiang Chang to clean up, and at this time, after doing some physical work, he was in need of a good nutritional supplement. Jiang Chang said to Wang Yuyan, "I've washed it without bathing. Let's eat first." Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't need to bathe, Wang Yuyan was suddenly lost inside. Originally, she was still thinking that this time she would see if she had a chance to go in and help Jiang Chang serve. For this reason, she had also specifically looked up all kinds of information on the internet and simulated it several times inside her head. Looking at Jiang Chang with a somewhat tired look, Wang Yuyan could only take the initiative to put away her own small mind. Immediately helped Jiang Chang to arrange dinner. Jiang Chang, who was sitting on the dining table at this time, naturally did not know Wang Yuyan's small mind, and even if he did know, he would pretend not to know today. Can only say, a sister, you take the initiative is not the time. Tonight decisively truce. The next day, the sleepy Jiang Chang finally regained his strength. After arriving at the agreed time with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang, Zhang Chang drove in the direction of the auto show. Today was the last day of the auto show, and the two of them said that they wanted to go back to see if there were any cars that they could lay their hands on. When they arrived at the entrance of the auto show, the three of them, Zhang Chang and Wang Zhengchenhao, smoothly converged together. Old Jiang, this way. Wang Zhang waved his hand towards Zhang Chang. Brother Wang, Brother Chen, there are obviously not as many people today, Zhang Chang said as he looked at the crowd at the car show. The two nodded. Yeah, less people is good. I just don't know what cars are left. Let's go. Let's take a look together. The three strolled around while looking. Chen Hao was obviously very fond of supercars, chattering about various models along the way. This Pamela didn't think it was an Audi unless you looked closely. This is the Sport Turismo model, right? As we all know, Porsche and Audi are both from the same manufacturer. The design is inevitably somewhat similar. This Porsche Pamela is somewhat like Audi 6 rupees, Zhang Chang said following Chen Hao's words. Looking at this Pamela, Zhang Chang instantly remembered his old man, who was a fan of supercars. There were several publicity books of supercar cars placed in the house, and Zhang Chang had some understanding after reading more. However, Zhang Jianmen had never started. One is that the supercars do not quite match his age. However, this is not the mainly one of the most important reason is that Li Yan did not let him buy. The reason is that Zhang Jianmen is afraid to drive a supercar too eye-catching. After all, if a successful man like him added a supercar, he was afraid that it would attract some young girls. Zhang Chang looked at the Porsche Pamela and Porsche 911 in front of him and was a bit cautious. What? Brother Zhang wants to buy a Porsche? Well, it feels good. Porsche's performance is really good, and the price is more cost-effective compared to other brands. Let's just say that his 1 million or less supercars kill a whole lot of other sports cars. Wang Zheng finished and added, Brother Zhang is right. Take this top-of-the-line Cayman. 0-100 time only need 4 seconds. The key is the price is only more than 800,000. And the key is that the driving effect Ferrari's car is too much better. Zhang Chang nodded. Indeed. I feel exceptionally comfortable when I drive a Porsche. And the Ferrari is a bit hard to stretch when sitting. Brother Zhang, you still have a Porsche car? What model? Chen Hao said with interest. Porsche 918, 918, envied. 3 big god cars. You already have 2. From now on, you and brother Wang Zhang are the same as my pro brother. Pro brother, when will your Porsche 918 lend me a good time? That car's 0-100 is only 2.6 seconds. I haven't driven it yet. It's not impossible, but I'm from Tianfu. If you want to have a good time, you have to go to Tianfu. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go over there at that time. But you must lend me a cool one. But seriously, although the 918 is cool, I think it's still this 911 that has a higher price-performance ratio, with a price of over $1 million. The key braking time is 3.7 seconds, and the price side is more than 10 times different. Zhang Chang said this. The two people are looking at the booth C seat of the Porsche 911. That is true. 911 price although low, but drive up the old with vigor. But you also know, more than $1 million 911 not optional words do not allow to buy. Don't look at his price as low, plus optional. The price is not all of a sudden doubled a few times? Chen Hao said spitefully. Wang Zhang also nodded in agreement. Its family's supercar orders are many. Not worried about selling today's car. See optional are according to the top of the optional. This price probably have to go to 3 million it. Optional is their family's specialty. My old man also said, Porsche if not with a certain amount of optional cannot buy the car. The three people studied Porsche's top-of-the-line 911 for a while. Finally did not make up his mind. The key is the Porsche 911 appearance is still more suitable for young people and not suitable for his old man's age. Next door to the McLaren shopping. McLaren's new GT is good, but after analyzing it, I still think that Porsche's price-performance ratio is a bit higher. After leaving McLaren's booth, I soon arrived at Ferrari's booth. The staff of Ferrari was very sharp and recognized Zhang Chang at once, especially their manager, who quickly walked to Zhang Chang's side and smiled fawningly. Mr. Zhang, you're here? Want to come over for a cup of tea? After being shown a wave of Zhang Chang's license plate last time, Zhang Chang's face was deeply imprinted in his mind. After all, that kind of special license plate Zhang Chang not only got it, but also had a special person to send it over to him. So it was obvious that Zhang Chang wasn't a normal ordinary person, said the male manager and found Zhang Chang's side stood as actually Wang Zhang and Chen Hao. Immediately toward the two of them opened his mouth and said, Wang Gongzi, Chen Gongzi, you also come over to see the car today? Manager Huang, how was the car show? Not bad, thanks to Mr. Zhang's blessing. You three please come inside. Several people walked into the Ferrari's booth under the male manager's welcome. Zhang Chang looked around. Today Zhou Ying was still standing next to the Ferrari car. She was wearing a champagne-colored backless one-piece dress, and was as delicate as a baby angel. Her delicate makeup and cool eyes made her look like an angelic baby. It was hard for people to take their eyes off her after one look. At this time, she was surrounded by several boys with cell phones in front of her, taking wild pictures of her. Chapter 62, Justifiable Defense. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at Zhou, Chen Hao snickered. You guys are awesome this time, Ferrari. You actually managed to hire this kind of beauty. This height and these legs are too exaggerated. Wang Zhang nodded, indicating some psychological pressure. His height was the shortest among the three of them, only about 1.72 meters. Remove the high heels and you have to be at least 1.75 meters. Although this face looks like it's easy to fall in love straight away, but this kind of height puts me under quite a bit of pressure. Chen Hao patted Wang Zhang's shoulder. Brother Wang, you are indeed a smart person who understands yourself very well. Wang Zhang, who was suddenly connoted, immediately opened his mouth towards Chen Hao. Fuck me. Get lost. Jiang Chang looked at the two of them jostling and shook his head with a smile. It was only when he got a little closer that he realized that Zhou Ying's face was not looking good at this time, due to the fact that one of the boys in front of her was squatting somewhat obscenely in front of her at the moment, tilting the camera from bottom to top. The dress Zhou Ying wore today was a split model, and the fork between her legs was quite high, although she was wearing safety pants inside. This behavior still made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the sake of her work, she could have kicked that lewd man directly in the face right now. Zhou Ying could only helplessly turn around and change her position at this point. But what one didn't expect was that the boy also followed her direction closely and changed places, then squatted down to film. Please don't shoot like that, Zhou Ying said with an icy face. Yo, what's a car model pretending to be? If you don't want to be photographed, don't be a car model. I want to be photographed like this. Jiang Chang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but secretly spit out the words. It's already in this era that there are actually such outrageous and disgusting things. Jiang Chang directly walked over, kicked the man's cell phone down to the ground. The other foot is another hard step. Bang! The cell phone screen instantly rupture. Look at the degree of this rupture. I'm afraid to directly re-exchange a new phone. The man looked at Jiang Chang's action. Instantly blood rushed straight to the head. To know the cell phone inside the album, but he squatted a few days of hard work. Inside, it included all kinds of different car models of the car show above the Yang shot picture. He hadn't had time to wash it out and put it on his bedside to enjoy it properly. And it was destroyed by Jiang Chang? Jiang Chang looked at the broken into two halves of the cell phone screen, lightly said, sorry, feet so slippery. How much is this phone? I compensate you. Nimas, walking without eyes. Grass, my photo. That boy's eyes red face of heartache that is still being. Jiang Chang stepped on the foot of the broken cell phone. In fact, the discerning can see that Jiang Chang's action is clearly intentional. However, most people still feel that Jiang Chang's action really relieve anger, and no one opened their mouths for that boy. Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang's sudden appearance and couldn't help but jump inwardly. Seeing Jiang Chang still stepping on his cell phone, the man's face flushed red as he rushed towards Jiang Chang, stretching out his hand towards Jiang Chang and punching him. Jiang Chang deliberately took several steps back to create the phenomenon of being hit by him, then sank his face and said, you first hand according to our country's laws, the next is to carry out legitimate defense. After saying that, Jiang Chang directly punched towards the man. The position of Jiang Chang's punch was non-trivial and light, directly hitting the most vulnerable place below his chest bone. This place did not have the protection of the chest bone, so Jiang Chang's punch instantly caused that man abnormal pain, only to see him fall on top of a resting seat, his hands tightly grasping the plastic chair on the side. Jiang Chang watched him struggle to get up, and directly kicked him squarely in the lower gear. This time the pain was several times stronger than just now. The interval between the two actions was only a few seconds. Even the surrounding people did not have time to react to the man had already fainted on the ground. The time was so short that even the security of the exhibition hall had not been alarmed before it was over. Jiang Chang looked at the crowd of people who were all staring blankly at him, and said towards the male manager of the Ferrari, Manager Huang, what are you waiting for? Call the police. Remember to save the surveillance. Remember to talk about it later. The male manager immediately reacted at this time. Immediately nodded, yes. Quick, call security over. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao both looked at each other and walked towards Jiang Chang. Brother Jiang. Good hands, handsome. Jiang Chang waved his hand. Hey, my impression of your magic city has suddenly gotten a few points worse. How can there still be such people in this century? In the face of regional black, Wang Zhang instantly quit, opened his mouth and said, hey, don't compare our kind of quality talent with him. Yes, this is not a good comparison. We are all serious people, do not have that kind of hobby. Chen Hao also said in agreement. The male manager of the Ferrari immediately came over and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for bringing you unhappiness. This has never happened before on our side. Just now it's a momentary negligence on our part. After saying that, the male manager immediately asked the relevant personnel to drive away all those people who surrounded Zhou Ying to take pictures. Zhou Ying, who was shown by Jiang Chang, only reacted at this moment. She walked to Jiang Chang's side and nodded her thanks to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, thank you. Are you alright? What's wrong with me? Just now he seemed to have hit you. Jiang Chang waved his hand. That punch was nothing more than an illusion created by Jiang Chang. In reality, his punch directly missed. So you and Missy are still old friends? Chen Hao said jokingly. I told you what Jiang Chang was doing out of his martial arts for no reason. So it was for Missy. Wang Zhang also continued. Zhou Ying immediately blushed a delicate red as she listened to the two of them. This is my high school classmate. Zhou Ying. This is my brother. Wang Zhang. Chen Hao. After the three people greeted each other, the male manager immediately ran over again. Mr. Jiang, I've already explained this matter. It's all minor. Just deal with it when he wakes up. I've caused you trouble. Originally this matter was due to Jiang Chang. Now the male manager also had to turn around to please Jiang Chang. It had to be said that this was the butterfly effect brought about by money. Thank you, Manager Huang. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. You're welcome. Then I won't bother you guys. You guys chat. After saying that, the male manager walked away with a sense of humor. Did you come over to look at cars again today? Zhou Ying asked. Just looking around. It's the last day anyway. Right. When are you going back? I haven't invited you for dinner yet. It hasn't been arranged yet. I guess it'll be soon. Tonight, Brother Chen is treating us to dinner. Why don't we eat together tonight? After saying that, Jiang Chang looked at Chen Hao. Brother Chen. No problem, right? Chen Hao made an okay gesture. Of course it's no problem. I've invited a good number of people tonight. Let's all have a lively time together. After Jiang Chang invited him last time, Wang Zheng invited him back for a drinking game. And today Chen Hao arranged another meal. It had to be said that these two people were quite worth befriending. Neither of them were of the nature to take advantage of the situation. Seeing everyone say that, Zhou Ying naturally nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 63, Four-Door Supercar. After making the appointment, the three of them left the Ferrari booth and went for another stroll. Walking to the Mercedes-Benz showroom, Jiang Chang greeted Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and stopped, because Jiang Chang saw a four-door supercar. Seeing the three uncommonly dressed young men stop, a middle-aged man immediately greeted them and said to the three of them, "Three gentlemen, may I ask what model you're looking at? Let me introduce it to you." Jiang Chang looked at the male manager's work license. The other party was called Zhang Mingfeng. Jiang Chang pointed to the black Mercedes-AMG GTR 54-door supercar in the center. This car seems to be more in line with my requirements. The best design of this AMG GTR 54-door supercar was that it was well controlled whether it was for business or out on the street. It was neither frivolous nor had the performance that a supercar should have. Jiang Chang felt that by this car Li Yan should not have any opinion. And it looks both sedan feeling is actually a supercar with. Jiang Jianmen go to the company when driving is also very suitable. The appearance of the aura looks very strong. AMG design added to make the whole car's sports attributes are very strong. Due to the four-door design, the appearance is again not as sharp as the Porsche 911. And the 0-100 only takes 3.4 seconds, which is quite good. You asked about this Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 50 performance is very high. It competes with the Porsche Panamera and is better than the Panamera. Equipped with a 3.0T inline 6-cylinder engine plus 48V light hybrid system, matched with Mercedes-Benz own 9-AT transmission. The entire level of power is the performance of the mainstream 6-cylinder power. The parameters to be beautiful than the same engine or the same price rivals. Zhang Mingfeng carefully introduced the car in front of him for Jiang Chang. Seeing Zhang Mingfeng's gushing appearance, Jiang Chang immediately waved his hand. How much does this one cost? Since this one is paired with the top of the line's highest configuration, the whole body's configuration adds up to a price of 2 million, and we'll also be giving away. The complimentary things are not important. Is there delivery? Help me send it to Rongcheng? Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Zhang Mingfeng instantly rubbed his hands happily. He really wasn't wrong. The new designer clothes on the three people, not to mention, the expensive watches they wore on their hands showed that the three people were all not bad spenders. One with a Rolex Rainbow Circle, two with Patek Philippe. Sure enough, just a moment later business was delivered to the door. This is a national package delivery, and we will also assist in helping you get a local license plate. You can rest assured on this point. Zhang Mingfeng immediately patted his chest to ensure that said. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction at this. Alright then, swipe your card. Seeing Jiang Chang being so bold, Zhang Mingfeng instantly froze. On the contrary, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao were already somewhat immune. Jiang Chang, you didn't just buy this car for your dad, right? Jiang Chang nodded. I don't think my mom would say anything about this car. It's low-key enough. You call this low-key? A four-door supercar with the appearance of a sedan. This is still not low-key? You have the money and you say so. Jiang Chang shook his head with a smile and said to Wang Mingfeng again. This car was sent to my dad. When the time comes, can you help me prepare a handover ceremony? I want to give him a surprise. Jiang Mingfeng looked at the bank card that Jiang Chang pulled out, reacted and then subconsciously gulped and said, this is of course no problem. I'll take care of it. I guarantee to help you do it in a beautiful and ceremonial way. Jiang Chang nodded and handed over his bank card. Swipe it. Full payment. Hearing the words full payment, Jiang Mingfeng's eyes even narrowed into a slit with a smile. Worthy of being a bigwig wearing $1 million watch, a car of more than $2 million didn't even need a mortgage. Jiang Mingfeng immediately took over Jiang Chang's bank card and walked to the POS machine side of the operation. A moment do not want to delay to hurry to this single business to sit down. To know that the car show these days, although many people, but the number of people who buy that is 5 fingers are counted over, and sell the most are about 500,000 models. Originally thought that today's last day should be no guests. Did not expect to actually come to a large single, and still 2 million models, which called Jiang Mingfeng how not to be happy. Watching Jiang Mingfeng hand the collection and bank card back to Jiang Chang, Wang Zhang and Shen Hao once again looked at each other. As far as they knew, Jiang Chang had already bought 4 cars in just over a week of his arrival, and the most expensive one was still half a small Target Ferrari Laffa. Just the car he was driving now was still over $8 million. As far as he was concerned, it was indeed worthy of the 2 words luxury and horizontal. Jiang Chang, I'm kind of opened my eyes. I think when I bought my first supercar I had to beg my father for a long time before he bought it for me. I didn't expect you to be able to buy a supercar for your dad at this age, or the full price. I'm sour. Chen Hao opened his mouth and said, can the two of us compare to him? Can't compare. Can't compare. I'm sour too. Wang Zhang said in agreement. AI. Okay, if you all say so, then I'm ready to show my cards. Jiang Chang said jokingly. Okay, brother Jiang. You say, we are stable. Chen Hao said immediately propped both hands on the chair to express a look of listening. Okay, which has so much tomato richest plot. That said, what to arrange for me tonight? A little hungry. Jiang Chang said helplessly, changing the topic. 2 people also did not pursue the question. After all, make friends well. If asked too deep will seem a bit snobbish. Everyone still decided to sincere will be friends. I've ordered the pig-killing dishes from the farmhouse banquet tonight. Black pork, raised on their own farm, guaranteed to have a great flavor, Chen Hao said. Wang Zhang nodded his head in approval and said, their family's top banquet is the pig-killing dishes. All the ingredients are produced by their own farm, absolutely organic and pesticide-free. The grade and taste are good. The reputation in Magic City is quite good, and it definitely does not lose to the big hotels. Okay, you all said so, that is definitely good. Said I am looking forward to. The taste of the farmhouse banquet sometimes could be a lot better than the kind of dishes in big hotels that had small portions and were fancy. And price-wise it wasn't really low either. Jiang Chang remembered going to a farmhouse once before when he was talking business with his father. 10 abalone will be thousands of dollars. A sea bass a few $100s. A plate of shrimp is also in thousands of units. Simply the whole meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. However, the positioning of these natural farms is originally for the rich to consume. And these days the main organic and natural is a word. Expensive. After finishing the formalities in the Mercedes-Benz showroom, the 3 people will be divided into 2 ways. Chen Hao and Wang Zhang first went to arrange for the evening's food and drink, while Jiang Chang returned to the Ferrari's booth. Seeing Zhou still standing beside the car, Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, getting off work? Zhou looked at the time and said shyly, there's still half an hour left. Did you buy a car from Mercedes-Benz? Although the Mercedes and the Ferrari were separated by another 50 meters or so, Zhou still noticed Jiang Chang's actions just now. Jiang Chang nodded. I'm going to buy a supercar to send my old man. I looked around and it's too ostentatious. So in the end, I can only choose Mercedes. Mercedes-Benz's supercar? AMG GTR. The one with 2 doors? Jiang Chang shook his head. By the 4-door. My mom is afraid of my father flamboyant. Has not allowed him to buy a supercar. 4-door that both the performance of the supercar. The appearance is also more business. Just right. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Zhou covered her mouth and laughed a little. I remember my mom used to be like this to my dad. Seemingly thinking of something finished, Zhou Ying's expression became a bit odd again. It's almost time to get off work. Why don't we go now? There aren't many people now anyway. Zhou nodded. Then I'll talk to the manager. You wait. Chapter 64, Can't Men Eat Lollipops? Zhou mentioned to their male manager about wanting to go to dinner with Jiang Chang, and the male manager naturally agreed. He even urged her to get off work quickly and asked the finance department to give Zhou a labor settlement right away. Taking advantage of the labor settlement time, Zhou said to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, you wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes. Jiang Chang nodded after looking at Zhou once again. Although this outfit looked good, it really wasn't very everyday. Zhou turned around and quickly returned to the staff office. Taking off this sexy dress and changing into an everyday outfit, the clothes Zhou brought with her today were very minimalist. Just a simple tight-fitting white tee plus a pair of casual black straight pants, plus a pair of sneakers. After changing, Zhou carefully scrutinized the mirror and changed the big red lipstick to a more everyday grapefruit color. Only then did she satisfactorily fold the dress she took off and put it inside the bag. Lifting the bag, she quickly walked out of the lounge in the direction of Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Zhou walked towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's beautiful and delicate features, her glistening, smoky eyes and thin willow leaf eyebrows. The simple dress on her body emphasized her dignified young lady's temperament, worthy of being recognized as the school flower. After settling the labor, the two people came to the entrance of the car show. Jiang Chang pressed the unlock button of the Ferrari. Zhou naturally sat on the passenger side. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou said to Jiang Chang, "That said, thanks to your car, because of your car I also raised 12,000 commission." Only 12,000? See Jiang Chang face surprised look. Zhou could not help but smile and nodded. Yes, I am not their Ferrari's official staff. I am a car model. If not you open, that commission is not my turn. This is the full payment, so I can only get 2,000ths of the commission, and also does not count on the price of your configuration. Only count the bare car price of the car's commission. So it still has to be counted like that. That really isn't much. Zhou nodded. If you're a formal employee, you might have to have a 0.05% commission, and if you're buying on a mortgage, it's even more. This is the first time I know about these industry insiders. I always thought that the commission for luxury car sales was very high. For ordinary people is indeed considered high, but luxury cars, but also not good to sell is. So many days of the car show also sold a total of 3. One of which is you drive this. Jiang Chang nodded. Then how much is your daily salary as a car model? Me? I'm a car model for the second time. The salary isn't that high, 2,000 a day. Zhou replied while checking her handbag. Your salary isn't considered high? Jiang Chang was a bit surprised. Those famous car models' salary is only considered high. They are all 10 or 20,000 a day. I was introduced by someone my mom knows to get this job opportunity, and I am appearance is okay. The price is slightly higher. Some conditions of the general day only 500-800. Jiang Chang nodded approvingly and said, as far as this condition I think 1 or 2 million is more appropriate. Really, it seems I have a lot of potential. Jiang Chang appreciated this frank and open attitude of Zhou. He thought for a moment and asked, how come you want to come out to work? Is it a summer job? Zhou knew that Jiang Chang would ask this question sooner or later. So she said frankly, you should also know that my family went bankrupt. So in order to pay for my college living expenses, so I can only come out to earn extra money. Seeing Jiang Chang froze, Zhou took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. Isn't it surprising? But it's been more than a year, and I'm used to the life I have now. So it's okay. I know there are a lot of people inside the class who will talk about me in private, but originally I don't have any particularly good friends in the class. So those words are actually nothing to me. And although life is harder now, it's pretty good to work with your own hands. Jiang Chang didn't say anything comforting, still driving the car peacefully. A beautiful woman in your condition doesn't worry about earning money. Everyone says that beautiful women don't worry about earning money, but where the money comes from? Again, everyone doesn't say. Zhou said mischievously about the internet stocks. Jiang Chang was directly amused by Zhou Ying's words. Originally, he thought that she was a high-cool school flower, but he didn't expect her to be quite grounded. Zhou took out another lollipop from her bag and stuffed it into her mouth after unwrapping it. Taking out another one, she handed it to Jiang Chang and asked, eating a lollipop? Jiang Chang waved his hand. No, men who eat lollipops are pussies. Zhou asked with some doubt. Why, can't men eat lollipops? Jiang Chang didn't know how to explain. It's not like he could tell her I have a lollipop myself, and it's the kind that I carry around 24 hours a day. And this lollipop is only given to extreme young ladies like her to eat. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't answer, Zhou also didn't pursue the question and continued. Originally I should have invited you to have a good meal, but I didn't expect to come over with you to rub it in. Jiang Chang looked down at Zhou and said indifferently, it's all a meal. There's no difference. You don't have to work after the car show, right? Zhou nodded. Well, the salary for these few days is enough to cover my living expenses in college. I'll see if there are any other part-time jobs I can do at that time. Well, work hard and treat yourself well after you finish. I was going to go out for a nice meal tonight to treat myself, and buy you dinner as well, but now it looks like it'll have to be next time. Just like that? Zhou smiled bitterly. I also only now understand that the happiness of the rich can be divided into many kinds, but for the poor, the greatest happiness is to eat a good meal to celebrate. And then even if you want to do it, there's no way to do it. After all, I still have to pay the tuition fee. Jiang Chang had to admit that Zhou had a point. It was only a short 10 kilometers away from the dining boycott, but it was a hard drive of 40 minutes to get there. Jiang Chang couldn't help but lament that a supercar wasn't good when it was stuck in traffic. The car drove into a farmhouse, only to see the environment of the inside of the mountains and the water. The view is wide. The air is fresh at first glance is a good place. In addition to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, there were 2 other people on the field. After a few people introduced each other, the dishes were served one after another. However, when the food was almost ready, suddenly there were 5 more people, 3 men and 2 women. A few people got off the bus and walked towards Jiang Chang and the others. Chen Hao looked at the line of people walking towards them and couldn't help but frown. Fuck, why is he here? After saying that, he said towards Wang Zhang in explanation, Brother Wang, I didn't call him for this game. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang's somewhat gloomy face and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? The man on the far right wearing Gucci clothes is called Wang Chang. He has some quarrels with Brother Wang. We usually don't play together. I don't know which ungrateful person called him tonight. Seeing Chen Hao in a difficult situation, Wang Zhang patted his shoulder and said, it's okay, this is not his venue. If he comes, you are the master. Greet him well. Chen Hao nodded. That's a must. Let's go. People are all together. Then all on the table. Several people sat on the table together. Chen Hao started to introduce Jiang Chang to everyone one by one. Until Wang Chang's time, Chen Hao stopped and asked with a smile, Brother Xiao Chang, who invited you here today? I remember I didn't invite you either. Wang Chang's face darkened when he saw that Chen Hao actually didn't even call him Brother Wang after not seeing him for so long and called him Xiao Chang. One should know that the thing he hated the most was when people called him by his nickname. Chapter 65, Tense Atmosphere. Wang Chang pulled out an ugly smile staring at Chen Hao and said, long time no see. Know that you set up a game specially to support the scene. Don't mind, Brother Xiao Chang. It's still not enough for you to have a bite of food. Just eat if you want to. See, the atmosphere on the field began to cool down. A sunny-looking boy called Qiangung came out to round off the scene. Said, Brother Chen, you look like this pig-killing dish is strong. Is not it necessary to drink a little wine? Today's atmosphere, that must be Brother Jiang, the whole point of Mao Tai drink? Chen Hao ignored Wang Chang's grim expression and directly turned his head to ask Jiang Chang. Of course, no problem. Jiang Chang thought that his drinking capacity was quite good. At least he never fell down when he went out to sing karaoke in the past. After the food was served, the crowd ate the colorful and flavorful pig-killing dishes on top. A pig-killing dish that was delicious but also filled their mouths with oil. Come on, Brother Jiang. I'll toast you. Chen Hao picked up his wine cup and said to Jiang Chang, Brother Chen, you're welcome. After Jiang Chang finished drinking, Wang Zhang also picked up his wine cup and extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Wang, let's go. The one who spoke out just now called Qiangung also extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Jiang, I'll go one with you too. Nice to meet you. You guys are trying to have a wheel war with me. Come on, Brother Jiang, I'll give you a group. Wang Zhang took the initiative to join Jiang Chang's battle group. Brother Wang, who doesn't know that you can drink well? Qiangung and I can definitely win against you, Chen Hao said objectively. Then I'll join you. We're 3 against 2. Another one named Lin Feng joined Chen Hao's team. The atmosphere on the field immediately heated up. There were those who joined and a few who quietly sat on the sidelines and watched the show. Wang Chang looked at the few of them and coldly grunted, pulling the remaining few to start drinking as well. Half an hour later, everyone was slightly drunk. At this time Wang Chang began to speak. Say, I recently got another insider stock. The kind of steady profit. Wang Chang so said. Sitting next to him a slightly fat boy called Guo Qian immediately opened his mouth and said, Wang brother, I heard that you recently speculated in the stock market, earned more than 10 million. It turns out to be true. After Guo Qian finished speaking, Zhang Ming next to him also chimed in. Brother Wang, are you serious? Please bring it on. Wang Chang, see, everyone said so, immediately said proudly, I just want to share with you today. Make friends, we have to be bright eyes. Do not make some meat and drink friends. Have to have access to the development. Wang Chang, this high and low, some ironic Wang Zhang and Chen Hao meaning. Lin Feng, who drank with them on the sidelines, put down his wine glass at this time with a turn of his eyes. He was somewhat moved by Wang Chang's words, but since Chen Hao had invited him here this time, he was also too embarrassed to directly turn the wind around. The insider information I've received recently can be true. Everyone who knows me knows that I bought a Lamborghini just yesterday. There's no way. People are different when they're lucky. Brother Wang. No wonder I've heard them all saying you've gotten rich recently. I also want to change my car. Beg to take me on board. Hearing Guo Qian flattering Wang Chang, Chen Hao said with displeasure. This Guo Qian is overdoing it. Actually flattering Xiao Chang. They all consciously stood on their own side after the previous falling out with Wang Chang, and didn't interact with Wang Chang for a long time. Looking at Guo Qian's attitude, tonight Wang Chang may not bring him in time. Wang Zhang spoke out at this time. Xiao Chang brother, I still remember the year before last. You asked me to borrow 2 million to pay off the debt. That was when the speculation failed. Right, people, or have to learn a lesson. That's right, look at you now mixed up all uninvited. Come over to rub food and drink. Chen Hao also continued. Wang Chang saw Wang Zhang turning over his black history. Suddenly his face darkened. You two are deliberately messing with me again. Right, you don't follow even if, but also deliberately say this won't let others follow? Are you jealous? Wang Zhang snorted coldly. Giving you face and calling you brother Xiao Chang. You really think you are something. Seeing that Wang Zhang was getting a bit agitated, Jiang Chang beckoned. Alright, brother Wang. You're out to have fun with me today. Don't get ruined by unhappy things. Wang Chang's face was immediately dishonored by Wang Zhang's words. He didn't dare to do anything to Wang Zhang, so at this moment, he could only take out his anger on Jiang Chang. Where did you come from, hillbilly? Is it your turn to speak here? After saying this, Wang Chang even slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Chapter 66 Self-Strength. Bang! Instantly wine glass full of flowers. Glass bottles exploded at the same time. Jiang Chang beside the Zhouing startled. Jiang Chang looked at the crazy Wang Chang, immediately face also cooled down. Jiang Chang finally knew why this Wang Chang would fall out with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang, and the two of them. Everyone was a person who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Nowadays, there were very few rich second-generation great young men who had such low quality. There were also very few people who had this kind of exaggerated display of condescending arrogance, looking down on others. After all, it is already the new century. Most rich people have been educated with high quality. Wang Chang was still the first oddball he had met in Magic City. Wang Zhang stood up at the first time and said in a dissatisfied manner towards Wang Chang, Xiao Chang, what do you mean? Chen Hao also sneered breathlessly from the side. Are you mad at us? Chen Geng also looked at Wang Chang breathlessly at this time. Wang Chang, today I'm here for Chen Hao's bureau. Don't mess up. What? A country bumpkin from Tianfu is just a bumpkin. You guys one by one are holding him up to the sky. I'm not going to spoil him. At the wine table today, everyone was surrounding Jiang Chang, and Wang Chang had long been displeased. Country bumpkin? Jiang Chang walked to Wang Chang with an icy face, opening his mouth and shutting his mouth about hillbillies. He really thought he was made of mud. Jiang Chang wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was also never afraid of causing trouble. Otherwise, when he got the system as a setup. Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang with disdain. I'm talking about you. What's wrong? Country bumpkin. Snap. Wang Chang said this. Two crisp sounds rang out. The people present were all stunned as they watched Jiang Chang's sudden move. You dare to hit me? Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang with a look of disbelief. I suggest you go hang up a brain clinic when you're fine. If you don't have the money, I'll pay for you. Jiang Chang retracted his hand without slowing down after he finished speaking, provoking him again and again. When let him have no temper? Wang Chang, who reacted to the situation, stood up with an awe and was going to look for Jiang Chang to fight for his life. You damn hick. I'll fight you. At this time, Chen Hao and Wang Zhang saw that he was about to make a move and stood up with a swish. Wang Chang just rushed over that instant, then he was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chang, only to see Jiang Chang stomping on Wang Chang's face. What? Does the face not hurt anymore? This Wang Chang's mouth is really too stinky. At this time Jiang Chang stepped on the foot. Whimpering cannot make a sound. Seeing this, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao walked over to Wang Chang's side and said, Wang Chang, today this matter relies on your own mouth stinks. Now I'll give you a chance. You get lost. Seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao said so, Jiang Chang withdrew his foot. But how could Wang Chang, who was in the throes of drinking, be willing to sell this face to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao? He madly pointed at Jiang Chang and said, You wait for me. I won't let you go. Jiang Chang sneered. I'd like to see how you won't let me go. After saying that, Jiang Chang asked Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, What's this kid's origin? Wang Zhang saw Jiang Chang ask this, looked at Wang Chang, shook his head and said, The family is dry food. There are 2 listed companies. These 2 years listened to the market share accounted for quite a lot. So he is more and more arrogant. Is that so? Then I would like to see how much his family can do. Jiang Chang said this. Wang Zhang instantly understood. He glanced at Chen Hao with an expression that seemed to say, that guy Wang Chang is going to have bad luck. Seeing the scene like this, the other few people immediately went quiet and didn't say anything. Although Wang Chang was unconvinced, he saw so many people on the scene, no one stood on his side, but could not help but let out a harsh word and then huffed and puffed away. Zhang Ming and Guo Qian see Wang Chang left, Two people also stood up awkwardly, opened his mouth and said, "This drink is also almost. I have some is on the first to go." "Me too. You guys drink. I'll leave first. Thanks for the hospitality." Seeing their two wallflowers' appearance, Chen Hao coldly snorted and waved his hand. After Wang Chang and the others left, Zhang Chang returned to the dinner table. Looking at Zhou Ying, whose face was brushed white, Zhang Chang opened his mouth and asked, "What? Scared?" Zhou Ying nodded. "A little. Thought he would fight with you." "That's impossible. If I want to fight, it's also me who will fight him." "You, don't be too impulsive. It's not good to get hurt." Zhou Ying finished. Chen Hao then said, "Sorry brother Jiang. I didn't expect such a disgusting thing to happen." "What are you talking about? Small matter." After the Nanjiale shopkeeper cleaned up the scene, a few people dispersed in boredom. Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Ying. "You didn't drink tonight. You can drive, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Of course, I've driven a supercar." "Right. I almost forgot that you were once a rich second generation as well," Zhang Chang said jokingly. "Don't worry. I promise to deliver you safely to your destination." Zhou Ying took Zhang Chang's car keys and said with conviction. When he returned to Anyuaman, Zhang Chang sent a message to his security team. "Wang Chang, this person Zhang Chang had to mess with him, even though he had already beaten him just now. However, in the future, Zhang Chang is going to mix in the Magic City again. Dealing with Wang Chang is undoubtedly to let the other people see their own strength, but also a good opportunity to establish prestige." The circle of adults was never tied to their own interests. Zhang Chang knew that only when he showed his own strength could he not be bullied. Chapter 67, Wang Chang's Bad Luck. Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Ying in the driver's seat after sending it. "I didn't expect you to drive quite steadily. It's been a long time since I drove. In fact, there are some rusty. Just saw the traffic police when I was still a little nervous." Zhou Ying spat out her tongue mischievously towards Zhang Chang. "It's not like you're speeding. What are you nervous about? But I kinda want to drive faster. It's just not good to maneuver in the city. Can't tell you like racing cars? I haven't raced yet. I didn't have a chance before when my family was strict, but now I don't have the conditions," Zhou Ying said. Zhang Chang nodded. "That's easy. Next time I have the chance to take you along." Zhou Ying smiled and didn't refuse. "Aren't you going back to Tianfu?" When Zhou Ying reminded her of this, Zhang Chang nodded. "I'll go back once some things are taken care of. It's been more than a week since I came out. My mom should miss me." In fact, Li Yan did not rush Zhang Chang at all. "Well, Zhang Chang is not at home the day she does not need to cook. Do not mention how cool and Zhang Chang to deal with things is Zhang Yu and tonight's Wang Chang." At this time back home, Wang Chang, angry on WeChat to find all kinds of relationship means, ready to secretly give Zhang Chang a little color. What he does not know is that night the source of the product supply of their family had an incident. The next morning on the network of various events began to ferment. Not only was the stinky foot sauerkraut blown up, but also the slobbering sour bamboo shoots. The issue of rotting and stinking pasta raw materials that had expired were all turned up. All sorts of videos sensationally began to spread on the internet. And as soon as the raw material factories had problems, it was Wang Chang and his family's products that bore the brunt of the problem. Due to the excessive number of complaints about food safety issues, consumers began to bring up the tempo online, all of them comprehensively dissecting the problems with Wangshire Enterprises food ingredients and formulas. Various video reviews and test results began to spread in large numbers. The authorities also began to intervene quickly and asked major supermarket suppliers to remove the products in question from the shelves immediately. Within a day, Wang's Foods was faced with huge losses and a decline in reputation. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, as well as the few people from yesterday, couldn't help but flutter inwardly as they watched the news. It was only last night that Zhang Chang said the sentence, "Then I'm going to see just how capable his family is." He didn't expect to wake up with a start and have something happen to his family. Chen Hao called Wang Zhang the first time after seeing the news. "Brother Wang, did you see the news?" "I saw it. I knew something was going to happen to that guy. Deserved it. I didn't realize that Brother Zhang's energy is this big. This time the Wang family will not say it's going to fall, but at least it's going to take off a layer of skin. Brother Zhang, this person is indeed not simple. Anyway, from the first time I saw him I knew that he is not an ordinary person. Wang Chang, that kid does not know the sky is high. He deserved it. Their family was not easy to get up. Now it fell again. Do people still have to be a little humble?" Zhang Ming and Guoqian, who left with Wang Chang last night, naturally saw the news. Things all of a sudden fermented so big. A clear-eyed person can see things behind someone in the intention to screw Wangs. The person concerned, Wang Chang, is still sleeping at this time. And the party Wang Chang at this time is still waking up. Did not Yo look at the cell phone messages. He brushed his teeth and went downstairs to eat. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw his father, Wang Wei, playing the phone in the anxiety. "You give me a little time to deal with. This thing just happened I have not come to deal with. You so anxious, why? I have said, give me some time." Hey, Seeing the other party hang up his phone, Wang Wei was so angry that he slammed his cell phone to the ground. He annoyingly stroked the few hairs he had left. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who the hell is messing with me? Wang Chang saw his usually calm and atmospheric father frowning in disbelief at this moment like an ant on a hot nest and asked, "Dad, what happened?" Chapter 68 Crisis. Wang Wei raised his head to look at Wang Chang, and his face became even more somber at this look. "What happened to your face? A face of bruises? Why is your nose bruised and swollen?" Wang Chang touched his painful cheeks, and immediately said to Wang Wei with aggression and anger, "Dad, I was beaten up by a country bumpkin. From out of town. Arrogant. I'm thinking about how to mess with him. You have to help me out." "Who? Where did you go to cause trouble again?" "I'm warning you, don't always go out and cause trouble. I've been very busy lately. I don't have time to give you a ride." Wang Wei helplessly rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Dad, where did I get into trouble? It's just a country bumpkin from Tianfu. I said a couple of words to him and he made a move to beat me up like this. If I don't give him some color, how am I going to hang around here in the future?" Seeing Wang Chang looking like a street punk, Wang Wei stood up and directly slapped Wang Chang's head. "What are you doing? All day long. You don't say a word. Are you a triad member? How did I give birth to a son like you?" Wang Wei's slap was extremely heavy, and Wang Chang hit the nearby coffee table without standing still. He covered the back of his head with one hand and his bumped knee with the other, resisting the urge to curse his father. He said furiously, "Dad, what are you doing today? I'm hurt like this and you're still hitting me." Wang Chang shouted loudly in displeasure. Just then, her mother Lin Lian rushed over at the sound. Heartbroken, she helped Wang Chang rub the back of his head, while looking at Wang Wei and said reproachfully, "What's wrong again? What are you doing hitting your son so early in the morning?" After saying that, he took a look at Wang Chang and then screamed in pain, "My dear son, how did you become like this? Who gave you a beating? Such a handsome face was beaten like this." Wang Wei looked at the two of them, immediately angry. Looked at Lin Lian, cold snort pointed at Wang Chang. "Hate iron not steel," said, "Look at him. Last month just trouble. I spent so much money to people to compensate for the medical expenses. That thing has just passed today in trouble. See, I do not beat him to death." Lin Lian saw that Wang Wei was going to get into trouble again. She hurriedly protected her own child in her arms with both hands. "Old Wang, calm down. Changer, what's wrong with you? How did you get beaten up like this?" "Mom, I didn't hit anyone this time, but I was still beaten up. Even if Dad doesn't help me, he still beats me. You have to make a decision for me." Wang Chang looked like a mom's boy shrinking on Lin Lian's body and said in a petulant manner, "Old Wang, look, your child has been beaten like this, and you still blame him." Lin Lian complained and said, "Compassionate mothers have many defeated children. Sooner or later he was delayed by you. Every time it wasn't his initiative to mess with the goods. Let me tell you, there is a big problem on the company side today. I don't know who is deliberately messing with me. I don't have the time to care about you right now. You two had better give me some peace." Seeing that what he said had no effect, Wang Wei covered his chest in anger and didn't want to talk to them. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Wang Wei suddenly came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Wang Chang again. "You said, what happened to you last night? Who was that person you offended? It can't be that he's the one who's messing with our Wang's company, right? You give me an honest and clear explanation." Wang Chang laughed disdainfully. "Dad, how can that be? Just a country bumpkin from Tianfu who hangs out with Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and the others." After saying that, Wang Chang carefully recalled last night's scene. He remembered that Zhang Cheng seemed to have said something at the end, as if it was about Wang Chang and their family. Thinking about it, Wang Chang thumped inwardly. Normally, Wang Chang was self-centered within their gang, but his attitude towards Zhang Cheng seemed quite unusual. Could it be that Zhang Cheng's identity is not ordinary? Seeing Wang Chang's suddenly white face, Wang Wei was suddenly furious with his chest heaving. "I got you right, didn't I? It's really you who caused the trouble, isn't it? I said that usually well. A little bit of the first signs of this kind of thing appeared. So it's you, the son of a loser." After Wang Wei finished speaking, he was going to get on his hands to teach Wang Chang a lesson. Lin Lian immediately blocked in front of Wang Chang. "Old Wang, you're crazy. Even if someone is messing with us, so what? Just spend money to fix it. What's the point of hitting your son? Spend money to fix it? This is something that can be fixed with money? You haven't seen the news today, have you? I've been working hard for 30 years. It's not easy to take over 70% of the market, and 40% of the market has shrunk overnight. 40%! And that's just the beginning. The company's products have been taken off the shelves, and people are now investigating our company there. And those suppliers are all in the joint prosecution to us to pay money. You said yourself how much money we can pocket You say At the end of his words, Wang Wei even used the way of roaring to vent his inner pressure. Only then did Lin Lian realize that things were a bit serious, and immediately panicked and said, "What would make things so serious? You hurry up and press things down first." "Suppress it? How? You tell? One of you think you're a triad society, and one of you thinks you can cover the sky with a single receipt if you have a bit of money. You know that as soon as our company lost its market share, other companies immediately replaced it. Do you think supermarkets and consumers only have your brand of products to eat? Can you too use your brains? You tell me how many more years I have to work to get this share back? It's all your fault for giving birth to such a good boy. I told you to educate him properly, but you didn't listen. And now there's such a big problem. What do you think we should do?" Lin Lian saw Wang Wei said that he immediately quit, said shrewdly, "He is your only son. Is not just a little money. Solve the problem on the good and also on the line." "A little money? I really is the first time to find how you will be so stupid. I tell you, if you divorce me yesterday, you can still get 500 million. Today you divorce me you can only 100 million at most. Do you understand? I'm telling you, if this doesn't work out, we're getting a divorce. I've had enough of you too. I've had enough of you too. You're giving me all sorts of shit day in and day out." Chapter 69 Knowledge Points. Lin Lian and Wang Chang only realized the seriousness of the matter at this time after Wang Wei completely freaked out. Wang Chang gulped in fear. "Dad, what did you say? How could it be so serious? Then our family won't go bankrupt, right?" He really didn't expect things to be this serious. Wang Lian was also so scared that she fell to the ground with soft feet. $500 million turned into $100 million. How could it be like this? "Changer, what happened in the end? You quickly say it." Only then did Wang Chang fearfully explain everything clearly. "Dad, after I came back last night I drank a lot of wine too sleepy, didn't have time to find him to take revenge. How could he deal with our family so quickly? Your father I hit all the concerns early in the morning, didn't find out who was fixing our family. It turned out to be the Tianfu side. Who else if not him? Then what should I do now? I'm not familiar with him either." "You stupid bastard finally realized the seriousness of the matter, right? I'm telling you, I'm immediately rolling to get this thing done for me, no matter how the other side is. Go beg him, otherwise your mom and I will divorce. You go to your mom." After saying that, Wang Wei didn't even look at Wang Chang and Lin Lian on the ground. He directly turned away angrily. His hard work for decades is about to be destroyed. At this time, Wang Chang could not give birth to a trace of flesh and blood, and even wanted to end him with his own hands. "Mom, what should I do? It can't really be him. It can't be." Wang Chang was still unwilling to accept reality. Only last night he had let slip that he wouldn't let Jiang Chang go, and today he was going to go kneel down and lick him? "Changer, why don't you go and ask around? Go and beg for his understanding. If your dad really divorces me, you'll be ruined. How can that little bit of money be enough for us to spend in the future? You haven't even got a wife yet." Lin Lian also began to persuade Wang Chang in a good voice at this time. Until now Lin Lian still can't afford to scold Wang Chang, even if he knows everything is Wang Chang's fault. "No, I can't do it. It's too embarrassing. Divorce is divorce. I'm not going." After saying this, Wang Chang angrily shook off Lin Lian's hand and quickly walked out of the house, drove his Lamborghini and left the house in a hurry. On the other side, Jiang Chang's securities company's computer genius, codenamed Hacker Empire, was still creating momentum online. Since the tasks Jiang Chang released were different, the programs their team created were also different. For example, Jiang Chang's request for Zhang Yu was to karma him. This request was more difficult to execute domestically. Plus Zhang Yu had just been beaten up the day before and was still hiding at home for the past 2 days, so the entire program was still in a dormant state. But this task of Wang Chang was not difficult to handle. After Jiang Chang released the mission over, a few people very quickly made a plan. 2 people were deployed that night, and their company's operations were instantly disrupted overnight. Digging out the raw material problem is even more directly to them a heavy blow. The effect is not only surprisingly good, the cost is also almost zero. As for Jiang Chang's side, due to last night's drinking, he almost slept through the night. When he woke up in the morning, Jiang Chang frowned at the silk pajamas he was wearing. He remembered that Zhou had gotten a ride back last night after dropping herself off. He himself had fallen straight back to sleep due to the fact that he had drunk more. How could he not remember changing his clothes? At this moment, Wang Yuyan walked in, only to see her face instantly become a little unnatural upon seeing Jiang Chang. Wang Yuyan still bowed respectfully to Jiang Chang and said, "Mr. Jiang, good morning. Breakfast has been prepared for you. Is the green vegetables and thin meat porridge okay? If you don't like it, I'll arrange something else for you." Jiang Chang once again looked at Wang Yuyan's slightly lowered collar and smiled, then asked, "Manager Wang, the arrangement is very good. It's not very comfortable to drink wine after doing it, so a light drink is just right. By the way, this pajamas of mine is what you helped me change." Seeing Jiang Chang talking about this, Wang Yuyan's face instantly rolled up even more. Seeing that Jiang Chang brought another stunning beauty back last night, Wang Yuyan felt that she should seize the opportunity to be a little more proactive. Unable to do so, Jiang Chang fell asleep as soon as he returned. Even when Wang Yuyan helped her wipe her body and change her clothes, Jiang Chang was unaware of it. Wang Yuyan could only carefully help Jiang Chang to wipe every part of his body clean. And see, Jiang Chang did not react. No one around the situation. She also practiced the knowledge learned in the movie. Although after practicing several times it ended up in failure. Looking back now, she still felt that her mouth was unusually uncomfortable. But after practicing last night, Wang Yuyan felt that she had gained a lot. Not only was she more satisfied with Jiang Chang as a person, but she had also laid a solid foundation for the next actual battle. Yes, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I just changed your clothes and did nothing else. Wang Yuyan squeezed and waved her hand. Chapter 70, Wang Yuyan's small mind. Seeing Wang Yuyan with a look like there was no silver in this place, Jiang Chang immediately pulled out a smile. So it's like this. I seem to have dreamed of Manager Wang last night, and the two of us still. What a pity. It turned out to be just a dream. What a waste of joy. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang say this, her heart suddenly fluttered. Did Jiang Chang's words mean that he was also looking forward to it? Seeing Wang Yuyan shyly biting her lower lip, her eyes glowing as she looked at herself, Jiang Chang pulled out a playful smile, directly turned around and walked into the bathroom to wash up. He had always kept in mind a good man's guideline, which was not to take the initiative and not to reject. Anyway, the words have been said to this point. It depends on how high Wang Yuyan's comprehension is. After Jiang Chang finished brushing his teeth, Wang Yuyan had already set up breakfast. Wang Yuyan thoughtfully served Jiang Chang a cup of very plain green vegetables and thin meat porridge. After seeing Jiang Chang finish drinking, Wang Yuyan took the initiative and said, Mr. Jiang drank so much wine last night, the body must have some losses. I recently learned a new set of massage. Why don't I give you a massage? Such a good benefit. Jiang Chang naturally nodded his head and agreed wholeheartedly. Then let's go to bed? Wang Yuyan asked shyly and tentatively. That's natural. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Wang. After saying that, Jiang Chang stretched his back and quickly walked into the bedroom. It seemed like it was time for an after-dinner exercise. After Jiang Chang laid down, Wang Yuyan, who was following behind him, also quickly took off her shoes and got on the bed. Kneeling and sitting to the side, Wang Yuyan took a deep breath and then with a seductive smile naturally helped Jiang Chang press his arm. Just in Jiang Chang, some wonder this massage is not some serious time. Wang Yuyan suddenly switched the direction. Back to Jiang Chang. The worst thing was that Wang Yuyan actually didn't wear safety pants inside her housekeeper uniform. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. The anti-human design of safety pants. Finally met one that didn't wear them. I didn't expect Wang Yuyan to actually have such trust in herself. Thanks to that, he was a man who had weathered great storms. By virtue of his strong willpower, he hard let two pillars calm down. Just when Jiang Chang was about to lose control, Wang Yuyan suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, how does it feel? Very good. Full marks. Manager Wang is very professional. I feel like I can't stand it anymore. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's actually my first time to operate. I'm very happy to get your affirmation. Let me help you press your shoulder next. After pressing for a while only to see her face suddenly a little difficult, after the action of the hand stopped, some shyly asked, Mr. Jiang, this position is a little not too smooth. I need to change the position, can it? Jiang Chang pulled out an easygoing smile at these words, only to see him nod his head in a serious manner. Of course it's okay. Feel free to do as you please. Wang Yuyan smiled seductively at this time and sat directly on Jiang Chang's lap. A pair of small hands began to slowly help Jiang Chang press up his shoulders. The original feigned calm chest began to flutter, jumped up. Jiang Chang's eyes reddened as he grabbed Wang Yuyan's soft little hands. Manager Wang, why don't we change places? Chapter 71, Failure to Use. Things proceeded in an orderly manner, and it was only at the end that Jiang Chang remembered that he still had a sons and grandchildren without return reward card that he hadn't used yet. The reason why Xiao Yinin hadn't used it last time was because Jiang Chang had been drinking that day. Plus the whole person had gotten high at the back, and only remembered when it was over. Since Wang Yuyan had secretly used Jiang Chang as a tool person to learn quite a few points last night, it was a good idea to use it in practice at this time. But just as Jiang Chang was preparing to use this reward card actually didn't work. Jiang Chang looked at the tips. It turned out that there was another important prerequisite for shipping to use this card, and that was that the face value must reach 90 points or more. Wang Yuyan's face value score was 90 points, just that 1 point short, which Jiang Chang hadn't expected. A beauty with more than 90 points was indeed one in a million. A school beauty like Wang Yuyan actually only had 90 points. Seeing the use of failure, Jiang Chang can only regretfully shook his head and put the card away again. After putting it away, Jiang Chang began to concentrate on playing. On the other side, Wang Chang was still the same as usual, and directly drove the girl who accosted him on the side of the road to a nearby hotel. Wang Chang put his arm around the coolly dressed girl and said to the front desk girl, "Girl, give brother a powerful boutique room." Receiving Wang Chang's credit card, the receptionist said politely, "Okay, please wait a moment." Looking at the sweet-looking front desk girl, Wang Chang said lewdly again, "Sister, brother will be here for the next few days. Come up and play together when you have time." Before the receptionist had a chance to speak, she saw that the POS showed the 4 words credit card failure. "I'm sorry sir, you can't swipe this card. Please change it." Wang Chang looked at the bank card that was handed over to him and was a bit confused. "Can't swipe? It can't be. Is the machine broken? Try this one." After saying that, he annoyingly pulled out another card from inside his wallet. A few seconds later, the receptionist girl said again, "Sorry, your card's limit is not enough. Do you have another card?" Wang Chang reacted instantly when he heard this. Both cards couldn't be swiped. It must be Wang Wei who had stopped his card. Having just bought that Lamborghini the day before yesterday, he didn't have a single penny on him right now. He could only swipe his credit card and his dad's secondary card, and he didn't expect that both of them couldn't be swiped now. Grass. It must be that old man messing with me. After cursing, Wang Chang scratched his head in annoyance and said to the girl next to him, "Girl, you pay for the room first. I'll give it to you then." The cool girl next to him instantly changed her face when she saw that Wang Chang wanted to pay for the room himself. He had seen a lot of men who drove luxury cars and pretended to be rich second generation. Maybe that Lamborghini was a rental. Even the room fee cannot afford to pay. After the end of their own is not even a penny to get. Thinking about it, the woman immediately opened her mouth to spray, "You want a whore for nothing? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big spender. Learn how to drive a luxury car. What kind of garbage is it? Waste my time." After giving Wang Chang a blank look, he turned away in disgust. Looking at Wang Chang's cold and angry expression, the receptionist girl also secretly spat secretly. Indeed, what a trashy thing. Just now he dared to molest himself, but it turned out to be a poor bastard pretending to be 13. "May I ask if you still handle it, sir?" Looking at the girl who walked away, Wang Chang at this time spread his anger on the front desk little sister. "Do Nima, what are you laughing at?" After saying this, he hurriedly took back his bank card and walked out of the hotel's lobby. After coming out of the hotel, Wang Chang immediately called Wang Wei. Wang Wei was sitting in his office with a tired face at this time, dealing with all kinds of default documents. Early in the morning, he had people dealing with online hot searches and various complaints all the time. According to the information he got, the person behind the scene this time is really the one who offended his own son. Jiang Cheng. This person Wang Wei actually did not find out any details, only know that he opened a new registered capital of 500 million investment company. The rest of the Wang Wei is a little bit cannot find out, and this is all thanks to the system. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Chang immediately yelled loudly, "Dad, what's wrong with you? I can't actually swipe the money. Do you know how I was just snickered at? Quickly restore my card." Seeing that Wang Chang did not have the slightest intention to repent, Wang Wei was furious and gritted his teeth. "I'll tell you again. Fix the things you messed up. Don't always think that everyone in the 4Cs is your father. If you still don't reflect on this time and change your stinking temper, you'll be left to your own devices in the future. And anyway, this family is about to be ruined by you. Believe it or not, I'll let you two not get a penny." After saying this, Wang Wei directly hung up the phone with a cold snort. Chapter 72, No Different from Bankruptcy. Wang Chang looked at the phone that was hung up, his eyes suddenly red with anger. At this time he directly wanted to smash the cell phone in his hand, but the moment his hand was raised he was somewhat abashed. Could it be that things are really more serious than he imagined? If Wang Wei really stopped giving him money, what should he do in the future? With nowhere to go, Wang Chang started to contact some of his friends on WeChat who usually play with him. After contacting some, Wang Chang more panic, because one of them are very abnormal. Everyone has something at hand for the reason that he refused. Wang's food overnight appeared so big things. Anyone with eyes could see that his family must have offended some big shot, who dared to play with him at this moment, and they all shunned him. Wang Chang, who had been sitting on the side of the road for a long time, finally calmed down. In just one day, those people who usually nodded to him and tried desperately to please him, at this moment, their attitudes towards themselves had all become a 180-degree turn. It was important to know that there were quite a few people he usually offended. In case he didn't have this rich second-generation identity in the future, then his future life would definitely be dark. He is also not really. He has just carefully studied the current crisis of Wang's, and knows that if it goes on like this, their family will sooner or later close down. Wang Chang immediately called Zhang He and Guo Qian after considering it for a while. After all, the two of them had treated him the best that night. After the call was answered, Wang Chang said that he wanted Zheng He and Chen to contact Jiang Chang so that the two of them could make a connection. He apologized to Jiang Chang. Zheng He and Chen were already very regretful inwardly after knowing about Wang Chang's accident. They both know that they stood on the wrong side that night. And now Jiang Chang is using Wang Chang to make an example of him, although they have not yet begun to suffer. But this kind of thing is already enough for them to be scared. At this time, they want to hide far away, but also immediately in Wang Chang directly clear relations. And the two of them really do not know Jiang Chang such a big brother, but also that night to see aside. Not much more familiar than Wang Chang. The two have said that they can not help. Finally, Wang Chang had no choice but to give Chen Hao a phone call. Chen Hao saw Wang Chang's phone call in, and raised his cell phone to Wang Zhang, who was sitting opposite him drinking tea. Chen Hao pressed the speaker and picked up. Brother Xiao Chang, why are you in the mood to call me? Chen Hao, I want to find Jiang Chang. Can you help me? Xiao Chang, it's not that I don't want to help. To be honest, I don't seem to be that familiar with you. Besides, you smashed me last night when we had dinner, and you know that I'm friends with Wang Zhang, so it's not appropriate to help you. You'd better find someone else. After saying that, Chen Hao hung up the phone. Wang Zhang shook his head after snorting. This guy is still a bit aware. I thought he was hardened. He also deserved it. Usually let him be so arrogant. I heard that last month he also robbed a high school student's girlfriend, and also sent the other party to the hospital with a broken leg. And in the end, his father also helped him to pay 100,000 or so in medical expenses. Chen Hao finished this sentence. Wang Zhang's cell phone also rang. Seeing that it was Wang Chang's call, he also picked it up and then clicked on the loudspeaker. Hey, brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chang. Wang Chang's disheveled voice came from the other side of the phone. Looking at Wang Chang's show of weakness, Chen Hao couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Brother Chang? So rare? To actually condescend to call me? Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I now deeply realize my mistake. Can you help me? I really have no choice. Wang Chang sang with a sobbing voice as Wang Zhang begged for forgiveness. No, it's my fault. Who have you, young Chang, been afraid of? Brother Wang, I know it was me who was cheap in the past. I'm really desperate. For the sake of us knowing each other for those many years, can you help me? Wang Zhang's side was silent for a while before saying, I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee anything else. Wang Chang sniffed and immediately said, Thank you brother Wang. Thank you brother Wang. After Wang Zhang hung up the phone, Chen Hao frowned with some confusion and opened his mouth to ask, Old Wang, do you really want to help him? Wang Zhang laughed a bit. Why would I help him? Isn't Lao Jiang messing with him? Now that he sent himself to the door, can you not give someone a chance to make him apologize in public? Chen Hao understood Wang Zhang's meaning. Right. But now even if Lao Jiang let him off the hook, his family is no different from bankruptcy now. The market has long been replaced by the other two, seeing as how the other two have taken over. And this Wang Chang guy won't be able to harden up in the future. Wang Chang, this person is too crazy. He does not understand. There are people outside the sky this reason. After saying this, Wang Zhang sent a message to Jiang Chang asking for his opinion. At this time Jiang Chang is sitting, lying down, standing. All kinds of places were busy. Until finally Wang Yuyan finally didn't move. Jiang Chang was willing to give up. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chang looked at the message Wang Zhang sent over and thought for a moment and replied back. Then see you tonight tax. Right. Call the people from last night to liven up together? I'll buy them a drink. Wang Zhang understood what Jiang Chang meant and sent back. No problem. Arrange it. After sending it, Jiang Chang asked Zhou Ying again on top of WeChat. Something going on tonight? Please go to tax. Zhou Ying's Weibo quickly came back. No more work. Going drinking again? Don't worry. I'll give you some Wangjai milk. Okay. What time? Look at the next time now has more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chang returned. I go to pick you up now. I'll go there myself. I live farther away. What time do I need to arrive? No. It's still early. I'll just go pick you up. It took a while before Zhou Ying sent Jiang Chang a localization. Jiang Chang looked at the localization. This place to live has enough remote. Glancing at the CPU exploding Wang Yuyan, Jiang Chang touched her rosy cheeks. The first time is indeed some violence. Jiang Chang kissed her lovingly and then got up and went to the bathroom. Chapter 73 Mercy at the Mouth. After washing up, Jiang Chang drove towards Zhou Ying's place. The car drove for nearly 40 minutes before arriving at the destination. Jiang Chang looked at a very old neighborhood. After receiving the call, Zhou Ying soon appeared. She was wearing a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals, and her upper body was a mint green tight-fitting open halter dress. Her body was very sexy. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying slowly approaching towards him, and suddenly felt as if he was in love. Zhou Ying was undoubtedly one of the girls that Jiang Chang had seen that caught his eye the most. With a face like a baby angel plus a cool and elegant temperament. She had a special magic that attracted people. The key was that her personality was also good. As soon as he sat in the car, Joing took the initiative to open his mouth. It's a long drive, right? You don't believe me when I say you can go over there by yourself. It's alright. It's just that your place is a bit remote. Is it safe to live here? It is quite safe. Although old, but there is also a guard. And across the street there is a bus stop. Usually I take the bus more. The key is this neighborhood rent is cheap. Joing spoke in a somewhat petulant voice. Jiang Chang wanted to hold her in his arms and love her. Like her, such a superb beauty should be put at home and loved properly. It was too dangerous to let her outside. I should have known that I wouldn't let you go back last night. It's inconvenient that late. Joing looked at Jiang Chang and smiled. I sometimes work part-time quite late. It's not in the way. Soon after 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chang brought Joing to TAXX. Wang Zhang and Shen Hao had already arrived one step ahead of Jiang Chang. And Jiang Chang looked at Chen Geng, who was also inside the card table. Seeing that Jiang Chang had brought Joing with him, all three of them took the initiative to greet Joing. Chen Geng was the first to speak. Brother Jiang. Hello, sister-in-law. Seeing Chen Geng call out like that, Joing couldn't help but blush. But she just smiled and nodded without any intention of retorting. Seeing them snickering, Jiang Chang smiled. Came really early. Nothing much. I heard that Brother Jiang is organizing a game tonight, so I came over right away. Thanks for the show. Seeing Jiang Chang arrive, Chen Hao immediately greeted Xiao Chen over. After Xiao Chen came over, he was very smart and called out in turn. Jiang Xiao, Wang Xiao, Chen Xiao, Qian Xiao. What are the arrangements for tonight? Wang Zhang pointed at Jiang Chang. Today, my brother Jiang is coming to order. Directly come with 3 big divine dragons. A few more bottles of foreign wine. Snacks and fruits, watch on. After saying that, Jiang Chang glanced at Joing again. Right. Serve 10 more cans of want milk. Okay, Lu. Jiang Xiao, do I need to arrange an atmosphere group for you guys? Chen Hao spoke up at this time. Xiao Chen, you have no eyes. Brother Jiang brought his sister-in-law over tonight and you still arranged the atmosphere group. Aren't you messing things up? Xiao Chen glanced at Joing and immediately slapped his cheeks with his hands. Oops. Look at my confusion. It's my fault. I'll go down and arrange it right away. You few wait a moment. Seeing everyone laughing, Zhou Ying's face turned even redder at this point. Seeing that Joing was really shy, Jiang Chang pushed Chen Hao. Brother Chen, be merciful with your mouth. Okay, understand. Soon a few other people came. Lin Feng arrived a few minutes before Guo Qian and Zhang He. Lin Feng was fine. He didn't have any out-of-the-ordinary actions yesterday, so he was mostly just watching. While Guo Qian and Zhang He were a bit awkward. After all, they chose to go with Wang Chan last night. And when Wang Zhang invited them over, they didn't dare not to come. But at this time they looked a little awkward. After saying hello, they sat quietly and well-behavedly on the side. Soon the 3 sets of big divine dragons came on stage in a high profile. The rabbit girls swayed again and lined up in a row. And the DJ on the stage began to shout excitedly. A card of Jiang Xiao, 3 big divine dragons. I wish Big Brother all the way to the rainbow. Joing looked at the ace of spades on the table and asked curiously. What's the flavor of this wine? I haven't drank it yet. Just heard about it. Besides being more expensive, it doesn't taste good. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to give you a chauffeur later, I'd take a sip right now to try it out. Seeing Zhou Ying's deflated mouth, Jiang Chen laughed. Girls drink less outside. Bring you a few bottles back later. You go home and drink. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't have the slightest intention of persuading himself to drink, a trace of goodwill rose within Zhou Ying's heart. Joing, friendly value +5. Chapter 74, Empty Head Smashing Bottles. After the ace of spades and various foreign wines were served, Xiao Chen remained competent and asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask how many bottles to open first? Open a few bottles for what? Open them all. Jiang Chang said atmospherically. Xiao Chen couldn't help but secretly spit out as he listened to Jiang Chang's 3 sets of great divine dragons all open. Rich people just don't treat money as money. Once dozens of bottles of ace of spades were opened, the scene began to boil. The stage began to have a lot of small attractive girls to go forward to take the initiative to hit on. If they could be seen coming up to rub a card in ace of spades, these girls would be willing even if they were whored out for nothing. Their initial target was Jiang Chang, who was sitting in the C seat. But after realizing that there was already a Zhouing beside Jiang Chang, they all started to shift their targets. Facing these girls, Wang Zhang, Chen Hao and Chen Geng were not polite. Soon, the 3 of them had their arms around a few girls with a face value of more than 80 points and chatted. On the contrary, Lin Feng and Guo Qian, Zhang He weren't as relaxed. In addition to sitting quietly and drinking, the other gaps were all fawning and kissing Jiang Chang's ass. Quite a feeling of desperately expressing their loyalty. After half a bell, Wang Chang came late. In fact, He had already arrived, but had been at the door not daring to come in. He knew what situation he would face if he came in. He knew what he would face if he came in. Therefore, he did a long time of psychological construction before he started to walk in slowly in a disheveled manner. Zhou looked at Wang Chang's appearance and leaned towards Jiang Chang's side with some fear. She asked Jiang Chang in a low voice, "Why is he here too?" Jiang Chang patted Zhou Ying's hand. I invited him." Hearing Jiang Chang's reply, Zhou was a bit puzzled. Seeing that Jiang Chang had called so many people, and all of them were people who were present last night, Wang Chang instantly knew what Jiang Chang meant. Although he was furious to the core, he didn't dare to show it on the surface at this moment, only to see him hanging his head down. He walked to Jiang Chang's front and bowed after Jiang Chang. "Jiang Xiao, last night was my fault. Please don't take it personally. Don't take it personally with me, okay?" Jiang Chang sighed and shook his head. "I'm just a country bumpkin. How dare I compare with you?" Wang Chang really had no choice at this time. Everyone knew that his family had an accident and would not play with him. He had offended so many people in the past. If their family really went down, then he was probably going to be screwed as well. "Jiang Xiao, I drank too much yesterday and said drunken things, so you can take it out on me however you want. I just beg you to let me go," Wang Chang said in a humble tone. Jiang Chang looked at the bottles on the table and said lightly, "Didn't you smash the bottles last night in a rather arrogant manner?" Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang's eyes, took a deep breath, made up his mind and said, "Jiang Xiao, as long as you can get rid of your anger, you can smash me. That won't do. We can all be people with 9 years of compulsory education, not the same as you. Like this, I'll treat you to 3 bottles of Ace of Spades. I heard that you can smash bottles with your empty head. I haven't seen it yet. Why don't you perform one for everyone?" Wang Chang, listening to Jiang Chang this, instantly understand, only to see him violently raised his head, eyes wide open looking at Jiang Chang. Obviously did not think that Jiang Chang will actually come up with this way to humiliate him. But at this moment, even if it is full of anger, he did not dare to open his mouth to say a word. Only to see Wang Chang took a deep breath, staring fiercely at the table several bottles of Ace of Spades, said to Jiang Chang, "You're right. I do know such a masterpiece. Of course I have to perform one for Jiang Xiao. Okay, hey, then please ask Brother Chang to perform one for all of us, and everyone together will record a video for young Wang to record his stunt." Jiang Chang said this. Everyone naturally opened the video recording. "Come on, Brother Chang, say something. I'll give you all a performance. I hope you guys like it," Wang Chang said with a bitter expression. Then he gritted his teeth and picked up the Ace of Spades on the table and smashed it directly onto his head as soon as his eyes closed. Then endured the pain and picked up the second. The third violently smashed into his head. After the 3 smashed, Jiang Chang led the applause. "Thank you for the performance of Wang Xiao. Too powerful. Worthy of being Xiao Chang. This performance is too strong." Wang Zhang also chimed in. "Yeah, eye-opening. I only know that Chang is usually tough on others, but I didn't realize that he is also quite tough on himself." Chen Hao also clapped his hands at the side. By this time, Wang Chang was already dizzy, and even blood started to stay on his forehead. After saying thank you to Jiang Chang, he couldn't help but faint. Xiao Chen had long been watching from the sidelines, and at this time immediately walked up. Jiang Xiao, do we need to call an ambulance for him?" "Call it, clean up a bit more. Don't zap anyone," Jiang Chang said calmly. Yes. Xiao Chen immediately arranged for people to come over and clean up after he finished speaking. After the scene was cleaned up, Jiang Chang once again picked up the wine glass and said to everyone, "Come on, thank you all for coming over today. I'll toast you all." Chapter 75, Don't Be Like That? After seeing Jiang Chang raise his wine glass, everyone raised their glasses very facetiously. Even those frightened outsider ladies all picked up their glasses quickly with trembling hands. At this moment, their hearts were all devastated and regretful. Had they known that they wouldn't have come up to rub the Ace of Spades. The handsome man in front of them with his handsome looks and heavenly voice was actually so terrifying. A few light words could make others voluntarily empty their heads and smash bottles of wine. It was simply terrifying. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and Chen Geng, these 3 people didn't have much of a reaction. But Guo Qian, Zheng He and Lin Feng, and the 3 of them were different. At this moment, the hands holding the wine cups were all trembling slightly. Wang Chang, this person is a typical bully. In the Magic City, in addition to Qin burning, Zhang Xian, this kind of top-rich second generation, he did not dare to provoke outside. Other people he did not put in the eyes. I didn't expect that he would actually concede in front of Jiang Chang and smash his own bottle. This makes them how not to be afraid. Jiang Chang told the security team on WeChat to stop the retaliation plan against Wang's Foods after the party dispersed, and Wang Chang was hurriedly sent to the hospital. The hospital side soon notified Wang Wei and Lin Lian. After receiving the notification, the 2 of them quickly rushed to the hospital as well. Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang, who was wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed, and burst into tears. since childhood. Even if Wang Chang is scratched a mouth, Lin Lian have to heartache for a long time. I did not expect to be beaten like this today. He grumbled and said to Wang Wei, which murderer did this to my son? Wang Wei, why don't you hurry up and kill him? This is your son, ah. You have to help him take revenge, ah. Wang Wei saw Lin Lian rushing over to whack himself and immediately slapped him. He said angrily, it's all thanks to you that he's able to have today. Why didn't you say anything when he was beating others? Did you come to see him when he was lying in the hospital? What? Other people's sons aren't sons, and your son is that valuable? Wang Chang's pride was shattered to pieces tonight by Jiang Chang without reservation. At this time, he was also too regretful to say a word in his own defense. He could only say to Lin Lian, Mom, I smashed myself, let's just forget about it. Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang with unbelievable eyes. Son, you're crazy. Alright, you're really a dead pig. The other party has already taken down the hot search, but our family isn't what it used to be. It's only been a day and it's gotten to this point. Do you know how you should behave now? I've told you 1,000 times it's not as bad as the one time you fell down today. The next time, the two of you will get the hell out of here. Remember, this is the last time. After warning the two of them, Wang Wei sighed before turning to leave. He hoped that his son would really grow up on the right path after this lesson. Although Wang Wei's heart was also filled with anger. He had investigated for a whole day without finding out Jiang Chang's details, so he could only swallow this loss in secret. Fortunately, the other party didn't drive them to extinction, and still left a silver lining. On the other hand, after the show, Zhou was holding Jiang Chang as he slowly walked towards the entrance of the hotel. Jiang Chang's hand was wrapped around Zhou Ying's shoulder. Looking drunk, although he was very calm on the surface, he couldn't help but secretly sigh inwardly. It smells so good, the skin is so smooth. I want to take a sip. Zhou helped Jiang Chang onto the passenger side of the Ferrari with great difficulty. After fastening the seatbelt, Zhou drove the car to send Jiang Chang back to Yang Yunaman. Looking at Jiang Chang, who had drunk a little too much, Zhou asked worriedly, if you treat him like this tonight, will Demon Spirit find you in trouble? Jiang Chang shook his head. Don't worry, I didn't hit him, and he wouldn't dare to report it. Zhou looked at Jiang Chang's unbridled appearance, instantly wanted to open her mouth and say something. After thinking for a moment that she was just her classmate, it seemed inappropriate to say too much. The car soon arrived at Yang Yunaman. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's departing back and shook his head sadly. Zhou, this friendly value now action is still too early. Can only let her back. Jiang Chang, who was drunk 1 second, walked towards the Ting Villa that he had booked like nothing else the next second. When he arrived at the Ting Villa, the beautiful housekeeper Wang Yuyan had already organized her grooming at this time, and still greeted Jiang Chang back with the same respect as before. Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Jiang Chang put his arm around Wang Yuyan and said flirtatiously, Manager Wang, you're so outgoing after not seeing her for such a while. Mr. Jiang, don't be like this, there are still people around. Wang Yuyan shyly pushed Jiang Chang, and glanced at the hotel staff next to her. Don't be like that, is that? Or like this? Or like that? Jiang Chang didn't care about that much. After saying that, he directly got on. Just when Jiang Chang was playing on again. Late at night at more than 11, the honky-tonk bar. Zhang Yu was wearing a pink shirt with a face rubbed pink and white. In order to come out, he used a very thick foundation to cover up the bruises on his face. Even the fingers of his hands were carefully banded with disposable pink wearing nails. Twisting his ass, he slowly walked in. As soon as he entered the bar, Zhang Yu went to the bar chair that he usually sat on all the time, then pulled out a small mirror and a big red lipstick from his pants pocket. Opening the small mirror, he skillfully wiped it up. Right at this moment, Zhang Yu's side came a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a gentlemanly look. After he sat down, he ordered a blue cocktail and started playing with his cell phone. After Zhang Yu took a look at him, his heart immediately swam a little. Such a handsome man actually sat beside him. However, he feigned calmness on the surface and drank his drink. This was Zhang Yu's daily operation. Half of the people who came to the honky-tonk bar came to look for same-sex mates. It was because 9 out of 10 people inside this bar were gay. After more than 10 minutes, that handsome guy started chatting on WeChat. After chatting for a while, only to see that handsome man clicked on a voice message. An effeminate male voice began to come out from the cell phone inside. You don't look for me again. I said I don't like you anymore. We are just having fun. You don't take it too seriously, okay? As soon as this outgoing voice was played, Zhang Yu immediately turned his head to look at that handsome guy. There was no other reason. Because the person who was chatting with that handsome guy was actually a man as well. Listening to this voice, that handsome man with glasses and gold frame immediately had a face of grief. At this time, the handsome man also recorded a voice message to the cell phone. You really can't give me another chance? I cannot want anything for you. I have waited for you for so many years. Why do you still want to abandon me? The opposite side quickly replied again. I'm sorry, don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid my wife will find out. Let's pull each other black. That handsome man after listening to this voice then put down his cell phone in anger and drank the cocktail in his hand. Zhang Yu looked at his disoriented appearance and said in a comforting voice, handsome guy, want a drink? I know you are sad right now, but the sky is the limit. You can always find a true love who will never give up on you. Are you telling the truth? Will someone like me really like me? Zhang Yu hastily nodded his head. Although he was a bisexual, he actually liked men the most than women. And the man in front of him was the best of the best. It was already not easy to meet a man who shared the same interest as himself, let alone one who was still so handsome. Of course, my name is Zhang Yu. Handsome. What's your name? Hello, my name is Li Minhang. Minhang, let me buy you a drink. If you want to find someone to talk to, I can also accompany you, because I also have the same identical experience as you. Really? You're really willing to listen to my story? Of course, as long as you're willing to tell it, I'll listen attentively no matter what. Chapter 76, Absolute Loyalty. After the two chatted for more than an hour, Li Minhang pretended to look at the time on his cell phone. Thank you for chatting with me. I'm very happy to have met you tonight, but I have to catch a plane at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I'll just go back first. See you again sometime. Seeing that Li Minhang was leaving, Zhang Yu asked anxiously, airplane? Where are you going? I'm going to travel to Tyrant. I made an appointment with him to go together before. Now I'm the only one left. Consider it as my final goodbye to this relationship. Li Minhang made a look of deep emotion. After saying that, he even deliberately gave Zhang Yu a deep look before turning around to leave. Zhang Yu looked at Li Minhang's hurriedly turning away figure and hurriedly chased after him. However, at this time, Li Minhang had already disappeared inside the alley. Zhang Yu inwardly chagrined. He has not yet added Li Minhang's prestige. Returning home, Zhang Yu thought more and more unwillingly. He couldn't let go of such an excellent handsome man. Especially a handsome man who had fallen out of love. People in the lost love time is the most vulnerable and easy to overcome. Maybe love all of a sudden came. Thinking this way, Zhang Yu immediately took out his cell phone and checked the air tickets to Thailand. There is only one flight to Thailand at 10 o'clock tomorrow, so this must be the right one. Zhang Yu did not hesitate to click on the purchase. Then he started to look forward to putting all the clothes that he didn't dare to wear out at home into his suitcase. After all, there were still quite a lot of men like him over in Tyrant. After leaving the country he wouldn't have to cover himself up like he did now. The next morning, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to get up. He wore a carefully selected red bra and his favorite pink shirt. After getting his hair done, he sprayed on Chanel's cocoa perfume. After everything was done, he immediately took his suitcase and flew out the door. The moment Zhang Yu stepped onto the airplane to Thailand, all things began to fall into place. Tyrant was rated as the most dangerous place to travel in the world. Looking at the travel guides of various countries around the world, Great Britain, Sakura country and other countries had long listed Tyrant as the most dangerous place to travel. Moreover, there is a saying in the local area of Turland that if a beautiful single woman wears a bikini in Turland, she deserves to be raped. And Turland is also very close to those countries in the north. And the karma waste thing happens even more often. The worst part is that Tehran has recently legalized flower smoking and kidney trading. So if you travel to Tyrant, a drink or a snack could get you hooked on white flour. And if a person traveling alone to Turland suddenly goes missing, guess what the outcome will be? After your natural passport's visa expires and you don't return home, plus you can't be contacted, that's when you're designated as a missing person. Missing person in a foreign country? Begging who to find? Zhang Yu did not add Li Minhang's WeChat. All of it was operated by Zhang Yu alone. All of this plan can be said to be very perfect. At this time, Zhang Cheng has also boarded the airplane to Thailand. Zhang Cheng followed the route tips to the international arrival exit. The personnel of the security company had already been waiting for Zhang Cheng outside. As soon as Zhang Cheng entered the exit, a man in a black suit walked towards Zhang Cheng. Hello, young master. I'm Wang Shang. As soon as Wang Shang opened his mouth, the dream come true system prompted again. Ding! Detecting the first meeting of a new person. The friendly value scanning system will be upgraded to a character scanning system. The character scanning system will no longer be limited to the female gender. Zhang Cheng listened to the system prompt and opened the character scanning system. Name, Wang Shang. Age, 28 years old. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 75. Friendly value, 120. Absolute loyalty, life and death. Zhang Cheng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the system's character scanning results. Wang Shang was the captain inside the security squad rewarded by the system. This time was also their first meeting. Where are the people? Zhang Cheng asked. Already transported out of the hotel by us. I'll take you there. Zhang Cheng nodded after Wang Shang finished speaking. Wang Shang took Zhang Cheng in a black Rolls Royce. The car drove on a street full of Southeast Asian flavor, and soon after 7 turns the car arrived inside a dilapidated and unoccupied old house. When Zhang Chang went in, there were 2 men and 1 woman standing inside the house in addition to Zhang Yu, who was tied to a chair. They were Li Minhang, Qing Zhong and Xia Li. When they saw Zhang Chang, they all immediately saluted and greeted him. Zhang Chang used the character scanning system to look at each of them, and he didn't expect that all of them had reached the state of absolute loyalty in their friendliness value. Chapter 77, There are many ways to die. Wake him up, Zhang Chang said icily as he looked at the fainted Zhang Yu. Yes. Wang Shang nodded his head and raised his chin towards the few of them in a gesture. After receiving the instruction, Li Minhang walked over and splashed a basin of prepared cold water next to him directly onto Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu immediately woke up with a jolt. Seeing that he shivered for a moment, he immediately shook off his wet and cold hair and effortlessly opened his drooping eyes. At this moment, his expression was still a bit dazed. With a splitting headache, he realized that his hands and feet were tied to a chair. Then looking at Li Minhang, who was standing beside him, Zhang Yu immediately misunderstood. He immediately said to Li Minhang with full body excitement, "So you like this kind of trick? I actually like it too. It's simply too exciting. Come and hit me." Li Minhang used his middle finger to hold up his gold-framed glasses. Resisting the urge to retch in disgust, he calmly said with a hint of a polite smile, "I'm sorry, my name is Li Minhang. I'm 25 years old. I'm 180 years old, and my hobbies are female." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu finally realized something at this moment, and he immediately looked around. The unfamiliar environment instantly cleared his head. He remembered that he went to the hotel with Li Minhang as soon as he got off the airplane just now. How could he be here? Who are you guys? After looking at the few people in front of him, Zhang Yu's last eyes localized to Zhang Chang. After seeing Zhang Chang, Zhang Yu's heart thumped as he shivered and said, "It's you. What do you want? You kidnapped me?" Zhang Chang walked to Zhang Yu's front and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes seemed to be like looking at a dead person. Zhang Chang's terrifying aura made Zhang Yu feel a powerful sense of oppression. His heart could not help but beat in fear. He realized the seriousness of the matter this time. "You, what the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, killing is against the law. Don't mess around. I beg you, calm down." Zhang Chang laughed fearlessly. "I said, the next time you see me I'll shut you up forever." After saying that, Zhang Chang looked at Wang Shang and said, "What are you going to do about it?" "Young master, there are many ways to die. In Thailand, there are a very large number of people who die accidentally because of taking white powder. Drowning, car accidents, and crashes are all not uncommon things, and it's very easy to deal with." Zhang Chang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Deal with it." "Yes, deal with it right away," Wang Shang said respectfully. Zhang Yu's face turned even paler as he listened to their merciless dialogue. He fearfully pleaded to Zhang Chang, "You can't do this to me. Zhang Xiao, I'm wrong. You let go, okay? I'll never pester you Xiao Xiao again. You let me go, please." Zhang Yu was stuffed with a smelly rag before he could finish his sentence. The subsequent treatment Zhang Chang was not interested in watching. After leaving this place, Zhang Chang took Wang Shang and Chang Zhong and drove towards Hongchang Company. Zhang Chang hadn't come over to sign the shares rewarded by the system last time, so he just happened to come over to deal with it today. Because of the early contact, Zhang Chang let Wang Shang directly drove to the company's door. At this time, the company's entrance had already stood a few bodyguards in black suits and a middle-aged man in a flowery shirt with a cigar in his hand. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance, and Wang Shang opened the door for Zhang Chang. As soon as Zhang Chang got out of the car, the middle-aged man quickly walked over and hugged Zhang Chang, only to see him with a mouthful of very not fluent Chinese said, "Hello, Zhang Chang, old brother. Finally waited for you." This middle-aged man was Mario, the biggest shareholder of Hongchang Company. His words just finished, the system side will ding a prompt. Detected that the host has a language communication barrier. The system rewards the host with Thai language proficiency. Looking at such an intelligent system, Zhang Chang once again couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Awesome." Zhang Chang nodded, shook Mario's hand and said with a fluent Thai on his end, "Big brother Mario, I'm glad to see you." Seeing Zhang Chang speaking Thai, Mario immediately looked surprised. "I didn't expect that old brother Zhang Chang could actually speak Thai. Slightly know a little bit. Let's go. I'll take you on a tour of the company and give you a proper reception later." "Thank you, big brother Mario." Zhang Chang, old brother, is polite. "We are brothers." In the gap between speaking, Zhang Chang used the character scanning system to look at Mario. Name, Mario. Age, 35 years old. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 85. Friendship value, 110, life and death. Looking at the friendly value, Zhang Chang finally felt relieved. Chapter 78, Tyron's Specialties. After signing the documents for his 20% shares, Mario invited Jiang Chang to a relatively hidden high-end private club in the area. Go, Jiang Chang old brother. All have been arranged. Tonight to ensure that you play comfortably. This clubhouse I often come. Inside not only eat very delicious. There are a variety of different beautiful women's horse kill chicken. The most critical is that you want a variety of types. Men and women have. Jiang Chang waved his hand as he listened to this. Brother Mario is too polite. Just eat normally. I'm still just a simple child. The kind of things that Tyrant featured Jiang Chang couldn't stand. Mario laughed out loud at this and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. Don't worry. You'll definitely like it later. I'm looking forward to it if you say so. Mario entertained Jiang Chang with a table of very authentic Thai food. Although it tasted quite delicious, Jiang Chang felt that it was still our Chinese food that was more to his liking. After eating and drinking enough, the two people went to the spa room to do the local specialties of the beautiful horse-killing chicken. Mario said to the person next to him, "Bring them on." Soon there were several girls walking in line. Several of them were bare-legged and only had a red bathrobe on. Jiang Chang took a look and all 6 girls had very high face values. Jiang Chang old brother, this is what I prepared especially for you. How about it? Do you have a favorite? 2 or 3 to pick at random. Mario also looked at Jiang Chang very expectantly after he finished speaking. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows. Big brother Mario, is this a specialty here? He shook his head. Ordinary people can't find this kind of goods, but ordinary customers can't afford to play with this kind. This is what I specially prepared for you. They are all picked out of 10,000 miles. Beautiful and clean looking. You can rest assured of picking them out. And they are all voluntarily coming here. It's definitely not something that's forced. Jiang Chang looked at the several watery girls in front of him. His eyes suddenly localized to a girl with black bangs. This girl was very much in line with his own aesthetic. Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system on the girls. The one with the highest face value shown in the end happened to be her as well. Name, Jiang Man. Age, 19 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Body, 93. Privacy, 2. Friendly value, 30. Passerby status. Several people's privacy values were all just a few points. But coming out to play. What else can we talk about? In his previous life, he had done a lot of healthcare himself. Can't be rich and noble, right? Dry. Jiang Chang casually he pointed down Jiang Man, just her. Jiang Man saw himself being left by Jiang Chang. Shrewd eyes carefully looked over. Seeing that Jiang Chang was so handsome, Jiang Man was instantly relieved. She even couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate a little. Old brother Jiang Chang has a good eye. Jiang Man is good looking. Ha ha. Thanks big brother Mario. I'll have a good exchange with her later. The skin of the women of Tyrant were all a bit on the wheatish side. But Jiang Man had the same watery feeling as the girls in the country. Standing with a few others she looked extraordinarily fair. Ha ha ha. Old brother. You have no problem at all communicating with the other few in this Thai language. Besides, what else can they say at night besides screaming? It's still you who knows best. Old brother. You're an old driver at first glance. Okay, then I play also choose 2 to go comfortable and cozy. The room I have already opened for you. You want to stay as long as you can. Put it on my account. How can that be? How embarrassing. Brothers don't talk about this. Say this out of the ordinary. Okay, then I'll thank you. Old brother. Mario saw that Jiang Chang didn't refuse anymore and happily put his arm around his shoulder. That's right. Let's go. Soon Jiang Chang and Jiang Man arrived in the suite on the 5th floor. Jiang Man was now looking down at the bathrobe on her body, looking a little anxious as she stood in front of Jiang Chang. Looking at the somewhat anxious Jiang Man, Jiang Chang patted the position beside himself and spoke. Sit. Yes. Jiang Man immediately sat down next to Jiang Chang. Without saying anything, Jiang Chang picked Jiang Man up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. An hour later Jiang Chang sat up and poured a cup of warm water and gulped it down. See, Jiang Man gulped and looked at the glass of water in his hand. Jiang Chang poured another cup and handed it over. Thank you. Jiang Man took the water and quickly finished it as well. Jiang Chang snatched the cup of water in her hand and put it back to its original position, and then once again walked towards the bedside and pressed Jiang Man underneath. Chapter 79, Think I'm a Springboard? After another hour or so, Jiang Chang, who had done his business, sat on the bed with his cell phone and replied to the message. Jiang Man saw Jiang Chang leaning on the edge of the bed and after hesitating for a moment, she also sat up. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you are still satisfied with my service? Jiang Man asked as she gathered her courage. Jiang Chang didn't expect Jiang Man to actually ask such words, and naturally nodded, quite satisfied. Don't worry, I'll give you a tip when I leave later. I don't mean that. I don't want a tip. Jiang Man hurriedly waved her hand. Don't want a tip? What do you mean? If you are satisfied with me, can you let me follow you? I will serve you well. Jiang Chang listened to Jiang Man's words and gave her a look with inquiry. Why do you want to follow me? Just now, Mario said that those girls came here voluntarily. Jiang Chang knew that there were a lot of women in this line of work in Tyrant. Just like Sakura country. Wasn't it all about making money? And the ones like Jiang Man should be the kind that were strictly trained. Not only were the movements skillful, but the process was something she was very involved in and enjoyed. If she really had no choice but to come out to sell, Jiang Chang would still pity her. But it is voluntary that there is nothing to say. You love me. Money transactions only. Just like healthcare. He had heard a lot about the sad lives of those girls in his previous life when he went for massages. If you can let me follow you around. I won't stay here. I don't want to take customers. Jiang Chang shook his head. This Jiang Man was obviously using him as a springboard. Right? The moment Jiang Chang made a move, her look as well as her body's reaction was very strong. Moreover, Jiang Chang knew that even if there was a different person today, it was estimated that Jiang Man would also ask this. For no other reason than the fact that those who can afford to play with them have economic strength. Following such a person is definitely stronger than picking up customers here. I will let you give you 500,000 Chinese coins. Converted to Terran money, this money is enough for you to do a lot of things. The rest you can arrange yourself. 500,000 Chinese coins could do a lot of things in Tyrant. And as long as she was content, she could basically feed and clothe herself. If she still wanted more, then Jiang Chang couldn't care less. After saying hello to Mario, Jiang Chang left. As Jiang Chang said, after he left, Jiang Man wasn't very sad. Instead, she was still very happy and ran all the way to the supervisor. Excitedly, he asked, the guest left me 500,000 Chinese coins? Yes. You are really lucky. Going to retire? Jiang Man sniffed and picked up the cigarette on the table and smoked it skillfully. How can that be? I'm going to stay here. Where else can I get money faster than here? Haven't been to Tyrant yet. Take me out for a spin. Jiang Chang said to Wang Shang. Wang Shang looked at Jiang Chang and hesitated for a moment and said, young master, you're asking me to keep 500,000 Chinese coins. Isn't that a bit much? Thailand is not like the country. The girls here are quite open. Jiang Chang sniffed back. They are also surviving in the cracks, begging for a living under the stick. It's not easy. In the middle they have to cooperate with the shouting. In the end, they are still forced to foam at the mouth and swallow it raw. Help if you can. After Wang Shang digested for a few seconds, he couldn't help but silently extend his thumb to give Jiang Chang a nod. Okay, young master. Now at this point you can go to the local night market if you want to take a look around. There are a lot of stores and snacks with more local characteristics. Wang Shang said with a suggestion. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Chang casually walked around while strolling around. The night market here had the most variety of seafood and tropical fruits. What raw cuttlefish, coconut shrimp. Just when Jiang Chang was almost ready to go back to the hotel after strolling around, he suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying. Mom, let go of me. Jiang Chang's hearing is extremely good. Looked around and soon saw that there are two men are covering the mouth of a little girl of about 5 years old, is ready to pull her away. Jiang Chang quickly walked over and gave a wink towards Wang Shang. Soon the two of them came over and in a couple of moves, they had the two men under control. When the other party saw that Wang Shang and Cheng Zhong had guns, they immediately raised their hands in fear and didn't dare to move. Leaving the crowded night market and finding a corner with fewer people, Jiang Chang asked the little girl, what's your name? Why are you alone? My name is Annie. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I came with my mom just now. I want to try that raw pickled cuttlefish. When lining up, there are too many people. I don't know what happened. I was squeezed a little bit, then I can't see my mom. Jiang Chang looked at the pitiful appearance of this soft and cuddly looking little girl in front of him who was crying with red eyes. A hand picked her up. Do you know your mom's phone number? Annie nodded and reported her cell phone to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang called it and the other party quickly answered the phone. Hello, is this Annie's mom? Chapter 80, NXIN. Jiang Chang hung up the phone after reporting the location to her, and was still afraid to stick next to Jiang Chang, only to see her tightly grasping Jiang Chang's pants. Milky Voice opened his mouth and said, handsome brother, I'm a little scared. Can you hold me? I'm afraid of being hugged by bad people. Jiang Chang squatted down and touched her hair. Don't worry, brother is here to watch you. No one dares to grab you. Annie nodded and said somewhat shyly, brother, you're so handsome. More handsome than my favorite male star. Jiang Chang helplessly lost his smile and shook his head. How old are you? Chasing stars at such a young age? Annie proudly nodded. Of course. I'm almost 6 years old. When I was 5 years old, I liked brother Wang Jun Kai. My mom even asked for his autograph to give me as a birthday present. But secretly I found out that you're even more handsome than him. Kids nowadays are so precocious? No wonder they were so bearish. Jiang Chang had just finished speaking when a mature woman wearing a white woman's suit with slightly curly hair hurriedly ran towards them with a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels on her feet. The moment Annie saw the woman, she immediately ran towards her. Mommy, I'm here. only to see that woman immediately squat down and hug in tightly. Bean-sized tears fell down one by one, then let go of Annie again, grabbed Annie's hand and snapped at her buttocks, violently beating her twice. After the beatings and then a heartbroken hand will her into the embrace, and then crying while scolding, "You this bear child. Mom told you not to run. You still run. Do you know how long I have been looking for you?" Luckily nothing happened. If something happened, what would Mom do? And at this time also knows that she is wrong. Deflated mouth aggrieved while crying while speaking. "Mom, I never dare again. You don't cry. I know it's wrong. Are you alright? Let Mommy take a look." Annie shook her head and said to the woman, "I'm fine. Luckily this handsome brother helped me. I was able to find you. Don't run around in the future. This is not the country. It's dangerous." The woman hugged Anne and cried for a while, then immediately hugged Anne and stood up, walking towards Jung Chang. "Hello, my name is an Xin. This gentleman, thank you for calling me. Really thank you very much." An Xin spoke in a somewhat incoherent and excited manner. Jung Chang looked at the cozy scene of their mother and child reunion or couldn't help but spit out his voice. "Miss an Xin. Although this time there is a scare, but I still want to remind you that your own children look after themselves. Not every time can be so lucky. If it wasn't for Jung Chang tonight, this little guy wouldn't know what happened to him now." Every time he saw those abducted and sold children on the news, Jung Chang wanted to properly scold these parents, especially those guardians who took their children out to play with their cell phones. Their own children did not take care of, and when the child accident and then cried to death. This is not deserved? Who can blame? You blame yourself. Why don't you look after your child when he's such a bear? An Xin couldn't help but blush a little after being reprimanded by Jung Chang. Not looking after Anne was indeed her responsibility, only to see her embarrassedly bowing to Jung Chang and saying thankfully, "You're right. It's my fault. Next time I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Handsome brother, don't blame my mom. It's my fault," Annie said curtly to Jung Chang. Jung Chang hadn't had time to say anything yet. Wang Sheng on the side came over, only to see that he lowered his head after glancing at an Xin and opened his mouth to Jung Chang. "Young master, these two people have confessed, saying that they saw that little girl was good looking, and that they were a little drunk, and they wanted to pull it back to talk to their brothers." Those words behind Wang Sheng did not say anymore, but the people present in addition to Annie, people know by heart. This kind of thing often happens in Thailand and A3. These two countries often have girls riding the bus being victimized by all the men on the bus. And what's even more bizarre is that there are some men in the middle of the night who don't even let go of the cows. Overall, these two countries were simply outrageous to the extreme. An Xian's face changed color with a swish when she heard this. She shivered her mouth with a face of fear and asked Jung Chang, "Are you guys talking about the little girl is Anne?" After saying this, an Xian immediately picked up Annie and checked all over her body. Annie pulled an Xian to calm down. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine?" When they were about to pull me away, this brother rushed over and saved me. An Xian was terrified at this point. Speaking again, she counted down on Anne. "Do you know how dangerous it is? What if no one saves you? If something happens to you, Mom won't be able to live either." Annie wiped an Xian's tears and said with assurance, "Mom, it won't happen next time." An Xian hugged Annie for a while and then immediately bowed more solemnly to Jung Chang to say thank you. "Thank you for saving Annie. I thought she was just separated. I didn't realize that there was actually such a horrible thing. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Jung Chang nodded at an Xian, then looked at Wang Sheng with cold eyes and said in Thai, "This kind of scum doesn't even spare children. Deal with it." "Yes." After saying that, Wang Sheng turned around and left. After giving his orders, Jung Chang looked at an Xian and Annie and asked, "Where do you live? Should I send you guys back?" An Xian's eyes flashed with an imperceptible shocked color and then looked at Jung Chang with great gratitude. "I've already called someone to come over. I shouldn't have brought her out alone tonight. I originally thought that it was just to come out for a walk, so I didn't let the bodyguards follow me here. But I didn't think that something like this would happen." Jung Chang nodded. "It's not safer here than at home." "Yes, originally I didn't want to bring her to Thailander, but couldn't help but she kept making a scene. This bazaar is more lively. I thought there was no danger, didn't expect this to actually happen. May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Jung Chang." "Mr. Jung Chang, I really don't know how to thank you. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Jung Chang shook his head. "No need to bother. I'm going back to my country tomorrow." "Going back to my country? Then can I ask where you are from?" "From Rongcheng." "Such a coincidence. I'm also from Rongcheng. We're also going back the day after tomorrow. Can I leave a contact? Go back and treat you to dinner. Please do say yes." Seeing an Xin say that, Jung Chang opened the character scanning system. Name, an Xin. Age, 26 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 93. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendship value, 70. Intimate state. Reading the system introduction. Privacy value 0? What kind of operation is this? Giving birth to Annie without even once? Could it be that an xin and have some kind of hidden agenda? Chapter 81 Dad Set. Jiang Chung carefully looked at an xin. See, her dress should be a rich person. Hands holding is about 500,000 Kelly second generation Muchuan white Hermes bags. Hands wearing nearly 300,000 Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore type of women's watches. And the clothes on the body cannot see the brand. The high heels on the feet is Valentino. This all down almost 500,000. A proper rich woman. Jiang Chang nodded and exchanged winks with an xin. When an xin's bodyguards arrived, Wang Sheng's side was also taken care of. An xin brought him back inside the hotel. After carefully checking in again, she asked him to tell the whole thing again in detail. An xin did not find anything suspicious after listening. The bodyguard beside her opened his mouth and asked, "Miss, do you want to check on the person just now?" An xin thought for a moment and shook her head. No need. After all, he had saved Anne. It wasn't polite to investigate someone rashly. Moreover, Jiang Chang should not be a simple person. Although in the end he communicated with his men in Thai. But an xin was proficient in Thai and naturally understood the instructions Jiang Chang gave. Such a young man has this kind of power in Thailander. And he's also from our China. The dress code wasn't simple either. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person. The next morning Jiang Chang took the airplane to Tianfu. Going out to wave for so long and then not go home, Li Yan should be anxious with him. And before Jiang Chang in the Magic City to buy things have long been through the consignment sent to the airport in Tianfu. After picking up the things, Jiang Chang drove the Porsche back home. When Jiang Chang got off the plane, he had already greeted his father and mother. But when he arrived home, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmen were not there. Only sent a voice message to Jiang Chang to let him dinner take care of itself. Jiang Chang looked at the message speechless and sent a few question marks over. When it was past 8 in the evening, Li Yan and Jiang Jianming finally came back. The two of them walked in with the door open, talking and laughing. Jiang Chang heard the sound of the door opening and shouted towards the living room, "Mom and Dad, back ah!" Pausing the pesticide game on his phone and directly tapping return, Jiang Chang walked out of the living room. Seeing Jiang Chang walk out, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmen looked up and down at Jiang Chang with synchronized expressions. "You brat, you still know to come back. Yo, this outfit is quite handsome." Li Yan pouted and scolded Jiang Chang. "I didn't come back and you two didn't look for me ah? You even left me out tonight." Jiang Chang said with a complaint. "Our unit had a dinner party and couldn't push it." "Did you have dinner?" "Ordered takeout." "What's this?" Jiang Jianming asked as he looked at several large gift boxes placed on the table. "A gift bought for you. See if you like it?" "You brat, you show off when you have a little money." Although Jiang Jianming said so on his mouth, his hands quickly picked up the Patek Philippe box and opened it. The two Chanel bags on the side did not even look at a glance. On the contrary, Li Yan immediately picked up the bag of Chanel, sat down on the side of the sofa and quickly unpacked. Seeing the two bags, Li Yan's mouth laughed. "Look, your son is more than you will choose the gift. These two bags can be really nice. I can bring to the company tomorrow to show off." Jiang Jianming, who was suddenly lying down, glared at Jiang Chang imperceptibly. "Brat, you just know how to steal my thunder." After opening the Patek Philippe men's watch, Jiang Jianming's eyes instantly glowed. He had always paid attention to watches and naturally knew that this was Patek Philippe's $1 million model. Seeing that Jiang Jianming's face was not quite right, Li Yan spoke. "What's wrong? You don't like it? How much did you pay for this watch?" Jiang Jianming immediately put away his expression and shook his head. "Not much, more than $100,000. Li Yan glanced at Jiang Chang and glared at Jiang Jianming angrily. "More than $100,000 is already a lot. Your son is only a few years old ah. He sends you is the intention. You do not have a look of dislike." Jiang Jianming made a wink towards Jiang Chang. He coughed dryly and said, "Look at yours too. He bought you a piece. This one of yours is worth much more than mine. It should be more than $500,000, said Jiang Jianming while Li Yan look at the table gap immediately will be in their own hands. Rolex off to replace the Patek Philippe will be bought by Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang knew Jiang Jianming's routine. If you let Li Yan know that he gave Jiang Jianming to buy the watch to more than $1 million, I'm afraid that Jiang Jianming would not want to wear it out. Li Yan picked up the watch with a surprised face. "I didn't tell you to buy a cheap one. Why did you buy such an expensive one? You say you also really buy me so much. Give your father to buy a more than 100,000 yuan watch. No wonder your father this face." Jiang Chang innocently lying gun at the same time and would like to directly laugh out loud. He could only nod his head. "I really didn't think that much when I bought it. I will pay attention next time." Chapter 82 Lovely Little Crisp. By the way, when I bought the watch I also got a lady's perfume silk scarf. 6 cross cuffs and a keychain. You two arrange it yourselves. I'll take this silk scarf on the line. These will be cheaper for Lao Jiang. Li Yan said smilingly. Jiang Jianmen's left hand had been playing with the Patek Philippe watch, and although he was happy inside, he still put on a jealous look on the surface. Next time don't buy so much. Mom knows you are filial. Earn money to save some flowers later to marry a daughter-in-law with. Tonight our unit get-together. They have several families with daughters who have never been in love. Or Mom will give you a line. Li Yan said with an excited face. As soon as Jiang Cheng heard Li Yan mention this, he immediately gave a fake smile. Not interested. Mom, I'm going back to my room to play the game. Goodbye. After Jiang Cheng slipped away, Li Yan patted Jiang Jianming. Don't be angry with your son. Ah, the man was not much of a gift to buy. Money is not important. The heart is the most important. Besides, these things you're tired of seeing from childhood to adulthood. Jiang Jianming pretended reluctantly nodded. I know. This is the son sent can be the same? That's also true. The son has grown up. You can wear what he sends. Returning to the room, Jiang Chun picked up his cell phone and reconnected it to continue the game. Due to hang up for a while, the experience level has already pulled away a large distance. Once online and the other side of the line. Even if they are careful to be obscene development or immediately by the other side harvested the head. Jiang Cheng immediately a burst of speechless. This Guan Yu was also too strong. He was directly hacked to death when he was under the tower. At this time Jiang Cheng's teammates began to spray. This Luna is it. Just hung up even if. A come up to send head. Go home and do your homework. Grass. Jiang Cheng looked down to see that the one spraying himself was the mage in the middle. Fireless dance. Jiang Chun laughed a bit and clicked on the chat box, then clicked on everyone. Guan Yu from the opposite side. I'll give you $100 for each head you send. How many do I send and how many do I transfer to you? Big brother, you think I'm an elementary school student? Guan Yu replied. Jifu Bao send it over. First I'll transfer you a 500. That's always fine. Guan Yu wasn't polite and sent it over directly. Jiang Cheng switched the interface and transferred it directly. Okay, received. Big brother awesome. Immediately go over and wait for me. Guan Yu immediately facepalmed in front of Jiang Cheng and sent out the head. After harvesting the head, Jiang Cheng typed again. Whoever of you takes our center single away. 1 head for 100. Turn in seconds. As soon as Jiang Cheng sent it out, a few people on the opposite side immediately replied. Roger, big brother. Just rushing to the middle to gather. Unknown Fire Dance helplessly looked at the opposite side's operation and typed out countless question marks. The center single's Unknown Fire Dance was still unbelieving, and after being killed 3 times his mindset finally collapsed. He continued to type and sprayed Jiang Cheng, brain dead thing. Playing a game and asking people to kill your father? As soon as he typed, Jiang Cheng didn't have time to reply. The opposite team's king teammates immediately formed a group to curse back. Especially Guan Yu. After receiving $500 from Jiang Cheng, his attitude was even more attentive. Unknown Fire Dance. How come your tone of voice is so similar to my son? Do you really think that the internet is a place outside the law? Keep your mouth clean to my big brother. Actually, Guan Yu didn't want to be like this, but it was really because Jiang Cheng had given too much. Jiang Cheng had already given her $1,000, and it felt too much not to contribute. Several people took turns spraying Fireless Dance until she went straight offline. Offline after Guan Yu took the initiative to give sent over. Luna big brother. The next to do not want to double row. I am the game anchor. Technology is very good. Can give you the field as a doggo. Guan Yu is a little famous game anchor. Just now Jiang Cheng this wave of unintentional show of wealth. Let her live room instantly active. Drive a lot of traffic. And a handful of games let her earn $1,000. More than the direct share of the live broadcast she got her hands on in a day. Jiang Cheng naturally has no opinion. Someone to himself as a grass dog, why not? And Guan Yu's skills were really good. Anchor? Where's the anchor? Teasing fish anchor. Name Little Crispy. Okay, next hand together. Okay, big brother. Invite you later. There was no doubt that under the effect of the banknote ability, Jiang Cheng was of course directly lying to win. Next time, Xiao Crisp really invited Jiang Cheng. After inviting Jiang Cheng, she didn't mention the head to send money, and actually squatted in the grass to Jiang Cheng as a grass dog. After playing 3 games with a little shortcake, Jiang Cheng said hello to her and then went offline. After going offline, Jiang Cheng opened the Teasing Fish live broadcast. After the last time to Chow Inin brush inside the remaining 500,000 shark's fin coins, Jiang Cheng searched the live room of Little Crisp and found that Little Crisp is a very cute looking little loli. And the heat of her live room actually has 500,000. Then Chow Inin, that little anchor, is too powerful. Jiang Cheng opened the character scanning system. Name, by Xiao. Age, 20 years old. Height, 155 centimeters. Face value, 92. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 40. Jiang Chang directly sent her 5 super rockets. Seeing someone sending super rockets, Little Crisp quickly opened her mouth to thank them. Thank you big brother, see fixing God's needle, for the 5 rounds of super rockets. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the name of the see fixing God's needle ma all came out to watch the fun. Big brother, see fixing God's needle, hasn't appeared for a long time. And he actually came to see Tiny Crisp? Ha, not going to see Sister Chow? Sister Chow is estimated to have taken it. Tiny Crisp looked at the netizens typing again before remembering who, see fixing God's needle, was. It's that big guy who angrily swiped $2.5 million a while ago. A little bit of pastry is flattered to say, see God pin, big brother is here. You say a word. I give you a card. Jiang Cheng typed, tough you to me as a grass dog. Down. Bye. After saying that, Jiang Cheng directly exited. On the other hand, Xiao Crisp's side exploded. She incredibly covered her mouth. I didn't expect to play the game to match a godly hero. So Big Brother also plays king. Suddenly I feel like I have a little more in common with Big Brother. The netizens above wake up. Big Brother plays a game with 100 heads ahead. Chapter 83 Self-Reliance. After waking up the next day, Jiang Chun looked at the empty kitchen and breathlessly picked up his cell phone to send a wiki to Li Yan. Mom, where's breakfast? Li Yan's side quickly returned. Buy your own food downstairs. In the past, when Li Yan didn't prepare breakfast she would still leave him $100 to buy breakfast, but now she wasn't polite at all. Jiang Chang shook his head speechlessly and opened the takeout software. After ordering the takeout, Jiang Chang brushed up the circle of friends. The first one is Zhou Zhiyun sent the saying, I'm sorry I'm pretentious thoughts. Jiang Chang frowned and clicked Zhou Zhiyun's avatar into his circle of friends. This look are all non-mainstream sentimental sayings. See Jiang Chang suddenly a burst of brain pain. I will still be in front of you laugh wantonly. Just after the past and accustomed to loneliness. I can say it's okay when it hurts. I can say it doesn't matter when I'm sad. Jiang Cheng cut it out and then left a message below saying, lost love again? After posting it, he then swiped down and saw that Zhou Ying had posted a plane ticket from Mordor to Tianfu. Looking at the time, she should be almost there. Jiang Cheng sent a private message to Zhou Ying. After 5 minutes, Zhou Ying sent it over. I just arrived home. Why did you come back? Accompanying my mom back to see my dad. It's his Memorial Day soon. Jiang Cheng froze for a moment as he looked at the message reply. This topic was awkward. And while Jiang Cheng was still wondering how to reply, Zhou Ying took the initiative to send another message over. Is Tyrant fun? I went there once when I was a kid. This was one thing that Jiang Cheng appreciated about Zhou Ying, not being pretentious but also being considerate of other people's feelings. It was easy to get along with her. There was no pressure. However, such a girl also showed a very sensitive heart. It needs Jiang Cheng to pull over and love her properly. Didn't play. Went to work. Came back yesterday. Want to go together next time? So fast. Just go for a day? Yeah. I'm in Tianfu now. Want to have dinner together in the evening? Zhou Ying sent over after a long interval this time. I have a date tonight. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow? That's fine. It's a deal. At night Jiang Jianmen and Li Yan didn't come home to cook again. So Jiang Chang had no choice but to drive outside to eat. Jiang Chang drove the car all the way to Taikuli. The car well-owned parked to the opposite side of the LV store. Jiang Chang will go directly after. There is a parking tip in Tianfu. That is, when you drive an ordinary car, you can only honestly park the car to the underground parking lot. But if you drive a Porsche 918 like Jiang Chang, you can park it anywhere you want even if there is a no parking sign. After all, the security guards at this time will selectively be blind even if they see it. Jiang Chang walked directly into the LV. He came back this time still did not bring clothes. Before buying clothes are placed in the Yangyunaman. Now there is only a set of new clothes for washing. Jiang Chang walked into the store and randomly selected. Less than 10 minutes to buy a good. After all, he picked t-shirts only one guideline. Simple model smooth eyes. One of the most important reasons is that you do not have to obsess about the price. So do not have to spend much time. After settling the bill, Jiang Chang put the clothes inside the car and then prepared to find a random store to settle dinner. Right at this moment, a Porsche 911 stopped diagonally opposite the entrance of the LV. At this time, a handsome man in a suit and tie came down from above. After getting out of the car, he jogged to the passenger side and opened the car door attentively. At this time, the co-pilot stretched out a pair of snow-white straight legs. Down a woman wearing a simple white dress. The tight-fitting dress outlined the woman's perfect curves accurately. As soon as that woman appeared, the nearby security guards and the crowds of people coming and going all started to fix their eyes on her. There were even some male bloggers who were taking street photos in Taikuli because they were too mesmerized by looking at her. And they kicked their feet to the pillar next to them without paying attention. It hurt so much that he squatted on the ground and cried out to his parents. Oh my God! It's so beautiful! Is it a star? It's really right to come to Taikuli. If it's not a star, it's probably an internet star. The body is too good. This leg and the meat in front of it. I like it when a female looks at it. Chapter 84 Wang Yuan's confidence. Although Jiang Chang didn't see her face, the slightly curly hair and delicate figure as well as the reactions of the passers-by all directly indicated that she was a beautiful woman. Jiang Chang was ready to turn his head away after just a slight glance. And just then, the boy suddenly got down on one knee and said towards the girl, "Zhou Ying, can you please be my girlfriend?" Jiang Chang couldn't help but turn his head with a slight change in color when he heard this name, and walked closer to see that the girl was really Zhou Ying. "Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhou Ying looked around a bit awkwardly and frowned at Wang Yuan again. Obviously she didn't expect Wang Yuan to act this way either. "Zhou Ying, I've liked you for a long time. I've liked you since I used to be a student. I know I didn't deserve you in the past, but now I think I can give you happiness. Promise me, okay?" After saying that, the boy took out a delicate box from his pocket, and after opening it, there was a sparkling white gold diamond necklace of Dr. Because of Wang Yuan's action of kneeling down on one knee, the number of onlookers watching from their side was increasing. "Look, is someone proposing? Oh my god, Porsche 911. This car must be millions. So it's a rich handsome guy. Too romantic. Only this kind of rich guy can bring such a beautiful girl. Wang Yuan, don't be like this. Get up. Everyone is watching." Seeing the crowd of onlookers, Zhou Ying said with some difficulty. Wang Yuan was listening to the admiration of the surrounding crowd at this time. His heart began to swell. Where would he still feel embarrassed? "Zhou Ying, don't you like this necklace? I've heard that you girls all like shiny things, so I specially went to DR and chose this necklace for you, and if you agree to be my girlfriend, I can also customize a unique diamond ring for you." After Wang Yuan said this, there was another commotion inside the crowd. "This is too romantic. If someone did this to me, I would definitely say yes right away. I've heard that DR's slogan when men can only customize one exclusive ring in their lifetime. This necklace of his must cost tens of thousands of dollars. So envious. Wang Yuan, I only consider you a friend. Get up." Zhou Ying's face sank in displeasure and said, "Zhou Ying, I know you were momentarily frightened. It's fine. I can give you a little more time to think it over." Wang Yuan looked at the necklace in his hand with an enigmatic confident smile on his lips. Wang Yuan thought to himself, this necklace had cost him $38,000 to buy. If he had put it in the past, Zhou Ying probably wouldn't have put this kind of priced necklace in her eyes, but now $38,000 isn't a small amount of money for her, right? And he is now this kind of condition of handsome man. His family is a company. With Zhou Ying is more than enough. Wang Yuan is very confident that he can get Zhou Ying. Even if Zhou Ying shows a difficult look, Wang Yuan will only think that she is trying to escape. After all, it would take a little time for a beautiful woman to bow down to someone who was once inferior to her. The other beauties beside her looked at Wang Yuan, who was a gentlemanly-looking and generous man, and all of them were suddenly moved. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Wang Yuan, who drove $1 million Porsche and bought tens of thousands of dollars of necklaces, was really a rare high-quality object. This is simply the Prince Charming in the hearts of most girls. Unfortunately, most of these girls do not include Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan can be said to have known each other since childhood, and both parents are familiar with each other. That's why Zhou Ying came out with Wang Yuan today. However, she didn't expect that Wang Yuan would actually engage in such a situation in public. "Wang Yuan, I'll leave if you keep this up." Seeing Wang Yuan not getting up, Zhou Ying's face became even more gloomy. She had already said several sentences very subtly, but Wang Yuan still didn't get up. It was clear that he wanted to force her, trying to make her embarrassed to reject him in public. Chapter 85 Jiang Cheng's Operation. "Wait, Zhou Ying, I also prepared a surprise for you. You'll love it." After saying that, Wang Yuan thought he was very handsome and clapped his hands, only to see several people immediately walk out from the side. Among them were those holding flowers, those holding signs, and those holding guitars. After a girl with a large bouquet of roses handed the flowers to Wang Yuan, she immediately held up a shiny atmosphere sign. On it were the words "Promise Him" written in big letters. Then a few people began to sing a non-mainstream love song to Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan. "I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many storms there are, I will still love you." The moment such a dated internet love song was sung, it immediately filled Zhou Ying's head with black lines. Zhou Ying hadn't even opened her mouth to refuse, but the crowd of onlookers immediately started to bring up the tempo again. Among them, there was also a woman who was the most bizarre. "Oh my god, this is the most romantic way of courting I've ever seen. Handsome. I'm willing if she's not. I'm not bad." That girl looked at Wang Yuan with a burning gaze. Seeing her say such shameless words, her boyfriend next to her immediately quit. A face of anger said, "What are you talking about? You forget that you have a boyfriend? Her boyfriend finished that girl suddenly became more agitated. You still have the nerve to say, I've been with you for so long you've never given me a surprise. Look at others. And Dr. and 99 Roses in love songs. What about you? What did you give me besides treating me to a $6 spicy hot pot? Break up. After saying that, the girl huffed and turned her head away. The boy saw the situation, angrily scolded Wang Yuan, La Crotch man. Dr. purchase as long as you change a foreign place can directly customize multiple rings. Pretend what deep love. Beauty. Don't be fooled. After saying that, the boy also turned his head and left. Seeing that his plan was disrupted by the two psychopaths, Wang Yuan couldn't help but resist the urge to curse and explain towards Zhou Ying, don't listen to him, he's just jealous that I'm rich. It takes one like me to be worthy of you. Promise me, if you promise me, you don't have to go back to work in the future. I'll even give you $50,000 of pocket money every month. After saying that, Wang Yuan then immediately bloomed a hint of confident and charming smile. Seeing Wang Yuan's bursting self-confidence, Zhou Ying laughed breathlessly for a while and shook her head. Although $50,000 was a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but Zhou Ying was also someone who had seen a lot. Even though her family had fallen from grace, the attraction of $50,000 was still almost zero to her. The key was that Wang Yuan's attitude towards her always had a hint of hidden superiority, which made Zhou Ying very uncomfortable. Wang Yuan also knew that he appeared a bit showy in front of Zhou Ying. However, in the past, he was not qualified to be arrogant in front of Zhou Ying. Now it was different. Just like a poor person who suddenly became rich would always spend with a vengeance. Now that Wang Yuan suddenly had the capital to show off in front of Zhou Ying, he couldn't control himself for a while and was always dejected if nothing else. At this moment, the system prompted with a ding. The system releases a special task. Choice 1, being a melon eater like the people around you. You will receive a card of high-quality melons and fruits, and a copy of the internet's most melon eater record book. Choice 2, help Zhou Ying get out of trouble. Will receive 1 consumption blitz card, 1 bad luck deck. Zhang Chang looked at the choices in front of him. This system was messing with things. The last time he used the gourmet cashback card he had received nearly 200 million yuan in cashback. And this time, the consumer blitz card obviously cashback multiplier is even greater. Zhang Chang directly clicked to select the second item. After selecting it, Zhang Chang casually picked a few red, yellow, and blue flowers by the roadside flower bed. Taking a dozen or so roadside wildflowers, he walked towards Zhou Ying. At this time, the onlookers were still saying loudly to Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan, promise him, promise him. At this moment, Zhang Chang suddenly appeared. Zhang Chang walked straight to the center of Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan, and casually handed the flower to Zhou Ying. This beautiful woman, if you don't like roses, see if you like this flower, and if you like it, can you be my girlfriend? With Zhang Chang's appearance, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too brave. But this is not comparable at all. People are 99 Roses. Yes, and there are diamond necklaces. This man a little sincerity or not. Look at his flowers and some are absent. He is too funny? Obviously the onlookers didn't buy Zhang Chang's approach. And Wang Yuan also stood up speechlessly. Obviously at this time he did not put Zhang Chang in his eyes. After all, he felt that his last $38,000 necklace, plus more than $1,000 to hire the Atmosphere Group, had already directly killed Zhang Chang these few roadside wildflowers. I say this little brother. Picking up girls is to spend money. Look at you. Even the basic money to buy flowers are not willing to pay out to learn others out to cut off. I advise you to go home to wash and sleep, dreaming of everything. After Wang Yuan said this, the crowd of onlookers nodded in favor. Although they didn't deny that Zhang Chang was handsome, handsome was nothing in front of money. One was generous and drove a luxury car, while the other was holding a few small wildflowers. To a comparison, immediately divided into high and low. As long as it is normal, people will directly choose Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Chang's appearance but did not panic. On the contrary, he felt that Zhang Chang is to send assists. At this time he once again holding flowers walked to the front of Zhou Ying. Greasy said, Zhou Ying, you just from me. Do not resist. With a greasy expression on his face, Wang Yuan once again recited what he felt was a very domineering quote from the domineering president, and inwardly felt that he was as stable as a batch. But accidents still happened. Zhou Ying not only did not buy the bill but also directly took the flowers in Zhang Chang's hands. Since only see her towards Zhang Chang's sweet smile, thank you. I like this flower. When Zhou Ying smiled, the air around her suddenly became sweet. Especially those boys who were onlookers all felt like they were in love all of a sudden. Holy shit. Worthy of being a goddess. She actually chose love. I finally believe in love again. So there really are people who would rather cry on top of a bicycle than sit on top of a supercar and laugh? This woman has a self-mutilation tendency, right? Chapter 86. I can't do this question. Haven't I? This was just picked casually there. The color is still specially matched. Jiang Chang said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Chang being so amused, Zhou covered her mouth and said with a smile, tough on you. I really like it. Seeing the two flirting, Wang Yuan's heart broke into halves. What the hell? Zhou didn't appreciate any of what he had arranged. And Jiang Chang picking a few wildflowers was hard work? Wang Yuan at this time cannot help but eyes redden to the sky long roar. No. This question I will not do. After the roar, Wang Yuan asked towards Zhou. Zhou, I'll give you another chance. You must be lying to me, right? After saying that, Wang Yuan also thoughtfully pulled a crooked smile towards Zhou. Seeing this greasy smile, Zhou couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. Wang Yuan, thank you, but I really don't need you to give me a chance. Buddy, it's not that I'm talking about you. She's already said it many times. She just doesn't want to embarrass you that much. Be a man. Be spontaneous. The sky is the limit. Jiang Chang patted Wang Yuan's shoulder said. Wang Yuan saw Jiang Chang seems to be a sincere enlightenment of their own appearance. Suddenly face cramp up. Damn. Snatched his girlfriend and still so arrogant. Dude, I'm telling you, don't come and make trouble. Will you leave here? You can't give Zhou happiness. Jiang Chang's head was filled with questions when he heard Wang Yuan's words. This person is sick, right? How do you know I can't give her happiness? Do you know how much Zhou Ying's monthly living expenses used to be? 50,000. Can you afford to give it to her? Although her family is failing now, she's still that beautiful young lady in my heart. As long as she follows me, I'll give her $50,000 a month for pocket money as well. Can you afford it? Can you take her in a luxury car? Buy her a necklace? Buy her 99 roses? In the end, Wang Yuan even started to question Jiang Chang loudly. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan and shook his head. Then you buy her these, did she accept? Jiang Chang then asked Zhou, do you like these? Zhou seriously considered it and said, that depends on who sent it. Then what if I send them to you? Jiang Chang asked again with interest. Of course I like it. Zhou playfully nodded. Wang Yuan instantly wanted to spit out blood, but he still didn't believe that a kid from the side of the road would be able to steal Zhou from himself. I say you, how about this? I'll give you $100,000 and you leave Zhou. Brother, you don't have a problem with your brain. Jiang Chang was instantly amused. This Wang Yuan had watched too many domineering presidents, right? What are you laughing at? Don't believe it? Do you know how much my car costs? This car was bought for him only after he begged his parents for years, and he just picked it up last month. Wang Yuan had to show it off no matter who he saw. Yo, Porsche 911. Awesome. Luxury car. Jiang Chang said derisively. I didn't expect you to be quite discerning, but I have more than $1 million for this plus configuration. How about you? Do you have a car? Do you have a car? Can you afford to drive such an expensive car? Wang Yuan finished with a proud face. At this time, LV's account manager ran out of the store with a bag of things. As soon as she came out, she looked around quickly and immediately jogged over when she saw Jiang Chang, only to see her respectfully bow to Jiang Chang. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, the things you just bought missed a belt for you to put in. Jiang Chang looked at the bag the account manager was carrying in her hand and nodded casually. Oh, okay, help me put it in that car over there. After saying that, Jiang Chang took out the Porsche's car key and pressed it against the car not far away. The sound of drip drip rang out. A group of people followed the sound and looked over. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. I had a big grass. Porsche 918. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This car is also a Porsche. No wonder that girl agreed to him. So they are all luxury car owners. It seems to be a love triangle. Grass. There are so many rich people. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Although all are Porsche, but one is 911. One is 918. The price difference is more than 10 times. What? Is that car that expensive? Chapter 87, Losing Completely. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan, who was petrified with his mouth open, laughed lightly, patted his shoulder and said, Buddy, how is it? Is my car okay? Wang Yuan at this time a face ate shit look, hard to squeeze out a trace of embarrassing smile and said, quite good. Thinking about how he had just gloated in front of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuan couldn't help but blush. He knew that he had lost, and had lost completely. Jiang Chang saw that Wang Yuan looked like he was devastated, so he lost interest in playing on. Turning to Zhou, he said, this beautiful woman, when it comes to mealtime, do you want to accompany me for a meal? Good. Zhou walked over and naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Chang. Wang Yuan was left alone and crouched on the ground in a state of disorientation. Inside the private room of the Japanese restaurant, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou and asked, so you're not doing anything tonight, is out on a date? I didn't give you any trouble just now, did I? Zhou looked at Jiang Chang and guffawed, shook her head and said, of course not. I am accompanying my mom to her former friend's house tonight. That is, Wang Yuan and their house. After arriving they desperately wanted us both to come out to play. Couldn't put it off before we came out. I didn't think that as soon as I got here Wang Yuan would make these moves. Zhang Chang nodded and put on a hurt expression and said, I was sad for a while when I first saw it. I thought you rejected me because of him. Zhou looked at Zhang Chang as he said this, and immediately blushed a little. For a moment, she couldn't even tell if Zhang Chang was speaking the truth or a joke. Zhang Chang, you're still so fond of jokes. I remember that you used to be quite popular in the class. I didn't realize that the goddess had paid attention to me. Zhou nodded shyly and said, in the past, I didn't have many friends in class, and my family's control was strict. As soon as school was over, they sent a driver to take me home, so I didn't even have the chance to play with my classmates. I only remember that you were quite active in the class during the end of the class or during gym class. On the contrary, I should be considered a transparent person. Zhang Chang snorted out a laugh. You, transparent? Zhou, aren't you underestimating yourself too much? If you were an ordinary-looking person, then you could still say that you're an invisible person. With your looks, you're also very high profile in the class. Okay. Zhou shook her head disapprovingly. Although I'm not bad-looking, I'm not as popular as you say. And there aren't many people chasing after me. Haven't you chased after me too? That's because everyone is young and inferior. Goddesses are only to be admired from afar. Is that so? What about you? Zhou asked as she looked at Zhang Chang with wide-eyed interest. Zhang Chang dryly coughed twice and said in a serious manner, I go to school to study, not to fall in love. I'm not like other people. After eating, the two of them strolled around Taiku Li. It's been a while since I've been here. It's changed so much, Zhou said with emotion. I haven't come here to shop much before. To be honest, today is the first time I've been here. Didn't come here with your girlfriend? Zhou asked tentatively, because she knew that Zhang Chang had a girlfriend. The moment these words came out, the scum cells in Zhang Chang's brain instantly awakened. Zhang Chang laughed a little to himself. Actually, I'm with Zhao Jia. We usually chat about wizards, and I've already broken up with her. Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's to himself. He remembered that he added 5 points when he bought the car before, and then added another 5 points when he was in the bar. Obviously there were 85 points. How come it dropped to 78 points now? Does it mean that this friendly value will still be higher and lower with the idea? I didn't expect Zhou Ying's friendliness value to rise so slowly, but that was right. The impact of money on Zhou Ying shouldn't be that great. Zhou Ying was naturally a bit more difficult to attack than an ordinary girl. That's so, but you're handsome and have money, so logically there should be a lot of girls who like you, right? Like me or not, I don't know. I was busy studying before. Other than paying attention to you, I didn't think about other people that much. Once Zhang Chang said this, Zhou Ying's face couldn't help but redden again. Zhang Chang saw Zhou Ying shy also did not take the opportunity to flirt. Seeing the front is Cartier's counter, Zhang Chang naturally pulled up Zhou Ying and walked over. Suddenly being held by Zhang Chang's hand, Zhou Ying's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Zhou Ying tried to gently pull her hand out, but Zhang Chang did not let go of the intention. Just like this, Zhou Ying also did not make a sound. A shy look. Let Zhang Chang hold. The Cartier in Taiku Li was decorated in a very simple and high-grade manner. The large floor-to-ceiling glass windows coupled with the bright lights. Once you enter, you can see a piece of exquisite sparkling jewelry on the counter. Cartier counterkeeper saw a tall and handsome boy with a fairy-like girl walked in and immediately walked towards the two of them. Looking at the two of them in a generous manner, she instantly felt that these two people must be potential customers. Just after stepping into Cartier's store, the dreams come true system ding. The dream come true system prompted. Choice 1. Buy a gift for Zhou Ying and get 5 shopping cashback cards. The maximum balance for a single card is $500,000. Choice 2. Fake look will obtain a spell show $9 9-pack Iron Rooster. Zhang Chang looked at the system's prompt speechlessly. This was something that anyone with a normal IQ would know what to choose, right? Chapter 88 Standardized Man's Routine. At this time, Cartier's store does not have a steady stream of customers. On the contrary, together with Zhang Chang and Zhou Ying, there are only 4 customers. Zhou Ying quietly followed behind Zhang Chang, calmly looked at the jewelry inside the cabinet. At this time, a female shopping guide quickly walked forward, smiled and asked, Hello, this gentleman, this lady, may I ask what needs can I help you? Zhang Chang pointed to the necklace above and asked, Which one do you like? Zhou Ying froze for a moment at the words. A pair of bright eyes stared at Zhang Chang for a while and said, You're asking me? Didn't you say that you would like the one I gave you? Zhang Chang asked her in return. I was only joking. Zhou Ying naturally knew how expensive Cartier was. She felt that her relationship with Zhang Chang hadn't progressed to the stage of asking him for a gift. I'm not joking. I said seriously. Zhang Chang looked at Zhou Ying with a deep look on his face. That look made Zhou want to pull her hand out again, but Jiang Cheng's big hand was still holding her tightly. Zhou glanced at the female shopper next to her, only to see the female shopper's eyes staring straight at Jiang Cheng. Inwardly, she couldn't help but secretly spit out. Rich and golden handsome man wherever he goes is very popular with women. Seeing that Zhou didn't pick, Jiang Cheng looked at it and directly skipped the cheap styles, pointing to a new Panthera D Cartier cheetah necklace 18K yellow gold necklace in front of him, worth $80,000. Mr. Really good eyes. This Panthera DE Cartier cheetah series necklace is made of yellow gold, black lacquer, set with 1 savorite garnet and 19 round brilliant cut diamonds. Total weight is 0.07 carats. The new classic series. Bring up the coquettish and delicate, very good looking. The female shopper quickly took out the necklace and handed it to Zhou with an expectant face, who saw this and politely took it and tried it on. Looking at that exquisite little cheetah quietly lying on Zhou Ying's beautiful collarbone, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look a little mesmerized, and that aggressive look made Zhou couldn't help but blush. After a few seconds Jiang Cheng nodded. It suits you. Looking at this exquisite necklace, Zhou really couldn't pick any faults, and could only agree back. It is indeed quite good looking. Seeing that Zhou didn't refuse, Jiang Cheng continued to pull and pick the other styles in the store. Choosing all felt slightly disappointing. Even if it was their wristwatches, the price wasn't high. The highest can only barely choose a 230,000 women's wristwatch plus a more than 80,000 bracelet and a more than 8,000 earrings. When the card was swiped, it barely managed to scrape together $400,000. A sight of the female shopper to see Jiang Cheng payment smiling look, inner more envious. After Jiang Cheng left she immediately discussed it with another female guide. Other people's boyfriends never let people down. You see? Payment time happy into what? On the contrary, that girl is still a face of reluctance. Of course I saw. Handsome and generous. Really envious. How come we haven't met this kind of boy? Yes. Usually are girls pulling boys in to consume. Pay the bill when those boys are a face of meat pain. Rarely seen to buy a bill to buy so happy. You see he also specializes in picking expensive to buy. Really sour. Your commission this month can be more right. The reason why Jiang Cheng was smiling when he made the payment was because he used the shopping cashback card when he made the payment and received a 50 times rebate. That was $20 million. Having both bought a gift for Zhou and hoard out so much money for nothing, how could he be in a bad mood? There were still 4 shopping cashback cards left, but Zhou said she didn't want to shop anymore. She was not willing to spend Jiang Cheng's money again. Soon Jiang Cheng drove Zhou back home. In front of him was an old neighborhood. The age of the buildings in this neighborhood had to be more than 20 years old at a glance. What floor do you live on? This neighborhood doesn't seem to have an elevator? This was bought by my dad when he was young. It's been several decades. All the previous houses were mortgaged. Only this one is left. There's no elevator. We live on the 5th floor. Jiang Cheng nodded. Then I'll send you up? Zhou shook her head. No need. My mom is up there. You go back. Jiang Cheng sniffed and nodded, reluctantly letting go of Zhou Ying's hand. Then you walk slower. Good. Zhou shyly waved her hand towards Jiang Cheng, turned her head and walked in. As soon as Zhou arrived home, Fang Yuan stood up from the sofa. Fang Yuan, who was only 36 years old this year, was very well maintained and could not be seen as Zhou Ying's mother at all. How's it going? Seeing Fang Yuan's expectant face, Zhou said sullenly, how's what? Wang Yuan how's the dating date going for you two? Mom, I don't like him. Mentioning Wang Yuan, Zhou Ying's face instantly pulled down. Fang Yuan's sharp eye spotted the Cartier shopping bag in Zhou Ying's hand. You don't like him and you still took his gift? It's not from him, it's from my classmate. Your classmate? It's not that I'm talking about you. Although Wang Yuan is not as good as our family used to be, but you also know the situation of our family now. Your father is gone. There is a large sum of money left in arrears. Although I don't like Wang Yuan very much either, but Mom really can't do anything about it. They said that if you get together with him, you should get to know each other first and then get married, and they will help us to get rid of this debt. And we are more familiar with our two families, and Mom is more at ease. I really don't want her to hide in the East anymore. After saying that, Fang Yuan took over the shopping bag in Zhou Ying's hand and opened it to look at it. Haven't I been looking for a job? I will think of a way. Wang Yuan, you also know. He used too often. How long do you have to work part-time for a few $1 million? Mom is also tired. Anyway, I won't be with Wang Yuan. I don't want it. You child, what are you saying? When Fang Yuan saw that Zhou could not make sense, she was a little angry, but the moment she saw the small shopping ticket she was silenced. Chapter 89, really just a classmate. After Fang Yuan opened the boxes of the Cartier gift box one by one and looked at them, she froze for a while and said to Zhou with the small ticket, what is the relationship between you and this classmate of yours? Zhou knew what Fang Yuan meant when she asked. We are just ordinary classmates. Fang Yuan obviously didn't believe Zhou Ying's words. She looked at Zhou with a probing look and said, Tell mom the truth. Did you reject Wang Yuan because of him? Zhou shook her head and continued to deny. I don't like Wang Yuan because of his character. Not because of anyone. Then what's going on with this classmate of yours today? Why did he suddenly send you these? Fang Yuan still asked undeterred. Just now it was just happened to meet. So we had dinner together. Then how did he buy you such expensive things? The two of you shouldn't have already. Seeing Fang Yuan thinking more and more crookedly, Zhou helplessly hurriedly denied. You're overthinking it. My classmate is very rich. These might not be worth anything in his eyes. $400,000 is still worthless? Fang Yuan looked at Zhou with even more shock at this point. Zhou helplessly sighed and told Fang Yuan about meeting Zhang Chang. Fang Yuan frowned after listening. Do you like him because he's rich? No. The two of us are just classmates now. But if I were to be with him it certainly wouldn't be because of his money. As long as I like it, I will be with him whether he has money or not. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou and laughed a little, shaking her head with a teasing face. You're still young. You don't understand anything. What's the use of love? Can it feed your stomach? Mom is doing this for your own good. Right now our family can still barely make some connections. Mom just doesn't want you to keep suffering like this. Seeing that Fang Yuan was starting to brainwash herself again, Zhou impatiently packed up her things and headed to her room. When Fang Yuan saw Zhou ignoring herself, she rolled her eyes in anger. This child is really stupid. Just like she used to be. Zhang Chang soon arrived home, and as soon as he got home, he saw Li Yan carrying a plate of fruits watching the news broadcast while Zhang Jianming was over the balcony making a phone call. But looking at his frowning face it was obvious that the conversation wasn't going very well. Zhang Chang sat down next to Li Yan and took the fruit that Li Yan handed over, eating it while asking, "What's wrong with Dad? The matter of the amusement park project. I guess I can't get it. I'm fretting. Amusement park? Didn't I hear it was a good deal a while ago? Well, there is a situation. Do not care about him. Cannot sign down even if. Anyway, you will make money now. Do not need us." Zhang Chang looked at Li Yan speechlessly. He felt that since he had shown his cards Li Yan had let himself go even more. Not only would she not worry about him being cold and hungry now, she didn't expect that she would even start laying down money now. As soon as Zhang Chun woke up from his nap the next day at noon, he checked what large shopping malls there were around him where he could swipe money. After all, he still had 4 consumer cashback cards sitting inside his system. Zhang Chang located the newly opened large luxury shopping mall SKP. The SKP in Tianfu Roncheng was obviously a lot less crowded compared to Taikuli. At a glance the entire mall is a high luxury brand. Zhang Chang casually walked around after taking a straight elevator on the second floor. Just when Zhang Chang was looking at the signage on the second floor, a pair of soft and cute little hands pulled his pants leg. Then a cute childish voice rang out. "Handsome brother, why are you here?" Zhang Chang lowered his head to take a look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Annie?" Seeing Annie alone, Zhang Chang couldn't help but sink his face again. "You're alone?" Annie shook her head and hurriedly pointed behind her. "My mom is back there." Zhang Chang looked in the direction of her finger, only to see an Xin walking towards the two of them with a light smile. "Mr. Jiang, such a coincidence?" Zhang Chang nodded towards an Xin. "Sister Xin, you brought her out alone." An Xin knew what Zhang Chang meant and said with embarrassment, "It's safer in the country. I always go out on my own." And just now this bare child of hers ran fast again, and hurriedly pulled Zhang Chang's pants and said poutingly, "Handsome brother, I'm not running around now. I know my mom is in the back. I'll still wait for her." Zhang Chang helplessly touched her head. "Still no, don't run around. Not allowed to run so fast alone in the future. Later your mom can't catch up with you how to do." Chapter 90, Jiang Jianmen's brainstorming. "I know. I listen to everything handsome brother says. Next time I won't run away." Annie's small face flushed red and said, "This child listens to you. Usually when I say something to her, she always goes in the left ear and out the right." An Xin said helplessly. After saying that, an Xin asked, "Are you alone?" Zhang Chang nodded. "It's okay to come over and stroll around." Seeing Zhang Chang alone, Anne's eyes lit up and immediately grabbed Zhang Chang's arm and shook it petulantly. "Then handsome brother accompany us to stroll together, okay? Today is my birthday. My mom wants to send me a birthday gift. Help me choose a gift together, can you?" Seeing that Anne was going to be a demon again, an Xin hurriedly pulled her hand over and said embarrassedly, "Anne, brother Zhang Chang is very busy. Mom will just accompany you to shop." And saw the situation with a reluctant face and beeped her mouth and broke away from an Xion's hand and pulled Zhang Chang again. I want brother Zhang Chang with me. Anne, don't make a scene, or mom will get angry." Seeing an Xian ferocious himself, and immediately deflated her mouth to make a look like she was going to cry. You said well not angry today. Jiang Chang looked at the playwright Annie helplessly shook his head, but a closer look. Annie's looks and an Xin is not at all like, and her eyes are still brown, long as a rag doll. With Annie such a base, after growing up the appearance should not be bad. Jiang Chang scratched Annie's nose and then asked, "Today is your birthday?" "Aha. My mom promised to accompany me to the amusement park to play." "Handsome brother, you also go together, okay?" Annie asked with an expectant face. Just then the system prompted with a ding sound. Choice 1. Agree to accompany Annie to play. You will obtain the deep eyes skill. Choice 2. Refuse to play with Annie. You will receive 2 bad luck cards. Jiang Chang looked at the 2 choices and chose the first one without hesitation. The deep eyes skill was a good thing. As the saying goes, having a pair of eyes that look at a dog with deep affection is definitely a mesmerizing skill for the majority of women. Alright, that just so happens to be picked together. I'll also buy you a birthday present. An Xin hurriedly waved her hand. That won't do. How can I ask for your gift? In contrast to an Xin's constraints, and looked very excited. Good, brother Jiang Chang. I'll tell you, my mom loves you, and has often mentioned you to my grandpa recently, and she'll be very happy if you play with us. Seeing and reveal her own bottom, an Xin instantly face rises a hot air. Shyly whispered reprimand, Anne. What are you talking nonsense? Jiang Chang, I just mentioned something to my dad about you saving Anne. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Chang looked at an Xin's shy little womanly appearance, and couldn't help but see a flash of flowing light under his eyes. This felt a bit wrong. Ignoring an Xin's words, Jiang Chang directly took Anne's hand and said, Anne, go, choose a gift for you. After shopping around finally Jiang Chang bought a Chanel children's small bag for Annie. Due to the price of more than 8,000, Jiang Chang did not use the shopping cashback card. A few people in shopping around, Jiang Chang gave his mom Li Yan bought some Blue Sea Mystery skincare products. Blue Sea Mystery as a cosmetic session of the Big Brother. A bottle of toner to be nearly 2,000, but a whole set down this is nearly 10,000. The price is still a little low. Jiang Chang did not use the shopping card. After buying, they didn't shop any further, because if it was too late, the amusement park was afraid to close. 3 people to the neighborhood of a large amusement park, once into the field and will be excited directly to rush forward. Jiang Chang saw the situation immediately, quick eyes and hands grabbed Annie. Bear child. Annie, don't always run around. Being caught, Annie looked up at Jiang Chang, spat out his tongue, nodded obediently, I'm sorry, and forgot. Next time must no longer run around. That handsome brother holding me can? After holding Jiang Chang's right hand immediately held an Xin. How nice. Let's go. In the amusement park in the evening, the neon lights started to light up. The warm yellow lights were more ambient than during the day. The 3 of them walking hand in hand had a somewhat cozy feel to it. Annie had a happy smile on her face, looking at Jiang Chang and an Xin at the same time, as if they were really a family. From time to time, she also pampered herself to buy various snacks inside the amusement park. The combination of a handsome man plus a beautiful woman and a cute baby made them collect a lot of turn rates along the way. Oh my god, is this a family? It looks so happy. The family's face value is super high. The man is so handsome and the woman is so beautiful. Looking at it makes me want to have monkeys, but only if my husband is also this handsome. The envious eyes and whispered words of the passers-by. And Xin naturally heard a bit of it as well. She only saw her face scarlet as she secretly glanced at Jiang Chang with her afterglow, and then looked at the way and was pampering herself in Jiang Chang's arms. At once, she felt that if the 3 of them were a real family of 3 it would actually be not bad at all. The 3 people played for more than 2 hours, until the last and had no strength to fall asleep before driving back. At this time, the entrance of the amusement park has parked a Rolls-Royce. Looks obviously to pick up an Xin. Before getting on the car, an Xin said to Jiang Chang, thank you for accompanying us out to play today, and thank you for the gift. What's the point of being polite? It's most important that Anne is happy. Just as the 2 of them were talking, they only saw Jiang Jianming and another middle-aged man walk out from the side of the playground. As he passed by, Jiang Jianming saw the cozy scene and couldn't help but stop with his eyes wide open, only to see a sleeping girl leaning on Jiang Chang's shoulder while a shy beauty stood beside her. At this moment, Jiang Jianming's mind was suddenly filled with many stories that he couldn't accept. Chapter 91, Mistakenly Colliding. The other middle-aged man who was with Jiang Jianming also saw them, and at this moment, that middle-aged man walked towards them with quick steps, only to see him fawningly greet an Xin. Mr. Why did you come here? An Xin glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded lightly. Accompanying my daughter to play here. You can tell me in advance if you're coming so I can personally entertain you. Jiang Chang also finally saw Jiang Jianming at this time and asked, Dad, why are you here? Jiang Jianming responded somewhat dryly. I came over to talk about the project. Why are you here? I accompanied them over to play. Zhang Jianmin couldn't see what Zhang Chang meant and could only frown and nod. An XAN saw Zhang Chang call Zhang Jianming's father and immediately nodded towards Zhang Jianming with a smile on her face. Hello, uncle. First time meeting, I'm an XIN. I often listen to Zhang Chang mentioning you. I'll personally bring in to pay a visit some other day. And XIN obviously did not expect that Zhang Chang did not tell Zhang Jianmin about them. And it was true that the words she said could easily be misunderstood. Zhang Jianming was like that at this moment. His heart thumped, but because of all the people at the scene, Zhang Jianming didn't say anything and just nodded. After dryly coughing a bit, he asked Zhang Chang, "Are you going home to eat tonight?" Only then did Zhang put his heart down after getting the affirmation. In the evening, Zhang Chang was still looking for Tiny Crisp as a grass dog online to play up pesticide. As soon as Zhang Jianming came home, he pulled Li Yan inside the room and chatted for a long time. After a long time, Li Yan walked out of the room with a heavy face. And after thinking for a while, Li Yan knocked on the door and walked into Zhang Chang's room. Seeing Li Yan walk in, Zhang Chang gave her a puzzled look. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Yan's expression was unnatural as she opened her mouth and asked. "It's like this. Our group of sisters are usually chatting inside the group. Recently, you are not already adult. Young people, it should talk about love. Mom recently showed you a number of girls are quite good. Mom to you to see." Finish. Li Yan took out her cell phone to open WeChat. "Wanna give Zhang Chang look at the photos?" Zhang Chang waved his hand breathlessly. "Mom, no need. Who is still dating these days? I don't need it." After being rejected, Li Yan also thumped inwardly. "Why don't you need it? Then do you have a girlfriend?" Of course there is a girlfriend. And there are many more. But it wasn't appropriate to confess this issue to Li Yan now. Zhang Chang could only say, "This issue is more complicated now. I'll tell you later." Zhang Jianmin outside the door heard this and finally couldn't hold back a bit. He walked in and looked at Zhang Chang with a furrowed brow and said, "There are some words that I have thought about all night. Originally I didn't want to say them, but I think it's necessary to say them to you." "What words?" "Tonight you, with that girl, didn't she have a baby?" "You mean an XIN? What's wrong with having a child?" Seeing Zhang Chang's indifferent look, Zhang Jianming and Li Yan became even heavier after glancing at each other. "I know you young people are more enlightened in your thinking nowadays, but I'm from the past. If you guys are really together, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. And you shouldn't have suddenly become rich because of her, right?" Zhang Chang finally understood what the two of them meant. It couldn't be that he thought he was being adopted by an XIN. "Dad, Mom, it's not what you think. I'm with her." Just when Zhang Chang hadn't had time to open his mouth to explain, at this moment, his cell phone's Weixin alerted him that someone had sent him a transfer message. Zhang Chang, who was hanging his game character under the spring water, curiously clicked to check the message. This point to open, but found that an XIN side to her transferred $10,000. At this time, not only did Zhang Chang see it, but Li Yan and Zhang Jianmin on the side naturally saw it as well. It is said that the three most embarrassing things for a teenager. One is when you left hand right hand a slow motion by your parents bumped into. The second is when you say a certain female teacher's but is very big by female classmates heard on the spot. 3 is when you write this kind of shame novel by familiar people found. Although none of these 3 currently occupied Zhang Chang, he was still feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment. Seeing Li Yan and Zhang Jianmin looking at him with complicated faces, Zhang Chang had no choice but to quickly recount what happened in Thailand. Zhang Jianmin and Li Yan finally let go of their hearts after listening. "It's all your father's fault for scaring me. I thought I was going to become a grandmother." Chapter 92, Communique and Private Vengeance. After the amusement park project is done, Zhang Jianming and Li Yan, 2 people to the field inspection tour, leaving Zhang Chang alone at home. Boredom casually pick up the phone will brush up. A few minutes later Zhang Chang looked at today's hot search cannot help but burst a foul mouth. Grass. Zhang Chang clicked on the hot search to look at the video inside the face was full of gloom. Tightly wrinkled eyebrows contain an unstoppable anger. Hashtag famous actress Lin Ru is dedicated to filming. And the woman slapped her junior Su Lian without mercy. Hashtag Su Wan's face swelled up into a pig's head after filming many times. Hashtag Lin Ru claimed to have pushed Su Lian. Not lending a hand to fake fight is for the effect of filming. Hashtag. In the video, Lin Ru played the princess many times woman palm beside the maid Su Wan. And every time is directly on the hand fan. Not in the least with the help of the position. A simple clip of a woman slap also took more than 10 takes to complete under Lin Ru's many mistakes. Watching these clips, Zhang Chang's heart suddenly rose a boundless anger. The key was that the comments underneath these videos were even more novel. Lin Ru is really my goddess. So dedicated. Sister is really hard. Hitting the hand more than 10 times must be very painful. To come out to shoot a movie is to be real. Borrowing a walk is too fake. Of course you have to really fight. 18-line starlet don't come out to rub our Lin Ru's heat well. Linru is not the one that I met last time I bought a Patek Philippe. Look at her. This style of look is the last time by Jiang Cheng face. This time using the excuse of filming to communicate personal revenge. Jiang Cheng directly picked up the cell phone will be hot search to Wang Sheng sent over, and accounted for the results he wanted. This Linru Jiang Cheng must let her paste off. Jiang Cheng remembers that yesterday Suwan also reported to himself that he was shooting a magazine business on this side of Tianfu in the past 2 days. Jiang Cheng opened his Weixin and sent a voice directly to Suwan. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng parked his car downstairs at the Yihang Hotel. Suwan soon appeared. Her outfit today was still a duck-tongue cap and a standard mask. However, today she rarely revealed her long legs, but wore a white casual pants with a short navel-piercing t-shirt. When Su Evening saw Jiang Cheng driving a Porsche 918, she couldn't help but exclaim an exaggerated wow. Worthy of being my boss, this is a Porsche 918. So handsome. Su Knight happily jogged to the passenger side of the car door and opened the door. Jiang Cheng looked sideways at the position of Su Wan's seatbelt. Well, stuck in the very good-looking full. Su Knight felt Jiang Cheng's line of sight. Will be the seatbelt pulled a glance at Jiang Cheng. Tone crisp, as if in with their own pampering in general. Boss, looking at me to do what? Your car can be really hot to sit on. Bastard. A simple sentence how to make people feel so hot. Su Lian really deserves to be a special thing with the title of Vixen. Hot. Do you want me to help you take off? After Jiang Cheng said this, Su Wan couldn't help but feel shy and parched. Her ears instantly reddened. Boss, drive. Su Lian's eyes colored shyly and blankly glanced at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly. He had seen this ability to make people react just by the sound of his voice. Jiang Cheng saw that Su Wan acted as if she wasn't affected by the online gossip at all. Since Su Wan wasn't going to say anything, Jiang Cheng didn't plan to ask either. What do you want to eat? Jiang Cheng asked rhetorically. Hot pot? There's nothing wrong with it this time. Tianfu's hot pot is so authentic. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Su Evening still remembered the last time she said to eat hot pot and when Jiang Cheng's reaction. At this time, she smiled charmingly and looked at Jiang Cheng with eye waves in her eyes. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and didn't refuse. Okay, let's go. Jiang Cheng didn't bring Su Lian to the crowded shopping street side, but drove 7 turns to an alley in the old town. Parking the car on the side of the road, Jiang Cheng led Su Wan to walk deep inside the alley. Unexpectedly, the narrow alley was full of holes. Soon they came to another old courtyard. The spacious courtyard was filled with tables and tables of round wooden tables. Jiang Cheng saw Su Wan with a surprised look and asked, What? Dislike it? Not satisfied. Su Wan shook her head and said happily, This kind of store is what makes people look forward to it. It's true that you still have to be a local to lead the way to find this kind of store. That's natural. This kind of hot pot has to be locally made to be authentic. The food inside the mall isn't quite the right flavor. Jiang Cheng ordered freshly fished seafood and freshly cut beef and various vegetables. To the food place after ordering, the 2 people also sat down. At this time the evening fell. The courtyard inside the people also began to more. Yellow lights turned on. The center of the small stage at this time also with a good-looking man with a guitar playing and singing on it. It seems that the atmosphere inside the courtyard is lively and incomparable. Looking at the table filled with fresh and rich dishes, Su Wan took off her mask and swallowed her saliva. Jiang Cheng skillfully clipped some beef and put it inside the hot pot, and after scalding it for more than 10 seconds, he clipped it to Su Wan. Thank you, boss, Su Wan said delicately. Delicious, that's the flavor. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Wan's slightly swollen cheeks and shook his head with a smile. Halfway through eating, I don't know if it was because of the atmosphere of the scene or the song played on the field was too sad, Su Wan actually took the initiative to ask for a drink. After 2 bottles of beer went down, Jiang Cheng had only just started to warm up, but he didn't expect Su Wan to be a little drunk, only to see her drinking and humming along with the music in the store. After singing for a while, Su Wan started to lie on the table and sobbed. What are you crying for? Chapter 93, So hungry? Why am I so useless? Oh, Su Wan said while shedding tears. After finishing, she picked up the beer in her hand again and took a sip. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he watched Su Wan cry and laugh. How is it useless? I can't return the favor. Is it useless? They are still scolding me online. Just this? How big a deal? Whoever hits you in the future, you hit back. Su Lian smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sister Xiaoxia has already called me, saying that they are doing online PR. Jiang Cheng didn't ask much about the company's affairs. Instead, he frowned and asked, Why are you still filming this kind of small role? Didn't you sign for our company? That is the previous company to take over. Still almost not finished shooting. After saying this, Su Knight then cried and hugged the bottle of wine and drank again. Watching Su Wan's pearly tears fall down like no money. The beauty falls in tears. I feel sorry for her. Jiang Cheng didn't try to comfort Su Wan too much. He only stood up for Su Wan because Su Wan was his own company's artist. If his own artist was slapped in the face like this, how could the boss tolerate it? Jiang Chang looked at the message Wang Shang had sent over, saying that they had already started to find some black information on the internet about Lin Ru playing big names and suppressing newcomers to start building up momentum. After drinking for a while longer, Su Knight was already drunk at this time, plus her cell phone had been turned off. Jiang Chang had no choice but to add a chauffeur plus a Porsche to drive back. In addition, then took a car to the nearby hotel, opened a double room. Jiang Chang will Su Knight put on the bed. Looking at the bed exquisite figure, especially a pair of big bowl, suddenly feel some fire. Didn't dare to take a closer look. After all, if you take advantage of a person's danger, the process is definitely not pleasant. The key there is also the possibility that there will never be a next time. It was better to take a closer look, and it wasn't so bad this time. Jiang Chang silently brainwashed himself several times before turning away reluctantly. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chang walked out and took a quick shower before going straight to bed. Sleeping is the only way to not think. Soon Jiang Chang fell asleep, until the middle of the night when Jiang Chang will be a burst of fine broken sound to wake up, and then heard a subtle sound of water flow. It seems to be suffocated. Clattering. After a while, Jiang Chang heard the sound of a clattering bath. After reciting the Tao Te Ching for a while, he didn't hear any movement, so he guessed that Su Wan had already gone back to sleep. Just when Jiang Chang was about to fall asleep again, he suddenly felt that someone had walked into the bedroom, only to see Su Wan dizzily lifted off Jiang Chang's quilt and directly slept on it. A fragrant scent that drew people's imagination entered Jiang Chang's nose. The worst thing was that Su Wan acted as if she hadn't realized it, her entire body sticking towards Jiang Chang's body. It really deserved to be a big bowl. The elasticity was good. Although the two people stick closer together, Jiang Chang did not dare to have too much movement. First feel less later. Su Evening woke up. After feeling for a while, Jiang Chang felt that it was not a solution to go on like this. If this goes on, I don't think I'll need to sleep tonight. The key is Su Knight's small hand. Sleep also restless, has been playing their own 8-pack abs. Jiang Chang thought for a moment. A wave of the hand directly on the hand. Whatever. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Chang lifted Su Wan's chin and kissed her directly. Su Wan, who was sleeping in a bit of a daze, suddenly let out a cry. It was this sound that Zhi instantly quit again. The attack became more and more fierce, and the untouched Su Wan was suddenly held by both hands and nibbled on, suddenly waking up all the alcohol, only to see her screamed, violently pushed away Jiang Chang. Boss, don't what are you doing? It must be said that Su Lian really is a vixen reincarnation. A pair of seductive eyes at this time obviously stored full of tears of panic, but Jiang Chang looked it somehow but more excited. If not, Jiang Chang is a person of principle. At this time Su Lian absolutely cannot run away. Jiang Chang pretended to have a headache, covered his head and said with unclear consciousness, Su Wan, why are you in my room? Su Knight saw Jiang Chang looking around with an innocent look, and at this time, she was also confused. Su Wan remembered that she just woke up and went to take a shower then walked back to her room. Could it be that she really went to the wrong room? Shaking his head that hurt a little, Su Wan swallowed her saliva and looked at Jiang Chang's 8-pack abs, not expecting Jiang Chang's body to be so good. Seeing that Jiang Chang was likewise looking at himself with a burning gaze, Su Wan instantly straightened the sling on her body. Just now the two people lingering when Jiang Chang has long been Su Wan's look a fine light. At this time, covering up again was still a cover-up. Su Wan did not know how to face this situation. Jiang Chang looked at Su Wan and preemptively said, it seems that going out in the future to live with you in the same house is too dangerous. Just now I almost lost my innocence. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su Wan was speechless. This is getting a bargain and still selling out. Seeing Su Wan looking at himself with wide eyes, Jiang Chang said roguishly, why don't we go to bed? I'm too tired after drinking wine. After Jiang Chang's reminder, Su Wan reacted and immediately grabbed the neckline of her halter dress, covering her burning cheeks, then bare a pair of small legs, quickly got up and ran out. After returning to her room, Su Wan thought back to the episode just now, and immediately felt a little hot all over. She had never had such close physical contact with a boy. Looking at the reddening marks on her body, Su Wan muttered in a low voice, is it that hungry? Chapter 94, Su Wan's touched. Su Wan pouted and touched the reddened places on her body. Some shamefully recalled their feelings just now. At first they actually also have some fun in it, and then when they reacted they realized how much they were taken advantage of by Jiang Chang. Really shy. Su Lian pulled up the quilt and covered her face. This is still her first time to make out with a man. It can be said that the two people are just short of the last line of defense did not step through. Jiang Chang, this bad guy. Su Wan slowly recalled what had just happened, and only after a long time did she fall asleep in a daze. The next day when she woke up, Su Wan in the room to do a long time of psychological construction before starting to dilly-dally out of the room. Just did not expect to see Jiang Chang or immediately small face red. It's all because of Jiang Chang. She couldn't sleep well last night, and even kept dreaming. The key is still the kind of dream that makes people shy. Compared to Sue Knight at this time of shyness, Jiang Cheng's expression is as usual, calmly swiping his cell phone while eating the breakfast that the hotel had prepared for them. Opened the neckline and brushed today's hot search. Sure enough, today's hot search was still Lin Ru. However, compared to yesterday, today's hot searches about her are all black materials. Hashtag Lin Ru walked out of a hotel late at night. Hashtag Lin Ru asked her fans to give her expensive handbags. Hashtag Lin Ru playing a big game in a movie and refusing to get out of the nanny car. Hashtag Jiang Cheng handed his cell phone to Su Wan after reading it. Su even took the phone with a puzzled look and read it, and soon saw the expression on her face grow richer and richer. After reading it, Su Wan's heart couldn't help but feel a wave of relief, only to see her ask sweetly towards Jiang Cheng, "Boss, this shouldn't be you or your handiwork, right? How could you get so much black material out overnight? This is natural. Still really think we have no one in Star Entertainment? Hitting you is not hitting my face." Listening to Jiang Cheng's domineering words, Su Wan was warmed up inside. She didn't have this treatment in her original company. Even if she was beaten, she had to endure it silently. But now, Jiang Cheng not only helped her cancel her contract but also took it out for her. Jiang Cheng was kind to herself. Su Wan didn't know what she should take to repay Jiang Cheng. Su Wan, friendly value +5. All of a sudden the matter of being taken advantage of by Jiang Cheng last night seemed to have become less unacceptable. Su Wan secretly resolved to turn red. Give Star Company a long face. For Jiang Cheng to make money. In order not to waste Jiang Cheng's good to himself, Su Wan looked at Jiang Cheng and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss. I will definitely shoot the movie properly." Jiang Cheng nodded, "Don't thank so early. The good play has just begun. On these black materials should not be able to let her directly paste off. Our this strength also need to increase a little." Su Wan's eyes widened as she listened to Jiang Cheng's words. She had long since seen Jiang Cheng's financial strength, and also knew that these capitalists had all the means, as long as they wanted to do it. Smashing a female star into pieces was simply a breeze. Don't look at the stars on the surface. They look glamorous and have millions of fans following them. But so what? The capitalist dads are the ones at the top of this circle. Have you ever seen any star dare to call the shots with the capital dads? Those stars who have fallen from the altar or have been hidden are either doing it themselves or have offended some big shot. If the dads support you and give you business, you're worth more. If they mess with you, not only can you not even get a role, you can't even get on the variety show. And in the long run, your value will plummet. Although Su Wan is a small star, but Lin Ru is a showbiz seniors, bullying small, personal vendetta, through the filming of their own, now become like this. Su Wan does not sympathize with her, but the same as artists. Su Knight know that if they do not have such capital as Jiang Cheng dad do backing, she is not in this circle as also those who are slaughtered leaks. Thinking about it, there are some feelings. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Wan's somewhat sad expression, puzzled and asked, "I screwed Lin Ru. How come you also look like you've been screwed by me?" "Boss, you can't say this nonsense. I don't want to be screwed by you. You haven't even been screwed by me. How come you're in such a hurry to refuse?" Seeing Jiang Cheng suddenly drive, Su Lian's small face immediately reddened. The flirtatious eyes couldn't help but blankly glanced at Jiang Cheng. "Boss, I am really curious how you managed to be such a rogue and still not change your face." Jiang Cheng hemmed and hawed. "What else can I do? Just have a thick enough face." At this moment, inside the conference room of the Magic City Heavenly King Entertainment Company, a slightly blonde middle-aged man was looking at the report on the screen with a face full of dark clouds. He was Kai Song, the old general manager of the Heavenly King Entertainment Company. Lin was sitting down anxiously at the moment, not saying a word. Her manager was frowning with a sad face at the moment as he swiped through the data on Weibo. Lin Ru, who originally had more than 20 million followers, had already lost several million fans in half a day. And the messages in the comments section were even worse. Even the fans who praised her for her dedication yesterday turned their backs on her and scolded her for being cruel, playing big names, and being disrespectful. There are even some years-old fans who came out and hammered Lin Ru on New Year's holidays, implying that fans send overpriced gifts. Looking at the way Lin Ru's team didn't say a word, the middle-aged man sitting on top finally spoke impatiently. "One by one, dumb? Usually quite good at talking? How come no one has come to explain to me what's going on today?" Lin Ru tearfully looked at the middle-aged man and spoke in an aggrieved manner. "Mr. Kai, I don't know who's hacking me. Yesterday was fine. I don't know which person is buying hot searches to hack me. Yeah, I've been with Lin Ru. We've been filming recently. There's nothing going on at all. All of a sudden this kind of thing appeared. It must be which competitor did it. What was the matter yesterday? Why did you hit that supporting actor for nothing? Was it because of what happened to her?" Kai Song asked with a cold face. "Mr. Kai, how could it be? She's just a small role. a small artist of Guanghai Entertainment. She's still playing supporting roles after a few years of debut. It can't be her. Besides, I'm just filming normally, and yesterday's news was nothing although there were bad voices as well, but overall it's still a good thing. Not only is the traffic high in this case, but it's a kind of publicity for my new drama as well. That Mr. Lin didn't say anything when he heard Lin Ru say that. The more traffic a star has, the more valuable they are. And it's good to have a topic, because sometimes black and red is also a kind of red. Chapter 95, Fighting to the End. It was better than a little splash and no traffic at all. I've already spent money to buy other hotspots. We'll see if we can suppress yours later. Pay attention to me in the future. Seeing Kai Song say this, Lin Ru's heart was relieved and she said with a flattering attitude, "Thank you, Mr. Kai." I know. Just as both of them were relaxing, Kai Song's assistant hurriedly walked in, bowed to him and said, "Mr. Kai." According to the information found out, it was the boss of the newly opened Star Entertainment Company who did this. Star Entertainment Company? What's he doing messing with Lin Ru for nothing? Kai Song thought for 2 seconds before looking immediately at Lin Ru. With an angry face, he yelled towards Lin Ru, "Star's old boss? What's your relationship with him?" Kai Song knew that Lin Ru sometimes hit on some other old bosses. These weren't secrets within the circle, and he himself would also pick up female stars, which wasn't a big deal. Could it be that this Lin Ru didn't know how to reject Star's old boss? Or is it greening the other party? Lin Ru sniffed and immediately waved her hand in denial. "Mr. Kai, I didn't give you a chance? You'd better give me a clear explanation." Before Lin Ru could say anything, the assistant at the side spoke again. "Mr. Kai, it should be related to Su Wan." "Who is Su Wan?" Kai Song asked as he pressed his temples in annoyance. "Su Night is the female match that Miss Lin Ru's woman palmed yesterday." "She's the woman of Star's old boss?" Kai Song asked in confusion. "Not quite sure. I only know that Star has just recently released her from her contract and has also arranged for her to be the female lead in several explosive plays." After Lin Ru heard this, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She never dreamed that this was actually related to Su Wan. Seeing Lin Ru's face filled with death, Kai Song growled and asked, "Didn't you say that she's just a small role?" "Mr. Kai, I didn't know that she changed companies last time. It was because she provoked me first by herself, causing me to lose face in front of the outsiders. So this is why I took the opportunity to teach her a lesson. And it was also a movie shoot. I really didn't know that things would be so serious." Lin's such a batch of inner panic at that time. So much dark information about herself could be dug up in such a short period of time. Although it wasn't so bad as to make her paste straight away, the impact was still great. In this circle, as long as you want to move up, 9 times out of 10 are not clean. Therefore, most of the stars, every once in a while, have to spend money to buy peace, and as for what they buy, naturally, it's these black materials. Mr. Kai, what to do? You have to help me. Looking at Lin Ru crying with a handful of snot and tears, Kai Song was sick of it inside. It was helpless. There were only a few stars that made money for their company, and Lin Ru was one of them, and there were still a lot of endorsements on her. If they were muddled, the contract-breaking fee alone would cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Kai Song took a deep breath. "You put the word out that we, Heavenly King Entertainment, will bail her out, and ask Star to pay attention. Otherwise we're not to be messed with." "Okay, I know now, I'll go do it." After saying that, the assistant rushed out of the conference room. Seeing Kai Song protect himself, Lin Ru felt relieved in her heart and immediately nodded her thanks to Kai Song. "Thank you, Mr. Kai. Thank you, Mr. Kai. You remember, this is the last time. If this happens again next time, you'll be waiting to be snowed in." Kai Song left in a huff after saying that. After Tian Chang Entertainment's message was sent out, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly made a video call to Jiang Chang. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's absolutely beautiful face occupying the entire screen, Jiang Chang suddenly pulled out a bad smile. "Xiaoxiao, hold your cell phone a little farther away. It's too shrill to speak in this way." "Okay, is this okay?" "Well, a little further up." From the top down, Yu Xiaoxiao obediently placed her cell phone according to Jiang Chang's command. It was only after looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's white furrow that Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Right, that's it. Very good." After reacting, Yu Xiaoxia glanced at Jiang Chang with a blush of anger, but she still maintained the pose very obediently. "My Jiang Dong, does it look good?" Jiang Chang nodded while admiring the scenery in front of him. "Well, it would look even better if it could be taken with the lower half of the body." "Hate it. Not talking to you about this anymore. Talking to you about serious things. Isn't it serious business we're talking about? I think you're just the tightest. You're always poking fun at me." Heavenly King Entertainment sent a notice to bail out Lin Ru. "Are we still continuing? Why don't we continue? This Lin Ru won't let her paste off. Where does our star's face go? The new company. It's the right time to make an example of her. Yu Xiaoxia could not help but say with some acidity, Zhang Dong is a person who will love people. Will I? Aren't you the clearest? What? Want to be loved by me? Of course I want to. A day without seeing, like 3 autumns apart. Okay, wait for me to go back for 10 days. Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed delicately at the words. I'll wait for you. Chapter 96, Shanghai Emperor's Shock. The entertainment segment of business. One had only just entered the scene. The more high-profile the entry, the better. The more connections you have, the better. Star in front of the capital has no say at all. As long as there is money, what can't be done? Zhang Chang is to this circle of everyone remembers Star Entertainment and Zhang Chang this name. This is called knocking down the mountain to shake the tiger. In this night, Star Entertainment and Tianchang Entertainment hard thing began to spread 10 spread 100 spread. At this moment, all the big stars inside this circle up to the billion fans were trembling, but all the paparazzi lurking in the shadows were all boiling with blood. The various bosses of the movie and television circle were all inquiring about Zhang Chang's origins, but no matter what, everyone remembered the same name overnight. This name is Zhang Chang. Just like at this time, in the Tax X bar in Magic City, a few men were sitting on a card seat and drinking wine. Suddenly an obese man named Jiang Xian who was wearing a floral color was looking at the message on his phone and said excitedly, "Do any of you know that actress Lin Ru? Why are you talking about her? These 2 days the hot searches seem to be all about her. Listening to my uncle say, just a slutty wave bitch. Da Wei. Who was on the side? Answered. I have a group that said a message inside. The boss of Star Entertainment is messing with her. If there is a way to mess with her you can participate. There is a bounty." Hearing Jiang Xian say that, Xin Bern, who was sitting in the middle and swiping his cell phone, raised his head and looked at him. Star Entertainment? Never heard of it. Whose company is it? Then Jiang Xian immediately said based on the gossip he got. As far as I know, it's a new company. That old boss is called Zhang Chang, said to be very young. What? Zhang Chang? Listening to this name, Qin next to Wang Zheng finally spoke out, somewhat dumbfounded. Said, how? You recognize it? Qin Liang turned his head to look at Wang Zheng and asked. Wang Zheng nodded. Brother Qin, have you forgotten? You went abroad to play before adding his WeChat. On the auction with you to grab the watch that. Recently I play with often him. I forgot to tell you. My that la fight he bought all the money. But before I have not heard of him to open the company it will not be the same name, right? Wang Zheng said this. Several people are wide-eyed. Which Lafa did you order? Full payment? So dang. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xian asked curiously. Remember, I left the country after the edition. Right. What does his family do? Xin Bern asked with interest. Wang Zheng shook his head. I'm not sure. I've checked before but I didn't find out something special. My family is running a construction company, but he did buy my Lafa in full, and the day before yesterday at the auction he spent more than $20 million just to buy a watch. And the next day to buy me this car is more than $50 million. Look at him. He doesn't look like he's not struggling at all. He shouldn't be a simple person. 18 years old to have so much he should not be a simple person. At 18 years old, he can have so much cash flow. When I was 18 years old, I still can't get enough to get a fraction of what he has. Seeing Wang Zheng said so, the expressions of the people present became even more wonderful. A few of them all looked at Wang Zheng with a face full of stagnation. A face of disbelief. 18 years old? So much cash flow? Spending over $70 million in 2 days? And it wasn't even investing in a company or assets. Directly taking it to buy cars and watches? How bad can a family in this condition be? Just like Wang Tsongson, his dad gave the startup fund his 500 million. This kind of person you say his family is just a construction company. Who believes it? Chapter 97 Lin Ru's Collapse. Of the few of them present, the only ones whose cash flow reached their small goals were Qin Bern, Jiang Xian and Wang Zheng. But a few of them were already almost 30 years old. I'll ask first if he runs Star Entertainment. After saying that, Wang Zheng picked up his cell phone and sent it to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's side replied in the affirmative and said that Wang Zheng could help out if he had any news. After watching Zhang Chang send it over, Wang Zheng soured again. It's really him. Wang Zheng shook his head with emotion. Zhang Xian suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart and asked with a melon face, why hammer Lin Ru? Could it be her ex-girlfriend? Wang Zheng shook his head. Asked. No. Said to move his family's newly signed artist, just to get out of anger. Listening to this explanation others again faced stagnant. After a short period of time difficult to open the mouth to ask, that artist his girlfriend? Wang Zheng shook his head. No. He said the two are innocent. Just signed the artist. This is real bull. If I were Lin Ru I would hammer myself to death and then go to the bounty. Directly retired. Anyway, she should be confused. Davy joked. If she doesn't become a star, wouldn't that make her a minor celebrity? Would she be willing to do that? Wang Zhang said with a snicker. That's true. These 2 days that through the sky are all her black materials. Recently she should be ruined. Unless she can rely on these black and red to turn red. But look at the direction of the internet or boycott more. Hey, this Jiang Chang is a bold one. Once he entered the scene, he gave a fight with Heavenly King Entertainment. Qin Burn shook his head and continued. Yeah, Lin Ru is the platoon of Heavenly King Entertainment now. If Heavenly King Entertainment wants to protect Lin Ru this time, it's estimated that they'll have to spend a lot of money on public relations. Is it worth it to spend so much money to protect a second-tier female star? This person is a tough character. Interesting, call him out to play with us sometime. Qin Burn proposed. Wang Zhang nodded. He went home a few days ago, but his university is over here. Let's get to know each other then. On the other side, after receiving the notification, Heavenly King Entertainment had an all-night meeting to discuss the coping strategy for this. Lin was sitting at the bottom of the side with a white face and tears falling. One bean-sized tear falling down with no money. In the past, if she looked like this, the other men in the conference room would have already been heartbroken. But now the whole thing is caused by her. At this time those shareholders and executives look at her a look of crying and weeping all heart-tired. Crying? What's there to cry about? How come you don't see you crying like this when you're beating people up? Really bad luck. A little fame on the float. Now you tell yourself how to put. You paste also paste. The company can still hold out a second Lin Ru. But this company reputation loss how you save? You say. At this moment, everyone in Heavenly King Entertainment pointed their spearheads at her. The current situation of Heavenly King Entertainment was as disgusting as swallowing a stinky fly. It was neither good to eat it in nor to spit it out. Lin Ru whimpered in aggravation. I really didn't know it would be like this, so I'll go and beg him. I'll kneel down for him and ask him to forgive me. Or else I'll kneel down for Su Wan. All sorts of old bosses, you guys have to bail me out. Lin Ru herself knows that she has too much black material. If all of it really explodes, her acting career will be over. More importantly, how can she still come out to see people in the future? Chapter 97 Zhang Jianmen in tears. She who had climbed to the peak before was unwilling to fall to earth from then on. Helplessness, fear, all sorts of negative emotions wrapped around Lin Ru. It made her mental defenses completely collapse. Of course you have to go and kneel down with him. You think you can get away with it when things get like this? How much money has the company already spent all day today to buy hot searches, do you know? The profit you make for the company in a year is only over $10 million. All this money went out in one go. Seeing everyone attacking Lin Ru again, Jiang Song spoke impatiently. Alright, what's the point of talking some nonsense? Can any of you contact that star's boss and ask him to come out to talk and see if there's any room to turn things around? Jiang Song didn't even look at Lin Ru and directly gave an order and said. The next day at noon, Li Yan and Zhang Jianmen finally returned. Zhang Jianmen said to Jiang Chang with a happy face. It's still thanks to that friend of yours, an XIN, that I was able to take that amusement park project this time. Say it, what kind of gift do you want? Dad will buy it for you. Yo ho, so generous? Li Yan nodded. I went to sign with your dad and inspected the whole project by the way. The completion of this project must have at least more than $50 million profit. Plus recently talking about another project, it's very hopeful that we can get our hands on it. Old Jiang deserves to buy you a gift. Jiang Chang is also not polite, thought for a moment and said. That's fine. I want to buy a Richard Miller watch. A watch? I really don't know how you men like these expensive as hell watches. Li Yan shook her head in disgust. Zhang Jianmen, on the other hand, nodded without comment. Alright, then see for yourself which model you want and I'll reimburse you. Thanks Dad, Jiang Chang said with a smile. Let's go. I booked a restaurant. We'll go out to eat as a family. Jiang Chang remembered that the Mercedes-Benz Force store only called him yesterday to tell him that the Qi-AMG GTR 54-door supercar that he bought for Jiang Jianming had already been shipped to the Force store in Tianfu, and that everything had already been prepared for him, and that he could go over to pick up the car at any time. After thinking for a while, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the Force store. 3 people sat in Jiang Jianming's Audi car to the neighborhood restaurant to eat a full meal. When he came back, Jiang Chang said that he let him drive, so that Jiang Jianming and Li Yan sat in the back. For Jiang Chang to get a driver's license will drive this matter. Jiang Jianming and Li Yan did not seem to show the slightest sign of surprise. Jiang Chang couldn't help but think secretly, must be the system again, ghost. Jiang Chang drove the car in the direction of the Mercedes-Benz Force store, until it reached the door. Jiang Jianming and Li Yan was confused. Li Yan looked at the entrance of the Mercedes-Benz and asked, somewhat puzzled, why did you bring us here? You want to buy a car? Jiang Chang didn't have time to open his mouth. The sales manager inside the Force store with his staff immediately welcomed him out. Mr. Jiang, you're here? Jiang Chang nodded. Dad, Your birthday is coming up, right? I'll have already started school by then, so I wanted to give you a surprise in advance. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Jiang Jianming was a bit surprised. Then his eyes glowed a bit. The three of them walked into the hall led by the sales manager, only to see a car wrapped in a car coat parked in the middle of the hall. The side of the car was also filled with balloons and various flowers. The sales manager said respectfully to Jiang Jianming, Mr. Jiang, please uncover it. Jiang Jianming glanced at Li Yin and Jiang Chang and walked forward to slowly unveil the car coat. Jiang Jianming unveiled the moment. The four's work crew also manually pulled the flower at the same time. Jiang Jianming usually is also a luxury car enthusiast. At this time a moment to see in front of this car is that four-door supercar. Both the function of a small sedan, but also the configuration of the supercar. Li Yan looked at Jiang Jianming, touched, about to fall into tears, immediately opened his mouth toward Jiang Cheng, said, You this brat, only remember your father, to buy him such an expensive car. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. Mom, you usually don't drive. Ah, that's true. I don't care. This time it's my turn to be jealous. Li Yan deliberately played a small temper to ease the atmosphere of the scene. Jiang Jianming also put away his tears at this time, and nodded towards Jiang Cheng with relief. This car is good. How do you know I like this car? No way. Want to buy you a Porsche? It is not afraid. After saying this, Jiang Cheng glanced at Li Yan. In Li Yan's warning eyes changed to say, afraid of too high profile? Well, I look at the car show in Magic City when I think this car is suitable for you. Decisively bought. This supercar is good. I heard that 0-100 only takes 3-4 seconds. Tomorrow we father and son find a place to run. Jiang Jianming patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder and said. Jiang Cheng thought that Jiang Jianming was so excited to see this car. If he knew he had a Porsche 918, what would be his reaction? However, Jiang Cheng decided to keep it to himself for now, at least until he came back from school vacation. After all, his own investment status is only a short time. By Porsche 918, this kind of close to $20 million of supercar is really a bit exaggerated. Li Yan was about to open her mouth to say something, but seeing such a cozy scene between their father and son, she stopped her mouth. After the three people in the new car took a photo, Jiang Jianming drove the new car with Li Yan driving in front. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, slowly followed them in his Audi. Chapter 99, Fortune Telling by Touching Hands. The next morning, Jiang Cheng contacted the manager of the Mercedes-Benz Ford store to ask him to help contact the transportation company to ship his Porsche 918 over to Yangyun Amman in Magic City. After all, school will start soon. Then Jiang Cheng took a taxi to Tianfu Airport to meet up with Zhou Ying. Yesterday, he had a private chat with Zhou Ying and learned that she was going back to Magic City, so Jiang Cheng thought of going together. After the two people met at the airport, Jiang Cheng smiled and walked up and pretended to naturally hold her hand. Obviously facing Jiang Cheng's second hand, Zhou Ying still looks a little flustered. She subconsciously wanted to break free, and when she saw that she couldn't break free, she shyly looked around. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally gained the attention of many passers-by. These gazes made Zhou Ying's cheeks heat up even more. Zhou Ying's friendly value towards Jiang Cheng had already reached 88 points, and had already belonged to the state of lovers, and was just one step away from Jiang Cheng was in a good mood as he held Zhou Ying's hand and walked towards the boarding entrance. Today's Zhou Ying did not wear a mature and sexy dress as usual. She wore a loose white jacket. Inside was a tight short undershirt, slightly exposed the small delicate navel, underneath wearing a white pleated skirt. The whole person looked very youthful and beautiful. How come you're temporarily going to the Magic City? Zhou Ying looked for a topic with a shy face. Because I can't bear to part with you. I want to go with you. Seeing Jiang Cheng with a look of deep affection, Zhou Ying gave him a blank look. This was not something she believed. Going traveling again? Jiang Cheng shook his head. There are some things to deal with at work, so I went over to buy some things on the way. Jiang Cheng was going to arrange the Richard Mille watch that Jiang Jianming was going to reimburse him for, as well as the spending blitz card that the system had rewarded him with 2 days ago. It would be even better if he could arrange that unused ZZZ reward card for Zhou Ying on the way this time. Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng, smiling at her with an impish look, suddenly panicked in her heart and asked with a red face, Why are you looking at me with these eyes? To see you look good. Ah. Okay, let's go quickly. Seeing that Jiang Cheng has been saying love words to provoke herself, Zhou Ying is somewhat unable to resist. Immediately changed the topic, directly pulled Jiang Cheng fast forward. This time, Jiang Cheng bought a top business class ticket, mainly so that he can sit together with Zhou Ying. What Jiang Cheng did not expect is that the business class stewardess is quite beautiful. Especially the weight of the chest, is definitely overweight development of the kind, but in the way of Zhou Ying on the side. Jiang Cheng can only not turn away from the eyes of a serious and asked for a cup of milk. Not long after, the airplane began in the airport runway above, accelerated taxiing. Just as the airplane was taxiing faster and faster upward to take off, Zhou suddenly tightened her hands. Zhou suddenly hands tightly gripped the seat above the armrests. Tightly closed eyes. A very scared look. Zhang Cheng frowned and held Zhou Ying's hands, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Ying shook her head with a somewhat blanched face. "Nothing. It's an old problem. I've been like this since I was a child flying on airplanes. I'll have a seizure once in a while. I'll be fine later. I'm just a bit scared." Zhang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying's somewhat helpless expression and instantly felt some heartache. He pulled Zhou Ying over and leaned on his shoulder, at the same time stroking her hair with one hand to show her not to be afraid. Suddenly such an intimate gesture made Zhou Ying's heart thump in her chest, and the tense atmosphere made her forget about her fear. Zhou Ying swallowed her saliva and raised her head to look at Zhang Cheng, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Zhang Cheng. I'm fine." It was such an innocent and shy expression that Zhang Cheng instantly became a little pressed. Zhang Cheng pulled Zhou Ying over, his lips pressed on her lips coated with transparent lipstick, and tenderly sucked on Zhou Ying's mouth. Zhou Ying, who was kissed for the first time, had a blank head. After a long time, Zhou Ying finally felt a little breathless. Unable to control the umph, Zhou Ying wanted to push away Zhang Cheng, but unexpectedly Zhang Cheng at this time but to pursue the attack directly into the Zhou Ying's mouth. The first time Zhou Ying how to resist Zhang Cheng, this kind of Jianghu veteran. In a short while, Zhou Ying will become a puddle of soft mud fell in the arms of Zhang Cheng. Breathing heavily, Zhou Ying, who had regained her freedom, looked around shyly. Seeing that no one noticed their movements, she immediately and shyly gently hammered Zhang Cheng. A face of shyness to cover their mouths do not dare to look at with Zhang Cheng, can only whisper protested and said, "You hate, here is the airplane." Was seen how to do? Zhang Cheng is not yet finished feeling the touch on the top of the mouth. Gently bad smile, "See and so what? Kissing on an airplane is not a crime. I'm not talking to you anymore. I want to sleep. I'm a bit dizzy." Zhou Ying didn't dare to meet Zhang Cheng's eyes at all at this time, and immediately found an excuse to avoid it. Looking at Zhou Ying's shy appearance, Zhang Cheng hemmed and hawed and stopped teasing her. "Okay, then you sleep on my shoulder?" Seeing Zhang Cheng's irresistible expression, Zhou Ying could only nod slowly and gently leaned on Zhang Cheng's shoulder. After the airplane landed, Zhou Ying but insisted on not letting Zhang Cheng send her off. One of the reasons was that Zhang Cheng still had to drive almost an hour back to Yangyunamon after sending her off, which was too much of a waste of time. The other most important reason was that Zhou Ying wasn't ready. Zhang Cheng knew that his behavior on the plane just now might have scared her. After all, he had kissed her, touched her hand, read her fortune and pressed her leg, and now Zhang Cheng wanted to send her back and she would inevitably think too much. It seems that in the future, it is still necessary to progress gradually. Chapter 100 Standardized Man Quotes. After sending Zhou Ying to the car, Zhang Cheng drove his Ferrari from the airport's parking lot back to Yangyunamon. When he got on the car, he had already notified Wang Yuyan. Soon Zhang Cheng arrived at the Ting Villa. At this time Wang Yuyan had already thoughtfully prepared dinner for him and also put on the bathwater. "Mr. Jiang, dinner and water are ready for you. May I ask if you were looking for a meal or a bath first?" After not seeing him for a few days, Wang Yuyan looked a bit rusty and had a businesslike appearance. Zhang Cheng didn't say anything and nodded. "I'm too tired today. Why don't you ask manager Wang to come in and help me rub my back?" Wang Yuyan saw Zhang Cheng's pair of darkness gazing tightly at himself, the meaning of which was self-evident. At once, she was somewhat indisputably looking forward to it. Last time, Zhang Cheng left Mordor in a hurry, and when he left, he only transferred $100,000 to her, and didn't say the rest of the words. After that, Zhang Cheng also did not take the initiative to contact her. All as Wang Yuyan took the initiative to send him a text message to greet. Zhang Cheng's reaction to these let Wang Yuyan heart some bottomless. At this time to see Zhang Cheng said so, Wang Yuyan heart once again rekindled hope. Although she knows that Zhang Cheng is not a dedicated man, can be said to be just a scum, but she is willing to sink for him. Even if it was a brief favor, Wang Yuyan was willing to do it. An hour later, only Wang Yuyan was seen with only a big white bath towel around her body. The lower half of the body naked, two white long legs, some trembling out of the bathroom. Seeing Wang Yuyan wanting to walk out of the room to find clothes, Zhang Cheng, who had put on a bathrobe, walked out and pulled her over again. "Manager Wang, what's the hurry? It's still a long night. You can wear it tomorrow." "Mr. Jiang, why don't you eat first? After sitting on the plane for so long, aren't you tired?" Wang Yuyan looked at Zhang Cheng with a pleading expression on her face and said, "Tired? Is my performance just now considered tired?" Zhang Cheng had been provoked by Zhou Ying when he was on the airplane, and was nowhere to vent his anger. "That's not what I meant." Wang Yuyan saw a deep signal of danger from the bottom of Zhang Cheng's eyes. She felt as if she had said something wrong. Zhang Cheng wouldn't punish her. Wang Yuyan subconsciously covered her, but that was covered with palm marks. "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. Let's. Wang Yuyan hadn't even finished saying this, her mouth was immediately blocked by Jiang Chang. Early the next morning, Wang Yuyan failed to get up on time for the first time. Looked at the time, actually already more than 1 o'clock at noon. Scared, Wang Yuyan immediately got up and hurriedly put on his uniform. Wang Yuyan had disappeared for so long. How could she explain to the other staff of the Ting Villa? Jiang Chang saw Wang Yuyan's look of wanting to hide her face, and amusedly pulled her into his arms. What are you panicking about? Your client is here. Sleep a little more. I can't. I'll get up and help you arrange lunch. Wang Yuyan hurriedly blocked her hand between him and Jiang Chang. How could Jiang Chang do what Wang Yuyan wanted? She raised both of Wang Yuyan's hands high in the air. Just eat later. Accompany me to sleep a little more. After saying this, he also ignored her resistance and printed his cheek directly on it. Wang Yuyan could only bite her teeth and whispered, being seen by others later. See, so what? You are my woman. Sleep together is not very normal? Wang Yuyan couldn't help but hear Jiang Chang's words as her heart thumped. She suddenly looked at Jiang Chang with a serious face and asked Jiang Chang, what kind of relationship are we two now? Jiang Chang listened to Wang Yuyan's words and suddenly lifted her face to look at her in silence. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't answer herself, Wang Yuyan was a bit lost. Am I considered your girlfriend? Jiang Chang nodded. If you want to be my girlfriend, then you are my girlfriend. This is. What do you mean? I want to be? As long as you want to stay by my side, you're my girlfriend. If you don't want to stay, then you're not. Understand? This scumbag quote said. Wang Yuyan was a little speechless for a moment. But she herself originally knew what kind of man Jiang Chang was. What she cared about wasn't these either. She just wanted Jiang Chang's heart to keep a little bit of real position for herself. Then do you have a hint of liking me inside? Wang Yuyan carefully asked with a hint of hope. Of course there is. Why would I hug you if I don't like you? Wang Yuyan, who got an affirmative answer, was instantly less uncomfortable inside. I know you have a lot of women, but I only have one request. That is, when you look for me in the future, can you not bring them? I don't want to serve you and others on the side. Wang Yuyan said with some aggravation. Jiang Chang held her in his arms and kissed her. I promise you. He thought that Wang Yuyan was going to make some request, but it turned out to be this kind of small matter. This matter is definitely promised. Although Jiang Chang is more fraternity, but also did not have and there is ruthless to let their own women on the sidelines of the heart like a knife to see their own happiness. Chapter 101 Unpacked. Soon after lunch, someone informed Wang Yuyan that Jiang Chang's Porsche had already been delivered to the gate of Yangyunaman. Jiang Chang did not expect the speed to be so fast. Yesterday, after the car to the Mercedes-Benz Ford store, the sales manager took a look at the Porsche 918, froze for a while and then immediately fawningly patted his chest to ensure that to help Jiang Chang will be done beautifully. After all, they Mercedes-Benz has a professional cooperation of the transportation fleet. As long as you give the money to help Jiang Chang to transport a Porsche 918, have no problem at all. Jiang Chang also did not care about the follow-up things. Paid a transportation fee after the plane to the Magic City. No, today actually arrived. This efficiency is really fast. Jiang Chang and Wang Yuyan to Yangyunaman's door found that the car around this time has been surrounded by a group of people. The huge long van was parked at the entrance of Yangyunaman. The security guards at the entrance naturally could not turn a blind eye to it and immediately reported it to the lobby manager. Lobby manager heard the news, rushed over to understand after knowing Jiang Chang's car, which is hopeless to let them parked here. After all, Jiang Chang is a big customer of their Yangyunaman. Even if it is parked all day, they do not dare to have an opinion. The manager of the lobby at the entrance immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chang come over. Walking over, he bowed respectfully. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Jiang Chang smiled at the lobby manager and nodded. Manager Zhao, I made trouble for you guys. Right. I told them to unload faster. Manager Zhao immediately waved his hand to indicate that there was no such thing. What, Mr. Jiang, said I. This is your car. Let them unload slowly and carefully. I'll help you watch from the side. The truck driver couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes when he saw the 180-degree turn in the male manager's attitude. At first they didn't give them a good look when they arrived. Now that he was wagging his dog's tail at Jiang Chang, he had to lament the reality of society. Hello boss, the car has been delivered. Please show me your documents and I'll confirm it for you. If there's no problem, then please sign to confirm it. The staff member transporting the car said towards Jiang Chang in explanation. At the same time his heart was relieved. Others didn't know what was loaded inside, but he did. Although he was also an old driver who had driven a truck for more than 10 years, transported a lot of luxury cars, from millions to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this time, he was driving with extra caution. From Tianfu to Magic City, the two old drivers took turns driving. The speed never exceeded 80. Jiang Chang took out his documents and handed them to the truck driver. After receiving the document, the two staff members immediately took out a verification machine and verified it before returning it to Jiang Chang. Thank you. Now unboxing for you. After saying that, the truck master shouted and soon an unloading worker opened the lock of the rear compartment. A few workers got on the rear trunk and soon there was a gurgling sound coming from inside as well. Clang clang. Sound came out. From the outside you could tell they were quickly building a downhill slope with tools. There was also a forklift inside the long compartment of the van. In front of the forklift was a large shell that was sealed very hard. This large shell was also covered with a lot of collision protection around it. Everyone be careful. Come on. Slowly transport it down. Don't ever rush. Take your time. The truck driver yelled towards them. Get out of the way. I'm going to drive down. The forklift master had already gotten into the car and started the forklift. After forking the car down smoothly, several people bothered to pick up their tools and start unpacking the boxes. Just like peeling bamboo shoots, layer after layer, the outer protective device was removed. After 10 minutes of dismantling, it began to reveal the true colors of the inside. A cool Porsche 918 immediately presented in front of the crowd. Looking at the two diamond-shaped headlights as well as the smooth model full of modern technology and the Porsche logo on the car, the onlookers all let out a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Too handsome. Right. This car is the first time to see. Porsche 918 the brand of Tianfu? Rich people those who can get a Porsche 918. Can they be poor? I want to go up and sit on it. Those women inside the crowd of onlookers were all looking at Zhang Chang with a blazing face, while the look at Wang Yuyan was one of jealousy. Zhang Chang looked at the intact car and nodded with satisfaction, unlocked it and sat in it, starting the vehicle. At that moment, the headlights in front of the car lit up, coupled with the sound wave of the supercar sounded at the right time to make the people present at once more blood boiling up. This is the charm of the supercar. Just look at it makes the heart swell. Chapter 102 Innocent Manager Zhao. Right at this moment, Wang Mingyang, the president of Yang Yunamun, had just managed to drive his car in from the entrance and realized that the entrance was blocked. Wang Mingyang pulled a face as he looked at the blackened group of people blocking the entrance of the hotel. He frowned as he opened the car door and got out of the car, walking over with a gloomy face. Seeing the van standing next to the lobby manager Zhao, Wang Mingyang voice slightly huffed and said, "What's going on? How to make a scene and blocked?" Zhao manager saw the person as Wang Mingyang smiled and said, "President, you came, is our hotel Mr. Zhang his car arrived is unloading it, here has been made good. I immediately asked people to clean up the scene. My car has been parked for a long time. What do I care what he has people unloaded what things will not be parked aside? Hotel business still do not do?" By Wang Mingyang loudly reprimanded Zhao manager at this time pale face wiping cold sweat. Did he do this thing wrong? Previously, it was also Wang Mingyang who said that he would do his best to ensure Zhang Chang's living experience at Aman. Manager Zhao said at this time that it was really hard for him. This, President I know. I will now immediately ask the guest to drive the car away. Manager Zhao at this time immediately walked over to the Porsche's car door and knocked on Zhang Chang's car door. Zhang Chang's car door lowered. Looking at the face of the somewhat difficult manager Zhao asked in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? It's like this. The moment Zhang Chang rolled down the car window, Wang Mingyang's eyes instantly widened in fear. At this moment, his heart roared. Manager Zhao this stinky didn't tell him that it was Zhang Chang inside. This is the god of wealth of their hotel. What happened to blocking the door? Only to see manager Zhao's words had not finished. Wang Mingyang expressly rushed over to push him away. Just now also angry face at this time has been replaced with a face full of sarcastic smile. Mr. Jiang, so it is you. I was thinking who is so big row to get to the Porsche 918 it. Zhang Chang looked at the two of them somewhat puzzled. Mr. Wang, hello. The most confused was the innocent manager Zhao on the side, who had been lectured by Wang Mingyang for no reason. At this moment, he was still a bit puzzled. Just now he clearly mentioned Mr. Jiang, and Wang Yangming still looked unimpressed. The onlookers staff looked at the way their president was being polite to Zhang Chang and suddenly their faces changed. They all silently memorized Zhang Chang's appearance more deeply in their hearts, and hurriedly reminded themselves that when they met this Mr. Zhang Chang in the future, their attitude must be more respectful. Wang Mingyang looked at Zhang Chang's Porsche 918. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he asked with a big smile, I wonder where Mr. Zhang got this Porsche 918. My incompetent son likes this kind of car the most, and has been clamoring for a top-of-the-line supercar. It was bought at the Ford store in Tianfu. Zhang Chang said casually. He couldn't count it as a system reward. Could he? Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Wang Mingyang's expression was a bit wonderful. An ordinary Porsche was still easy to buy. Something like the 918 wasn't necessarily available without some channels. He felt that Zhang Chang was not telling the truth, and could only smile and politely say, Mr. Zhang is used to living here, right? If there's anything I need to help you with, just mention it, don't be polite. Chapter 103 The Hooked Shen Shui. Jiang Chang looked at his Porsche and thought for a moment. Right now this Porsche's license plate is from Tianfu. It's not convenient to drive in Mordor. This license plate of mine is from Tianfu. I want a license plate from Mordor. I don't want an ordinary one. I don't know if Mr. Wang has any channels for special license plates? With a license plate as racy as a Ferrari, Jiang Chang naturally didn't want an ordinary license plate. Wang Mingyang looked at the license plate of Jiang Chang's Porsche 5/8 and instantly understood Jiang Chang's meaning in seconds. He thought for a moment and immediately nodded. This is really there. Before we Yang Yunaman opened the auction when there is a license plate was a good relationship with my customer shot away. I help you ask her. Ask her if she can change hands. Jiang Chang couldn't help but light up his eyes in surprise when he saw Wang Mingyang say this. A license plate that could be put up for auction was definitely not that bad. Good. Thanks Mr. Wang. Wang Mingyang didn't take it seriously. Not to mention this Sichuan A88888 in front of Jiang Chang. He had seen Jiang Chang's Ferrari before, and it had the Magic City license plate AJC111. This kind of license plate is not without some relationship really cannot get, especially that name abbreviation. Now can help Jiang Chang this kind of small thing to sell a personal favor. Wang Mingyang happy not too late. You are welcome. A small matter. I will contact the other party now. Jiang Chang received a call from Wang Mingyang in the evening. See Wang Yang polite smilingly asked. Jiang Chang naturally also smilingly replied. Okay thank you Mr. Wang. You send me the address. I now go over. The address is not far. It's in the Bun 3's Rongjia cuisine. Status I'll send you over. Wang Mingyang arranged it very attentively, and did not arbitrarily set the address at Yang Yunaman. After saying that, Jiang Chang hung up the phone and went straight to the Bund according to the address given by Wang Mingyang. Jiang Chang just arrived at the entrance of the Rong family restaurant. He saw Wang Mingyang's driver already waiting for him downstairs. After respectfully bringing Jiang Chang to the private room, Wang Mingyang immediately stood up and greeted Jiang Chang as he sat in the middle of the table. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Nothing much, it just happened to be mealtime. Your meal came in time. I had to rush over right away. Jiang Chang replied politely. Ha ha ha, thanks for Mr. Jiang's appreciation. The other party will be here soon. Wang Mingyang finished pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Chang. Before he finished drinking the tea, he saw the sound of d coming over. With the sound of the past, only to see into the eyes is a pair of long straight, stepped on the hate sky high heels of the white legs, black professional clothing plus a very large scale of the upper body. The head of the black long straight hair fell behind. An imperial sister strong woman's breath immediately came to the face. Jiang Chang inwardly could not help but let out a sound. Directly to her opened the character scanning system. Name, Chen Shuer. Age, 26 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 92. Body, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 70. Loyalty, 120. Absolute loyalty. Jiang Chang looked at the character scanning system and saw that there was an extra loyalty level out. This was differentiating between emotions. It meant that although she didn't have feelings between a man and a woman for Jiang Chang, she was absolutely loyal to him. The other party's eyes also looked at her when Jiang Chang sized up Chen Shuer. Manager Chen, you're here. Wang Mingyang stood up and said smilingly to Chen Shuer, only to see Chen Shuer before she could come and respond to Wang Mingyang immediately walked quickly to Jiang Chang's side. Jiang Dong, why are you here? Seeing Jiang Chang face confused state, Chen Shuer seemingly angry like grudges looked at him and said, you will not be my star investment company to forget, right? When Chen Shuer reminded him of this, Jiang Chang immediately remembered. Chen Shuer seems to be the system assigned to their own business management manager. No wonder Jiang Chang looked at the name so familiar. Usually Chen Shuer will report to himself some of the company's recent developments, but Jiang Chang, adhering to the attitude of unprofessional not messy command, almost did not meddle in the company's affairs. After all, shaking hands to do is really fragrant. Seeing Chen Shuer close to herself exasperated, Jiang Chang could not help but secretly take a deep breath. Well, the body is really fragrant. Jiang Chang nonchalantly patted Chen Shuer's rounded buttocks. Manager Chen, how is it possible to forget? It's not usually managed by you. I'm very relieved. Chen Shuer do not believe the forked waist pouting mouth pulling the chair to Jiang Chang's side. I do not believe it. Usually give you a report on the work. You will only send an okay gesture. I sometimes feel that you simply did not look seriously. Looking at Chen Shuer and his own pampered look, Jiang Chang could not help but get goosebumps, but also inexplicably feel some cool. This Chen Shuer is comparable to Su Lian, and belongs to the kind that makes people want to stop just by listening to her voice. Chapter 104, Brainstorming. This kind of woman simply no man can refuse. Looking at Chen Shuer, Jiang Chang suddenly felt that being rich was really good. In the past, How could he sit with so many different varieties of beautiful women and chat about life? At most, he would tease his female classmates and play basketball. But this is only in the past more than half a month. But he can already play 3 kinds of hand, feel different shapes and sizes of the ball. In the future, he might even be able to play with more balls. Life was really quite marvelous. Wang Mingyang, who was on the side, saw Chen Shuer take the initiative to get next to Zhang Chang, and couldn't help but round his eyes in shock. Chen Shuer is a famous iceberg beauty within their circle, has always come out to talk about things or a look of refusal outside the appearance. Did not expect to Zhang Chang actually so enthusiastic. And just listen to her name to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang seems to be the old boss of Star Investment Company? According to Wang Mingyang's understanding, the Star Investment Company is a paid 500 million investment company. Don't look at this 500 million does not seem to be much, but it is indeed paid. A lot of investment companies are generally contributing. The actual funds on the surface only a few tens of millions. And Star Investment Company is a real 500 million liquidity on the company's account. So this also led to the Star Investment Company on the scene. Attracted a lot of entrepreneurs from all aspects and financing companies, and even many entertainment companies. Big directors take the initiative to come to the door to seek investment. Therefore, the fame of Star Investment Company also spread very quickly in various circles, and Chen Shuer was even more famous as an elite manager in the industry. At the age of 18, she got a certificate of financial management from a top foreign school, and she has received countless awards in various professional fields. At the age of 19 began to enter the profession to show their skills. Can be said to be the investment world's genius girl. Many multinational corporations are scrambling to offer high salaries to dig her out. Unexpectedly, not long ago, Chen Shuer actually jumped directly to the newly opened Star Investment Company as a manager. This makes people in the industry are greatly shocked. Chen Shuer's information before Zhang Chang has long been consulted. Zhang Chang knows that she can come to their own company naturally thanks to the system. But Zhang Chang knew that the reason why Chen Shuer came to Star Investment Company was not known to others. Just like Wang Mingyang felt in his heart that Chen Shuer was willing to commit to Zhang Chang's investment company, it was highly likely that the energy behind Zhang Chang was even more enormous than he had imagined. After all, like Chen Shuer, such a gold medal manager's sense of smell must be more sensitive than them. Therefore Wang Yangming unconsciously added a few more points to the shock within Zhang Chang. It was important to know that the company Chen Shuer had stayed in before was a multinational company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. And the first thing she did after returning to China was to join Zhang Chang's company. Listen to Chen Shuer's meaning. Zhang Chang usually simply ignore her. Such a big beautiful woman to you management company you ignore. Since it's not a power and color deal, I'm afraid that this 19-year-old teenager is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Wang Mingyang dully spoke. Mr. Zhang and manager Chen originally knew each other. Chen Shuer smiled and returned. Mr. Wang, he is the big boss behind our Star Investment Company. Looking at Wang Mingyang's surprised face, Zhang Chang said smilingly, I didn't expect that the person Mr. Wang introduced was manager Chen. It's quite a coincidence. Wang Mingyang immediately picked up his teacup at this time and changed his address to Zhang Chang. Zhang Dong, I've heard a lot about you. Previously, he didn't realize that Zhang Chan was still a boss. He also thought that he was just a rich second generation from a big family. He didn't realize that he had already opened a company at a young age. And he also had such a powerful and honorable assistant as Chen Shuer, so when he grows up for a few more years, it will not be easy. Chapter 105a, 88,888. Mr. Wang doesn't need to be so polite. Just feel free. Zhang Chang picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Wang Mingyang. Seeing Zhang Chang put down the wine glass, Chen Shuer immediately smiled at Zhang Chang, winked and said, Zhang Dong, recently the company invested in a few very promising projects in real estate. Yesterday sent you the information, you read it? See Chen Shuer, so said Zhang Chang, immediately some embarrassment. Last night, he was too busy playing with Wang Yuyan, so he didn't have time to read it. He only read the important part. Yesterday, Chen Shuer told herself that she had already made a profit of more than $20 million in just over a week. At that time, he didn't care that much. Anyway, he received the money that was transferred to him, and he didn't even click to see the investment information or anything else. Other people may not be assured, but Chen Shuer is assigned by the system. Zhang Chang is very assured. After a short period of embarrassment, Zhang Chang then nodded his head in a serious manner. Well, the general look is very good. The specifics I'll come back tonight to study again. Chen Shuer had long since seen Zhang Chang's perfunctory behavior, but she didn't break it down. She was still a bit uncomfortable when she first started her position, and Zhang Chang hadn't taken the initiative to look for her since the establishment of the company. She took the initiative to report to Zhang Chang. Until now she finally realized that Zhang Chang simply did not take the company seriously. He just wanted to be a hands-off. Chen Shuer couldn't help but spit out inwardly. The life of a laborer was really bitter. Right, Jiang Dong, Mr. Wang said that someone wants the license plate of Magic City. It's you, right? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes, the one who photographed that license plate was you, right? Wang Mingyang hurriedly explained with a smile. Manager Chen not long ago auctioned off a license plate worth 5 million at our Yang Yunamon auction. I thought of you when Dong Jiang mentioned it. I didn't think that Manager Wan was actually in the same company as Dong Jiang, so this doesn't need me to step in and make an introduction. Chen Shuer also said very quickly. Originally that license plate I was not too willing to give up, but Jiang Dong want that would be another story. The license plate in my car. Will give you out later. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. The afterglow looked at Chen Shuer's snow-white delicate thighs. If not in the way of Wang Mingyang on the sidelines, Jiang Chang is on the hand to assess what it feels like. Okay, thanks to Manager Chen. The money for the license plate you directly in the company's account to cross away on the line. Then I am not polite. Chen Shuer did not politely talk to Jiang Chang and said with a smile. After saying that, Wang Mingyang who was on the side said very proactively. Mr. Jiang is going to change the license plate to 918's car, right? In that case you should have to make a few trips to the DMV to do so. Seeing Jiang Chang nodded, Wang Mingyang then said, I know someone over there. If you need it you can give it to me, and it can be done in one trip. Wang Mingyang was very subtle. Indeed, changing license plates is a troublesome thing. Not only do you have to recover the driving license, but you also have to change the license plate again, change the label and so on. Since Wang Mingyang took the initiative to show his goodwill, Jiang Chang didn't refuse. Naturally, he smiled and said, then I'll trouble Mr. Wang. Seeing that Jiang Chang had left things to him, Wang Mingyang was also very happy. In his opinion, a rich man like Jiang Chang naturally didn't lack people to do things for him. And the most important thing was that Jiang Chang didn't refuse his help. This was the process of resource exchange. Human society is like this. You come and go. A meal to eat to very pleasant. Chen Shuer not only company management is good even on the table as also will Jiang Chang serve very good. Finally took Chen Shuer Shanghai a license plate. And to Chen Shuer to ensure that there is time to the company must make a good round after Jiang Chang will quickly drive away. The next day after waking up at noon, Wang Zheng called Jiang Chang. Brother Jiang, what have you been busy with lately? I just arrived in Mordor yesterday. I took a day off. That's a coincidence. I was looking for you to play and you just happened to be there. Oh, what's so fun? Tell me. I'm going to a private collection hall over there to see what good pan things. Want to go together to see? Private collection hall Jiang Chang has naturally heard of. In these places you can buy some of the treasured things that can't be bought on the market at a premium, including all kinds of literature or precious wristwatches, jewelry and so on. Jiang Chang said with interest. Sure, sounds fun. Okay, I'll send you the address and introduce you to a few friends. Jiang Chang naturally nodded with no comment. Early this morning Chen Shuer arranged for someone to report Jiang Chang's Porsche to the DMV center to modify the information. Jiang Chang looked at the newly hung on the Magic City license plate. Heart of beautiful. Start Porsche 918. Charming sound waves began to sound, like a black beast rampage through the streets of the Bund in Magic City. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Porsche 918. Shanghai A88888 is awesome. I don't know which family's male son is out on the waves early in the morning again. Chapter 106, the first rich second generation in Magic City. The car soon drove to a place not far from its destination. The address given by Wang Zhang was a public house by the Bund. At this time, the entrance of the public house has already gathered several supercars of different colors. Next to the supercars stood a few young people chatting one by one. At this moment, an unseen Porsche drove towards them with a high-pitched roar. Hearing the sound, several people couldn't help but turn around on their own. With the car closer and closer, Jiang Chang also see more and more clearly. McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bugatti. Look at this card face as the whole rich second generation of supercar party. Jiang Chang took another look at those few, and found that Wang Zhang was also inside these people. Those were probably the friends he had mentioned on the phone. Jiang Chang parked his car next to theirs and calmly opened the door and got out. As he opened the door, a few young men wearing various brand names immediately looked at him up and down curiously. Wang Zhang, who was standing next to the Bugatti, saw that it was Jiang Chang who got out of the car, and immediately walked over and enthusiastically patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. Old Jiang, I knew it was you. Yo-ho, Porsche 918. Jiang Chang smiled and took Wang Zhang's shoulder. It was just shipped over yesterday. Wang Zhang also took hold of Jiang Chang and introduced him to the few people in front of him. This is Jiang Chang, the tycoon that I mentioned to everyone before. After he said this, Sheen Byrne brought two other people over, only to see him take the initiative to extend his hand towards Jiang Chang. Last time, I went abroad to play after adding you, and came back to hear that you bought his laffa. Just so happens that I also have a, when the time comes to run a few laps together. Okay. Jiang Chang nodded. Jiang Xian and Dewey beside Qin also greeted towards Jiang Chang. This license plate of yours is too cool. Right. And Brother Qin's 99999 license plate is quite a match. A beautiful woman gave it to me yesterday. I have to pay for it, but she won't accept it. Jiang Chang said lightly. I am really sour by you. Come on. The owner of this private collection hall we came to today is also a woman. See if you can get her not to accept your money too. Jiang Xian said smilingly. A woman? Older? Jiang Chang raised an eyebrow. Not too old, but she already has a child. Wang Zhang knew what Jiang Chang meant and immediately spoke. Having a child. That's not good. Jiang Chang shook his head. Asterisk 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 feelings you're still a martial arts master. Jiang Xian then said. Jiang Chang saw that a few people did not have the stance of a rich second generation at all, and his first sensory impression was quite good. This can't be said blindly. In fact, I've always been looking forward to having a rich woman who can see through my bravado. The doctor said that I have bad teeth, so I'm suitable for eating something soft. In your condition you still want to eat soft. Spare the other buddies. Jiang Xian ha laughed. Jiang Chang's family situation they have already heard. Wang Zhang roughly said. Today for the first time to ask out to play is also holding the attitude of contact. At the age of 18, he had over $100 million in capital, 2 top-class supercars, plus an entertainment company. This in the rich second-generation circle is also rare. The family condition is certainly not ordinary. Chapter 107, Test. What does your family do? I was still driving my dad's supercar when I was 18, and asked him to buy me a 911 all-dead set. Jiang Xian looked at Jiang Chang's Porsche 918 with an envious face and asked in a sideways manner. Just an ordinary family. Not worth mentioning compared to you guys. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, Wang Zhang said with tears and laughter. Jiang Chang, if you are still an ordinary family, then I'm not a garbage collector? Look at the car you're driving. It's 2 cars above mine. Do you think any random second-generation rich person can take out tens of millions of dollars to buy a supercar? Although they are rich, they are all second-generation rich. And their family's money is not on them. The family only gives them a portion of the money at their disposal, which may be a lot of money for ordinary people, but as the rich second generation of Magic City, usually their daily expenses and consumption were also a lot. Just the maintenance fee for the supercar they drove today costs a little over $100,000 every month, plus usually drink and tease girls, health massage healthcare, and buy all kinds of luxury goods out of the sea out of the country or something. Really want to count down every month also have to small more than $1 million. They want to buy a car with full payment of a few $1 million is not a lot of pressure, but the full payment of tens of millions of words is really a bit difficult. Jiang Xian nodded in favor. Well, if you pick up garbage then what am I? I find that rich people these days are getting better at pretending. Wang Zhang stared at Jiang Chang with a pair of unbelievable eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You wouldn't be the kind of bridge that is often found in novels. That is, the kind of legendary god of war returning to the city. The kind of godly and heroic god of war that millions of generals come at a single command. Right? Yes. That's the kind where millions of generals come, and then each one of them gives a mouthful, cursing that you're the only one who has too much to do. Jiang Chang replied smilingly. Everyone was amused by Jiang Chang. Okay, you're quite funny. One of you will be rich woman package. One became a garbage collector. I don't think you guys will pretend to be miserable. The old rules are, who will consume the highest? Who will treat tonight? Qin said in a giddy manner. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly. He was telling the truth. Helplessly no one believed it. I wonder if there's any special payment this time. Wang Zhang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The group of people walked inside while talking. Jiang Chang, the owner of this private collection pavilion, is a top professional private watch collector in China. There are a lot of extremely rare watches inside that are hard to buy outside, and they and I will come over to take a look when we have the chance. But the owner of this pavilion doesn't always live in Mordor permanently. It just so happens that she's in these 2 days. And I saw that you came to Richard Mill last time, and thought that you should like wristwatches, so I asked you to come along to have a look. Wang Zhang pointed to Jiang Chang's wrist and explained. Jiang Chang asked with some puzzled words. Since it's a collection, why do you still want to sell it? Wang Zhang shook his head. In fact, I don't know much about it, but the watch here is sold when not sold. Depends on luck. Sometimes look at the favorite watch but show not for sale. Sometimes not for sale today, tomorrow may be sold again. I can guess that maybe because the owner of the pavilion is a woman. More fickle it. By the way, the 2 watches you bought at the last auction were hers. Jiang Chang nodded after listening to Wang Zhang's explanation, expressing his understanding. The security guard who came out to receive them took them in and immediately closed the door of the public house. After entering, they only saw an old man in a butler's uniform walk out soon after. He nodded respectfully to Jiang Chang and the others and said, "The master is still on her way. She asked me to entertain you first. This way please." Chapter 108, Trying to Eat Alone. The male butler led them to the inner reception room. Inside the large reception room was a large fireplace. Next to the fireplace were several antique French sofas and exquisite coffee tables. Several oil paintings hung on the wall. Look at the arrangement of these furniture and decoration is somewhat elegant atmosphere. It could be seen that the owner of this public house was a woman. The male butler helped them serve the refreshments and then turned on the giant screen projector in the center of the guest house. It began to show some of the recently collected watches and jewelry. Jiang Chang and the others could slowly look at them here. And when they saw something suitable for sale, they would take it out and try it on. Jiang Chang couldn't help but have his eyes glowing as he looked at the expensive collectibles above. The collection here is indeed, as Wang Zhang said, are the top of the good goods. Not only were there all sorts of jadeite, diamond rings, necklaces, and wristwatches. Several people were looking and discussing the collection above. After looking for a while, Zhang Xian had already settled on a Lang complication watch for $1.5 million. Wang Zhang, on the other hand, was eyeing a Patek Philippe's more popular Starry Sky all-diamond watch 6104 are priced at $5 million. Another man who doesn't talk much, Vida, also has his eye on a Patek Philippe 5160 priced at more than $1.5 million. And Qin Bern had his eye on a Richard Mille RM38 priced at $8 million. Brother Qin, if you take down this watch, you won't get a backache when you go out for a drive at night in the future? Wang Zhang said flirtatiously. That's right. You can wear this watch then you drive Lafayette still windy. Night out when you bouncing this which girl can top. Zhang Xian also said. You group of old color batch, can't you be a bit more serious? I bought this watch just to see the time. Not as much as you guys. Qin Bern pushed Wang Zhang and scolded him with a laugh. Jiang Chang then joked, Brother Qin, if you don't want to take this watch, then let me come. I see you this watch I also quite like, and I'm still young. Let those women are rushing to me well. So I some bold words without listening carefully do not know what Jiang Chang said specifically means. Qin Bern frowning thought 2 seconds later will come back to God. Also pushed Jiang Chang. Hilarious said, you kid rely on the young waste good still want to eat alone. Don't worry. I have arranged a good night together to play some fun. See Jiang Chang did not start. Qin Burning then asked, there is no look on? On the contrary, but this does not seem to right that can be sold. Patek Philippe's minute repeater astronomical 5374 I think it is good. If you can sell it would be good. Seeing Jiang Chang is again looking at more than 10 million watches. A few people cannot help but instantly look at each other. It's not that they suspect that Jiang Chang can't afford it. They just think that it's inevitably a little too powerful. This money seems to be endless. The whole half a day. It turns out that you are looking at a more bullish watch. I suspect that your kid's family is running a money printing machine, right? Qin Bern asked with a curious face. That's right, Lao Jiang. Originally you have grown so evil. If you wear this watch, then at night go out together to pick up girls and there is still our share? Wang Zhang then flirted and said, not so much, not so much. Although I am known as the 7 into 7 out of Changshan Zhaozilong, but there are so many girls, maybe there are also like your type of it. Guess if I believe you? You are just fooling me. But the one you're looking at is not for sale right now, so I guess I can't get it. After Wang Zhang said this, the male butler beside him also looked at Jiang Chang with surprise, only to see him nodding respectfully to Jiang Chang and said, yes, Mr. Wang, the ones that aren't labeled as available for purchase are the ones that the owner is collecting for the time being, so you can wait until the next time the door opens to come over and try your luck again. Chapter 109 Old Acquaintances. Jiang Chang looked at the Patek Philippe 5374 on the screen in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. The simple and atmospheric white gold case with a dark blue background. The strap is made of bright twilight blue hand-stitched crocodile leather, with a diamond set buckle, lugs and bezel. The hour markers feature blue rectangular stones echoing the blue lacquered dial. All of these designs add a sense of luxury to this complicated minute repeater chronograph. Atmosphere. Mysterious. Luxury. Old Jiang. Why don't you come over and take a look next time? Maybe this watch will be for sale next time. Wang Zhang said as he patted Jiang Chang's shoulder to show comfort. Jiang Chang regretfully nodded. Alright, then I'll take another look to see if there's anything I like. After Jiang Chang said this he heard the sound of the door at the entrance outside opening again. Then several regular footsteps came in from outside. One of them was clearly the sound of a woman's high heels. The sound of those footsteps was not hurried and not slow, and the step-by-step was quite regular. This voice should be the female pavilion owner they were talking about. Hearing the sound several people stopped talking and looked towards the door of the parlor. Soon a pair of snow-white legs stepped in from outside. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of Jimmy Cho's black high-heeled shoes with thin heels. From the bottom to the top, A pair of white slender legs wearing a black professional suit dress. A head of black smooth hair coiled into a French elegant ponytail. Small earlobes above wearing pigeon egg-sized diamond earrings. The whole person looked very imposing. Jiang Chang looked at this familiar face and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. It was actually her. As soon as that woman came in, everyone immediately greeted her familiarly. Sister Xin. Hello again. Sister Xin. You've gotten prettier again. And Xin smiled elegantly and said in an apologetic tone. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. The traffic conditions in Magic City are just as congested as in Rongqing. I'm late. You all look good, right? After saying that, she slowly swept a glance. This look suddenly froze for a moment. The cold and detached cheeks suddenly changed their expression, only to see her walk quickly to Jiang Chang's side saying in a surprised tone, Jiang Chang, why are you here? An Xin smile instantly caused the others present to instantly freeze. The few of them had seen an Xin several times, and every time an Xin had appeared before them in an elegant and dignified manner. Usually the exchanges would also discuss the clock, but they had never seen an Xin smile so brightly at them. Jiang Chang nodded towards an Xin. I didn't realize that you actually run this place? Yeah. Why did you come to Mordor? Weren't you still in Rongqing the day before yesterday? An Xin said in surprise. Staying bored. I just got here yesterday. I also yesterday. I knew that you also come here, so I asked you to come together. You don't know that an Xin has been chattering about you, saying that if I come with me to Mordor then I won't be able to see you. How are you not willing to come? So she followed me to come together can be a lot of effort I have to do. Seeing an Xin rambling to herself about the little devil Annie's bad words, Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This Annie is really a small child. An Xin also helplessly nodded her head and replied with a smile. If she knew that you were also in Magic City she would definitely be making a scene again and asking me to find you. An Xin was obviously very happy to see Jiang Chang, chatting with Jiang Chang like no one else was watching, leaving the few of them hanging out to dry. A few people couldn't help but watch the interaction between them with a face of melon. The main reason was that they usually didn't see an Xin looking like a shy little woman. The old housekeeper at the side also looked at his master with a surprised expression. He had helped an Xin manage this place for several years, and an Xin had always looked businesslike when she saw other guests, and had never seen her so enthusiastic about any guest. Jiang Chang, you guys know each other? Qin Burn asked with interest. An Xin sniffed and was the first to answer. Jiang Chang and I are still hometown friends. A few people remembered that an Xin was also from Rongqing, so when they thought about it, it wasn't a surprise that rich kids from the same place knew each other. I was also thinking of introducing Sister Xin to you today. I didn't expect you two to actually be old friends. Knowledge. Wang Zhang almost will old acquaintance 3 words out of mouth. Fortunately finally control. At this time some snappy touched the nose. Chapter 110 Free Gift. I hadn't realized that you're still a watch collector. Sister Xin. Jiang Chengxin said unexpectedly. He had originally thought it would be a woman who was older. He didn't expect it to end up being an Xin. This is just an amateur hobby. I like to collect all kinds of valuable things since I was a child. More and more over time. So I also opened this pavilion. Usually I will come over to open the pavilion if I go to the Magic City. Today is coincidental. I didn't expect you to come to my place. How did you look at it just now? Do you have a favorite watch? An Xin asked with a curious face. I do have my eye on it, but it happens to be the models that can't be purchased. I'll see if I want to change to another model. Hearing Jiang Chang say this, an Xin smiled a little and said generously, what's so difficult about this? Which one you fancy? I'll send it to you. After an Xin said this, Wang Zhang, Qin Burning, Jiang Xin, and Dewey all instantly opened their eyes wide. Give it away for free? Sister Xin. We usually have to set conditions when we buy a watch from you, but when it comes to Jiang Chang, you still give it away for free and don't sell the model. You're treating it differently. Wang Zhang said flirtatiously. An Xin was afraid of their misunderstanding, but could not help but say with a straight face, Jiang Chang is different for me. Even if he wants all the things I have here, I am willing to give it to him. On the matter of Jiang Chang saving Annie, an Xin willingly gave these to Jiang Chang. After all, if it is not Jiang Chang, and do not know how will be those people spoiled, even if saved life is estimated to be ruined. Where can with the same now also carefree in an Xin's arms pampering? An Xin has long wanted to find an opportunity to repay Jiang Chang, but there has been no opportunity. Now that it was hard to catch a chance, her heart was actually very happy. Seeing an Xin say these ambiguous words, a few people at once ate melon to eat more fragrant. They couldn't help but let out a wow in unison. Obviously, they did not expect Jiang Chang's weight in an Xin's heart would be so heavy. To know this private collection inside the things in the Magic City is also considered one of the collection of treasures. Not to mention these wristwatches. On an XIN's collection of other jade, diamond rings and antiques. The total value of more than $1 billion. Can all these be given to Jiang Chang? Seeing several of them looking at themselves with envy, Jiang Chang helplessly shrugged. Jiang Chang shrugged helplessly. Sister XIN and I are innocent. Why are you guys looking at me with this look? Only then did an XIN realize that her words seemed to be somewhat prone to misunderstanding. She didn't care and didn't make a sound to explain, only saying to Jiang Chang, "Which one did you look at? I'll go get it for you now." Jiang Chang shook his head. "How can that be? I can't take yours for free. I came here originally to buy something." Seeing that Jiang Chang refused to say anything, an XIN immediately looked at the male butler on the side. The male butler naturally read an XIN's eyes and immediately said respectfully to an XIN, Mr. Jiang has his eye on the Patek Philippe 5374. An XIN nodded. "Got it, I'll go get it for you." Jiang Chang waved his hand. No, Miss XIN. If you're willing to sell it to me, I'll buy it. But if it's a gift, I don't want it." "Jiang Chang, the two of us, what are you still being polite to me for? That can't be taken from you for nothing." "Sister XIN. As far as our relationship is concerned, don't say anymore. Let's go by the market price." Seeing Jiang Chang's firm stance, an XIN couldn't help but wrinkle her brows into a ball. Since Jiang Chang didn't want to take his own hard stuff for nothing, it wasn't good. An XIN could only ponder that in the future. If Jiang Chang had a need for himself, he would definitely go all out. "Alright, then I'll go get it." After saying this, an XIN seemed to think of something as if she said to Jiang Chang, "Or I have some other collections. Do you want to go and take a look together?" Jiang Chang nodded with interest. Of course. Seeing an XIN inviting Jiang Chang, Qin Bern and Wang Zhang, several people immediately also had glowing eyes. For watch lovers like them, this was a rare opportunity. Normally, they could only look at the collection on the big screen above here, and could only take it out when they saw it that way. At the thought of being able to visit a few people were a little itchy. "Sister XIN, then can we go and take a look together?" Jiang XIN couldn't help but ask.